Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 1 to Chapter 85. Xianxia stood beside the bed. One by one, doctors in white robes passed through her body to save the woman on the bed. Xianxia also looked at the woman on the bed. Her face was pale and there was no hair on her head. She didn't even have eyebrows as she lay quietly on the bed. It was really funny how people looked without eyebrows. Xianxia never expected to be conflicted about eyebrows at this time. It seemed like death wasn't that scary and painful. Xianxia didn't feel any pain now. That's right, Xianxia was dead. She stood by the side and looked at her body, trying to return to it. Even though her body was torn apart by the pain, Xianxia still wanted to live. This fluttering feeling made Xianxia's heart feel uncertain and uneasy. At this moment, the door to the ward opened and a couple rushed in. They ran over and hugged Xianxia's body as they wailed. Their eyes were red. Then, two men came in. They were Xianxia's two elder brothers. Xianxia reached out to hug her mother, but in the end, she passed through her mother's body. Mom, don't be so sad. Sister is free. She has gone to another world. Xianxia's elder brother helped Xianxia's mother up. Xianxia looked at them like a bystander. She was free. She had been hospitalized since she was 15 and had to undergo chemotherapy twice a week. The pain that went deep into her bones had accompanied her for more than 10 years. In the beginning, her family was in despair and felt sorry for her. But as time passed, they came to the hospital less and less. They were even numb to her illness. Xianxia didn't blame them. She was even glad that she was born into a wealthy family that allowed her to receive treatment. She was satisfied to live on a hospital bed for more than 10 years, but there were too many regrets in life. Xianxia's soul bloomed with a smile. She was grateful to her family. Thank you. Xianxia's soul became lighter and lighter. It even floated uncontrollably. She didn't know where she was going to drift. Suddenly, Xianxia heard a voice. A cold voice exploded in her soul. Qualified soul, bound to the system space. Immediately, Xianxia felt an ice-cold thing flowing into her soul. Even if it was her soul, she also felt an ice-cold energy explode in her soul. Under the impact of this energy, Xianxia beautifully lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, Xianxia's last thought was that she couldn't be reincarnated, right? After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia finally woke up. He felt very tired and his soul was very heavy. The exhaustion of the soul made people feel exhausted and helpless. Xianxia rubbed his head. This was just a subconscious physical reaction. He didn't expect that when he rubbed his head, he would feel like he was rubbing cotton. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised and frightened. She didn't understand what was going on. Her soul had become like this. She didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. However, if the soul was like this, it wouldn't dissipate easily. Xianxia calmed down and looked around. She was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. There was nothing. There was no sound. There was no life. It was dead and lonely. There was nothing. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was strange. Humans were fearful of the unknown, and Xianxia was no exception. Even if she was a soul, she still felt her hair stand on end when faced with such a situation. However, she was still alive. Although it was in a different way. Xianxia couldn't figure it out. She didn't want to think about it. Since she was here, she might as well take things as they came. If the illness gave Xianxia endless pain and torment, it also gave Xianxia a tenacious state of mind. She could endure the endless pain. If it wasn't for her tenacity, she would have already given up on this torture and committed suicide. Xianxia stepped on the thing under her feet. It felt very strange. She bent down and touched it with her hands. She had never seen this kind of thing before. Xianxia observed her surroundings. Finally, she determined that she was alone. She gave up on looking for her companions. She sat on the ground and meditated with her eyes closed. To be honest, Xianxia cherished her life more than anyone else. Since she came to this place, she had her reasons. Xianxia could only wait and see what her fate was. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not. Xianxia felt very comfortable sitting like this. No, it should be said that her soul was very comfortable. Some warm things flowed into her body. Ningxu felt like she was floating. The endless waiting was frightening. Ningxu found a game to pass the time. That was meditation. She absorbed unknown things into her body. Ningxu didn't know how to absorb these things. She could only rely on her instincts to meditate. Ningxu opened her eyes. She was pleasantly surprised. She touched her body. She felt that her body had changed a little. Previously, it was soft like cotton. The texture was very sparse. Now, she felt that her body was a little tighter. Although it was just a little, Ningxu could still feel it. What kind of place was this? It actually had the effect of strengthening the soul. It was too magical. Test passed. Mission initiated. A cold mechanical voice sounded. It was abrupt and strange in this deathly silent space. When Ningxu heard this voice, she reflexively felt her body turn cold. She seemed to have heard this voice before. It was just before she fainted. Ningxu was cautious about things she couldn't understand. She didn't ask who the other party was or what they wanted. In her current state, what could other people want? Your current serial number is 23333. Serial number 23333. Do you want to initiate a mission now? Facing this serial number 23333, Ningxu had an indescribable feeling of being ridiculed. When she heard that she wanted to initiate a mission, although she didn't know what it meant, she immediately replied, "Initiate a mission." When Ningxu's voice fell, a projection screen appeared in front of her. On it was her information. Serial number, 23333 name, Ningxu age, 27 experience, 0/10,000, soul value, 60 health value, 50 charm value. Luck value, 20 mental power, 120 skills, none honorary title, none. Looking at these attributes, Ningxu felt like she was playing an online game. Only, why was her charm a question mark? However, charm was such an insignificant option. Ningxu didn't care. Instead, she asked other questions. My serial number is 2333. Then, is there someone before me? Player doesn't have the authority to know. The cold voice said. Then what about after the experience value reaches 10,000? Player doesn't have the authority to know. Since I'm a player, are there other players? Player doesn't have the authority to know. Why is my charm value unknown? She should have the authority to know this. The mechanical voice paused for a moment and said, when the host was alive, no man had expressed affection or love for the host. Therefore, the host's charm value is unknown. Ningxu. There were many planes in this world, and Ningxu's mission was to enter the vast and endless planes and fulfill the wishes of the people who entrusted him. These people would offer up certain things and pray for their lives to be reversed. Mission takers were born. When Ningxu found out that he could enter other people's bodies, he was very happy. After completing the mission, he could experience the life of a healthy person and fulfill the regret of his previous life. However, the thing that claimed to be the system suddenly poured cold water on him. Your mission time is only 5 years, and your HP is only 50. 1 point of HP is 1 year. If you exceed your HP, you will completely disappear. Of course, you can also choose to stay in the mission world and live out your life. After that, there is no after. Ningxu nodded his head to show that he understood. For the first mission, you have drawn the simplest mission from the system, school world. Do you want to start the mission now? The system's voice was very cold, mechanical, and emotionless. Every time he heard the system's voice, Ningxu felt a chill all over his body. He really didn't like its voice and immediately said, "Start the mission." Ningxu's voice just fell, and before he could even prepare, his mind went blank. His whole body felt like it was stuffed in a claustrophobic bottle. He couldn't move at all. It was so uncomfortable that he felt like he was going to die. Beat this little bitch to death. She doesn't even look at her own virtue. She actually dares to come in front of the prince. Her skin is really thick. She really thinks she is a big miss. Bitch. When Ningxu felt something, she heard a buzzing sound in her ears. Many people were cursing and kicking her body. Ningxu felt that these people wanted to break her bones. What kind of situation was this? wasn't it the simplest mission? How could she be beaten up by so many people? What happened to the simple mission? Ningxu opened her eyes. She was surrounded by shining white legs. From time to time, they would stretch out their legs and kick her. Ningxu could even see these people lifting their legs to reveal their underwear. There was a fishy smell on the floor, and there was also a unique stench of the toilet. Ningxu immediately understood what happened to her. She was surrounded and beaten up in the toilet. Right now, her mind was empty. She had no time to accept the plot of this world. Faced with such a situation, Ningxu was a little confused. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of Ningxu, grabbed her collar, and pulled her up. Ningxu stood up uncontrollably, opened her eyes, and looked at the person opposite her. The girl who was tugging at her collar was wearing a short school uniform. She looked at Ningxu with disdain and disgust. Her fingers were poking at Ningxian's face, her long nails almost digging into her flesh. Ningxu's body trembled in pain. However, after suffering from the pain for more than 10 years, Ningxu endured it. However, this body could not endure pain, so Ningxu cried out in pain. Seeing the delight in her eyes, Ningxu felt a chill in his heart. What kind of hatred was this to make a young girl reveal such an expression? This was no longer simple school violence. The girl saw Ningxu's dazed face. She grabbed her hair and slammed her head against the wall, making the wall bang. Ningxu was already confused. Now that her head was being slammed against the wall, her mind was even more confused. She even felt that her soul was about to be ejected from this body. Ningxu was a little panicked. She could not leave this body. Otherwise, how was she going to complete her mission? It did not make sense that her first mission would fail like this. She instinctively felt that if she failed like this, she might disappear, and Ningxu would no longer exist. With willpower, Ningxu endured the pain in her body. Perhaps seeing that she did not resist, these girls felt that it was boring, so they let her go. When they left, they even stepped on her body, causing Ningxu's body to spasm in pain. Suddenly, Ningxu's heart was filled with uncontrollable hatred and humiliation. The body that Ningxu was in trembled. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and tear those people into pieces, letting them have a taste of this kind of humiliation and pain. Ningxu was shocked by the body's reaction. It took her a long time to suppress her emotions. She got up from the ground, walked to the bathroom, and closed the door. Sitting on the toilet, her entire body seemed to have lost its strength. Now, Ningxu's entire body was in pain. These damned girls were too ruthless. After she calmed down a little, Ningxian began to accept this. World's plot. A school was a school for nobles. Those who could attend a school were either rich or noble. It was a place where the children of the rich and famous went to gild themselves. There was an absolute hierarchy here, and one's status was completely determined by money and status. However, one day, an ugly duckling appeared in this place full of beautiful swans. Her appearance was like a stain on a painting of flowers, completely ruining the painting. Thus, this ugly duckling felt the malice from the world, and endless difficulties and teases were made. There were always a few extraordinary existences in every school. They were princes from noble families who could shake the world economy with just a stomp of their feet. They were handsome and rich, and all the good things in the world were with them. A school also had princes like this, and there were 3 of them. These 3 princes had an endless and messy relationship with the ugly duckling. After saying so much, it actually had nothing to do with Ningxu. This ugly duckling was not her. This body's name was Xianxia, and she was a second-year high school student. Her family ran a company, and she was completely lucky to be able to enter an aristocratic school like A school. As for why she was beaten by so many people, the reason was that she had offended that ugly duckling. This ugly duckling was originally a female cultivator from the cultivation world. Her body was destroyed, and she transmigrated into the body of the ugly duckling. Because she used spiritual energy to treat the illness of a prominent person, she came to A school. The female cultivator didn't like this body, but she couldn't leave it. Her power had dropped too much, and if she left this body, her soul would dissipate. As such, she used some of her spiritual energy to change the constitution of this body, and the grey ugly duckling instantly transformed into an enchanting goddess. Facing all kinds of difficulties from the students, Ling Shui felt that ugly duckling, no, it was not suitable to be called ugly duckling anymore. She could solve all the problems with just a thought. Ling Shui didn't want to be in the limelight at school. She was still dressed in her original gray and dirty clothes, but she attracted the attention of the three princes. The female cultivator who had lived for so long naturally looked down on these little brats, but it didn't stop her from looking for a sense of superiority from these people. This was no longer the cruel cultivation world, and Ling Shui, who had relaxed, was willing to be chased by others. Cultivator. Cultivator? Ningxu opened her mouth wide. Didn't they say it was the simplest world? How could a cultivator appear? Ningxu obviously knew what a cultivator was. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were immortals. Such a powerful person appeared in the world of the school. Ningxu didn't have much hope for this mission. She was just an ordinary person. The other party was actually a cheat. She gambled on stones, established a gang, and was very popular. She was like a goddess in school. Outside of school, she was the queen of the dark night. She felt that this world was going to be ruined by Ling Shui. The difference between the two sides was too big. Ningxian suspected that the cold system was messing with her. Was this a simple mission? Then she saw the original owner's wish, beat the high and mighty Ling Shui into the dust. Let Ling Ao, who she liked, not be manipulated by Ling Shui. Also, those who had been helping Ling Shui bully her had to be punished. Ningxu really felt that something was wrong with the mission. Although she was the mission enforcer, she had no advantage. In front of absolute strength, everything was fleeting. Strength could destroy everything. Ningxu tried to call out in her heart to see if she could contact the system. The original owner's wish was too difficult. She couldn't go against it. Ningxu knew what she was capable of. She reckoned that she would be killed before she could even reach Ling Shui. She cherished her life very much. Ningxu just tried. She didn't expect to really contact the system. There was a sound like an electric current. The system said mechanically, "Why are you in this world?" Ningxu vomited blood. How did she know that she was in this world? This is an intermediate world. What are you doing in this world? You can't complete the mission in the intermediate world. Oh, it seems like you were sent to the wrong world. My program has some problems. I can't send you back for now. Since you have taken the identity of the mission enforcer, the mission still has to continue. The sound of electricity crackling in her head rang out, and then the system disappeared. Ningxu was dumbfounded. So, the difficulty of her mission had increased by n levels. Ningxu suddenly thought of his luck value. Was his luck value too low? That was why such a situation had occurred. It was simply a prelude to her death. Ningxu, on the other hand, was no longer afraid. Since there was no way out, Ningxu was filled with hostility. She had already died, so what was there to be afraid of? Now that she could possess such a healthy body, Ningxu felt that she had profited. Ningxu wasn't good at other things, but Ningxu was best at forbearance and patience. As for the violent incident just now, it was because the original owner ran to Ling Ao and Prince Ling and said that Ling Shui was involved with people in the underworld, that Ling Shui was related to the boss of the underworld. He even thought that he was infallible and told Ling Ao to wake up and not be deceived by others. Anyway, he said a lot of bad things about Ling Shui. Actually, the original owner, Lin Jejia, was telling the truth. Ling Shui was involved with people in the underworld. Ling Shui, who could suggest gangs, was from the underworld. Moreover, Ling Shui's destined one was the boss of a gang. Ling Shui liked someone who was mature, ruthless, and had skills and a godlike face. In Ling Shui's eyes, the princes who were highly sought after in school were just childish brats. She would play with them when she was bored. Yet, these three princes liked this kind of style. Ling Shui knew that the original owner actually ran to Ling Ao and said bad things about her. She directly got someone to teach the original owner a lesson. Ling Shui didn't even have the desire to fight with such a character. That was why the incident in the toilet just now happened. The person who hit her just now was also the original owner, Lin Jejia's revenge target. Sigh, the mission was heavy and there was still a long way to go. Ningxian didn't have any other choice now. She opened the toilet door and walked out. It was class time and no one was loitering around the campus. Ningxian followed the direction in her memory and went to the school doctor's office. The wounds on her body had to be treated. Nothing was more important than a healthy body. Besides, she couldn't do anything now. The school doctor was a man in his 20s. He wore glasses on the bridge of his nose, adding a layer of elegant charm to his handsome face. The white coat on his body actually gave off a tall and straight sexiness. In short, he was a very charming man. Just by looking at the room full of injured female students, if they didn't have a stomachache, they had sprained their ankles. Even when their aunt came, they still asked the school doctor to rub their stomachs. It was obvious how popular this man was among the female students. Ningxiu pursed her lips and lined up. Looking at the girl in front of her who had hearts in her eyes, she couldn't see any discomfort at all. She should be the only one in this room who was injured. Could she go first? Ningxiu supported herself against the wall and waited for a long time. The school doctor glanced at Ningxiu and saw her bruised face. His handsome face showed surprise. Obviously, he had seen many people who pretended to be sick. The sudden appearance of an injured person made him feel surprised and fresh. Pointing at the bump on her forehead, Ningxiu said directly, "Help me treat it." As for the wounds on her body, she wouldn't let him treat them. She thought the school doctor was a woman, but it turned out to be such a handsome man. It was too wasteful to be a school doctor. Sure enough, it was a place for the female lead. Even the school doctor was such a charming man. Taking a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant, the school doctor directly poked Ningxiu's bruised face without any gentleness. Ningxiu gritted her teeth. Even the school doctor who had no grievances with her was so fierce to her. Was the entire Ace University shrouded by Ling Shue's aura? In the end, the school doctor simply bandaged Ningxiu and said, "Okay, how did this happen?" The skin was clearly broken, and it was over. The swelling was so high, and it was so simple to treat it. As a patient who had stayed in the hospital for more than 10 years, the other party's treatment was simply blasphemous and irresponsible. "That's it?" Ningxiu still said. She pointed at her forehead. It was so swollen that it looked like a unicorn. Such rough treatment made Ningxiu very unhappy. Nothing was going well. The school doctor pushed up his glasses. His eyes reflected light, giving people a sinister and dark feeling. He asked faintly, "Then how do you want to treat it?" "Wrap up the whole body." His position as the school doctor was just for show. The children who studied in this school didn't need a school doctor. Their families all had their own specialized doctors. Suddenly meeting such a serious student, the school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ningxiu. Ningxiu was speechless. Being so self-righteous made it seem like she was being unreasonable. After transmigrating for such a short time, Ningxiu felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. The girls in school could be so fierce, and the school doctor at work could be so arrogant. "Weren't you afraid that the school would fire you?" Ningxiu didn't know what to say. She really didn't have anything to say to him. She stood up and was about to leave. Her mind was filled with the mission. Even if the mission was difficult, she had to work hard to complete it. In the face of the school doctor's arrogant and self-confident attitude, Ningxiu was also speechless. Ningxiu left with a bandage on her forehead, which made the school doctor take a few more glances at her. She even watched Ningxiu's back until she could no longer see her. Ningxiu returned to the classroom based on the original owner's memories. To be honest, when she saw the classroom, Ningxiu was very excited. She had been in the hospital since she was 15 years old. Since then, she hadn't been to the classroom. But this enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. Ningxiu stood at the door of the classroom and wanted to enter, but she was blocked by the bespectacled teacher. "Lin Jejia, you're late for school. You don't have to attend this class. Stand at the door." Teacher Liang said faintly. Her eyes under the glasses revealed a look of disdain. "Don't disturb others in class." Ningxiu felt very uncomfortable in her heart, but she also knew that she couldn't win against the powerful, so she stood obediently at the door. Teacher Liang snorted. She looked like a mean middle-aged woman, a far cry from the image of a human soul engineer. Ace was an aristocratic school. In the school, the teacher's status was lower than the students'. Moreover, the student's status wasn't something the teachers could afford to offend. Now that she was hated by everyone in Ace, a woman with power like Teacher Liang would naturally hit her when she was down. This way, she could curry favor with the three godlike princes in the school. In Lin Jiejia's memories, everyone in the school had teased Ling Shui. Teacher Liang also hit her when she was down and tried her best to make things difficult for Ling Shui. But in the end, Ling Shui made a comeback. Teacher Liang immediately changed her attitude and tried to curry favor with Ling Shui. She was a fence-sitter. Ningxu stood in the corridor. She heard whistles and laughter coming from the classroom. Some people stood up and looked at her with disdain and mockery. Ningxu was speechless. What did the original owner do to make these people hate her so much? It was as if she had killed their father. Ningxu recalled carefully. It didn't seem like she had done anything wrong. She just went crazy and tried to find trouble with Ling Shui. When he came to his senses, he seemed to have angered the crowd. Ningxu was speechless. In this world, Ling Shui was the absolute main character. The world revolved around the main character. However, people like Ling Shui, who only needed to move a finger and countless people would flock to her like a flock of ducks. They would worship her without reason. This was no longer charm, but horror. What would happen to this world? Ningxu felt that he was too much of a busybody. He couldn't even touch the edge of the quest and had no clue at all. His thoughts had actually strayed to the level of the entire human race, the entire world. Ningxu's leg was starting to hurt from standing, so he stood on one leg and switched from one to the other. Finally, when the bell rang, a group of people rushed out of the classroom and surrounded Ningxu. She was the one who had hit Ningxu in the toilet. And Rong was the female student who had pushed Ningxu's head against the wall. She chewed gum in her mouth, raised her chin, and looked at Ningxu with drooping eyelids. She said in a strange tone, "Yo, you actually dare to come to class. Looks like you don't have a good memory." Ningxu's body trembled. This body was terrified of this person. He thought of the original plot where this girl called Rong acted as Ling Shui's fighter and beat up the original owner so badly that she was injured every day. Resentment and fear rose in his heart. If Ling Shui was the person that the original owner hated the most, then the original owner's hatred for this girl called Enrong was no less than Ling Shui's. After all, many things were done by Enrong herself. "Prince Ling is here, Prince Ling is here," the surrounding girls screamed. Both sides of the corridor were filled with girls, leaving a path in the middle. 3 princes with their own glowing rings walked into Ningxu's classroom. Their hearts were like the moon, and the surroundings were filled with screams. Ningxu's gaze focused on the person at the front. He was tall and straight, and his face was cold. However, this coldness had a kind of childishness, making him look unruly and arrogant. He was noble and arrogant, and he was also cool and handsome. Ningxu felt his heart thumping in his chest, and even his face was red. Ningxu expressed that this was his body's reaction, and it had nothing to do with him. After seeing the 3 princes, Enrong, who was originally arrogant and domineering, immediately became delicate and charming. She no longer had the arrogant aura around her. In an instant, she transformed, as if she was a different person. Looking at the girls around him, their faces were all red. Some were reserved, some were passionate, and some were elegant. In short, all kinds of girls were presented in front of the 3 princes. Ningxu's heart was filled with resentment and anger. They were all vixens, these vixens. Ningxu's face was filled with black lines. How much did the original owner like this Ling Ao? She wanted to sacrifice her soul to counterattack this life, but she didn't forget to save Ling Ao from Ling Shui's charm. "Prince Ling, you're here to look for Ling Shui? Ling Shui is in the classroom, I'll help you call her." Enrong said softly and excitedly. She quickly walked into the classroom to call Ling Shui. I forgot to mention that the original owner and Ling Shui were actually classmates. What an ill-fated relationship. Ling Shui already knew about the situation outside. Thinking that she, a cultivator, actually had to go out and meet these mortals, Ling Shui's heart felt uncomfortable. However, she thought that these 3 little radishes could help her solve some small problems. They could let her live comfortably in school. Sometimes, power was just so convenient. Prince Lu only needed to say a word, and if he wanted to make things difficult for someone, it was simply too convenient. Ling Shui also let go of the unhappiness in her heart. However, the prince that all the girls in the school liked actually liked her. Although Ling Shui was a cultivator, she was still a woman. Her vanity was even stronger than the average woman. Ling Shui smiled and walked out of the classroom. She used her hand to stroke her hair and smiled slightly. Immediately, people who saw Ling Shui's smile felt as if there were fragrant petals falling from the sky, intoxicating them. Ningxu looked at Ling Shui and praised in his heart. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Her facial features were exquisite, beautiful, noble, and proud, but people couldn't help but want to get close to her. Even when Ningxu saw Ling Shui, he felt a sense of closeness in his heart. He had the urge to get close to her, as if she was the person closest to him, the person he loved the most. Ningxu was shocked. What was going on? Why was the protagonist's halo so strong? Ningxu thought carefully and guessed that it was because of the spiritual energy. Ling Shui was a cultivator. She absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Spiritual energy was something that the body needed the most. The body instinctively thirsted for spiritual energy, and then the body developed a sense of closeness to Ling Shui. Ningxu thought of the original owner. Relying on his love for Ling Ao, he resisted the protagonist's halo and the body's desire for spiritual energy. Ling Shui saw the infatuated eyes of these people. Even the cool and handsome Ling Ao was stunned. She felt very proud in her heart. She didn't waste a lot of spiritual energy to transform this body. In the past, in the cultivation world, it was very difficult for women. There weren't many female cultivators who could climb up with their own abilities. Most of them relied on men and became existences like furnaces. But now, these men were unable to extricate themselves from her charm. Ling Shui looked around and found that everyone's eyes were fixed on her. However, she saw Ningxu, who had his head lowered. She frowned and felt very uncomfortable. This Lin Jiejia always came to find trouble with her. She just complained and Enrong immediately brought people to find trouble with her. Ningxu lowered his head and resisted the urge to rush over and shake Ling Ao's body to wake him up. Ningxu felt that he was too weak. He was always affected by the residual emotions in his body. It took a lot of effort to suppress these emotions. Ningxu knew that he couldn't be affected by the original owner's emotions. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and the original owner? He had to be calm. At this moment, he felt a sharp gaze on him. Ningxu raised his head and met Ling Shui's eyes. What kind of gaze was that? Sharp, cold, high and mighty, as if looking at an ant. Ningxu was puzzled. He was hiding at the side and not looking for trouble. Why was she still looking at him? Ningxu didn't dare to go against Ling Shui now. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. It was like a natural chasm. He could only keep quiet and plan slowly. He didn't dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers. If he angered the other party, he would be chopped up and thrown into the river to feed the fish. That's right, the female lead was that ruthless. Ling Ao saw that Ling Shui's gaze was on Ningxu and also looked at Ningxu. Ningxu immediately felt his body tremble with excitement. Ningxu was speechless. It was just a glance. What was this body so excited about? Ningxu wasn't the original owner. He wouldn't be charmed by Ling Ao's face that could instantly kill a girl. In the eyes of Ningxu, who had died once, this girl was just a pink skeleton. Ling Ao looked at Ningxu with a frown. His eyes were filled with deep disgust. It was obvious that he had remembered who this person was. He did not have a good impression of Lin Jiejia, who kept pestering him. He was really disgusted with her. Just a casual word from her and everyone in the school went to find trouble with her. Who did he think he was? He even wanted him to stay away from Ling Shui. Feeling the other party's gaze, why are her eyes so clear? In the past, they were filled with disgust and self-righteous affection. Now, there's nothing in her eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a stranger. Ling Ao sneered. Trying to get his attention by loosening the reins only to grasp them better was really childish. Ling Ao turned his head to look at Ling Shui. His eyes were filled with tenderness, but he said arrogantly, "Hey, woman, this weekend is my birthday. Come back and attend my birthday party." Ling Shui wasn't interested in the birthday party. She was busy taking over the territory. Speaking of territory, Ling Shui gritted her teeth. She had actually met a tough nut to crack. She relied on her own cultivation. Her body had been transformed by spirit qi, and was completely different from a mortal. However, that man was actually not at a disadvantage when fighting with her. This made Ling Shui very depressed, and a desire to conquer arose in her heart. Seeing that Ling Shui didn't speak, Ling Ao's eyes were filled with anxiety. He felt a little hurt, but he raised his chin high. If you don't come, I won't let you go. How childish. Ling Shui unexpectedly thought of the man who fought with her. He was cold and ruthless. Most importantly, he was very powerful. Moreover, the way he looked at her was very hot with a hint of ambiguity. When Ling Shui thought of his eyes, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Women liked to be conquered by powerful men, especially Ling Shui who came from the cultivation world. Mortals were ants. However, Ling Shui saw the anxiety and hope in Ling Ao's eyes. It felt really good to control other people's emotions. Ling Shui felt that although the spirit qi in this world was thin, it was different from cultivation. Ling Shui felt as if she was standing at the top of the world. This feeling was really great. I'll go back. I'll also prepare a gift. Ling Shui said indifferently. She was calm and didn't look flattered at all. Only then did a smile appear on Ling Ao's face. However, he still raised his chin proudly and said, "At least you know what's good for you." Ningxu watched from the side and felt that it was enough. Ningxu didn't feel that Ling Ao's arrogance was cute at all. He only felt that it was very arrogant. The way he acted like he was giving alms really made his hands itch. According to Ningxu's thoughts, this kind of person who didn't know what was good for him didn't need to care about him. It was obviously a school world, but the female lead was too awesome. In the school, the prince who was like a god looking down on all living things directly became the male supporting character. The two princes beside him became the male lead. Ningxu even suspected that Ling Ao's existence was completely to set off the male lead's mature charm. Ningxu just had a thought of ignoring Ling Ao in his heart. This body immediately had a consciousness that resisted her. The body even began to reject her soul. Ningxu was shocked. He quickly chanted. In his heart, I'm here to save Prince Lang, save Prince Lang, save Prince Lang. After a long time, the residual emotions in his body completely calmed down. Ningxu looked at the sky silently. If bad luck was transmitted to this world, the mission was basically impossible to complete. Yet, the residual emotions in his body still came to cause trouble. Ningxu had the urge to cry in the wind. How could he improve his luck? How could he improve his character? Ling Ao walked past Ningxu and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. She stopped in front of him and looked down at Ningxu's slightly distorted face. Ningxu didn't understand. He blinked and looked at Ling Ao. Ling Ao looked at him with eyes that were very clear. The clear eyes reflected his own silhouette. It seemed to be able to calm people in her eyes. Then, Ling Ao realized that something was wrong. She was a love-struck fool. She pestered him like a lunatic, saying that he was deceived by Ling Shui. Ling Shui wasn't someone a scum like her could slander. Don't appear in front of me. I won't like you. Just give up. If you say anything bad about Ling Shui again, I'll make you suffer. Ling Ao's voice was cold. Ningxu didn't doubt the truth of his words. Therefore, this was the most depressing part of this mission for Ningxu. He was obviously deeply in love with Ling Shui. Why did he have to ask him to repent? Really, could he stop fooling around? Ningxu looked at Ling Ao's face. No, it was his chin. The other party was too tall. Ningxu raised his head and endured the sharp pain in his heart. Ling Ao watched as her face suddenly turned pale and lost its color. There was no sympathy in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of pleasure. He felt that he had helped Ling Shui vent her anger. Ling Ao left after saying those cold words. He didn't care what kind of harm his words would cause to a girl. Feeling the mocking gazes around him and the mocking laughter, Ningxu felt like his body was being pricked by needles. What a self-centered person he was. He lived in his own world. Ningxu really couldn't understand why the original owner liked someone like Ling Ao so much. Deep in his bones, was it because of his face or his family background? In Ningshu's opinion, Ling Ao was a person who relied on his halo to do whatever he wanted. How was such a person cute? Ningshu's heart was numb from the pain. She really hated this feeling. It was really annoying to be affected by this kind of emotion. Ling Shui smiled faintly. It was probably because Ling Shu's actions had pleased her. She glanced at Ning Shu and walked past her, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Ning Shu sniffed. It smelled really good. What a charming woman. Ning Shu wouldn't deny that Ling Shui was a charming woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have captivated the male lead, so many supporting male leads, and her countless underlings. Ning Shu couldn't sit still under everyone's various gazes. She finally waited until school ended. Just as she walked out of the school gate, she saw a driver waiting at the gate. When he saw Ning Shu, he immediately opened the door and said, "Miss, master is waiting for you." Ning Shu raised her eyebrows. Looking at the private cars parked at the gate, she finally understood why the aristocratic school was called an aristocratic school. She picked out the master from her memories, which was this body's father. Actually, Lin Jiejia's heart was very inferior. Her family started doing retail sales and her father could be considered rich. However, in the eyes of the real rich families, he was a vulgar nouveau riche. Therefore, Lin Jiejia was lucky to be able to enter Ace Academy. Moreover, in the eyes of these rich and powerful families, she was like a dog. She actually went against the goddess and even had disgusting thoughts towards Ling Ao. These people had completely forgotten that Ling Shui's background wasn't as good as Lin Jiejia's. They only knew that Lin Jiejia was an existence that made people hate her. Lin Jiejia's situation was much worse than Ling Shui's. Not everyone was an ugly duckling that could become a swan. The father of this body sent her to Ace Academy so that she could have a good relationship with these noble families. Ace Academy included the children of political and business families. If she could have a good relationship with any one of them, it would be helpful for her business. However, Lin Jiejia became the public enemy of the entire school. Sigh, so complicated. Ning Shu sighed. Ning Shu had just stepped into the living room when a slap landed on her face. The slap was very strong, and it was obvious that he did not hold back at all. F***ck, that's F***king enough. How many times do I have to be beaten in a day? Ning Shu's heart was about to explode. Are the people in this world all crazy? They have mouths but don't know how to speak? What's with that look? Seeing his daughter looking at him gloomily, Mr. Lin is stunned for a moment. Then he gets even angrier. He points at Ning Shu and shouts, "We gave you food and a place to live. We let you live a life that other people can't enjoy in their lifetime. We let you go to the school to make friends, but you offended the whole school. Do you know the status of the people who study in this school? Is your head filled with shit? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you think you're worthy of Ling Ao? He told you not to show up in front of him because your behavior has affected the company. Lin Jiejia, have you had enough? I didn't ask you to go to Ace to make trouble for me. You're a money loser. You can't do anything well." Ning Shu doesn't have a chance to say a word. She just hears Mr. Lin talking alone. Ning Shu moves her head. Her brain is buzzing all the time. She must have a concussion. What a scumbag of a father. Ning Shu has some sympathy for the original owner. Her life is already so miserable, but she still doesn't forget to save Prince Lang. Can she leave this world? These people are too strange. Mr. Lin talks for a while. He is thirsty and picks up the teacup to drink. Seeing Ning Shu's head drooping, he doesn't know if she is listening to him. In addition, the company is not doing well recently. It seems that the company is about to go bankrupt because of this unlucky daughter. The company is inspected every day. Sometimes it's about taxes, and sometimes it's about procedures. Anyway, there are all kinds of reasons, which drive Mr. Lin crazy. He picks up the teacup and throws it at Ning Shu. Just now, he was slapped inexplicably. Ning Shu has been watching him all the time, so she dodges immediately. The teacup immediately explodes on the ground and the pieces fly everywhere. Mr. Lin points at Ning Shu and covers his heart with his hand, as if he is going to have a heart attack. Finally, there is a helpless look on his face, as if he is in extreme pain and helplessness. Ningshu, what's the situation now? Xianxia, leave the Lin family. This is just a temporary measure. After a while, when all these things are over, I will take you home. Xianxia, I love you, but I really have no other way. Xianxia, don't blame me. Ningshu stutters, Dad. Dad, what do you mean? Ningshu has a bad feeling in her heart. She hopes that it is not what she thinks. Her luck can't be that bad, right? Is 20 luck too bad? From now on, you are no longer the daughter of the Lin family. Mr. Lin looks at Ningshu with a painful expression. Don't worry, I will take you home. If it wasn't for the slap just now, Ningshu almost believes this man. Is he going to kick her out of the house and cut off all ties with her? Ningshu feels that she has made things complicated. She is here to counterattack for the original owner, but now she is kicked out of the house. Is she too unlucky? Ningshu says without hesitation, Dad, I believe you. It is better to believe in pigs than to believe in you. Mr. Lin breathes a sigh of relief. Seeing that Ningshu didn't yell or make a scene, he thinks that she is a well-behaved daughter. It's just that she is a little stupid. Which student in Ace Academy is not noble? Every student is a hidden master. How dare she harass Leng Ao? Who is Leng Ao? It is not wrong to be ambitious, but it will fall to your death if you aim too high. Mr. Lin is also ambitious, but he wants to do it step by step. But now because of his daughter, his company is struggling. If this goes on, it will really go bankrupt. Ningshu goes to Lin Jiejia's room to pack her luggage. She packed all the clothes in the original owner's wardrobe. She didn't leave out any clothes for the 4 seasons. Ningshu doesn't believe a single word from Mr. Lin, this old fox. As for bringing her home, Ningshu doesn't care. Ningshu, who has been in the hospital for so many years, knows too well. She has seen too many people who fight for their own interests. People spend their lives in the hospital. Even though Ningshu hasn't stepped into society, she has seen the world in the hospital. The Lin family gave up her daughter for their own interests. Ningshu feels sad for the original owner. Her forehead is wrapped with gauze. Mr. Lin keeps saying that he loves you, but he can't even see the obvious scars on her face. He even adds injuries on top of injuries. He chases her out of the house without asking for any reason. Ningshu puts away all the cosmetics and jewelry boxes on the dressing table. Designer bags. Maybe she can exchange them for some money when she is in trouble. Ningshu packed up 2 big suitcases. He opened the door and saw a woman holding the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Ningshu pulled out her memories. This was the original owner's mother and younger brother. This younger brother was almost 10 years younger than the original owner and was the apple of everyone's eye. Even the original owner, Lin Jieji, was obedient to this younger brother and doted on him. This was because her parents often told her that the 2 siblings must love each other, and even if they got married in the future, they would have to rely on their parents' family. Out of selfishness and blood relationship, Lin Jieji was really good to her brother. However, Ningshu was a stranger. From a bystander's point of view, this family treated this little radish head really well. As for the host, it could only be said that all girls were losers. They only treated her as someone who could be used and squeezed out of her value. When she was about to be kicked out of the house, the original owner hid in her room and didn't say a word. She didn't even try to persuade her to stay. Lin Jieji's mother took out a thick envelope and said, "This is the money I prepared for you. You should take care of yourself in the future. This money should be enough for you to use for a while." Ningshu was silent. He took the envelope and watched the mother and son go into the room. Ningshu felt so ket up. They didn't even cry. Was the original owner not a member of the Lin family at all? Was he not the biological daughter of this couple? Ding! Triggered the hidden plot. The mystery of the original owner's birth. Plot: find mother's little tadpole plot. Do you accept? A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Ningshu's head. She heard that she had to help find the original owner's biological parents. The task was already very difficult, but what the hell was this? Do you accept the mission to search for the mystery of your background? No. Ningshu refused without hesitation. She was already in a mess, and she still had to look for her biological parents. She only had 5 years to complete the quest. The longer she stayed in this world, the more her HP would be depleted. When that time came, she would really disappear. It was not easy to find her parents in the sea of people. Are you sure you want to accept the mission? Yes. Find Mother's little tadpole plot activated. What? Ningxu held her head and screamed. When did she agree to start the mission? She didn't accept the mission at all. The system was too despicable. How could it kidnap people like this? How could it force people to buy and sell? As a pitiful child with only 20 luck, even the rigid system became sinister and bullied her. With a long face, Ningxu stuffed the envelope into the box and carried the 2 large boxes downstairs. Downstairs, Mr. Lin looks at Ningxu's sad and helpless face. He pretends to be kind and says, "This is just a temporary measure. I will take you back." Ningxu looked at his fake performance and didn't feel anything in her heart. The original owner wasn't his daughter, but he raised the original owner and let her live a rich life. He had the intention to make use of her, so there was no need to talk about hatred. Just like this body, when she found out that she wasn't his biological daughter, she heaved a sigh of relief. There was value in being used. Living a life of wealth and squandering money like water, people would always sacrifice something if they couldn't enjoy something in their lifetime. This body was a little resentful, but there was no hatred. Ningxu was relieved. Fortunately, there was no weird quest to revenge on Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Too lazy to argue with Mr. Lin, Ningxu went out with the 2 large boxes, stopped a taxi, and temporarily found a hotel to stay for the night. The next day, Ningxu rented a small suite near the school. The suite was small enough for her to live alone. Then she moved all the things into the suite and carefully cleaned every corner of the room. When the room was lit up, Ningxu leaned against the wall in satisfaction. She was sweating all over. The feeling of sweating was too comfortable. In her previous life, her illness had damaged her body to the point that she couldn't walk. She could only lie in bed every day. She was worse than a disabled person. Ningxu jumped up and down. What a healthy body. After settling down, Ningxu went to school. Because all the targets of the task were in Ace College, how could she complete the task without going to school? But when Ningxu just walked into the school, she found that the eyes of the students were very strange. They pointed at her, and when she came close, these students scattered as if she had the plague virus. Some even covered their noses. Ningxu raised her hand and smelled it. It seemed that there was no stench on her body. When Ningxu walked into the classroom immediately roared with laughter, which made Ningxu confused. And Rong walked in front of Ningxu and looked down at her with disdain. Ningxu, you still dare to come to class? Your face is made of iron. As Rong said this, she actually reached out to pull Ningxu's face. Ningxu dodged and said coldly, "Why are you touching me?" She had no manners at all. She was a student of Ace College. Etiquette was a compulsory course for Ace College students. And Rong did not expect this bitch, who could be beaten and scolded by her, to dare to dodge. The muscles on her face trembled and she threw the newspaper at Ningxu's face. Ningxu dodged and picked up the newspaper on the ground. The newspaper was full of news that Mr. Lin had cut ties with his daughter. Lin Jejia was no longer the daughter of the Lin family and had nothing to do with the Lin family. In short, it was as absolute as it could be. You are now an orphan girl. How dare you come to school? Ace College is not a welfare home. And Rong's expression was mocking. Everyone in the classroom roared with laughter. Ningxu listened to the harsh laughter and felt that her worldview was distorted. She had read in books that the feelings in junior high school were the most ignorant, and the feelings in senior high school were the purest, without any interests involved. It was different from the feelings in college, which was utilitarian and calculative. However, what she saw now was a group of high school students using the most vicious words and ferocious faces to treat a weakling. Ningxu forgot that Ace College was a small society, even crueler than society. The students here were all people standing at the top of the pyramid. They were people that ordinary people could not reach. Ningxu's biggest mistake was that she was a weakling who was abandoned by her family. She was not qualified to stay with them. Ningxu folded the newspaper and put it in her bag. Then, ignoring the contempt of others, she sat down in her seat. Seeing that Ningxu did not react at all, and Rong felt that her fist had hit cotton. She was extremely depressed. She looked at Ningxu viciously and signaled her to wait. It was an ill-fated relationship. The seat of the original owner was actually behind Ling Shui. However, Ningxu looked at her seat. There were mottled marks on the desk. It was scratched beyond recognition with a knife and one of the table legs was missing. These naughty children. Ningxu held onto the table with one hand, not letting it fall. His eyes emitted mosquito coils as he watched the blonde-haired, blue-eyed teacher teach on the podium. Ningxu couldn't understand a single word the whole time in English. As someone who had been in the hospital since junior high, he only knew a few simple words. Ningxu looked around, as if she didn't understand what they were saying. She looked at the back of the female lead, Ling Shui. Just her back was so beautiful and peerless. The sharp senses of a cultivator made Ling Shui feel that someone was looking at her. Ling Shui turned around and met with Ningxu's eyes. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. Since he was already caught, he might as well be magnanimous. Ling Shui was very annoyed by Ningxu's direct gaze. This feeling was like being provoked by an ant. In the cultivation world, cultivators could even fight just because of a glance. Ling Shui felt that Ningxu had offended her dignity. Ling Shui's eyes were cold. She thought about how this woman called Lin Jiejia went around talking bad about her. She even overestimated herself and told Ling Ao to stay away from her. Ling Shui sneered. She had always been the one throwing things away. No one had ever thrown them away. After coming to this world, Ling Shui's attitude became more and more arrogant. Even if she was sitting obediently in class now, she still had an unyielding aura. This feeling might be self-confidence and high spirits in the eyes of others. This was why Ling Shui had the ability to squeeze out all the ladies from prestigious families in the academy and become an unshakable goddess. Ningxu was angered by the other party's look of looking at an ant. He lowered his head to avoid the other party's murderous gaze. He couldn't directly confront Ling Shui right now. Ningxu thought of the mission. Since he wanted to beat the high and mighty Ling Shui into the dust, then wouldn't he first have to change the impression of Ling Shui in the hearts of all the students in Ace Academy? What if she was a goddess that everyone sought after, just like how she had now become the person that everyone despised and even hated? It was easier said than done. Ningxu had no clue at all. According to the development of the plot, the female lead had already hooked up with the male lead. They were in the stage of love and hate. After a while, they would appreciate each other. At that time, Ling Shui's power would be even greater, and the mission would be even harder to complete. Ningxu rubbed his head. This mission was like hitting a rock with an egg. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for her to complete it. If she could also cultivate, damn it, he would directly go up and fight with her. He would directly beat her to the ground. There was nothing more devastating than defeating the opponent's strongest point, the one they relied on the most. Ling Shui's reliance was the cultivation that no one in this world knew. It was the cultivation that allowed one to go to heaven and earth, the cultivation that allowed one to go to heaven and earth. Cultivation. Oh right, could she ask the system for something that could cultivate? The spiritual energy in this world was thin. Ningxu guessed that Ningxu's strength wasn't actually very strong. Perhaps he could still put up a fight. System, can I ask for a cultivation secret book? Ningxu called out to the system in his mind. After a while, the sound of electricity crackling in her head made her head go numb. You can use points to exchange for it. The host currently doesn't have any points and cannot exchange for a secret book. A basin of ice water was poured over Ningxu's head. As expected, there was nothing in this world that could be obtained without sewing. But Ningxu still didn't give up. She said, because of your mistake, I came to this world. The mission is very difficult. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? The system's voice was mechanical and flat. The host came to this world because the system's program was in disorder, not because of me. Ningxu wanted to vomit blood. The system was just a rigid system. She was actually bargaining with it. She was drunk. Ningxu was a little depressed that one of her paths had been denied. Ling Shui, who was sitting in front, suddenly panicked the moment the system appeared. It was as if something was staring at her. It was an incomparably dangerous feeling. Ling Shui's heart was flustered. How could there be such a dangerous thing in this world? It was impossible. Ling Shui's body trembled and sweat poured out of her body. The spiritual sense of a cultivator was very sharp. Moreover, Ling Shui had the luck of this world. She could turn misfortune into blessings. Ever since Ling Shui came to this world, everything had always been smooth. She had never met a creepy existence. What exactly was that thing? What the hell was that? Ling Shui clenched her teeth and looked around. There was no abnormality at all. It was as if she was hallucinating. But this feeling was real. Ling Shui felt like she was going to go crazy again. When the system left, Ningxu and Ling Shui both slumped on the table. Ningxu slumped because she was shocked, while Ling Shui slumped because she was too nervous. Now that she had come into contact with danger, her whole body relaxed and her face was pale. There was a shadow in Ling Shui's heart. Her limbs were limp and she couldn't muster up any strength. To put it bluntly, she was so scared that her legs went soft. Of course, Ningxu didn't know that she had only asked the system to reply to her. She had actually scared Ling Shui to this extent. Ningxu was only worried about her mission in her heart. The bell rang. When the blonde-haired blue-eyed teacher left the classroom and Rong immediately stood up and ran in front of Ningxu. She kicked Ningxu's table. However, the table coincidentally hit Ling Shui who was in front of her. It landed solidly on Ling Shui's back. Ningxu's eyes widened. This completely had nothing to do with her. And Rong's face turned pale. Ling Shui suddenly stood up and slammed her hand on her own table. Instantly, the table was destroyed. Ling Shui coldly shouted, "You're courting death." She emitted a strong pressure, causing Rong to sit on the ground. Fortunately, Ningxu was quick-witted. She immediately crawled on the ground and the pressure didn't cause any harm to her. Under the pressure of Ling Shui's murderous aura, Rong's body trembled. Blood flowed out of her nose and her teeth chattered. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Rong's fainting caused a commotion in the classroom. Only then did Ling Shui react. She quickly retracted her pressure. She was extremely annoyed. Just now, she felt an incomparable sense of danger in her heart. She was actually hit in the back when she wasn't paying attention. Her anger was rising. Cultivators were particular about following their hearts. It wasn't her style to keep her anger bottled up in her heart. After coming to this world, there wasn't anything that could make her angry. Ling Shui had always been high and mighty, looking down on these mortals. There was nothing to be angry about. However, the feeling just now made her feel that it was difficult to resist. Seeing the eyes in the classroom looking at her with fear and strangeness, Ling Shui's heart became even more annoyed. She pursed her lips and looked even more arrogant and cold. She didn't even intend to explain or show concern for the unconscious Rong. Ling Shui glanced at Ningxu who was lying on the ground without a care for her image. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. Ningxu was puzzled. It wasn't her who kicked the table. Why was she looking at her with such a malicious gaze? The female lead was really willful. She could do whatever she wanted. Seeing Rong like this, a carefree feeling rose in Ningxu's heart. It was the original owner's feeling, and it was also Ningxu's feeling. When she first transmigrated to this world, she was beaten up by Rong. The pain was all borne by her. Being grabbed by the hair and slammed against the wall was a painful and insulting way. Ling Shui's desk was broken, so Ling Ao immediately got someone to send a brand new desk over. Ningxu silently stood up his three-legged desk and saw Ling Ao asking about Ling Shui's well-being. Ningxu's mouth twitched when he saw Ling Ao's concerned and arrogant look. Ling Shui's mood had already calmed down, and she returned to her usual noble and cold appearance. Facing Ling Ao's relationship, she smiled and said, "It's fine now." A smile appeared on Ling Ao's face. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Ningxu lifting the table with his hands, looking indescribably wretched. Ling Ao said in disgust, "Did you hurt Ling Shui?" Ningxu blinked and didn't say anything. Why was she involved again? "I'm talking to you." Ling Ao raised his leg and kicked Ningxu's table over. Of course, the table didn't hit Ling Shui this time. Ningxu looked at his desk and fell to the ground with a creak. The table was so innocent. Why were they venting their anger on the table? Ningxu felt that these people were crazy. They all lived in their own world and did whatever they wanted. Everyone in the classroom was aware of what had just happened. Ling Ao blamed Ningxu for the incident. No one stood up for Ningxu. Ningxu felt a chill and loneliness in his heart. How did the original Ningxu survive? How did he get ignored and trampled on by others? Then he thought of the original Ningxu's ending. The female lead was really impatient with Lin Jejia, this clown, so the male lead ordered his subordinate to get rid of this bouncing and ungrateful woman. The male lead's subordinate was also a pervert. He directly tied the body of the original host like a dumpling in a game and threw an axe from a distance to see where it would hit. In the end, it hit the shoulder and almost hit the neck. The axe was deeply embedded in the collarbone and could not be pulled out. Then, he was kicked into the sea and fed to the fishes. His death was truly tragic. Ningxu looked at Ling Ao. He was high and mighty, just like a god. Ningxu really wanted to punch him in the face. What kind of behavior was this? Ningxu couldn't let go of this plaything even after death. He really didn't know what was so charming about this person. Ningxu, who had stayed in the hospital for a long time and had broken away from the aesthetics of a normal person, couldn't tell. Ling Shui reached out and pulled Ling Ao's arm, saying, "It has nothing to do with this student." Ling Ao looked at the slender fingers on his arm. Each of them seemed to be polished from the best white jade. They were beautiful with a faint halo, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. When the beautiful woman put her hand on his arm, Ling Ao's heart swayed. Ling Ao's heart was bubbling with happiness, but on the surface, he raised his chin elegantly. Ningxu said, "I'll let you go for Ling Shui's sake. Remember, take a detour when you see Ling Shui in the future. Don't hang around in front of Ling Shui, or I won't let you go." Ningxu's heart was filled with curses. This matter had nothing to do with her. Now, this tolerant and magnanimous look really disgusted Ningxu. She was really shot while lying in the trench. These people must be sick in the head, sick, right? If you're sick, go to the hospital. Don't give up treatment. However, what surprised Ningxu was that Ling Shui actually spoke up for her. However, Ningxu didn't feel relaxed at all. She didn't forget the murderous look Ling Shui gave her before. "By the way, isn't her birthday coming soon?" Ling Shui looked at Ningxu and said, "We're all classmates. You should invite Lin Jejia too." Ling Ao originally wanted to say that such a person didn't deserve to attend his birthday party. However, since Ling Shui had spoken, he naturally had to give Ling Shui face. "Why don't you come to my birthday party?" Ling Ao said, "In the future, restrain your vicious thoughts. Not everyone is as kind as Ling Shui and forgives your mistakes generously." Ningxu, everyone in the world can be said to be kind, but Ling Shui really can't be called kind. Can a person who has no legal or moral bottom line be called kind? After circling around, the plot still returned to the original. In the plot, it was Ling Ao who invited the original owner. To be invited by Prince Ling personally made the original owner, Lin Jejia, crazy with joy. However, there were more and more girls targeting her. The original owner endured all these silently. She stayed up all night and personally knitted a scarf for Ling Ao. It was an ordinary scarf. She thought that something she made with her own hands had a different meaning. In the end, of course, she received a lot of ridicule. Ling Ao even put the scarf around the golden retriever's neck in front of the original owner and said, "Even a dog would despise such a thing if you gave it to my dog." The original owner couldn't figure it out. He was the one who personally invited her to the birthday party. Why did he treat her like this? After that, wherever Lin Jejia went in school, there would be ridicule. Now it seemed that it was probably because of Ling Shui that the original owner could attend the birthday party. These things were all instructed by Ling Shui behind the scenes. Every time Ling Ao saw Ningxu's silly look, she felt annoyed. Some time ago, he followed her every day like a pervert. Now he didn't follow her anymore, but every time he looked at her with disdain. Disdain. What right did this woman have to disdain him? She was just an abandoned girl. "You don't have to bring a gift. Just come to my birthday party." Leng Ao said disdainfully, you can't afford anything too expensive. Ningxu wouldn't buy a gift. She wanted to save every cent now. Why would she buy a gift for him? She was still considering whether to go to his birthday party. So, why did she have to save this damn prince? This mission was really frustrating. Who cares about him? Ningxu couldn't pull her out of the female lead's halo and become a normal person. After this farce, she had inexplicably become a joke. Ningxu was really annoyed. She didn't do anything and just stood there. Damn it, both the female lead and the supporting male lead had to mock her. Leng Ao said to Ling Shui proudly, come to me if you need anything. I'll protect you. From now on, you're my woman. When Leng Ao said this, her ears were a little red, but her eyes were filled with anticipation. This sentence was equivalent to a confession. I'll look for you if I need anything. Ling Shui's attitude was ambiguous. It seemed like she agreed, but also seemed like she didn't. However, a smile appeared on Leng Ao's face. She curled her lips and pretended to not care. Her face was extremely distorted. Looking at Ling Shui's attitude, it was no wonder that the original owner wanted to save this stupid prince. He didn't agree to anything at all. This bastard looked like he had won the heart of a beauty. Although everyone despised her and thought that people like Ningxu didn't deserve to stay in A school, Ningxu stubbornly endured everyone's disdainful gazes and shamelessly stayed in A school. As long as the school didn't issue a document asking her to leave, Ningxu was firmly rooted in A school. After leaving A school, how was she going to save that stupid prince? Also, the female lead was now a student of A school. After all, she still had some scruples in school. Once out of school, the female lead resumed her unscrupulous cultivation. She was so cool that people couldn't hold back. She wasn't called the Dark Night Queen for nothing. Ningxu's head hurt. She didn't know how to proceed with the mission. It was so difficult at the beginning. Ningxu's self-confidence had been shattered. Ningxu thought of Ling Shui's eyes. After thinking about it, she signed herself up for a taekwondo class, hoping to strengthen her body. Although it didn't have any use, it was always good to be more agile when running for her life. It was really sad. She felt like a mouse trapped in a corner by Ling Shui, struggling in all kinds of death throes. Ningxu guessed that Ling Shui probably played her and the original owner like mice in the palm of her hand, and at the same time gave her a good reputation. As a result, the original owner's body was like being splashed with buckets of feces. It was simply unbearable. The taekwondo class wasn't as simple as Ningxu thought. Previously, when she saw the cool taekwondo on TV, Ningxu had a hard time practicing it. When she was doing splits, the coach even pressed a brick on her head. It was very painful. Fortunately, the original owner had a foundation in dancing and her body was still flexible. Every day after school, Ningxu went to the taekwondo dojo and tried to find time to practice taekwondo. Dragging her tired body to class every day, Ningxu couldn't understand what the teacher was talking about. A school was different from ordinary schools. A school's classes were economics, etiquette, and interpersonal relationships. The students they taught were definitely the elites of society. Of course, these students came from prominent families, so it was only natural for them to become people at the top of the social pyramid. Since she couldn't understand, Ningxu gave up. She was thinking more about taekwondo. These courses were good for her. She should learn, but now that her life was not in her own hands, Ningxu also gave up these trivial things. Ling Shui could clearly feel that Lin Jiejia, who was sitting behind her, was different. She couldn't tell what was different about her. Ling Shui turned around and looked at Ningxu with narrowed eyes. She said, let's go to Ling Ao's birthday party together. What? Ningxu looked at Ling Shui in surprise. He really couldn't figure out what the female lead wanted to do. She actually wanted to go to a party with him. This was something that didn't happen in the plot. How could a high and mighty person like Ling Shui be together with an ant like Lin Jiejia? Ningxu had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the female lead had her eyes on him? Ling Shui did have her eyes on Ningxu. With the sharp senses of a cultivator, the previous Lin Jiejia was full of malice towards her. For weak people, she could tease them when she was bored in school. However, Ling Shui felt that this ant had become more profound. Her jealousy and hatred towards her was not so obvious. This made Ling Shui feel a little unhappy. She even guessed that she was not the original person. Since she could be reborn, then other cultivators could also transmigrate to this world and take over. Ling Shui had already tasted the sweetness of being one of a kind. She definitely wouldn't allow another cultivator to appear in this world to steal her limelight and threaten her. However, she didn't sense the existence of spiritual energy from the other party's body. She didn't seem like a cultivator. Ling Shui decided to test this Lin Jejia. Ningxu saw that Ling Shui's eyes were flickering. One moment, she would explode with a strong murderous aura. The next moment, she would be incomparably cold. She kept changing. He just didn't know what Ling Shui was thinking. Ningxu shrunk his neck and said, I can't afford a birthday present. I don't want to go to a birthday party. Ningxu was speaking the truth. For a person like Ling Ao, who was the focus of attention, the value of a birthday present might be more than what others could earn in their entire life. A trace of contempt flashed across Ling Shui's eyes. She said, didn't Ling Ao say that he doesn't need you to buy a present? This thought quickly flashed across Ningxu's mind. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. The high and mighty female lead actually wanted to go with him. It felt too strange. Under Ling Shui's strong pressure, Ningxu realized that he didn't have a choice. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly said, why should I go with you? If I want to go, I'll go by myself. TSK, his tone was filled with disgust. This was Ningxu imitating the original owner's attitude towards Ling Shui. She wanted to agree just now, but according to the original owner's disgust towards Ling Shui, it was impossible for her to go with Ling Shui. Then Ling Shui was testing him and suspecting him. Ningxu's heart turned cold. Cultivators were so heaven-defying that they could even detect the change in the soul. The female lead's golden finger was too thick. Ningxu expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. Ling Shui looked at Ningxu's disgusted expression. She squinted her eyes and scanned Ningxu's face. Under her gaze, Ningxu felt like his skin was being pricked by needles. He couldn't control himself and started to twist. Ningxu rolled his eyes at Ling Shui and shouted, what are you looking at? Before Ling Shui could say anything, her deskmate said, Lin Jejia, Ling Shui is kind enough to let you go to Prince Ling's birthday party. If it wasn't for Ling Shui, you wouldn't be able to go at all. You don't know what's good for you. Ningxu looked at the girl who stood up for Ling Shui and said directly, it's none of your business. I'm talking to Ling Shui. Why are you interrupting? What benefits did Ling Shui give you for you to lick her toes like this? She didn't even say anything, so why are you yelling? It felt so good. Since these people didn't like him, he might as well shed all pretense of cordiality. It felt better to be fearless. Hearing Ningxu's vulgar words, the girl was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She shouted, you bitch. You're the bitch. You're the bitch. You're the bitch. Bitch, Ling Shui's deskmate had never seen someone curse like this. For people in their class, even if they hated someone to death, they would still put up with it and stab them in the back. Ningxu had seen a lot of medical disputes in his previous life. This kind of unreasonable way was the most difficult to deal with. When a scholar met a soldier, there was no way to reason with him. As expected, the girl was so angry that she wanted to tear Ningxu's mouth apart. Ling Shui stopped her deskmate who was about to explode. She glanced at Ningxu coldly and said, that's enough. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat when he saw the girl's murderous gaze. He pouted as if he was unwilling to give up and glared at Ling Shui's deskmate. Why bother arguing with a random person? You're degrading yourself, Ling Shui said to her deskmate. The girl glanced at Ningxu arrogantly, as if Ning Shu was a lowly thing. Ningxu's mouth twitched. He had blocked the girl for Ling Shui and helped her to achieve her noble and elegant image. He didn't know what she was so proud of. This IQ. Would the female lead not care about her image and curse at others? It seemed that she had also helped the female lead's image. But so what? It felt good to curse people. Ningxu's quarrel attracted the attention of the other people in the classroom. Everyone looked at Ningxu as if they were looking at a lunatic. In their eyes, Ningxu was now a rootless duckweed. An orphan dared to be so arrogant. She should be cowering in a corner like a mouse, living in a corner and running away in panic when she saw people. Now, she was actually baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Ningxu didn't care what other people were thinking. Even if she showed weakness and lived in fear, it would only make others bully her more. Ningxu didn't have any burdens now. She only wanted to complete the mission. Ningxu turned on the tap. Just as she was about to wash her hands, someone grabbed her head from behind and dragged her back to the toilet. F***ck, this little bitch is very arrogant. She actually heard and wrong like that. Yes, avenge and wrong. Ningxu looked at these people. Here they are again, using the same trick and dragging her into the toilet. Did they really think she was easy to bully? These people were not polite to Ningxu at all. They grabbed her hair and slapped her face. Needless to say, they looked very fierce. Ningxu grabbed that person's hand. The girl revealed a shocked expression and said angrily, she actually dares to fight back. Sisters, beat this bitch to death. So many people hitting a real man like her. Ningxu's heart was also ignited with anger. She wanted to see how the taekwondo she practiced during this period of time was. Ningxu raised her foot and fiercely stomped on the foot of the person grabbing her hair. The person immediately cried out in pain and let go of Ningxu's hair. She squatted down and covered her foot. Bitch, bitch. These people were simply unable to restrain their anger. In their eyes, if they hit her, this bitch should obediently let them hit her. This bitch actually dared to resist. Without saying a word, Ningxu went up and slapped the person who scolded the most fiercely. He used all of his strength, and the girl's face immediately swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The girl was dumbfounded and her entire body froze. The surrounding people also looked at Ningxu in disbelief. Ningxu took advantage of the fact that these people were still in a daze to quickly kick and hit these people. Suddenly, there were screams and curses in the toilet. Beat this little bitch to death, it hurts. These girls reacted and swarmed over to Ningxu, hitting and pulling him. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Ningxu's face was scratched, but these girls didn't have it easy either. Ningxu was either pulling their hair or tearing off their skirts. The girls who had their skirts ripped off screamed and lifted up their skirts. They didn't have time to hit Ningxu. Ningxu hit and pulled at these people. Her fingers were full of hair that had been pulled out, and a lot of her hair had been pulled out as well. Ningxu was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He leaned against the wall and panted, temporarily forming a confrontation. These girls were probably frightened by Ningxu's fierceness. These girls confronted Ningxu. Some of them rubbed their breasts, and some of them had their hair pulled off by Ningxu. Their faces were full of palm prints. Ningxu stared at these people. Those who met Ningxu's eyes couldn't help but look away. They didn't dare to confront Ningxu. Ningxu spat and felt a burning sensation on his face. Someone had scratched his skin. Ningxu looked at them and limped out of the toilet. The people in the toilet could only watch as Ningxu walked out. They didn't dare to follow him. Ningxu gritted his teeth. His face was in so much pain. His head was also numb from the pain. When he touched it, there were actually beads of blood. Women always pulled their hair when they fought. He really envied Ling Shui. She was so elegant and charming when she fought. She didn't even need to get close to her opponent to deal with them. Just like before, she directly used her spiritual energy to make Enrong unconscious. Fortunately, she had the foresight to train her body and learn Taekwondo. Otherwise, she would have been beaten to the ground today. Although he was injured, he also caused these people who usually bullied the original owner to be injured. Their faces were swollen like a pig's head. Ningxu limped to the school doctor's office. He had to deal with his face. If his face was disfigured, and the original owner returned to his body, he would see a disfigured face full of scars. He would probably collapse. The school doctor's office was still full of people. Moreover, the patients were all female students. They all suffered from the same disease, man-crazy disease. Everyone looked at Ningxu's miserable appearance and showed an expression of admiration. In order to be treated by the handsome school doctor, he was willing to go all out. What kind of spirit was this, Ningxu? When it was Ningxu's turn, Ningxu sat on the chair and said, "Deal with my face." The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ningxu. He picked up a cotton swab and dipped it in disinfectant. He asked, "What's wrong this time? Your head is still swollen. Why are you injured again? I know I'm popular, but there's no need to ruin yourself like this." "Oh, your face is ruined." The school doctor poked Ningxu's face with the cotton swab. "How ruthless can you be to hurt your face like this?" The wound was wiped with disinfectant. It was so painful that Ningxu's face was distorted. There was also a narcissistic school doctor beside him who kept talking. "Shut up. You're so annoying. I was beaten by others. I didn't scratch myself." Ningxu shouted. He really had enough. The school doctor adjusted his glasses. His eyes reflected a ray of light. He didn't say anything and used more strength. Ningxu collapsed and said, "I was wrong. Be gentle." Ningxu sighed. She looked at her face in the mirror, which was covered in band-aids. Every scratch should be covered with a band-aid. Ningxu felt that she was going to be ruined by this school doctor. Did the original owner have a grudge with the school doctor? With such a face full of band-aids, Ningxu couldn't go to class. He directly went back to his rented house. But just as he walked out of the school gate, he saw a person who looked like Ling Shue's back. She went into the alley mysteriously. Ningxu wanted to follow her. But he remembered that Ling Shue was a cultivator. Her consciousness was sensitive. She must be able to feel that someone was peeping at her. But seeing Ling Shue being so mysterious, Ningxu's heart was itching. In the end, he decided to follow her quietly. Ningxu didn't dare to make a sound. He thought about it and took out a handkerchief from his bag to wrap his feet. This way, the sound of his shoes touching the ground would be smaller. There was no need to ask how Ningxu knew this method. He learned it from third-rate detective movies. Ningxu quietly went around and stuck his head out to look at the alley. He saw Ling Shue talking to a man. Ningxu couldn't hear what they were talking about. Suddenly, Ningxu saw Ling Shue put her hand on the man's head. Then, the man's face revealed an extremely happy expression, as if he was floating in the air. Ling Shue's back was facing Ningxu. Ningxu couldn't see Ling Shue's expression clearly. He only saw that her hair and clothes were flying. There seemed to be wind blowing around Ling Shue's body. But Ningxu couldn't feel the wind. This scene was very strange. This scene was really strange to the extreme. Ningxu covered his mouth, not allowing himself to make a sound. He inexplicably felt that he might have discovered a big secret. Moreover, in the original owner's memory, as well as the story of this world, there was no mention of this. Seeing Ling Shue's clothes fluttering and the wind around her becoming weaker and weaker, Ningxu did not hesitate to turn around and run. It seemed that Ling Shue's business was about to end. Ningxian entered the bookstore and pretended to be reading. When she looked up, she saw Ling Shue walking out of the bookstore. She did not know if it was her illusion, but Ningxian felt that Ling Shue's aura was even stronger and colder. Ling Shue, who was outside, suddenly felt a probing gaze on her. Ling Shue stopped in her tracks and looked around. Ningxu in the bookstore immediately looked away and looked at the book in his hand. He did not dare to look at Ling Shue again. Cultivators were too heaven-defying. Just a glance was enough to feel it. Ling Shue wrinkled her beautiful eyebrows. This gaze disappeared again. Ling Shue thought for a moment and left. After a while, Ningxu let out a heavy breath. His back was covered in cold sweat. Too terrifying. Ningxu felt that how could a normal person deal with the female lead who had cheated? Ningxu hurriedly returned to his rented apartment and took a shower. Then he went to the taekwondo dojo to train crazily. However, his heart could not stop hesitating. No matter how much he trained, he was still an ant to the female lead. This time, Ningxu's claws were really numb. He was alone and had no support. Ningxu carefully thought about the people in the story who had a grudge with the male lead or female lead. Then Ningxu discovered that this world's villain boss was a mystery. There was no such thing as a villain boss. It was all about the female lead and male lead's domineering side. Wherever they went, they were invincible. If it was not for the conditions of this world, the male and female lead would have probably rushed out of the universe. There was no power to rope in. Even if there was power, under the glittering aura of the male and female lead, everything was trash. System, I hate you. Ningxu roared in his heart. Ningxu trained until midnight every day before returning home. However, when he returned home today, Ningxu felt that something was wrong. He had just opened the door when he heard rustling sounds in the dark room. Furthermore, he could smell the stench of blood. There was someone at home. Ningxu quietly took out a steel pipe from behind the door. As a single woman, how could he be at ease if he did not prepare something to ensure her safety? Hearing the rustling sounds in the room, Ningxu felt the hair on his back stand up. He held the steel rod tightly. Using the weak street lamp outside the room, Ningxu saw something squirming on the sofa. Without thinking, he picked up the steel rod and smashed it on the sofa. Suddenly, the sound of a pig being slaughtered came from the sofa. Hearing that it was a man's voice, Ningxu was even more merciless. He smashed the steel rod on her body. Hey, I said enough. If you continue, I will shoot. A patient voice sounded. Go and turn on the lights. Ningxu heard that the other party had a gun in his hand. He was so scared that he almost threw the steel rod away. Thinking that the steel rod was his only weapon, if he threw it away, he would be a defenseless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Go and turn on the lights. The voice said with pain. F***ck, I told you to turn on the lights. Ningxu immediately heard the sound of the gun safety being pulled. He was so scared that he ran to the door with the steel rod and turned on the lights. Ningxu stood at the door, not daring to enter the room. He suppressed the urge to run. No matter how fast he ran, he would not be faster than a bullet. Nervously looking at the person on the sofa, Ningxu exclaimed. School doctor? This was the school doctor. He was wearing a black trench coat and holding a pistol in his hand. When he heard Ningxu's voice, he turned around and reached out his hand to adjust the glasses on the bridge of his nose. However, he found that he was not wearing glasses. He squinted his eyes and looked at Ningxu. He curled his lips and said, Come here and bandage my wound. I don't know how to. Ningxu looked at the school doctor, who was obviously different from the one during the day. His temperament was completely different. If they did not have the same face, it would be impossible to believe that they were the same person. Could they be twins? You are the school doctor, right? Ningxu pointed the steel rod at the school doctor. The school doctor's face was silent. He pointed the gun at Ningxu and said, Come here. Facing the black muzzle, Ningxu, who had not seen the world, was scared. He quickly said, Let's talk nicely. His legs trembled as he moved toward the school doctor. The school doctor's face was pale. He was probably beaten up by Ningxu. Even his lips were pale. He took off his clothes with a cold expression. Take care of my wound. The school doctor pointed at his back. There was a hidden weapon embedded in his shoulder blade. Let's call it a hidden weapon for now. It was almost buried in his body. The school doctor could not treat this position by himself. The school doctor looked at Ningxu's dazed expression and shouted, F***ck, hurry up. I'm almost out of blood. This person who was full of vulgarities was really the elegant school doctor. Ningxu quivered and quickly found the medicine box. Looking at the hidden weapon that was almost buried in his flesh, he was a little troubled. He asked, How do I take this out? Take out the tweezers. Hurry up. The school doctor's voice was filled with pain. His skin was covered in cold sweat. I'll take it out. Ningxu said as he reached for the wound with the tweezers. Oh, your sister. Hurry up. The school doctor roared. Then, Ningxu was frightened by him and directly poked the tweezers into his wound. The school doctor was in so much pain that his body trembled. He curled up into a ball on the sofa. Ningxu looked at the wound that was bleeding like a fountain. He quickly wiped the blood with gauze. Seeing so much blood, Ningxu was frightened. He looked at the school doctor's pale face. He hardened his heart and directly stretched out a leg to step on the school doctor's body to prevent him from moving. Then, he quickly used the tweezers to catch the hidden weapon and pulled it out. It didn't come out. Again. When the hidden weapon was pulled out, blood sprayed on Ningxu's face. The school doctor lying on the sofa completely fainted. His face was ashen. Ning Shu covered the wound with gauze. Looking at the blood spurting out, he panicked. He looked at the deep wound and rummaged through the medicine box. Finally, he found medicine to stop the bleeding. He crushed it and sprinkled it on the wound. It was clearly medicine. Ning Shu directly sprinkled it on the wound. It was too slow. With so much blood spurting out, how much blood could there be? Ning Shu wrapped the school doctor's wound tightly. He was so busy that he was sweating. He stretched out his hand and waved it at the school doctor's nose. Fortunately, he was still breathing. Ning Shu sat on the ground. He looked at the blood-stained gauze all over the room and put it away. He saw the gun on the coffee table with a dim luster. Ning Shu's heart turned cold. He glanced at the unconscious school doctor and secretly hid the gun. Seriously, why didn't he go to the hospital when he was injured? Why did he come to her house? How did he get in? Who was this school doctor? He wasn't an ordinary person at all. Why did he become a school doctor at Ace University? When the handsome school doctor woke up, he was still in a daze when he opened his eyes. He didn't know where he was, but then his memory came back. He sat up on the sofa and pulled at his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. "You're awake." Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. The school doctor turned around and saw a woman standing behind him, holding a bowl of noodles and stuffing it into her mouth. "Who are you?" The school doctor instinctively reached for the gun at his waist, but he couldn't find it. Instead, he pulled at his wound, which was extremely painful. Ning Shu swallowed the noodles in his mouth and blinked at him. The corner of his mouth twitched. "You're here to be funny, right? Did you take my things?" The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with a gloomy face, and then his stomach started to growl. "Oh, I remember you. You're the girl who helped me remove the hidden weapon last night." "Ha ha ha ha." The school doctor laughed heartily. "Cook me a bowl of noodles too." Ning Shu nodded and went to cook noodles for him. He was really tenacious. He had lost so much blood, but he still woke up in the morning. Ning Shu put the noodles in front of him and said in a negotiating tone, "Uncle, I look so old. When I was in school, the girls all called me brother." The school doctor picked up the noodles and tasted it. "That's not the point. You're so badly injured. You should go to the hospital." Ning Shu really didn't dare to let this dangerous person stay in his house. The school doctor smacked his lips and said, "It doesn't taste good." "Hey, what did you say?" "I didn't hear it clearly." Ning Shu, so despicable. "Eat your noodles." Ning Shu rolled his eyes. "By the way, did you take my things?" The school doctor asked. "Give it back to me. It's too dangerous for a little girl like you to play with." Looking at the elegant demeanor of the school doctor, Ning Shu really wanted to spit at him. He quickly said, "What is it?" "I didn't take anything from you." "Oh, you're talking about the hidden weapon. I put it away and will give it to you immediately." Ning Shu took out a box from under the coffee table and handed the hidden weapon to the school doctor. The hidden weapon was black in color and had the shape of a ring. It had sharp horns on the outside and emitted a dark glow. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu and carefully examined the hidden weapon. He kept it and stretched out his hand to look at Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at his hands. His palms were yellow and covered with thick calluses. Such calluses could only be formed by doing certain things over a long period of time. His hands did not match his looks at all. Ning Shu reached out and shook his hand. "Hello, hello." The school doctor directly shook off Ning Shu's hand and said, "What I want is the gun." "Where did you take my gun?" Ning Shu looked at him warily and asked, "Are you going to kill me if I return it to you?" "Big brother, since I saved your life, we should repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. We have no enmity with each other, so let's forget about each other." "What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I don't use the gun, I can still deal with you. Using a gun to deal with you is a waste of bullets. Hurry up and give me the gun," the school doctor said impatiently. He frowned and his whole face looked unapproachable. Ning Shu looked at his cold face and took out the gun from the room and handed it to the school doctor. He did not forget to refute. I think it's too dangerous to leave the gun on you. What if it goes off accidentally, so I put it away. The school doctor put away the gun and put it in his boots. He turned a deaf ear to Ningxu's words. He stood up and said, "Thank you for last night. I'm leaving." Ningxu saw him walking towards the door. He did not look injured. If she did not personally remove the hidden weapon from his body yesterday, she would have suspected that he was not injured at all. Ningxu opened the door and said to the school doctor with a smile, "Uncle, take care. Don't come here in the future." The school doctor looked down at Ningxu and said, "Interesting. You are a very interesting person." Ningxu heard such a cool line and was stunned. She looked at the school doctor in a daze. Could this guy be the male lead? She looked at the school doctor carefully and compared the description of the male lead in the story. The male lead and the female lead were both cold and domineering people. Because they were so similar, she felt that the other side was worthy of her. Ningxu asked, "Uncle, who are you? What's your name?" The school doctor looked at her with surprise and said, "Why do you want to know my name? Don't you call me uncle? Then you call me uncle." Uncle was purely Ningxu's bad taste. He did not look old at all. Ningxu took advantage of her young body and naturally called him uncle. "Why do I want to know your name?" "Because I want to know if you are the cool male lead." Looking at the school doctor wearing a black windbreaker and leaving very coolly, Ningxu felt that she was not very good. Thinking carefully, the male lead did not seem to be a school doctor in the story. The male lead was only suitable for fighting and killing. He was not suitable for the job of a school doctor. Then who was this guy? It seemed that there was no such person in the story. Ningxu sighed. She felt so sad. What was with such an irrelevant person? She felt that the school doctor was not a simple person. How could a person who could run around with a gun be a simple person? After tidying up, Ningxu went to school. When she passed by the school's bulletin board, she found that there was a punishment for her. The reason was that a lot of credits were deducted for fighting. If it was deducted again, she would probably be expelled. She saw that she was the only one whose credits were deducted. Everyone else was fine. She was the only one. What a second world. She was an orphan with no power and could only be bullied. Ningxu hated this school, but for the mission, she had to stay here. This was a place for the strong. A small fish like her could only be swallowed up. People who did not have a family background could not survive in this school. She did not take the initiative to cause trouble, but so many people bullied her. She was really drunk. Walking to the classroom, the girls who fought with Ningxu yesterday had a proud look on their faces. One must know that the credits of A school were very important. Even if they came to gild themselves, if they were expelled by A school, they would become a laughingstock. Ningxu was simply annoyed. She did not complete the mission, and these people always jumped out to cause trouble for her. In the future, she would not fight in school. She would just cover them in a gunny sack and beat them until they were convinced. Sitting in her seat, Ningxu picked up the three-legged table that fell on the ground. She glanced at Ling Shui in front of her. Thinking of the strange scene she accidentally saw yesterday, she felt a chill in her heart just looking at Ling Shui's back. She did not know what Ling Shui did to that man. It did not feel like anything good. Ling Shui turned her head and looked at Ningxu in confusion. She asked coldly, "Lin Jejia, why are you looking at me?" Ningxu didn't think that Ling Shui's senses would be so sharp. He only took a glance at her and she already knew. Ningxu felt very stifled in his heart. "It's nothing, I was just mesmerized by your charming back," Ningxu said without sincerity. Ling Shui pursed her lips and looked at Ningxu with a murderous gaze. Was she teasing her? Ling Shui felt that she had been too indulgent with this woman. That was why she had the guts to tease her, a mortal ant. Being stared at by Ling Shui with a murderous gaze, Ningxu expressed that it was enough. Ningxu glanced at her and said, "What are you looking at? I don't think you're as beautiful as me." Ling Shui's face instantly turned cold. She looked at Ling Shui as if she was looking at a dead object. Ningxu expressed that touching a tiger's butt like this was really ecstasy. Ningxu was now courting death. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well make the female lead uncomfortable. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. Ling Shui glanced at her indifferently and turned around. So what if you have a golden finger? Just because you have the ability, it doesn't mean that you can bully others. Relying on the grace given by the heavens, you can wantonly play with other people's lives. Ling Shui looked down on mortal ants everywhere, but she used her ability to deal with mortal ants. F***ck, did mortal ants provoke you? What did they do to you? Ningxu muttered in his heart. He felt that he needed to borrow some external force to deal with Ling Shui. No matter how good his martial arts were, he could take her down with a single shot. Speaking of guns, he thought of the cool school doctor. Ningxu felt that he should try his luck. After class, Ningxu ran to the school doctor's office. He thought that the school doctor was seriously injured and didn't come to work. But seeing so many female students in the room, Ningxu almost bowed to him. He was really dedicated. When the school doctor saw Ningxu, he adjusted his glasses. After the female students in the room had successfully taken advantage of him and left, Ningxu said, is your wound serious? The school doctor sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. She looked at Ningxu elegantly and said, why are you looking for me? Ningxu drew circles on the ground with his feet, looking very shy. What's going on? The school doctor adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and said bluntly, seeing you like this makes me want to vomit. Ningxu at #YanAmp, *uncle, can I discuss something with you? You have to help me, or else I'll die. Ningxu squatted down and pulled the school doctor's leg. The school doctor pushed Ningxu's hand away and dusted her trousers as if there was something dirty on them. She looked at Ningxu from the corner of her eyes and said coldly, why do I feel like you're clinging on to me? You probably don't know how pitiful I am. I was abandoned by my family, and after I was abandoned, I found out that I was actually my parents' biological daughter. Now, I've offended the goddess of the entire school. The goddess can destroy me with a flick of her finger. Don't you think I'm pitiful? The entire school is laughing at me, and I was beaten up and even had my grades deducted. As he spoke, Ningxu felt that the original owner of this body was really pitiful. Yes, it's quite melodramatic. It's also quite suicidal. And then? The school doctor looked at Ningxu. Why are you here? She said so much, but she didn't express her desire for help strongly enough. Ningxu took out a tissue to wipe his nose and said, can you lend me your gun? The school doctor raised her eyebrows and looked at Ningxu with a sneer. She dusted her white coat and said, why should I lend it to you? Even if I lend it to you, do you know how to use it? I don't know how to use it, but I can learn it. Ningxu said excitedly, this is a matter of life and death. Uncle, if I'm not desperate, I won't come to you. Ningxu felt that he was quite desperate. In order to borrow something that could save his life, he didn't care about his integrity at all. The school doctor squinted at Ningxu and asked, who did you say you offended? Who? Oh, it's the goddess Ling Shui. Ningxu blinked and looked at the school doctor. Up close, the school doctor's skin was very good. It was like white jade without any pores. You offended a girl and you want to use a gun? The school doctor's glasses flashed white light, isn't it just a girl? How can you say, isn't it just a girl? Ningxu looked around and said to the school doctor, Ling Shui isn't an ordinary person. Just talk. Why are you so close? The school doctor leaned her body and said with disdain. Damn, it's really difficult to communicate with this guy. He always pays attention to the details. Ningxu stepped back and said, Ling Shui isn't an ordinary person. I know. Didn't you just say it? The school doctor frowned, you like to repeat the same sentence twice. Brother, please get to the point. Ningxu felt that this guy was playing with him, but he couldn't do anything about it. He only knew that this guy had good things on him. The school doctor looked at Ningxu's expression and said, what do you mean by Ling Shui isn't an ordinary person? Is she Superman, Spider-Man, or Iron Man? Ningxu at #yen%amp, no, Ling Shui is a god. She can kill people from a distance. Do you believe it? Ningxu's expression was serious. She thought that the school doctor would laugh after hearing her words, but she didn't expect the school doctor to be serious and say, maybe she's a demon? Ningxu, She was sure that this B***starred was really playing with her. She was clearly talking about a serious matter. Ningxu felt like she was the only one sober in the world. Ningxu was so anxious that her mouth was bubbling. If she didn't want to help, she would pull it. Teasing people was fun. "I'll find you tonight," the school doctor said. Ningxu quickly crossed her arms and said, "Why are you looking for me? I'm a good girl." The school doctor's mouth twitched and sneered, "You don't want anything anymore?" Of course, she wanted. Ningxu quickly said, "I'll sweep the bed and welcome you tonight." The school doctor, after receiving the school doctor's affirmation, Ningxu no longer felt guilty when facing Ling Shua's cold and murderous eyes. She could even stare back. Seeing Ling Shua's unhappy expression, Ningxu felt very happy. Ling Shua said in her heart that her tolerance for Ningxu had reached its limit. If she had scruples before, Lin Jiejia was Ace's student. If Ace's student went missing, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Now that she was alone and didn't have a family backing her up, it was time for her to disappear. Tian Tian looked at her strangely. Ling Shua felt that this aunt's gaze was too annoying. It was an illusion that she had been seen through. Ningxu didn't know that the female lead had already planned to kick her out of school. She was now full of anticipation for the school doctor's arrival. If she had something to save her life, she would have some confidence in completing the F***Ket-up mission. Ningxu waited until the middle of the night before the school doctor arrived. Moreover, he directly climbed over the wall from the balcony and walked into the house. Faced with such a situation, Ningxu couldn't even show his displeasure. He poured tea for the old man sitting on the sofa. The school doctor was wearing a black windbreaker again. Ningxu didn't know if it was the same as before. Every time he saw the windbreaker, Ningxu was full of complaints, but he didn't know what to say. He looked at Ningxu, picked up the water, looked at it, and put it down. He took out something covered in a leather cover and threw it to Ningxu. Ningxu caught it in a hurry. She looked at the school doctor and opened it. It was a pistol. This one felt lighter in his hand, unlike the previous one, which felt heavy in his hand. This is a female pistol. It has 2 safety bolts. It's suitable for you, the school doctor said lightly. Ningxu sniffled and looked at the school doctor with tears in her eyes. "Uncle, you're such a good person. I can't repay you. I don't want you to repay me with your body. You're so ugly." The school doctor glanced at her and took out a magnetic card. "This is the gun club. Go there to learn guns." Ningxu took the card. This time, she felt uneasy. The school doctor was so considerate. Ningxu asked, "Uncle, what do you need me to do?" The school doctor grinned and said, "Of course I need you to do something. You'll know when the time comes. We're just mutually beneficial." Ningxian, speak human language. "I don't understand." The school doctor came and left quietly. When he left, he didn't jump off the balcony. Instead, he left through the door. Looking at the black windbreaker fluttering in the wind, Ningxu wanted to complain again. Ningxu held the gun and felt a surge of strength and courage in her body. Courage and strength came from this small thing. Ningxu put the card away. No matter what the school doctor's motive was, at least with this, he would have some protection. The next day, Ningxu didn't even bother to go to class. Even if she went, she wouldn't understand. It wasn't that Ningxu's IQ wasn't high enough, but the stuff was too high-end. Ningxu felt that going to school was a waste of time. Ningxu took the magnetic card and went to the gun club to learn how to shoot. He followed the address on the magnetic card and found the so-called gun club. He had thought that the club would be a magnificent place, or at least a high-end place. However, the small shop in front of him sold all kinds of things. There were even pornographic magazines and all kinds of restricted items. Was it really a club? Ningxu walked over and an old man came up to him. Perhaps it was because there were too many undesirable things around, but Ningxu felt that the old man's smile was very wretched. "Uncle. Uncle, I want to ask if this is a gun club." Ningxu stuttered. The old man's expression became serious, and then he immediately laughed and said, "Little girl, this is a grocery store, not a club. You found the wrong place." Obviously, the address was good. Ningxu suddenly thought that contact required a token or a secret order, so she took out the magnetic card that the school doctor gave her and shouted, "Uncle, look at this." The old man took it and glanced at it. Then, he dug out something that looked like a swipe card from the dirty ground and swiped it. The old man looked at Ningxu and said, "You come with me." Ningxu put away the card and followed the old man into the grocery store. The old man opened a thick door and said to Ningxu, "Go in." Ningxu nodded and carefully went in. Sure enough, there was another world. It was dazzling, and the windows were bright and clean. This was the place of a club. At a glance, there were cubicles everywhere, and everyone in each cubicle was wearing earplugs. They were fully focused on the targets in front of them. The whole club was filled with gunshots. Ningxu was speechless. It was the simplest school scene, but now it had become a gunfight. Ningxu stood there, not knowing what to do. It seemed that there were no waiters here. "Uncle, I want to shoot." Where should I go?" Ningxu asked a man who was wiping his sweat. The man looked at Ningxu. Just this one look made Ningxu feel as if he was standing in front of a pile of corpses. His whole body was cold, as if he had passed through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The murderous aura was too strong. This person must have killed a lot of people. Where did this little girl come from? Old Manly let anyone in. "Get out," the man said coldly. When he frowned, Ningxu was hit in the face by a murderous aura. Ningxu felt as if he was facing a ferocious beast. He saw the cruelty in the man's eyes. He rubbed the gun in his hand and narrowed his eyes at Ningxu's head, as if he wanted to blow up Ningxu's head. "Mom, this world is too dangerous. I want to go home." Ningxu quickly took out the magnetic card and said, "I was introduced here by someone." The man saw the card in Ningxu's hand. His face froze, and then he suddenly revealed a spasmodic smile. It was too horrifying. "You were introduced by Madman. The second square in front is Madman's position. You go." The man pointed at the square and said, "You go to his position to train." Madman? Was he talking about the school doctor uncle? Seeing such a ferocious person, his attitude changed instantly when he saw the magnetic card. How ferocious was the school doctor uncle? Even such a ferocious person looked at her with fear like a tiger. Since the school doctor uncle was so intimidating, Ningxu immediately said, "Uncle, I don't know how to shoot. Can you teach me?" The man's face twitched and he said, "Yes. Thank you, school doctor uncle, for getting a coach for free. Put in the magazine." "I don't know." "You know how to pull the bolt." "I don't know." "You know how to pull the trigger." "I don't know." The man touched the gun at his waist and narrowed his eyes at Ningxu's head. He seemed to be worried about something, and a spasmodic smile appeared on his face. "Sorry to trouble you, uncle." A lot of people had gathered around. When they heard Ningxu's words, they all laughed at Ningxu for being a rookie. If she didn't know how to shoot, then she didn't know how to shoot. There was nothing to be ashamed of. If she knew how to shoot, she wouldn't have come to this place. Don't mess around. This girl was introduced by Madman. The man bared his teeth and said. Hearing Madman's name, the surrounding people immediately scattered like birds and beasts. In a few seconds, the people in front of her disappeared. It was as if they would lose their lives if they heard Madman's name. Ningxu was speechless. How ferocious was the school doctor? But Ningxu didn't think he was that strong. She was even hit by a hidden weapon. She was too weak. "Uncle, we can start now." "Don't worry, I will study hard." So, Ningxu started the shooting course. With a coach who was ready to explode at any time, Ningxu's learning progress was very fast. A person's potential was really unlimited. Ningxu began to practice shooting. Under the watchful eyes of the instructor, Ningxu fired a shot and missed the target. The bullet flew off to who knows where. The instructor touched the gun at his waist and looked at Ningxu's head eagerly. Ningxu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She hurriedly said, "I'll try again. This time, I definitely won't miss the target." Instructor, Ningxu practiced with all her might. In the beginning, she didn't know where the bullet flew off to. The people in the club all avoided Ning Shu. If she was accidentally hit by this rookie, it would really be a waste. Ning Shu held the gun. If her posture was wrong, the instructor would immediately take out the gun and point it at her head. Ning Shu was so scared that she almost peed her pants. She improved very quickly. From missing the target at the beginning, she could now hit the target. Ning Shu was now staying in the club. He ate, drank, and defecated here, practicing non-stop. In the end, he couldn't even lift his arms. Ning Shu felt that he might have turned into an otaku's Chilan arm. However, Ning Shu didn't mind. This was a life-saving skill. Against the dangerous female lead, one more skill meant one more chance to save her life. The instructor gave Ning Shu a bottle of medicinal oil. He revealed a convulsive smile and asked, "What's your relationship with Madman?" Of course, Ning Shu didn't dare to say that. If she said that, she reckoned that this uncle who liked to explode heads would immediately explode her. Ning Shu laughed and revealed an unfathomable expression. The instructor touched the gun again. He probably really wanted to shoot Ning Shu in the head. Every time Ning Shu saw this fierce uncle touch the gun, she would be scared out of her wits. She had to thank the school doctor uncle for making people so afraid of him. She could use his power to intimidate others. Ning Shu ate, drank, and peed in the club. She practiced shooting every day. Now, she could actually shoot within the 5th ring. It was simply awesome. On this day, Ning Shu suddenly received a message from the school saying that he would be expelled if he didn't come to class. Alright, I'm determined not to be expelled. After staying in the club for so long, Ning Shu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the peaceful atmosphere of the school. When Ling Shui saw Ning Shu, she clearly felt that this woman had changed again. She became more profound and gave people a dangerous aura. But this kind of danger was like a strong ant with a strong pincer. Ling Shui was very unhappy with this feeling. She met Ning Shu's eyes. Sensing Ling Shui's gaze, Ning Shu rolled his eyes at Ling Shui. Ling Shui's eyes suddenly became dangerous, and her body involuntarily emitted a spiritual aura pressure, giving people a great pressure. Ning Shu felt that he was quite good at courting death. Being so arrogant in front of the female lead, what else could it be other than courting death? Previously, Ling Shui ignored Ning Shu as if she was looking at a clown. Now, Ning Shu felt like a fishbone was stuck in her throat. She suddenly had a feeling that if she didn't get rid of this clown, her life in the future would be different. Ling Shui believed in her feelings. Ning Shu later found out why the school asked her to come to class. It was because tomorrow was the Prince Ling Ao's birthday. They asked her to come to class because Ling Ao had invited Ning Shu to his birthday party and asked Ning Shu not to forget. When Ning Shu found out the reason, he became a Spartan. He thought that he was so important that the school would inform him even if he didn't come to class. He was really thinking too much. Ning Shu went to the school doctor's office to see the school doctor. Seeing the room full of patients, Ning Shu really didn't understand why the school doctor came to school to be a school doctor. He always had a motive. How could a person who could make the coach so afraid be a simple school doctor? When the school doctor saw Ning Shu, he looked her up and down and said with some surprise, "You're actually still alive. You didn't go to the club?" Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu almost vomited blood. This B*TCH clearly knew that the club was full of vicious murderers, but she didn't tell her and just barged in so casually. How could a person's heart be so sinister? Was there any beauty in it? Ning Shu grinned and said, "Thank you." Ning Shu patted the lady's pistol on her waist. The school doctor faintly glanced at her and said, "Are you at odds with the school beauty, Ling Shui?" Even uncle knows Ling Shui. It seems that Ling Shui's reputation is spread far and wide. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor with some horror and asked, "Uncle, you can't be." "Can't be what?" "Don't tell me you also like Ling Shui." Ning Shu felt very bitter. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. "Why do you think I like Ling Shui?" Wherever the female lead went, the males were basically killed instantly. Under the Mary Sue halo, none of the males were spared. Looking at the school doctor's assets, he was tall, handsome, and had a good figure. Most importantly, he had an aura that was both good and evil. He could easily become a supporting male lead. "Uncle, there are so many women in the world. why fall on a tree? Ningxu almost cried. If the uncle had feelings for the female lead, how was she going to deal with the female lead? Ningxu felt drunk and almost knelt down in front of the school doctor. The school doctor rubbed his forehead and looked at Ningxu, who was crying. He stepped on Ningxu's foot and even used his strength to crush it. Ouch, damn, it hurts. Ningxu held his foot and looked at the cold and emotionless school doctor. He was indeed cannon fodder. He felt that life was so bitter. If the female lead was crying, he would have held her in his arms and taken pity on her. At the very least, he would have given her a tissue to wipe her tears and snot. Don't make such a disgusting face in front of me. Ugly people shouldn't be so pretentious. The school doctor said coldly. Ningxu, for some reason, Ningxu felt that the current school doctor had completely lost the gentle feeling he had when they first met. Now, even if he wore glasses, it couldn't hide the evil aura in his eyes. Damn, is he a demon in human skin that wants to destroy the world? How's your practice? You can shoot now, right? The school doctor asked. Ningxu stretched out a hand and said proudly, I can hit the 5th ring now. What the hell is the 5th ring? The school doctor looked at Ningxu strangely and said, after practicing for so long, don't tell me that you can hit the target? The smile on Ningxu's face cracked. Why did she feel like she was useless when she heard the school doctor's disdainful words? She had changed from an innocent and cute girl to a cute girl who could shoot a gun. Ningxu shamelessly called herself a cute girl in her heart. I guess you embarrassed me at the club. The school doctor looked at Ningxu. His glasses reflected a white light, giving off a sinister vibe. Ningxu originally wanted to say that there was a coach who taught her, but seeing the school doctor like this, she decisively gave up. With someone teaching her, she was still so bad. Would the school doctor kill her? In short, Ningxu successfully knew how useless he was after being attacked by the school doctor from all angles. Ningxu left the school doctor's office and wandered around the school garden. Looking at these beautiful flowers, it was great that she could come back to life. Hey, woman, who are you? What are you doing here? An unruly voice came from behind, startling Ningxu. He turned around and saw Leng Ao standing not far away, raising his noble chin and looking at him from above. Leng Ao put his hands in his pockets and looked at Ningxu. He looked very cool, but for some reason, Ningxu felt that he was a chunibu. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't you know that you can't come here? Leng Ao looked at Ningxu's dazed look, disgust flashed in his eyes. Ningxu replied with an "oh" and planned to leave. She was too lazy to talk to this stupid prince, let alone reason with him. To be honest, A school had people with better family backgrounds than Leng Ao and the other 3 princes, but they were not in the limelight like them. They were all very low-key. Leng Ao saw Ningxu leave as if she didn't see him. Leng Ao felt uncomfortable in his heart. He was usually sought after by people everywhere. Suddenly being treated like this made Leng Ao very uncomfortable. Leng Ao grabbed Ningxu's arm, then shook her hand away as if she had caught a dog. She looked at Ningxu with disdain and said coldly, "What's with your attitude?" Ningxu's mouth twitched. She looked at Leng Ao. He had already left, but now he was grabbing onto her with an expression that said, "You've pissed me off." Ningxu was also speechless. Was this person crazy? He was really unreasonable. What should she do? Are you mute? I'm talking to you. Leng Ao looked at Ningxu with disgust. Remember, this is not a place you can come to. This garden and the villa opposite are not places you can go. Remember, lowly person. Io, my bad temper. Ningxu really wanted to pull out his pistol and shoot him in the head. From the moment Leng Ao approached, Ningxu felt the heartbeat of this body quicken and its breathing quicken. When he heard Leng Ao talking to him, he felt like he was about to faint from happiness. Just how much did the original owner like this stupid prince? Even when he saw her body, his reaction was so big. Ningxu experienced the blissful feeling that came from every part of his body. She didn't want to experience it, but this feeling was still transmitted to her brain. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. I won't go near this place, Ningxu said, holding back the irritation in his heart. By the way, who are you? Leng Ao asked when he saw Ning's familiar face. Ningxu also wanted to kneel down. How forgetful was this person? Not long ago, he invited her to a birthday party under Ling Shue's request, but she forgot about it in the blink of an eye. Ningxu laughed coldly, the corner of his mouth twitching. Leng Ao frowned and looked at Ningxu. Then, she remembered and looked at Ningxu with even colder eyes. Don't find trouble with Ling Shui in the future. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Even if I find trouble with Ling Shui, I won't like you. Just give up, vicious woman. Leng Ao almost spat on Ningxu's face. Ningxu was speechless. What's with this feeling of self-satisfaction? Although the original owner liked her, she didn't like him. His narcissistic look really made her feel like her balls were hurting. You're so cool and arrogant. Is your family made? Do you have a problem here? Ningxu pointed at his head and asked. I invited you to the birthday party because of Ling Shui. Ling Shui is magnanimous and won't argue with you, but I won't let you hurt Ling Shui. Remember your identity, lowly person. Leng Ao raised her chin like a god looking at a mortal. How does this person's brain work? He lives in his own world. There should be a limit to what he says. From the beginning to the end, she only said one sentence. You're so cool and arrogant. Earth can't tolerate you anymore. You'd better remember my words clearly. If you don't, I'll make you suffer. Leng Ao turned and left after saying that. Ningxu took a deep breath. The world is so beautiful. Ignore the disharmonious things quickly. If you're F***ing crazy, go take medicine. Why give up treatment? Ningxu roared at her in disdain, turned and ran away. The next day, Ningxu wore normal clothes and put the lady's pistol on his waist before going to the idiot Prince Ling's birthday party. The birthday party was at a private club. Ningxu walked to the entrance of the club with his legs. There were many private cars parked at the entrance. Handsome men and beautiful women got out of the cars one by one, wearing expensive clothes. Ningxu stood at the entrance because Gij didn't enter. Others looked at Ningxu with disdain. Some girls in luxurious clothes even covered their mouths and snickered. Ningxu immediately felt the malice of the world. And Rong also got out of the car. When she saw Ningxu, she glared at him fiercely. She lifted the hem of her dress and walked to Ningxu. She sneered, "You're actually here. Don't tell me you're going to guard the door." Ningxu looked at Rong. Since she was injured by Ling Shui, she hadn't come to class. Now, her face was still very pale. She didn't look like she was here to attend a birthday party. Instead, she looked like she was here to mourn. Ningxu was also drunk. She forced herself to attend the birthday party even though her body wasn't well. And Rong obviously knew that she didn't look good now. When she saw Ningxu looking at her face, Rong exploded. She said fiercely, "What are you looking at? I won't forget the humiliation and bullying you gave me." Ningxu didn't want to take the blame. He said, I didn't do anything. You were injured because of Ling Shui. Why are you blaming me? And Rong was stunned. She said, Ling Shui didn't do it on purpose. Besides, she didn't do anything to me. I didn't do anything to you either. I'm standing in front of you now. If I had Ling Shui's ability, I would have sent you back to the hospital bed. Anyway, Ling Shui wouldn't do this to me. Don't try to sow discord here. I'm telling you, I won't believe you, and Rong said firmly. Ningxu, in order to highlight the charm of the main character, he actually made the supporting role have an infinitely low IQ. If such an obvious thing was put in front of Rong, she would rather die than see it. The female lead was always right. If the female lead was wrong, then it was the world's fault. It's up to you. Believe it or not. Ningxu walked around Rong and planned to go in. And Rong reached out and grabbed Ningxu. Ningxu turned to look at her and said, "What? You want to fight?" And Rong glanced at Ningxu arrogantly and said, "I won't cause trouble on Prince Ling's birthday. Also, are you sure I was injured because of Ling Shui?" Of course. If I had supernatural abilities like Ling Shui, I would have F***ing crippled you long ago. Revenge, Ningxu said disdainfully. And Rong also liked Prince Ling. Ningxu couldn't understand. Wasn't she jealous of Ling Shui, whom Prince Ling liked? Instead, she became Ling Shui's lackey. After all, the original Xianxia was so jealous that she went crazy. And Rong didn't know what happened at that time. She only knew that she kicked over the table and bumped into Ling Shue's back. Then, she felt like a huge rock was on her body and her body was about to be crushed. After that, she didn't know what happened. When she woke up, it was already a few days ago. When she heard Lin Jejia say that Ling Shui had superpowers, the first thing Rong thought of was the weight on her body. "Hey, Lin Jejia, is what you said true?" Rong asked arrogantly. Ningxu rolled her eyes and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." With that, she entered the club. The club was dazzling and prosperous. The hall was filled with the elegant sound of violins and the sweet and intoxicating aroma of champagne piled high. These people gathered in twos and threes, chatting with wine glasses in hand. Their movements were elegant and noble. They didn't look like high school students, but the elites of society. Ningxu walked in. When they saw her clothes, they looked at her with disdain. They probably thought that Ningxu was here to impress the crowd. Ningxu didn't care about these people's gazes. Instead, she sat on the sofa in the corner and looked at the fruit platter on the coffee table. It was bright and delicious. Ningxu picked it up and ate it. Ah, it was delicious. "Hey, look who's eating here, country bumpkin." Rong walked over and sat with Ningxu. Ningxu glanced at her and continued eating. Rong pushed Ningxu. Ningxu turned around and said, "What are you doing? Don't touch me. I'm very familiar with you. Do you think Ling Shui really has superpowers?" Rong looked at Ling Shui, who was not far away. She was wearing a black gown and was extremely dazzling. Her brilliance could suppress the brilliance of everyone in the room. Ningxu followed Rong's gaze and saw that she was in high spirits. Everyone in the ball was looking at her with envy, jealousy, adoration, and all kinds of other expressions. Who else but the female lead could have such elegance? A woman like this, confident and beautiful, should be pursued by many men. The problem was that there were always a lot of cannon fodder struggling under the female lead's feet. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his soul to counterattack. "Ling Shui doesn't look like someone with superpowers," Rong said, but she felt that Ling Shui's injuries were real. Ningxu rolled his eyes. Before Superman transformed, who would know that she was Superman? "Can you tell that she has superpowers?" Rong was angered by Ningxu's words and said, "Can't you talk nicely?" Ningxu rolled his eyes and was very impolite. At this moment, the entire banquet hall quieted down. Only the elegant sound of the violin could be heard. The birthday boy, the idiot Prince Ling, walked out pretentiously under everyone's gaze. Anyway, Ningxu did not like Ling Ao in all sorts of ways. The biggest reason was the reaction of this body. Whenever he saw Ling Ao, his body would want to fall into his arms. It was so annoying. When Rong, who was at the side, saw Ling Ao, her face revealed a dreamy expression like a young girl. Her pale face and condolence face flushed red. Ling Ao walked in front of Ling Shui in a very gentlemanly manner. He bent down and stretched out his hand, wanting to dance with the female lead. Ling Shui placed her hand in Ling Ao's hand arrogantly and stepped onto the dance floor to dance. Then everyone watched the two of them dance. Rong's face darkened. Looking at the two of them on the dance floor, she said dejectedly, "Only someone as perfect as Ling Shui is worthy of Prince Ling." Sigh, pft, cough cough cough. Ningxu hammered his chest. He almost choked on the fruit. He looked at Rong. What a great spirit she had. The women by the female lead's side were either those who fought with the female lead for men or spare tires, just like the original owner, or those like Rong, who were so subdued by the female lead that they would even give up the man they liked to the female lead. However, the result was the same. They were all cannon fodder. The former died physically, while the latter died spiritually. Ling Ao danced with the girl he liked. It was as if he was about to fly and ascend to immortality. His innocent look was so silly. Ling Shui danced without even panting. She took a glass of red wine from the tray in the waiter's hand and took a sip. To be honest, the wine in this world could not be compared to the wine in the cultivation world. Especially since there was no spiritual energy at all. Drinking too much would pollute the body. Ling Shui saw Rong and Ning Shu sitting together from the corner of her eye. She was a little surprised and felt a little uncomfortable. In Ling Shui's eyes, Rong was one of her people. Now, she was sitting with Lin Jejia. Ling Shui felt betrayed. She would never allow betrayal. Ling Shui walked over gracefully. She looked at Rong and said, "Are you feeling better?" Rong quickly stood up and said, "Much better." In fact, Rong felt a little uncomfortable. If he really cared about her, why didn't he come to see her even once? Moreover, she seemed to be injured because of Ling Shui. Ling Shui looked at Ning Shu from head to toe. Looking at her clothes, she showed a disapproving look and said, "Although clothes don't mean anything, it's the most basic etiquette." Ning Shu was almost convinced by the female lead. He said, "You know, I'm an orphan. I don't have the money to buy a dress. The clothes you're wearing are so beautiful," Ning Shu said as he wretchedly wanted to touch her. Ling Shui moved her body and dodged Ning Shu's wolf hand. She frowned and showed a disgusted look. How could a woman have no self-respect? She looked so wretched. Ning Shu said that in the face of life and death, something as insignificant as moral integrity could be abandoned. Rong couldn't stand Ning Shu's wretched look. She pulled Ning Shu and said, "Ling Shui, Prince Leng is looking at you. He probably has something to talk to you about." Ling Shui saw that Rong was protecting Lin Jejia. Her face froze and showed a displeased look. She said coldly, "Rong, do you want to stay with such a person?" Rong didn't expect Ling Shui to say it so directly. Moreover, it sounded like she had something against her. Rong quickly said, "Ling Shui, what are you talking about? Why would I be with such a lowly person?" Lowly person, she heard the word lowly again. She heard it from Ling Ao before. It seemed like she was a lowly person in Ace. Ling Shui nodded arrogantly and turned to leave. Rong looked at Ling Shui's back with a heavy gaze. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at Rong. He didn't expect Rong to speak for her. Rong was also possessed. It was impossible for her to be possessed. Rong probably had a knot in her heart. After all, Ling Shui had hurt her before. Rong, you should be more careful with a character like the female lead who would betray everyone in the world and kill everyone who betrayed her. However, this Rong was also the original owner's target for revenge. It would be good if she was dealt with by the female lead. It would be a dog-eat-dog situation. However, Rong spoke for her just now. Ning Shu warned Rong, "You should be careful of Ling Shui. She can kill people without leaving a trace." Ning Shu looked around and whispered into Rong's ear, "I heard that Ling Shui is the boss of a gang. She has a lot of underlings under her. Why are you getting so close when you want to talk? Lowly person." Rong sneered. "Ling Shui is the boss of a gang. Does she look like one? Who said that gangsters were all big and rough? They couldn't be elegant and beautiful." Ning Shu couldn't be bothered to tell her. She had already warned her. It wasn't her business whether she listened or not. Thinking of the original owner's wish and calling her a lowly person, Ning Shu decided to put a gunny sack over Rong and beat her up in the dark of the night. This girl's words were too infuriating. Ning Shu was eating when she saw a pair of shiny black leather shoes stop in front of her. Ning Shu raised her head and saw the stupid prince with a shiny halo. He looked at Ning Shu with cold arrogance and saw the fruit juice flowing out of her mouth. His eyes flashed with disgust. He couldn't understand why Ling Shui cared so much about this person. Looking at this kind of person hurt his eyes. He had to wash his eyes. "Come with me. I have something to tell you." Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu condescendingly. He didn't care about Ning Shu's reaction or whether Ning Shu agreed or not. It was as if he was sure that Ning Shu would follow him. Ning Shu wanted to be angry and not follow him. But when she thought about how much he hated her and still came to find her, she knew that something was wrong. He definitely had some ulterior motives. Ning Shu didn't think that the other party suddenly had a good impression of her. Stop joking. He was the loyal subject of the female lead. After killing the female lead, this stupid prince would no longer be deceived by Ling Shui. It was simple and crude, but effective. Ning Shu looked around and did not see Ling Shui in the banquet hall. This made Ning Shu have a bad premonition. He caught up with Leng Ao and asked, "Where are you taking me?" Leng Ao said in disgust, just follow me. You don't have to ask so many questions. Ningxu felt even more uneasy. He turned around and was about to run when Leng Ao grabbed his collar. Leng Ao was so annoyed that he was about to die. He was already very unhappy to see this lowly person. Now that he saw that this lowly person still wanted to resist, Leng Ao felt even more uncomfortable. He grabbed Ningxu's collar and said, "Lowly man, don't force me to use violence." What made Leng Ao even more uncomfortable was that this girl dared to resist. Girls wouldn't resist him in front of him. They would do whatever he told them to do. Just one look was enough to make a girl burst with joy. Don't challenge my bottom line anymore, and don't try to refuse. I'm not interested in you. Leng Ao gritted his teeth. It seemed that his patience with Ningxu had reached its limit. Leng Ao waved at the security guard standing in the corner. Immediately, a security guard in black came over and grabbed Ningxu. Ningxu wanted to touch the gun at his waist, but the security guard grabbed his arm. It was as if he was being supported by someone as he followed behind Leng Ao. Ningxu was brought to the room at the back of the banquet hall. Leng Ao opened the door and pulled Ningxu into the room. He saw Lingxue sitting on the sofa in a graceful posture and glanced at Ningxu. There were two other people in the room. They were the other two princes of the trio. Ningxu had a very shallow impression of the two princes. Now, he saw them sitting on the left and right of Lingxue, surrounded by beautiful men, making Lingxue look like a queen. Ningxu was thrown to the ground. He quickly got up and patted the dust off his body. In fact, there was no dust at all. He mainly touched the gun that was covered by his clothes. After touching the gun, Ningxu felt a lot more at ease. Lingxue smiled at Leng Ao and said, "All of you go out. I want to talk to her." The two princes beside Lingxue stood up. Ningxu glanced at them and found that the two of them had a dreamy expression on their faces, as if they had enjoyed something comfortable. This expression was so familiar. Ningxu remembered what Ningxu did to a man in the alley. Could it be that Lingxue did something to them? Leng Ao looked at Ningxu warningly and said, "You better not hurt Lingxue. Otherwise, I will make you die miserably. Don't doubt my ability." Ningxu really wanted to spit blood on this blockhead's face. What could she do to Lingxue? The current situation was what Lingxue wanted to do to her. The three princes in the room left and even closed the door with concern. Only Ningxu and Lingxue were left in the room. Lingxue stood up and walked in front of Ningxu. She sized her up and sneered, "Don't pretend. I know you are not the original Lin Jiejia." Ningxu's pupils shrank. She rolled her eyes at Lingxue and said, "Are you crazy? I am not Lin Jiejia. You are Lin Jiejia. Don't be ridiculous." Ningxu insisted that she was Lin Jiejia even if she was beaten to death. "You are so stubborn. Let me extract your soul to see if you are Lin Jiejia," Lingxue said as she reached out her hand and pointed it at Ningxu's Tianling point. Ningxu was shocked. F*ck, the female lead's ability was so heaven-defying. She must not let her extract her soul. Ningxu immediately dodged her hand and rolled on the ground. She pulled out the gun at her waist and pointed it at Lingxue. Lingxue suddenly saw that the little flea actually took out a gun. Her brain short-circuited. She then said coldly, "You are indeed not the original Lin Jiejia. I want to see what kind of monster is inside your skin." Ningxu held the gun and tried not to show her fear. She said, "I don't know what you are talking about. Are you not Lingxue? Are you crazy?" If the villain said too much, it would give the protagonist a chance to turn the tables. Immediately, Ningxu pulled the trigger and prayed that he could hit the target. At such a close distance, he should be able to hit the target. With her skill of hitting the fifth ring, she should be able to hit the target. Then, a scene that shocked Ningxu appeared in front of Lingxue. A transparent membrane appeared in front of Lingxue, and the bullet could not penetrate this membrane at all. F*ck, you are catching the bullet with your bare hands. Female lead, why are you so awesome? Ningxu was about to kneel down. He saw the bullet fall to the ground. Through the membrane, he saw Lingxue's face was extremely dark. This time, he really pulled the tiger's tail. Seeing Lingxue's face, Ningxu unceremoniously fired 2 more shots at Lingxue. He was still worried and directly used up all the bullets in the gun. Seeing that the barrier released by Ling Shui's spiritual energy blocked the bullets, Ningxu felt bitter. He tore open the seam of his clothes, took out some bullets from inside, and put them in the pistol. Cold sweat broke out on Ling Shui's forehead. When she saw Ningxu's actions, she was about to vomit blood. She didn't expect that she would fail miserably at such a simple task. This ant actually dared to make a move. She would extract her soul and torture it in the hellfire and astral winds. Ningxu and Ling Shui confronted each other. Ningxu, who had finished loading his gun, pointed it at Ling Shui. Ling Shui's face was pale. She circulated the spiritual energy in her body to block the bullet. The spiritual energy in this world was unimaginably thin. Now, the spiritual energy that had been accumulated in her body for such a long time was gone. Her dantian was empty, and even her veins were starting to hurt. If it was in the past, she would be easily dealt with a wave of her sleeves. How would it be so difficult? Moreover, she couldn't even move. If she moved, she would have to form a new barrier. The spiritual energy in her body was already gone. You're really courting death. Ling Shui's cold voice came out from between her teeth, carrying a strong murderous aura. Ningxu pursed her lips. She knew that she had angered the female lead this time. However, she didn't regret it. Ling Shui wanted to extract her soul. Did she have to stretch her neck and let Ling Shui extract her soul? Her soul was her everything. Ningxu held the gun. Squinting her eyes, she saw that Ling Shui's spiritual energy barrier seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Ningxu fired 2 more shots. Ningxu actually felt like she was hitting a target. She just stood there and let her shoot. Don't go too far. Ling Shui was about to explode in anger. She had never been in such a sorry state since she came to this world. The bullets fell to the ground one by one, and Ling Shui's spiritual energy barrier exploded. A bullet entered her collarbone. Ningxu saw the opportunity and shot at her again. Ling Shui quickly dodged. Ling Shui looked at Ningxu hatefully. She wanted to kill Ningxu. She thought that without spiritual energy, she was just an ordinary person. Ling Shui wasn't that stupid to use her flesh and blood to take on this world's weapons. Ningxu didn't care about battle etiquette. Moreover, the female lead was like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. If he didn't kill her now, he would have to wait until the female lead got better. Ningxu was not such a gentleman. Ningxu fired 2 shots at Ling Shui. Of course, with her 5-ring level, she couldn't hit the target. It seemed that she needed to practice more. This time, the female lead was unprepared and became a target. The next time the female lead saw her, she would definitely kill her. Ling Shui looked at her sinisterly. Her eyebrows were filled with ruthlessness. She covered her wound, opened the door, and ran away. Ningxu hurriedly followed after her. I'll take your life while you're sick. No one knew the female lead's ruthlessness better than her. Ningxu wrapped his gun in his clothes and followed Ling Shui. The banquet hall was still filled with music, but Ling Shui was held back by Ling Ao. Ling Shui turned back to look at Ningxu, who had caught up with her, and then looked at Ling Ao, who was holding her back. She was very annoyed. Of course, Ningxu wouldn't shoot in front of so many people. If it caused a commotion and Ling Shui ran away, it would be troublesome. Seeing Ling Shui being held back by the cool and domineering Ling Ao, Ling Shui's face was as pale as a ghost. Her face was very impatient. She was wearing black clothes. The female lead was clearly bleeding, but Ling Ao didn't even notice. Ningxu felt a sense of schadenfreude. Let's see if your peach blossoms will bloom. Ningxu walked towards the 2 people without leaving a trace. When Ling Shui saw Ningxu approaching, she immediately pushed Ling Ao away and ran towards the door. Ling Ao, who was pushed away, was stunned. Ningxu kicked Ling Ao, who was in front of her, away and chased after her. Ling Shui glanced at the woman who was chasing after her. The suffocation in her heart and the pain in her chest made Ling Shui's heart filled with ruthlessness. This feeling was like returning to the cultivation world, the feeling of being chased. Filled with helplessness, Ling Shui swore in her heart that in the future, she would definitely kill all the clowns who jumped in front of her. Today, she was bitten by an ant. Ningxu could only be thankful that he went to learn taekwondo. His physique had increased, otherwise, running a marathon with the female lead would be the rhythm of exhaustion. Suddenly, a car blocked in front of Ling Shui. Ling Shui's heart froze. She didn't know if it was a friend or a foe. Ningxu, who was following behind, immediately stopped and instinctively ran back. Generally speaking, when the female lead was in trouble, there would be a benefactor to help her. Her benefactor was here, but she was going to be unlucky. She didn't think that she could play a gunfight with someone with her 5-ring level. Sure enough, Ningxu turned around and saw a man get out of the car. He fired a shot at her back. Ningxu immediately laid on the ground without any hesitation. His chin even hit the ground. Then, he quickly got up and ran out of sight. Ling Shui saw that the man's expression wasn't very good. He looked at Ling Shui with an extremely oppressive gaze. His nose twitched and he asked, "Are you hurt?" "You saw it and you still say it." Ling Shui said with some annoyance, "Are you going to loot a burning house? Are you going to kill me so that you can take over my gang?" The man laughed, picked up Ling Shui and threw her into the car. Then he started the car. He didn't forget to laugh at Ling Shui. The Queen of the Dark Night was actually hurt by such a little girl. Ling Shui covered the wound. She felt very painful. Hearing his ridicule, she said fiercely, "Shut up." Ningxu hid and watched the car leave from afar. She let out a long sigh. From now on, she had to be careful of her own life at all times. Ling Shui, who had suffered such a huge loss, would probably tear her apart. DD. A rapid honking sound startled Ningxu. She looked at the car next to her. The car window was opened. It was the school doctor uncle. "Get in the car," the school doctor said to Ningxu. Ningxu immediately got in the car. She saw the school doctor start the car and then it flew up. "Can you slow down a little?" Ningxu almost screamed out. She turned around and saw the school doctor wearing a black windbreaker. She didn't know how to complain. Which car was it? The school doctor looked at the car in front and asked. Ningxu was a little confused and asked, "What? The car Ling Shui got in?" The school doctor looked at Ningxu with cold eyes, as if he was going to deal with useless garbage. "Yes, it's this car," Ningxu said. Ningxu was a little confused. Why did the school doctor catch up? Was he going to save the heroine? "Uncle, you can't do this." She tried her best to make Ling Shui bleed. "Uncle, you're not going to save her, are you?" Ningxu asked carefully. "I need her," the school doctor said. "What the F***ck? What the F***ck? Ningxu's face twisted in an instant. He was quite disheartened and said, "If that's the case, why did uncle give me a gun?" The school doctor looked at Ningxu strangely and said, "What's the conflict between me giving you a gun and me needing Ling Shui?" Ningxu, why did the school doctor give people the feeling that he was a monster? He said that he needed Ling Shui and even gave him a gun to shoot the heroine. Was there going to be a love and hate entanglement and imprisonment plot? Ningxu shook his head. How twisted was this plot? What the F***ck? You didn't even appear in the plot. Or are you a hidden big boss? They followed Ling Shui all the way to a remote villa. The school doctor turned to look at Ningxu. "You little girl, why are you looking at me strangely all the way?" Ningxu withdrew his gaze. In his heart, he had already labeled the school doctor as a monster. She didn't want to pursue the female lead and directly wanted to imprison her. She was really unusual. The car in front stopped. Ling Shui was carried out of the car by a man and entered the villa. Ningxu unfastened his seatbelt and secretly followed behind. He turned his head and saw the school doctor standing upright beside her. She didn't know how to hide. On the other hand, the school doctor looked at Ningxu strangely and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm hiding." "Do you know that I'm hiding?" "Squat down," Ningxu said. The school doctor sneered and swaggered into the villa. She said, "There are no cameras here. Even if there are, it's useless for you to hide." Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu followed the school doctor quietly into the villa. It seemed that no one lived in this villa. At this time, voices came from upstairs. The school doctor took out her gun and went upstairs. Ningxu tiptoed behind her. The voices inside were getting louder and louder. There was also an inexplicable sound. The school doctor opened the door a little and saw two people entangled and rolling inside. Ningxu went over to take a look. His mouth opened into an O shape. What the F***ck wasn't the female lead injured? Why did they suddenly roll in the sheets? He was caught off guard and saw an erotic scene. Ling Shui was also helpless. There was no spiritual energy in her body at all. The wounds on her body were very painful. The fastest way was to take the yang to replenish her yin. In the cultivation world, this was what the women of the demon cultivators did. Besides, the man on top of her was not bad. It was not a loss to roll once. He could also replenish the spiritual energy in her body. Ningxu was full of admiration for Ling Shui. How could she do that? Shouldn't she have bandaged the wound first? The school doctor placed his hand on Ningxu's head and pushed her behind him. At this moment, the man on the bed narrowed his eyes and looked at the door. The school doctor hid, and when she looked into the room again, there was no one in the room. The school doctor kicked the door open, and Ningxu followed her into the room. He disappeared so suddenly. Ningxu looked at the school doctor. Where is he? The school doctor fumbled around the room. She was speechless when she saw Ningxu staring blankly at Shu Qin. She said, "There must be a mechanism in this room. Look for it." Ningxu made an O sound and began to search the room inch by inch. F***ck, why was the main character so cool, but she had to search everywhere without a care for her image? The school doctor turned a vase and a passageway appeared on the wall. The school doctor took the lead and went in. Ningxu quickly followed. There was only a simple passageway in the secret room. There were a few dim oil lamps, and it looked very eerie. Ningxu looked at the school doctor, who was bent over in front of her. A dripping sound could be heard not far away. What was that sound? The school doctor in front sped up. Ningxu walked closer and saw that it was a bomb. The number on it kept jumping. Why was there a bomb here? Was it left by Ling Shui? Uncle, do you know how to defuse bombs? A little. The school doctor looked at it and picked up the bomb to take a look. Then, he really began to defuse the bomb. Ningxu saw his casual look and couldn't help but ask, "Do you really know how to defuse it? If you can't, then defuse it." The school doctor threw the bomb into Ningxu's arms. Ningxu almost peed in her pants. She hurriedly stuffed the bomb back into the doctor's arms. "I won't say any more. Hurry up and defuse the bomb." The school doctor glanced at her and took out a pair of shiny medical scissors from his bag. Without hesitation, he picked up the bomb string. Then, the number stopped jumping and the color dimmed. Ningxu let out a long sigh of relief. Her heart returned to her heart. Oh my god, that was really scary. Ningxu followed behind the school doctor. Suddenly, she thought of a question and asked, "Uncle, why do we have to defuse the bomb? Can't we run?" The school doctor, who was walking in front, paused and turned around. "I was affected by your IQ. You are a pig teammate. TSK, you didn't think of it either, right?" Ningxu looked at him in disdain. Didn't normal people run when they saw a bomb? After walking for a while, they finally saw a light in front. As soon as they came out, they encountered two gun barrels pointing at her and the school doctor. Ling Shui and Mo Lingxuan stood side by side. Mo Lingxuan pointed his gun at the school doctor and said in a deep voice, "Who are you two?" Ling Shui looked at Ningxu and her eyes were very cold. She said, "Lin Jiejia, you are getting bolder and bolder." Ling Shui was humiliated by Ningxu. She was actually hurt by this aunt. Ling Shui wanted to pull out Ningxu's soul and experience all kinds of torture. She wanted to destroy her soul so that she could never be reincarnated. Ningxu looked at Ling Shui. She was clearly injured just now, but her expression now looked as if she wasn't injured at all. Facing Ling Shui's gaze, Ningxu had a bad feeling. She looked at the school doctor. He thought that the school doctor was an awesome person. F***ck, he was caught just like that. He didn't understand what was so awesome about him that made the people in the club fear him like a tiger. Ling Shui looked at the school doctor again. Looking at his indifferent face, she was disgusted. What are you trying to do by following me? Haven't you been defeated by my hidden weapon? So the hidden weapon that night was shot by Ling Shui. Just how persistent was the school doctor? The school doctor wanted to push the glasses on his nose up, but he realized that he wasn't wearing them. He said, I said that I need you. Ning Shu, F***ck, uncle, at this time, you actually said that in front of the male lead. We will die a horrible death. Ning Shu pulled the school doctor's sleeve. Uncle, can you speak properly? Ling Shui was obviously angry. Are you crazy? You are following me. Be careful that I don't kill you. Mo Lingxuan looked at the school doctor with deep hostility. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the school doctor's head. He said to Ling Shui unhappily, who is this person? What is your relationship with him? Ling Shui looked at her first man in this world and felt a little emotional. She said, I don't know where he came from, but he has been following me. Mo Lingxuan's expression became a little better. His cold face looked a little gentler. He said coldly, this kind of person should be killed directly. What's the point of keeping him alive? As he said that, he pulled the trigger. Ning Shu was about to kneel. Was she really going to die here? Ning Shu sighed. He approached the school doctor and whispered, Uncle, let's run now. Please don't use your intelligence to influence me. The school doctor saw Ning Shu pulling his sleeve and quickly pushed her away. The school doctor first looked down on Ning Shu's IQ, then slowly took out a bomb from who knows where. This bomb looks familiar, isn't this the bomb in the passageway? When did the school doctor carry it with him? Didn't he dismantle it before? Why is it back together now? The timer on the bomb jumped, and what made Ning Shu collapse was that there was only 1 minute left. Ning Shu stared at the school doctor dumbfoundedly. This guy is really a lunatic, no wonder people call him a lunatic. Mo Lingxuan looked at the bomb in the school doctor's hand. Wasn't this the bomb he purposely threw in the passageway? The school doctor's mouth curved into a smile, and the way he held the bomb in his hand was like holding an apple. He walked in front of Mo Lingxuan and Ling Shui, and actually reached out his hand to touch Ling Shui's face. In such a situation, he was still blinded by lust. Damn, Ning Shu took 2 steps back and shouted at the school doctor, Uncle, let's run first. The school doctor completely ignored Ning Shu, and touched Ling Shui's face. His eyes were focused, and his face had a kind of absolute focus, a kind of focus of worship. Ling Shui felt that hand on her face, and it felt like a poisonous snake slithering on her skin, causing goosebumps to appear on Ling Shui's skin. Mo Lingxuan had never met such a person who wasn't afraid of death. He actually touched his woman in front of him, and it was a woman he admired. Mo Lingxuan pointed the gun at the school doctor's head, but this lunatic actually hugged Ling Shui tightly, and said nonchalantly, I'm willing to be blown up together with her. Ning Shu, my dear mother, Ning Shu simply wanted to kneel down to this lecherous uncle. This guy is simply crazy. Hearing the ticking sound of the bomb, Ning Shu's heart almost went crazy. Uncle, stop touching. What should we do now? Ling Shui's mood was even worse than Ning Shu's. She was hugged by this ant-like man. She didn't know where this damned man came from, but he kept harassing her. If it wasn't for her ability, she would have been caught by this man. F***ck, what was the situation now? Ling Shui felt that there was a cold knife on her back. The cold feeling made her feel very uncomfortable. This ant actually dared to point a knife at her. Unforgivable, Ling Shui coldly asked, what are you trying to do? The school doctor said, actually, I don't mean anything. I said that I need you. Do you want to come with me? Ning Shu almost cried. Did the uncle not know what was going on? He didn't even know who to point his gun at. If it was possible, Ning Shu really wanted to blow up the uncle's head because he didn't know what was going on. Mo Lingxuan coldly pointed at the school doctor. The school doctor was carrying Ling Shui. Ning Shu shouted, didn't you guys notice the bomb? The bomb is about to explode. Could this kind of emotional entanglement make people forget about life and death? The school doctor nonchalantly looked at the bomb in his hand. He seemed to be very surprised. It's really going to explode. Mo Lingxuan, Ling Shui, Ning Shu, Ling Shui was simply about to go crazy. She couldn't reason with such a lunatic. She could only say, how about this, everyone throw away their guns. You throw the bomb too. Then all of you throw away your guns. The school doctor slowly said. He wasn't anxious at all. It was said that unreasonable people were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. Mo Lingxuan had been in the underworld for so long, but he had never seen such a person. There was definitely something wrong with his brain. Mo Lingxuan coldly looked at Ning Xu and said, "You and I throw it at the same time." The current situation was really strange. When Ning Xu threw away his gun, he quickly fell to the ground and a bullet brushed past him. F***ck, he actually used underhanded methods. Ning Xu cursed in his heart. Mo Lingxuan first fired at Ning Xu before throwing away his gun. If it wasn't for Ning Xu dodging quickly, he probably would have been shot. You're not being honest. The school doctor looked at Mo Lingxuan. The scalpel at Ling Shue's waist immediately pierced Ling Shue's skin. Ling Shue groaned in pain. The cold thing penetrated deep into her body. This man was simply a lunatic. Now you should throw the bomb away. Mo Lingxuan was very unhappy in his heart. At that time, when he was flirting with Ling Shue, he felt that someone had entered the secret passage and threw a bomb into it. It was a very enjoyable feeling, but now, the situation made him very unhappy. The school doctor shrugged his shoulders and threw the bomb towards Mo Lingxuan. Mo Lingxuan caught the bomb and saw the number jumping on it. Even if Mount Tai didn't collapse in front of him, Mo Lingxuan's face was still slightly pale. Mo Lingxuan used all his strength to throw the bomb far away. Then, with a boom, a scorching heat wave rushed towards him. Ning Xu was already lying on the ground, so he wasn't injured. Instead, the unscrupulous school doctor directly hid behind Ling Shue. Ling Shue was so miserable that even her hair was scalded by the heat wave. Moreover, her face was red. She didn't have any noble and elegant appearance. Ning Xu covered his mouth and laughed. He was really speechless towards the school doctor. Did he really like Ling Shue? A normal man should be pressing down on the female lead and protecting her at this time. He actually hid behind the female lead. "Uncle, why are you so cowardly?" "The female lead definitely wouldn't like a coward like you." Mo Lingxuan crawled up from the ground. Seeing Ling Shue's red face and exploding hair, he coldly scolded the school doctor, "Hurry up and let her go." "Why should I let her go?" The school doctor dragged Ling Shue towards Ning Xu. If possible, Ning Xu really wanted to tell him not to bring the female lead over. The female lead was a troublemaker. If he stayed with the female lead, he would meet all kinds of trouble. The school doctor kicked Ning Xu. "Pig teammate, what are you daydreaming for? Hurry up and leave." Ning Xu glanced at Ling Shue. He didn't think that Ling Shue would be so obedient and let them take her away. Moreover, don't forget that Ling Shue was a cultivator and had some mysterious methods. Ling Shue wanted to use some methods, but her body didn't have any spiritual energy. It took her a lot of effort to absorb some spiritual energy from Mo Lingxuan's body and used it to treat her wound. Her wound had just healed, but now her back was stabbed by this person. Ling Shue's heart was about to explode. These two people were in cahoots. One used a gun to injure her, and the other used a knife to stab her. They were simply despicable. She must make these two people pay the price. Mo Lingxuan coldly looked at the school doctor who was courting death and coldly said, "You have successfully angered me. I will make you beg for death. I am the one who will make people beg for death." The school doctor felt quite astonished. Mo Lingxuan was about to explode in anger. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. This person must be sick. Ning Xu felt that life was really F***ket up. F***ck, what's the point of this conversation? Shouldn't we be running for our lives now? Mo Lingxuan took out his phone, probably to call his underlings. Then, he stared coldly at the school doctor and Ning Xu, as if to say, "You're dead meat." The eyes of the boss of the underworld weren't for show. At least, Ning Xu's legs went soft under such a gaze. He saw the school doctor hugging Ling Shue's neck and not letting go. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Ning Xu asked. "Let's run quickly. If there are more people, we won't be able to run." The school doctor nodded and dragged Ling Shue away. Mo Lingxuan caught up and pulled Ling Shue. Then, the two men pulled Ling Shue like a tug-of-war. Then, the school doctor stabbed the knife on Ling Shue's back deeper and deeper. Ning Shu widened his eyes at the side. Looking at the blood on the ground and Ling Shue's pale face, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hearing the sound of a horn not far away, Ning Shu guessed that Mo Lingxuan's men had arrived. He pulled the school doctor and said, "Uncle, let's go first. Their men are here." The school doctor unwillingly let go of Ling Shui. Then, he quickly took out his gun and shot Ling Shui. Then, he pulled Ning Shu and ran quickly. Ning Shu turned around and looked at Ling Shui. Her expression was also blank. First, she was stabbed, and now she was beaten. Ning Shu turned around and looked at the school doctor. He panted and asked, "Uncle, didn't you say you needed her? Why did you shoot?" Shooting without hesitation. "Do you really like the female lead? Light a candle for Ling Shui." "Stop, the people in front, stop for me, stop for this daddy." Behind, Mo Lingxuan's men shouted and shot from time to time. Ning Shu and the school doctor ran to the road halfway up the mountain. Seeing that there weren't any cars passing by, the sound behind them got closer and closer. The school doctor smashed the window of the car parked on the road with his gun. Then, under Ning Shu's confused gaze, he started to unlock the car. "Isn't this scene in a movie? Uncle, can you really do it? Uncle, hurry up. The people behind are almost here. Hurry up, hurry up. You're here," the school doctor said lightly. She didn't know how to play. The gunshots behind them were getting louder and louder. Ning Shu hurriedly got into the car. Seeing the school doctor bending over slowly, Ning Shu was about to break down. Finally, at the last moment, the school doctor really drove the car away. Ning Shu turned his head and looked at the people chasing behind. These people could only watch as the car drove away. Ning Shu's heart was overjoyed. Oh my God, it was too exciting. His heart was beating wildly in his chest. The school doctor beside him had a face full of displeasure. Seeing that this pig teammate was still looking at him, the school doctor sneered. "If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten rid of Ling Shui long ago. You're a pig teammate." Ning Shu was speechless. Was there still any revolutionary friendship left? At the very least, they had escaped together. "Uncle, you know how to defuse bombs and steal cars. What else can you do?" Ning Shu asked. Seeing that the school doctor was an all-rounder, if she had this ability, wouldn't it be easier to complete tasks in the future? The school doctor, Ning Shu, rolled his eyes. "These are the most basic things. Forget it, a pig teammate like you will never understand." Did he have to keep talking about a pig teammate? Ning Shu looked at the side of the school doctor's face and asked, "Why did you shoot Ling Shui? Didn't you say that you needed her? Can you not ask such stupid questions? Injuring her can disturb that man's judgment. Didn't you see that the man didn't chase after her? His minions are all trash," the school doctor said matter-of-factly. Ning Shu covered his chest and said, "Didn't you say that you needed her? Why did you shoot her? Didn't you like her? That's why I shot her in the shoulder. She won't die," the school doctor said matter-of-factly. "Ning Shu, are you sure you're not a pervert? It was so messy." He couldn't understand what this person was thinking. Ning Shu felt that after knowing this uncle, his worldview had changed. Why were they so love-hate? Although she successfully escaped this time, the loss was really too great. She lost her pistol and offended the male and female protagonists. Moreover, it was a gang with many underlings. Ning Shu felt that it would be difficult for her to do anything in the future. "Uncle, you have to protect me. My life is in danger now. Those people will definitely take revenge on me," Ning Shu said pitifully. "Why should I help you? You're so useless. Staying with you affects my IQ," the school doctor said coldly. Ning Shu said with a bitter face, "Uncle, you can't be like this. We're partners, aren't we? I don't know you." Ning Shu, heartless, cold, unreasonable. No matter what happened, Ning Shu didn't dare to go home alone. He stayed in school every day. After class, he ran to the school doctor's office. What surprised Ning Shu was that the injured Ling Shui came to class early in the morning a few days later. Although she didn't look well, she didn't look injured. Ning Shu was stunned. Did Ling Shui eat an elixir? She was injured yesterday and came to class today. How did she sit? Seeing Ning Shui revealed her white teeth. She looked at Ning Shu calmly, but it made Ning Shu's heart skip a beat. Ling Shui sat in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu held his three-legged desk and narrowed his eyes at Ling Shui's back. She and Ling Shui had shown their true colors. They wouldn't let each other go. Ning Shu wasn't afraid anymore. She touched the gun at her waist. It wasn't an ordinary gun. It was given to her by the school doctor to save her life. After class, Ling Shui was lying on the desk, seemingly sleeping. And Rong walked over and asked with concern, Ling Shui, what's wrong? Are you okay? Ling Shui looked up and shook her head. I'm fine. And Rong immediately shouted at Ning Shu, did you bully Ling Shui? Ning Shu, what the hell? And Rong raised her chin and said, are you asking for a beating? How dare you bully Ling Shui? Ling Shui stood up and pulled on Rong. I'm fine. She didn't bully me. You're always like this. You're bullied. And you don't say anything. That's why you let others bully you. And Rong expected better from Ling Shui. Looking at Ling Shui's weak appearance, she didn't look like she had a superpower. Recently, there had been rumors in school that Ling Shui had a superpower. And Rong was already worried. Now that she saw Ling Shui's weak appearance, she knew it was a rumor. Let me tell you. Bullying Ling Shui is bullying me. I'll make you suffer. And Rong raised her chin to Ning Shu. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Ning Shu looked at Ling Shui. She didn't have her usual elegance. Instead, she looked like a shy little white flower fluttering in the wind. Seeing how Rong was protecting her, Ning Shu could only sigh. Ling Shui had more tricks up her sleeves in just a few days. Ning Shu could clearly feel that the students in the classroom were looking at her with disdain and rejection. Obviously, they all thought that she bullied Ling Shui. Ning Shu wanted to vomit blood. She didn't do anything. How did she bully the female lead? The female lead's battle prowess had soared again. She had both martial prowess and brain power. She was simply heaven-defying. Previously, Ling Shui was cold and elegant, basically ignoring him. She had absolute confidence in her ability to crush others. But now, Ling Shui was obviously targeting Ning Shu. Moreover, she was using such a method to deal with her. You still dare to say that you didn't bully her? At Prince Ling's banquet, you chased after Ling Shui and hit her. You still dare to say that you didn't bully her? She was bedridden for several days, and Rong said disdainfully. She looked at Ning Shu as if she was looking at scum. Ning Shu's eyebrows twitched. She was used to seeing Ling Shui's cool and arrogant appearance. But now, she really couldn't get used to her weak and delicate appearance. And Rong wanted to grab Ning Shu's hair. Ning Shu dodged and threw her over his shoulder. And Rong cried out in pain. Since you want to pretend to be a little white flower, if I don't do something to you, I'll be letting myself down. Ning Shu slapped Ling Shui twice. Ling Shui was stunned. She covered her face and looked at Ning Shu in a daze. Obviously, she didn't believe that Ning Shu would really dare to hit her. Then, she looked at Ning Shu with a gaze that was incomparably cold. The people in the classroom were also stunned by Ning Shu's slap. In their eyes, this orphan girl, this lowly person, was simply crazy. She actually dared to hit the goddess. The goddess wasn't called a goddess for nothing. It represented the support the students of Ace Academy had for Ling Shui. Ning Shu didn't care about these looks at all. She had nothing to lose. She had been kicked out of the Lin family and had nothing to do with the Lin family. Her biological parents hadn't been found yet, so she was completely single. But Ling Shui was different. She was beautiful and aloof, and she had the adoration of the third prince of the school. Even Rong, who was standing up with her hands on her waist, was dumbfounded. Looking at Ning Shu's eyes, she felt that she was courting death. This woman was absolutely crazy. And Rong was thrown to the ground. She was extremely embarrassed and angry, but now that she saw a trace of madness between Ning Shu's brows, she silently distanced herself from him. And Rong's actions made Ling Shui's heart sink. She then saw that no one in the classroom had any intention of speaking up for her. The reason why Ling Shui came to school so quickly was because this Lin Jiejie had been hiding in the school all this time. Even after school, she stayed in the school. It was impossible for her subordinates to enter Ace Academy to look for her. This school wasn't as simple as it looked. When Ling Shui was still a fledgling, she was very obedient in school. She continuously absorbed the essence of many people and even rolled in the bed with Mo Lingxuan many times before the wounds on her body healed. Perhaps because she had absorbed too much essence, her spiritual energy became more mottled. Sometimes, she would even suffer a backlash. But Ling Shui had no choice. Cultivation was her life-saving thing. After being injured by modern weapons time and time again, Ling Shui didn't dare to think of modern technology anymore. Previously, she looked down on these things, but she was injured by scum with guns. It was all because of this Lin Jiejie that everything started to go wrong. She wanted this woman to be unable to stay in this school. Looking at Ling Shui's aggrieved appearance, Ningxu suddenly had the urge to take out a gun and blow her head off. But after thinking about it, she still gave up. She couldn't let this body bear the crime of murder. Scram! Ningxu pushed Ling Shui, who was blocking in front of her. Ling Shui staggered and almost fell. She looked extremely weak, making Ningxu even more arrogant and despotic. *CK, she was really addicted to acting. Seeing this Ling Shui, Ningxu really wasn't used to it. Female lead, where's your coolness? You suddenly changed your style. What do you want others to do? As soon as Ningxu came out of the classroom, he ran to the school doctor's office. He saw the school doctor wearing glasses and seriously explaining to a girl about her period. The girl's face was full of shyness. Ningxu even saw the school doctor's eyes reflecting a bright light. Ningxu was really worried for the girl. If you knew that the school doctor in front of you was a pervert who could take out a gun and shoot you at any time, you probably wouldn't appear in front of the school doctor anymore. The school doctor looked at Ningxu indifferently and said, "What's the matter? It's not dark yet and you want to sleep in my school doctor's office again?" "No, Ling Shui came to class," Ningxu said. The school doctor faintly said, "Oh." Looking at Ningxu's stupid face, he said, "This is a school. Don't tell me you want me to do something to her in school?" Ningxu didn't want to talk to this person at all. There was simply no way to communicate with him. What she meant was that if Ling Shui came to class, her life would be difficult. After coming out of the school doctor's office, Ningxu returned to the classroom and saw that Ling Shui's seat was surrounded by people. There were both boys and girls. The most sudden one was the school's third prince. They all surrounded Ling Shui. The moment Ningxu entered the classroom, everyone's eyes were on him. Ningxu walked to his seat and saw Ling Shui lying on the table, ignoring the comforting people around her. This made Ling Ao's face reveal an annoyed and distressed expression. Ling Ao looked at Ningxu as if nothing had happened. He stretched out his leg and kicked the three-legged table that Ningxu had just supported. *CK, why do you always vent your anger on my table? My table already has 3 legs. It's already very pitiful. Ningxu raised his head and looked at Ling Ao indifferently. Ling Ao was a little frightened by his gaze. Then, anger surged in his heart. He was actually frightened by the gaze of a lowly person. Moreover, it was the gaze of a girl. I've told you many times. Don't bully Ling Shui. If you bully Ling Shui, I'll make your life a living hell. Ling Ao's face was a little distorted. He was angry out of humiliation. Obviously, he was frightened by Ningxu's gaze just now. Meeting an idiot like you already made my life a living hell. If it wasn't for the mission, Ningxu really didn't want to see him. Hey, I'm talking to you. What's with your attitude? Ling Ao felt that Ningxu's gaze was especially strange and disdainful. This lowly person actually dared to despise him. What right did he have to despise him? Did he know his situation? He was just an orphan. Ningxu was really frustrated by Ling Ao's chunibyo look. Seeing that his desk was kicked to the ground, a three-legged desk was really pitiful. Ling Ao looked at Ningxu coldly, apologized to Ling Shui, or I'll let you die a horrible death. Do you still want to stay in this school? I can make it so that you can't stay in this school anymore. Ningxu raised his eyelids silently, looked at Ling Ao and said indifferently, stand up the table for me. What did you say? Ling Ao's face was filled with disbelief. You want me to stand up the table for you? Are you crazy? You lowly person, you're crazy. Stand up the table for me. Ningshu said indifferently. Have you lost your mind? Ling Ao looked at Ningshu in disbelief, as if he was looking at a lunatic. Do you know who I am? Ningshu had heard this sentence so many times that his ears grew calluses. He said it as if he was a god who couldn't be insulted at all. Stand up the table for me. These people who were watching the show all felt that Ningshu's brain was not normal. He actually had the guts to treat Prince Ling like this. The surrounding girls all looked at Ningshu with laser-like eyes. They were all condemning Ningshu for being rude to Prince Ling. Ling Ao took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist until it cracked. He moved his neck and said arrogantly, I said that I don't hit women, but you're an exception now. You should feel honored that you've broken my vow not to hit women. Ningshu, what's with this feeling of self-satisfaction? How long are you going to talk to yourself? Ningshu walked to Ling Ao in a few steps. Under Ling Ao's confused gaze, he directly threw Ling Ao over his shoulder without any hesitation. Oh, wow, the surrounding people exclaimed and stared blankly at Ling Ao who was lying on the ground. Ling Ao who was lying on the ground supported his waist with his hand and looked at Ningshu in disbelief. Until now, he still hadn't reacted. Since he was young, he had always been supported by others. This was the first time he had encountered such treatment. Ling Shui also looked at Ningshu in disbelief, then looked at Ling Ao who was lying on the ground. She quickly helped Ling Ao up. After being embarrassed in front of his sweetheart, Ling Ao hated Ningshu to the bone. He was actually thrown over the shoulder by a girl in front of everyone. It was like putting his dignity on the ground and stepping on it. The surprised gazes of the surrounding people were like knives stabbing into Ling Ao's shame and resentment, making Ling Ao want to tear Ningshu apart. Ningshu's face was cold, and his heart was very stifled. Damn it, she almost sprained her waist. Sure enough, throwing a boy over her shoulder was much more difficult than throwing a girl over her shoulder. Are you looking for death? Ling Ao raised his fist and smashed it towards Ningshu's face. He used all his strength in this punch. Ningshu wouldn't let others hit him obediently. He dodged and stretched out his leg to kick Ling Ao's knee. It was a solid kick. Then, Ling Ao knelt on the ground in front of everyone. Ningshu was really annoyed with Ling Ao. Taking advantage of the fact that he was kneeling on the opposite side, she kicked his butt again, making him fall flat on his face. Ling Ao was speechless. Who could tell him what was going on? Ling Ao's mind was in a mess. He wished he was invisible so that no one could see his embarrassment. He must make this crazy woman pay the price. He must pay the price. Ling Shui felt that this woman was really crazy. She was simply looking for death. It would be best if she was kicked out of A school as soon as possible. Ling Shui felt that this woman called Lin Jejia could go and die. Once she was out of school, this woman could only wait for death. Ling Ao was helped up by someone. His expression was very ugly. The gaze he used to look at Ningshu was very cold. Every word he said seemed to come from the gaps between his teeth. Bitch, you've successfully pissed me off. Ningshu couldn't be bothered with him. He lifted up his three-legged table and didn't even look at him. He didn't even pay attention to his words. She had a lot of things to do. She didn't have time to care about this damn prince who lived in her own world. Ling Ao was so angry at Ningshu's attitude that he almost jumped up. However, he also knew that he was at a disadvantage today. He raised his chin arrogantly and walked past Ningshu, bringing a gust of cold wind that made people's hearts turn cold. Ningshu knew that he had offended Ling Ao. However, since he had offended him, he didn't want to care at all. His attention was on Ling Shui. He didn't understand what Ling Shui was trying to do. The queen suddenly became a white lotus. What the hell was she doing? Ningshu touched the gun at his waist and looked at Ling Shui who was sitting in front of him. In the following days, Ling Shui targeted Ningshu more and more, making Ningshu's days in school more and more difficult. Ling Shui thought that Ningshu wouldn't be able to stay in school anymore. However, she didn't expect him to take root in school. He ate, drank, and slept in school. Ling Shui secretly cursed Ningshu for being so thick-skinned. Fortunately, the spirit energy in her body was already abundant. Although it was abundant, it was too mottled. There were too many impurities. She had absorbed too many people's essence. Sometimes, when Ling Shui used spirit energy, she felt that it was very troublesome. Ling Shui didn't know how to purify the spirit energy and get rid of the impurities. However, she couldn't stop absorbing people's essence. The spirit energy in this world was too thin. It was so thin that it made people's balls hurt. Ling Shui was now very annoyed. How did humans make the world like this? Leng Ao only lost his dignity in Ning Shu's hands last time. He swore to get justice from Ning Shu. Then, a man like Ling Ao actually found trouble with Ning Shu every day and fought with Ning Shu every day. Ning Shu didn't hold back against the punching bag that came to his door. He trained his martial arts. In the beginning, Ning Shu couldn't take it. After all, she was a girl. It was very difficult for her to fight against Ling Ao, who was almost 1.9 meters tall. After losing face in front of Ning Shu again and again, Ling Ao held back his anger and insisted on getting back his dignity. As a man, he was actually beaten up by a woman. Moreover, this woman was getting fiercer and fiercer. The entire Ace Academy was used to it. They were used to Ling Ao finding trouble with that inferior person every day. Then, Prince Lung would be beaten up by that inferior woman. Then, Prince Lung wouldn't admit defeat and went looking for trouble again the next day. Ning Shu didn't have the admiration and adoration of the original Lin Jejia for Ling Ao. If he came looking for trouble again, Ning Shu wouldn't be polite at all. Ling Shui really didn't like Ling Ao looking for Ning Shu every day. She pulled back Ling Ao, who was angrily looking for Ning Shu, and said, "Just get someone to expel him. There are rumors in the school now that you two like each other." Like each other? What's that? Ling Ao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Ling Shui and said firmly, "I'm standing up for you and taking revenge for you. Expelling him is letting him off too easily." Ling Shui watched as Ling Ao angrily went to find trouble with Lin Jejia. Ling Shui felt very uncomfortable. In the past, Ling Ao only had her in his heart. But now, Ling Ao actually set his eyes on the ant who stepped on Lin Jejia. No matter what, this was not a good sign. Ling Shui found the other two princes. She urgently needed people's essence. Anyway, these two princes liked to follow her around. It would be a waste not to take the essence that was sent to her door. On the other side, Ling Ao found Ning Shu. Ning Shu was studying hard. Even though it was difficult to learn, Ning Shu still studied hard. Ling Ao walked over quietly and wanted to kick Ning Shu's table over. Ning Shu took advantage of the moment when he stretched out his leg and kicked Ling Ao's knee. Ling Ao sneered in his heart. He had been on guard for a long time and dodged Ning Shu's attack in an instant. After suffering so many losses, how could he suffer again? This woman really underestimated him. Recently, he had been working very hard to train his fighting skills. There was no reason for him to lose to a girl. Ning Shu took the opportunity to grab Ling Ao's arm and threw him over his shoulder. Ling Ao lay on the ground, furious. Is this woman a giant? She has so much strength. Ning Shu clapped his hands, crossed his chest and looked at Ling Ao on the ground. I'm telling you, don't mess with me. Ling Ao looked at Ning Shu's calm expression as if he was something insignificant. Why was this girl so calm when facing him? She did not have the adoration in other girls' eyes. Ling Ao recalled the past. In the past, Lin Jejia was always by his side with a lingering love in her eyes. But now, there was nothing in it. Ling Ao could not describe his feelings. He could feel that this girl's attitude towards him was very cold, very cold. There was a kind of indifference that chilled him to the bone. Ning Shu could not be bothered with Ling Ao's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would only give him the middle finger. Some people were just cheap, very cheap. Ling Ao patted the dust on his body, raised his chin arrogantly and said coldly, I said before, don't mess with Ling Shui. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Ning Shu was speechless. Crazy, and quite sick at that. She didn't bother Ling Shui all the time at all. Instead, it was this Ling Ao who kept harassing her because he wanted to get back at her. You've been circling around me like a mosquito, but don't tell me you've fallen for me? Is it because you love me so much that you can't say it out loud? Is that why you're using such a method to get close to me? Ningxu was just spouting nonsense because she was really annoyed with Ling Ao, who was always looking for trouble with her. She really wanted to study seriously. A school had a lot of classes and too much knowledge. Ningxu absorbed this knowledge like a sponge. It was never wrong to learn more. Even if he didn't understand it now, he would understand it in the future. However, when Ling Ao heard this, it was as if he had been stung by a poisonous scorpion. He was very agitated, as if he had heard something extremely insulting to him. He was so angry that he laughed out loud. He pointed at Ningxu, his fingers trembling. Lin Jiejia, you're really daydreaming. Why would I like you? Why would I like you? I don't think I'll like you. Even if I like a dog, I won't like you. Ningxu, why are you so agitated, idiot? Ling Ao was agitated, but when he saw Ningxu's cold expression, as if he didn't hear what he said at all, Ling Ao felt very stifled. Ningxu couldn't be bothered with this lunatic. He carried his books and prepared to find the school doctor. Ningxu discovered a big secret. The school doctor was really too knowledgeable and knew everything. Ningxu had a lot of things to ask him for advice. Although the school doctor was impatient, he would still explain to Ningxu. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you going? Hey, Lin Jiejia. Ling Ao grabbed Ningxu's arm, but then he seemed to have caught something disgusting and quickly shook it off. Ningxu, if you're sick, you have to see a doctor. Ningxu carried his books and walked towards the school doctor. Ling Ao followed beside him and kept muttering, which annoyed Ningxu. Ningxu stopped in her tracks and raised her head to look at Ling Ao. What exactly do you want? What do you want from me? Ling Ao felt a little uncomfortable under Ningxu's gaze and shouted, I'm not following you. This road is your home. Only you are allowed to walk. I happen to be walking this road too. What's wrong? Lin Jiejia, I'm telling you, don't think too much. Ningxu, I'm not thinking anything. Ling Ao glanced at her and found that her face was cold, as if nothing could enter her eyes. Suddenly, Ningxu stopped. Ling Ao, who was walking behind, bumped into Ningxu. Ling Ao sneered, why did you stop? Shut up. Ningxu said in a low voice and pulled Ling Ao to squat down under the window. Ling Ao wanted to shake off Ningxu's hand, but when she saw Ningxu's serious face, she asked softly, what's wrong? Shu, don't talk. Ningxu raised his head slightly and looked into the room through the window. This was a storage room with all kinds of sports equipment. There were 3 people in the room. It was the same again. Ningxu looked at the situation in the room. It was Ling Shui and the other 2 princes. Ling Shui's clothes were flying in the wind. The 2 men sitting on the cushion looked dazed and pale. What's wrong with Yifei and Fei Yong? What are they doing? Ling Ao didn't look good at all. Moreover, Ling Shui was alone with his 2 friends, which made Ling Ao very uncomfortable. He also knew that his 2 friends had feelings for Ling Shui, but now that the 2 of them were with Ling Shui behind his back, in Ling Ao's heart, Ling Shui was already his woman. Ling Ao stood up and rushed into the room. Ningxu quickly pulled Ling Ao back and said in a low voice, let go, I want to go in. Ningxu really wanted to give this guy a punch. Considering that there were other people in the room, Ningxu went close to Ling Ao's ear and said, don't be impatient. Ling Ao's body froze. He felt a hot breath on his ear. It was very numb and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He let the other party pull him back. Ningxu looked at the situation inside. Looking at Ling Shui's situation, Ningxu felt that Ling Shui must be using some kind of sorcery. He looked at the 2 pale-faced princes. Ling Shui, who was in the room, had already stopped. She looked at the 2 men, then groped the 2 men's bodies and took off her clothes. The 2 princes' faces were filled with amazement and excitement. They took off their clothes one after another. Ningxu looked back at Ling Ao. He looked as if he was struck by lightning. Ling Shui's skin was as white as snow, curvy, slender and straight legs, charming. Yifei and Fei Yong, who were opposite her, immediately became excited, raising their manhood high. Ningxu, so the female lead is rolling around with someone in broad daylight, 3p. why is Ling Shui so fierce? Ningxu looked at the live, erotic scene. This was the second time he saw Ling Shui rolling around in bed with someone. Charming and ecstatic sounds came from inside the intertwined bodies. Ningxu stared at the situation inside. It was rare to see such a scene with such a strong taste. Ling Shui's eyes were charming and blurred, two men were touching her body as if worshipping her. How could the high and mighty Ling Shui, Feiyang Ling Shui, be like this? Ningxu remembered that Ling Shui only had one man, Mo Lingshuan, in the plot, but now she was playing with such hardcore things. Ningxu blinked, feeling the breathing of the person on his back become more rapid. He turned back and saw Ling Ao. His body reacted, but his eyes were full of anger, his face was red and green, a rainbow flashed across. But such an exciting scene made Ling Ao's body excited uncontrollably. Embarrassment, excitement, disappointment, all kinds of emotions made Ling Ao's heart about to explode. Ningxu suddenly saw the hope of completing the mission. He had to save this Prince Ling and not let him be manipulated and deceived by Ling Shui. Now that Ling Ao saw Ling Shui like this, it was still not enough to make him give up with a man. Ling Ao was like a volcano erupting. No, this guy can't be stimulated anymore. Ningxu pulled Ling Ao and was about to leave, but Ling Ao seemed to be nailed to his feet, refusing to budge. Looking at the situation in the storage room, his ears were full of lingering sounds. If it wasn't for the situation, Ningxu wanted to give him 2 big slaps to wake him up. Ningxu used a lot of strength to drag Ling Ao away. Ningxu only let go of Ling Ao when they reached the lawn of the garden. Ling Ao's face was as pale as a sheet of ice. Ling Ao turned around and was about to go back to the storage room when Ningxu stood in front of him. What's the use of going back like this? I want to know why she betrayed me. Why? Ling Ao growled in a low voice. He looked crazy and pained, as if the whole world had betrayed him. Ningxu's mouth twitched. You're feeling too good. Ling Shui has nothing to do with you. Everything is just your imagination. It was also Ling Shui's specious words that gave Ling Ao such an illusion. Ling Ao felt as if the world was about to collapse. He was extremely humiliated and angry, resentful and crazy. Even the way he looked at Ningxu was filled with resentment. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. No matter how he tried to defend Ling Shui, he couldn't change what had just happened. Calm down first. Ningxu felt that there was hope for his mission. His attitude towards Ling Ao was also a little better. Of course, it was just a little, but it didn't change the fact that Ningxu hated Ling Ao. Looking at Ling Ao's miserable state, Ningxu's heart was very gloating. You deserve it. She gave him 32 likes. Ningxu held back his urge to burst out laughing. He comforted Ling Ao and said, "It's good that you know now. You're Prince Ling. You're from a noble family and you're so handsome. Don't become so stupid because of a woman. It's painful." Ningxu was only happy. He looked at Ling Ao kneeling on the ground like a madman and smashing the grass with his fists. Ningxu pursed his lips. What's the big deal about hitting the grass? Hit the cement road if you have the ability. Ling Ao vented for a long time. He lay on the grass. Ningxu sat beside him and didn't say anything. Ningxu saw that Ling Ao's eyes were watery. He was probably really sad. Ling Shui didn't know how lucky she was to have such an outstanding and arrogant boy who loved her so much. He didn't care about her at all and trampled on her heart. Damned woman, what are you looking at? Ling Ao got up from the ground and looked down at Ningxu with his chin. He was extremely arrogant. Ningxu was speechless. He couldn't be bothered with him. He hugged his books and prepared to go to the school doctor. It was probably because this woman had seen her most embarrassing side. She looked very uncomfortable and looked at Ningxu with a kind of ferocious gaze. She probably wanted to kill Ningxu to silence her. Hey, woman, where are you going? Ling Ao followed behind Ningxu. Seeing that she didn't care about him at all, he felt very uncomfortable. On one hand, it was because of his embarrassing appearance. On the other hand, this woman didn't even think of comforting him after such a thing happened to him. This woman's heart was really cold. Hey, woman, I'm talking to you. Ling Ao said in a low voice. Ningxu, what's with the cool name woman? Can you stop following me? Ningxu turned his head to look at him irritably. Go find your Ling Shui. You. Are you mocking me? Leng Ao stretched out his fist. His eyes were bloodshot. Forget it, I don't hit women. Leng Ao put down his fist. Don't hit women? Ningxu sneered. Who was the one who came to fight with her every day? Ningxu entered the school doctor's office and saw the school doctor rubbing his nails seductively. The corner of Ningxu's mouth twitched. Leng Ao, who followed him, saw the school doctor and his heart was filled with hostility. He questioned Ningxu, who is this person? Are you crazy? Can't you see that he's wearing a white coat? He's the school doctor. Ningxu said sarcastically. I'm asking you, what's your relationship with him? TSK, Lin Jiejie can't tell that you like older men. Leng Ao sneered and looked up and down at the school doctor's office. The more he looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. He's just an old man. TSK, only old men have a market. Ling Shui also doesn't like you. She likes him, Ling Xuan, that old man. She doesn't like a little kid like you. The school doctor put down the nail file and pushed his glasses up. He looked at Leng Ao and asked Ningxu, your man? Before Ningxu could refute, Leng Ao jumped up as if he had stepped on a nail. How can I be her man? She's so ugly. Even if I'm blind, I won't like this woman. The school doctor looked calmly at Leng Ao, who was jumping up and down. See, this is the difference between a mature man and a childish boy. TSK. The school doctor glanced at Leng Ao, then looked at Ningxu and said, why are you looking for me again? Let me tell you, I'm not in a good mood recently. Don't bother me. Let me tell you something. You have to hold on. Ningxu wanted to see the school doctor's expression when he found out that Ling Shui was playing a threesome game. What are you still doing here? The school doctor glanced at Leng Ao and snorted. Do you think I want to be here? He glanced at Ningxu and turned to leave. Ningxu then looked at the school doctor with a smile. He leaned close to his ear and wanted to say something. The school doctor poked Ningxu's forehead with his finger, telling him to stay away from him. Just talk. Why are you leaning so close? Aren't you curious about what I'm going to tell you? Ningxu looked at the school doctor excitedly. He wanted to see the school doctor's expression when he found out. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ningxu. How boring. Such an indifferent expression made people lose interest in gossiping. Well, Ling Shui and the two princes have a threesome. It's in the storage room of the sports equipment. Should we? The school doctor stood up and looked at Ningxu with disdain. Why is your taste so heavy? You like to watch this kind of thing. You have no sense of shame at all. Ningxu was speechless. Come on, the main point was Ling Shui. Why didn't he criticize Ling Shui's messy life? If someone had no sense of shame, it should be Ling Shui. Where are you going now? Ningxu saw the school doctor leaving the school doctor's office and quickly followed him. It seemed like he was going to the storage room. Uncle, do you want to see it too? Uncle, I know you care about it. Ningxu followed the school doctor and nagged. Shut up. The school doctor lifted his white coat and took out a strange-looking gun from his waist. Ningxu was shocked. Uncle, calm down, calm down. Don't tell me you're going to kill someone in school? I know Ling Shui's actions make you upset, but you have to calm down. Calm down. Ningxu looked at the school doctor and guessed that he was going to kill the adulterer. Shut up. The school doctor couldn't stand Ningxu anymore. I'll shoot you if you make any more noise. Ningxu raised his hand. Okay, I won't say any more. When they arrived outside the storage room and heard the noise inside, Ningxu only wanted to say that this guy was really strong. He was still rolling around. The school doctor squatted by the window and looked inside. He held a gun and revealed a faint smile. However, it made Ningxu's heart turn cold. In Ningxu's opinion, the school doctor had been driven crazy. Shouldn't we rush in and catch them in the act now? Ningxu asked in a low voice. This was how it was portrayed in TV dramas and palace dramas. I've said it before. If you want to talk, just talk. Don't come so close. The school doctor's glasses reflected a bright light, and it sent chills down people's spines. Ningxu silently took 2 steps back. Under Ningxu's stunned gaze, the school doctor unlocked the door and gently opened it. "Uncle, please accept my moral integrity and kneel." "Uncle, why are you so awesome? Are you the female lead? If you show off your skills in front of Ling Shui, she will definitely be dead set on you." Ningxu watched the school doctor go in. It was a strange feeling to be on the lookout for him at the door. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement inside. Ningxu had an impure thought. Did the school doctor join the group and have sex with them? "Uncle, you have to have some moral integrity." After a while, the school doctor carried the unconscious Ling Shui out. Ling Shui was already dressed. What is going on?" Ningxu was stunned. He walked in and saw 2 naked men lying on the mats. They didn't even have a piece of cloth to cover their private parts. Ningxu immediately came out of the storage room and asked the school doctor, "Uncle, what is going on?" The school doctor looked at Ningxu indifferently. He probably felt that he was too big of a target, so he carried Ling Shui in a princess carry. This scene was really beautiful. Ningxu jogged behind the school doctor. Once they entered the school doctor's room, the school doctor quickly pressed something on the wall and a secret passage immediately appeared. "Ningxu, why would there be such a secret passage? Walking through a secret passage is faster than a car. It's not scientific at all." Ningxu thought about it and followed him in. The school doctor's room returned to normal. It was as if the secret passage was just an illusion. The school doctor walked very quickly with Ling Shui in his arms. It was as if he was carrying a feather. Ningxu, who was following behind, was panting. After walking for a long time, Ningxu felt that his legs were about to break. Finally, they reached their destination. The school doctor, who was walking in front, pushed open a door. Suddenly, a ray of light shot into the secret passage. Ningxu blocked it with his hand and went through the door. Ningxu looked at the situation in the room in a daze. It was an extremely clean laboratory. The light from the various instruments was very cold. There was not a single person in such a large laboratory. His footsteps echoed as he stepped on the floor. Ningxu suddenly realized that he might have come to an incredible place. He looked around and saw all kinds of specimens. There were organs soaked in bottles. The color of the kidney was yellow. This color was probably gallstones. Ningxu felt very uncomfortable. He did not dare to display the human specimens on the shelves. He followed the school doctor's footsteps. The school doctor put the unconscious Ling Shui on the operating table. Her limbs were locked by the iron chains on the operating table. "Uncle! Uncle, what are you doing?" Ningxu's teeth were chattering. The school doctor, Ningxu, smiled, revealing his white teeth. His glasses reflected a bright light. He looked like a psychopath. "Nothing. I just gave her a tranquilizer gun. That's why she fell asleep." The school doctor said, "You can walk around the laboratory." "Oh right, let me tell you. My main profession is actually a genetic scientist. Well, I prefer to dissect people." Damn, he was actually an expert in dissection. Ningxu pointed at Ling Shui on the operating table. "You want to dissect her?" "I said that I need her. I need her genes. I want to know why she can cultivate. Could it be that she activated the high-level genes in her body?" The school doctor looked at Ling Shui on the operating table and reached out to touch Ling Shui's face. There are too many genes in the human body that are not activated. Many high-level genes are hidden under the influence of the environment and are not activated. This woman has such great ability. It is probably because of some high-level genes. "Uncle, don't you read novels? Only people with spiritual roots can cultivate." Ningxu could not help but ridicule. Spiritual roots. In my opinion, everything in the body can be explained by genes. The school doctor looked at Ling Shui with shining eyes. Can something like spiritual roots be transplanted? Maybe spiritual roots are just a high-level gene fragment. Cultivation is to activate other high-level genes in the body and improve the body's quality. Ningxu listened to the school doctor blabber a lot of words that she did not understand. No wonder those ruthless people in the club were afraid of him and gave him the title of a madman. He was indeed a madman. Uncle, I want to go back. How do I go back? Ningxu asked. Go back the way you came? Ningxu was a little regretful that she provoked this person. The school doctor had his eyes on Ling Shui and wanted to dissect her. Damn, it was too scary. Uncle, do you want to dissect me too? Ningxu looked at the school doctor vigilantly. Uncle, you can't dissect me. Ningxu looked at the school doctor with tears in his eyes. The school doctor held a pair of medical scissors in his hand and cut off Ling Shui's clothes. A fair and charming body was lying on the operating table. It was very beautiful. Even Ningxu was tempted when he saw it. Her perky chest, bright red top, and fragrant grass below. Hearing Ningxu's words, the school doctor moved the scissors in his hand. He didn't feel anything for the body on the operating table. Instead, he looked at Ningxu with disdain. You? No, you're not even worth my scissors. Your genes are the genes that hinder human development. The most direct manifestation of the difference in genes is on your face. You're so ugly, how bad can your genes be? Ningxu, are you mocking me in a roundabout way? On the operating table, Ling Shui's long eyelashes trembled. She was about to wake up. The school doctor sat beside the operating table and waited for Ling Shui to wake up. When Ling Shui woke up, she was blinded by the cold and glaring light. It took her a while to feel better. What was this place? Ling Shui tried to move her hands but found that she couldn't move at all. She was bound and naked. Ling Shui struggled to break free and found that her body was limp and powerless. She hurriedly mobilized the spirit qi in her dantian, wanting to break free from the iron lock that was more than an inch thick. You're awake. The school doctor looked at Ling Shui. Ling Shui was startled by the sudden voice. She looked at the tall school doctor. He was wearing a white coat and was tall and slender. Let me go, or I'll let you die a horrible death. Ling Shui shouted at the school doctor. However, she didn't sound imposing at all. Instead, her voice was soft and weak, revealing a hint of charm. Ningxu watched from the side. When she saw the naked body and heard the voice, if she was a man, she would have taken a gun. Ningxu glanced at the school doctor who was adjusting his glasses and secretly asked, Uncle, do you want me to leave for a while? Seeing Ningxu, Ling Shui became even more agitated. She looked at Ningxu with hatred. Ningxu saw Ling Shui's gaze and laughed. It was clearly the school doctor uncle who caught her. Why was she looking at him so fiercely? She was so tolerant to men and so mean to women. This was what women were like. The school doctor put down the scissors in his hand and took out a scalpel. The scalpel looked unusually cold under the surgical light. Ling Shui's heart felt very bad. She tried to break free from the iron lock, but she couldn't. Even when she mobilized the spirit qi in her body, she couldn't break it open. She could only concentrate her spirit qi to cut the iron lock bit by bit. Ningxu felt that she shouldn't stay here any longer. She guessed that it wouldn't be suitable for her to stay here in the upcoming situation. Seeing the school doctor's scalpel getting closer and closer, Ling Shui couldn't help but puff out her chest. Her breasts became even more turbulent, making her look unusually charming. Ling Shui's eyes revealed a frightened expression. Her eyes were hazy and blurred. It seemed that she was going to seduce the school doctor uncle. Ningxu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She was really beautiful. Ningxu wanted to reach out and touch her. Ningxu shook his head. What was she thinking? Ling Shui's charm was really too strong. The school doctor narrowed his eyes and then quickly cut off the tendons of Ling Shui's arms and legs. Ling Shui was in so much pain that her whole body was convulsing. She looked at the school doctor uncle with bloodshot eyes and bit her lip so hard that it cracked. How could he cut off her meridians? How could he do that? How could she use her spirit qi if her meridians were cut off? Only now did Ling Shui's heart surged with fear and fear. She looked at the school doctor uncle with real fear and resentment. Ningxu watched from the side. He looked at the school doctor uncle in a daze and then looked at Ling Shui's arms and legs. The place where her meridians were cut off did not bleed at all. He had accurately found the location. The school doctor uncle's expression was indifferent. It was as if he wasn't facing a beauty, but a dead object waiting for him to dissect. Ling Shui and Ning Shu felt a chill at the same time. Ling Shui felt an uncontrollable fear. She had a premonition that her life was going to end here. She was waiting for death every day, but she didn't know when she would die. How could this be? She was the one and only cultivator in this world. She was the person who stood at the top of the world. She was the person who could call the wind and summon the rain at the top of the world. But now, she was locked up in this laboratory that couldn't see the light of day. No, Ling Shui's heart was filled with unwillingness. But when she moved her hands, she felt weak and powerless. It was so painful that she wanted to die. The spirit chi in her body was stopped just when it reached this place. She hated it so much. Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect her mission to be completed in this way. The high and mighty Ling Shui actually became an experimental subject. She was the experimental subject that provided genes for the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu glanced at Ling Shui and said to the school doctor uncle, "Uncle, I'm going back." "I'll send you back." The school doctor uncle put the knife on the tray and took off his gloves. He said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was a little flattered. He immediately said, "Uncle, you're not going to kill me to silence me, are you?" The school doctor uncle paused. He touched his chin and thought, "That's a good idea." "Uncle, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." "Uncle, I don't know anything." Ning Shu wanted to hug the school doctor uncle's leg and beg him to let him go. "Okay, let's go. Forget about today's matter," the school doctor uncle said indifferently. Then, Ning Shu felt that his legs were going to break again. Finally, they arrived at the school doctor's office. After entering the school doctor's office, Ning Shu took a deep breath and felt a little better. The cold laboratory was really suffocating. "Uncle, how are you going to deal with Ling Shui?" Ning Shu asked carefully. The school doctor uncle's face turned cold. "You don't have to care about this. This woman's abnormality has been noticed by the department. This is a matter for the higher-ups. It has nothing to do with you." Wow, it was related to the government. Then, the school doctor uncle was from the government. She really shouldn't have known. Ning Shu sneaked in front of the school doctor uncle. The school doctor uncle immediately poked Ning Shu's forehead and said, "Just talk. Don't come so close." "Uncle, you're really amazing. I admire you so much. You're like a surging river." Ning Shu flattered the school doctor uncle. "Just talk. Why are you so disgusting?" The school doctor uncle patted his white coat. There was no dust on it. The school doctor uncle patted it. He probably had some OCD. "Say it. What do you want from me?" The school doctor uncle said indifferently. Ning Shu really admired the school doctor uncle now. "Uncle, you're really amazing. I admire you so much." The school doctor uncle closed his fingers and made a retracting gesture. Ning Shu immediately shut his mouth. "Uncle, can you help me find out who my biological parents are?" Ning Shu realized that the mission in this world was actually so easy after knowing the uncle. "Uncle, your thigh is so thick. I need to hug it more." The school doctor's eyelids twitched as he looked deeply at Ning Shu. Ning Shu's heart thumped wildly under his gaze. He waved his hand and said, "No need. Don't help me find my parents. My genes are very bad. Don't dissect me." The school doctor looked at Ning Shu's appearance and clicked his tongue. "Look at your useless appearance. Why are you so cowardly? At least have some girl's reservedness and integrity." Ning Shu curled his lips. Without absolute strength, integrity and reservedness were nothing. "Yes, I'll remember this." You can scram now." The school doctor patted his white coat again. There was nothing on it, but the uncle kept patting it. This obsessive-compulsive disorder was too much. Ning Shu replied with an "oh" and then rolled away smoothly. He rolled away quickly. As soon as he entered the classroom, before he could react, he was grabbed by the arm and dragged out of the classroom. Ning Shu shook off Ling Ao's hand and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Ling Ao looked at him, so angry that his nose trembled. He asked, "Where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere." Do you know where Ling Shui went? How would I know? I'm not Ling Shui's personal maid. How would I know where she is? Ningxu said indifferently. He looked at Ling Ao's twisted face. His eyes seemed to be sad, resentful, angry, jealous. In short, there were many emotions. It was really hard to describe, very hard to describe. Ningxu felt that this guy had been driven crazy by Ling Shui. Seeing that this guy was so pitiful, Ningxu mocked him. Please, Ling Shui doesn't even care about you in the human world. Why are you still like this? So resentful, just like a woman. You. Ling Ao was so angry that the hand that pointed at Ningxu was trembling. You damn woman. Then he turned and left. Ling Shui's disappearance caused a huge impact in Ace. It was because Ling Shui was too famous. Ling Shui, who sat on the goddess seat, would be noticed even if she was a little late, let alone not coming to school for a few days. After a long time, Ling Shui did not come to school, which caused a lot of rumors. Some people said that Ling Shui was kept as a mistress, some said that Ling Shui was killed, and some even said that Ling Shui was kept as a mistress by a mafia boss. Some even said that they saw Ling Shui in a bar and became a hostess. In any case, there were many different opinions. Rumors about beautiful women all carried a kind of erotic aura. Ningxu turned a deaf ear to these rumors. Her mission was to make the high and mighty Ling Shui fall down. The missing Ling Shui was only the female lead in the mouths of his classmates. All kinds of rumors were getting more and more filthy. There was another rumor. When Ningxu heard it, she simply wanted to burst out laughing. It was that the two naked princes were discovered. The two men were naked and lying together. There was nothing on their bodies and their body parts were exposed. The two princes' little birds had been seen by countless people. Both men and women had seen them. Some of the braver girls looked at their little birds and the male students compared their sizes. It was obviously a group P, but now it was rumored to be gay. Even the way the students looked at Ling Ao was not right. Ling Ao was probably a member of their group. Ling Ao's thoughts were complicated at this moment. He was obviously cheated on by his good friend and even his brother. He was even rumored to be gay. Damn it, he was the one who suffered the most and was wronged the most. When the two of them came to ask him where Ling Shui went, Ling Ao sneered and beat the two of them up. They still had the nerve to ask him where Ling Shui went. Ling Ao swore that he would never interact with these two bastards again. They were trying to steal his girl behind his back and now they still had the nerve to ask him. Ling Ao kicked the two people on the ground. He realized that his fighting strength was not bad, but why did he always lose to that violent woman Lin Xianxia? Ling Ao unknowingly walked to the outside of Ningxu's classroom. He basically came to this classroom every day. In the past, he came to look for Ling Shui. Later on, he came to fight with Lin Xianxia every day. His feet were now habitually coming to this classroom. Ling Ao stood at the door and saw Lin Xianxia through the window. She was reading a book seriously with a serious expression. The sun shone on her body and she looked very peaceful, like an orchid. Ningxu clearly felt that someone was looking at him. He turned his head and saw Ling Ao outside the window. He frowned. This bastard was probably here to ask where Ling Shui went again. Ningxu could not understand why Ling Ao came to ask him about Ling Shui every day. He did not know at all. Looking at Ling Ao's attitude, he felt that Ling Shui's disappearance had something to do with her, although it was indeed related. Ling Ao's heart skipped a beat when he saw that he was discovered. He felt a little uncomfortable. He was caught peeping and felt a little embarrassed. However, seeing the other party's impatient face, Ling Ao was angry. He swaggered in front of Ningxu, raised his chin and looked at Ningxu condescendingly. Let me ask you, where did Ling Shui go? I said I don't know. Why do you have to ask me? You should ask your two good brothers. It's more reliable than asking me. Ling Ao was a little weak, but he still said, my intuition tells me that you have something to do with Ling Shui's disappearance. *CK off. You're a woman. You even have a sixth sense. Although Ling Shui's disappearance was forgotten after people talked about it for a while, for those who had intentions, such as Mo Lingshuan, the underworld boss had never given up. He even wanted to capture Ningxu and ask about Lingshua's whereabouts. Knowing that there were people from the underworld outside the school, Ningxu did not dare to leave the school even more. Leng Ao knew that someone was looking for trouble with Ningxu. He walked in front of Ningxu and said arrogantly that if he wanted her to be his girlfriend, he would help her solve the problems outside. Ningxu was speechless. Ningxu did not want to have any interaction with the people in this world. As for Leng Ao, he would leave it to the original owner to deal with. She was someone who wanted to leave this world. What made Ningxu happy was that the school doctor brought news of the original owner's biological parents. It was also a tragedy. The original owner was just a daughter who was sold by her parents. Her family was too poor. They said that a rich man wanted to buy her daughter. Then, she sold her daughter without hesitation. These were the original owner's matters. Ningxu had already found the original owner's biological father. She was not the original owner, so she would not make decisions for the original owner. Ningxu felt that the mission was almost completed. He was still thinking about when to leave this world when the system's cold mechanical voice sounded in his head, "Mission completed. Do you want to leave this world?" "Yes." Ningxu nodded without hesitation. He was really tired of staying in this world. The mission was really too difficult. If it was not for the school doctor, Ningxu would not even have a chance to complete the mission. It was completely a trick. Ningxu could only wish that the school doctor's experiment would go smoothly. Ningxu just pressed yes, and then immediately felt the world spinning, and then with a plop, he fell to the ground, dizzy, and almost vomited. Ningxu got up from the ground and looked around. The surroundings were white. She was back in the system space. Ningxu let out a long sigh. Ningxu lowered his head, and saw that his soul had dimmed a little, and quickly sat down to absorb the matter of the space. Although he did not know what it was, it could strengthen his soul, and Ningxu did not refuse. Congratulations player for returning to the system space. In the system space, the cold mechanical voice of the system sounded. Ningxu immediately stood up and asked, "Why did my soul become so dim? Does the quest consume soul power?" The player's soul is too weak, so it was affected by the original owner's emotions. The system explained, the mechanical voice. Then is there any way to strengthen the soul? Ningxu asked again. Ningxu had a premonition that traveling between worlds like this would consume a lot of the soul, and if the soul was not strengthened, sooner or later it would be exhausted. The market has potions to strengthen the soul, and also secret books to cultivate the soul. Currently you do not have the qualifications to open the market and the exchange system. The system's explanation gave Ningxu hope, but when he heard that he did not have the qualifications, he felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. Wait until the player officially becomes a player, then you have the qualifications to open the exchange system. Well, right now she was not even an intern, and should be the smallest cannon fodder. If she died in the quest, then she would completely disappear. Do you want to check the attributes? The system asked. Yes. In front of Ningxu, the attributes panel immediately appeared. Number, 23333 Name, Ningxu Age, 27 Experience, 4,000, 4,000/10,000, Soul, 60 Life, 50 Wisdom, 80 Charm? Luck, 20 Spirit, 120 Force, 10 Aptitude, 20 Skills, 5 Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique Honorary Title, None. Ningxu seriously looked at each attribute, and what made Ningxu surprised was that this time he actually had 4,000 points, probably because he was teleported to an intermediate world, and then he was lucky enough to complete the quest. Sure enough, high risk accompanied high profit. Player is rewarded with 10 attribute points. The system's voice sounded again, because the player's first quest is an intermediate world. According to the completion of the quest satisfaction, an additional 10 attribute points will be rewarded. Ningxu thought for a moment, and added 1 attribute point to Ningxu's charm. It was really a pain in the ass, thinking of his even more pain in his luck. Ningxu did not hesitate to add 5 attribute points, and then added 4 points to aptitude. Then Ningxu's attributes panel. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Age, 27 Experience, 4,000, 4,000/10,000, Soul, 60 Life, 50 Wisdom, 80 Charm, 1 Luck, 20, +5, Force, 120 Force, 10 aptitude, 20, plus 4, skills, 5 ring spear technique, trash fighting technique honorary title. Nun Ningxu saw that his charm was finally not a question mark, although it was a lonely 1 point. At least it was not a question mark. Do you want to enter the quest world now? The system asked. Ningxu thought for a moment, and said, can I enter the world a bit later? Yes. Then the system did not speak again. Ningxu looked at his soul. Her soul was so dim, if the original owner's emotions were too fluctuating when entering the world, it would affect her. More haste, less speed. Ningxu felt that it was better to cultivate first. Ningxu sat down, and tried his best to absorb the things in the system space, to enrich his soul. This speed was undoubtedly very slow, but Ningxu could only do this. What Ningxu wanted the most now was to be able to cultivate the soul. When will he become an official player? The system space did not have the concept of time. Ningxu sat on the ground, motionless. After an unknown amount of time, Ningxu opened her eyes, looked down at her body, and felt that it was more solid. She touched it with her hand, and it felt like she was touching milk, smooth to the touch. Is the system here? I want to start the quest. Ningxu looked up at the wall in front of her and asked. She did not know where the system was. Ningxu's voice just fell, and she immediately felt a burst of depression. Damn, can't you let me get ready, at least tell me. Ningxu fell into a coma. Floating up and down in the darkness, Ningxu felt that someone was talking beside her. She struggled to open her eyes, and her head was dizzy. She looked at the muslin curtain on the bed for a long time, and her mind was blank. The maid beside her saw that the person on the bed had opened her eyes, and her expression was very excited. She knelt by the bed and repeatedly shouted, Princess, you're awake. She hurriedly sent someone to call for the imperial physician. Ningxu turned her head, and looked at the excited maid kneeling by the bed. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a pearl flower in the bun. She wore a magnolia blue embroidered satin robe, covered with muslin, and the cleavage in front of her was faintly discernible. Ningxu felt that her body was very heavy, and her stomach was empty. She did not even have the strength to raise her hand. Princess, you can't spoil yourself like this. The maid cried and laughed. Ningxu said with difficulty, get me something to eat. The maid wiped the tears from her face, and when she heard that Ningxu wanted to eat, she was so happy that she almost cried. She lifted her skirt and ran out of the palace. Ningxu was lying on the bed, and she was so hungry that she felt dizzy. How long had she been hungry? She was going to starve to death. Her mind was in a mess, and then it was blank. Ningxu wanted to wait until she was full before she received the plot. Hearing the maid call her princess, it seemed that this body was very noble. She did not expect that one day she would be able to enjoy being called a little princess. Not long after, the maid brought in a bowl of congee. There was meat juice and cooked very soft vegetables. When Ningxu smelled the fragrance, her stomach began to growl. The maid helped Ningxu up, and said to Ningxu, Princess, let me feed you. Ningxu nodded, and the maid's face showed a happy expression. She immediately scooped up a spoonful of congee, blew on it, and fed it to Ningxu. He did not know how long this body had been hungry. Such a light bowl of congee made his stomach ache. Fortunately, he slowly adapted. Ningxu ate a bowl and did not eat any more. The maid helped Ningxu to lie down. Ningxu looked at the maid. She was about 15 or 16 years old, and looked quite delicate. However, Ningxu's eyes fell on the maid's chest. The clothing of this era was quite open and sexy. It was completely the Tang dynasty's tube-top clothes. When he lowered his head, he could see the cleavage inside. Ningxu saw that the maid was quite good to this body. She was very respectful and concerned, but she had not received the plot yet. He did not know this maid's character in character, but looking at her performance just now, she should be quite good. Ningxu had just laid down when a maid ran into the palace. Probably because she ran in a hurry, her face was bright red, and there was sweat on her small nose. The maid bowed to Ningxu on the bed. Princess, the imperial physician has arrived. In reality, there was nothing wrong with this body. She was just hungry. Now that she had eaten something, she felt much better. Ningxu had not yet accepted the plot and did not know the original owner's personality. Indifferently, he said, "Both of you, leave." The two maids glanced at each other before bowing and exiting the palace hall. Ningxu's eyes turned, sizing up his surroundings. The palace hall was very spacious. Antique shelves were filled with all sorts of rare playthings. There was an exquisite blue and white porcelain vase with bright flowers. The red sandalwood seat was filled with the scent of incense that slowly drifted out from the air cauldron, causing one's heart to feel peaceful. Next to the mahogany marble bed was a screen carved with purple purlins and carved with plum blossoms. Every item appeared to be meticulously crafted and appeared to be noble and extraordinary. Just by looking at this room, Ningxu knew that this princess's days were not bad. What deep hatred did she have to counterattack? What was there that she couldn't let go of? Ningxu took a deep breath and began to accept the plot. Although he was mentally prepared, his head still throbbed with pain. This body was called Li Xueshan. She was the only princess of the Great Yong dynasty and the only younger sister of the current emperor. The emperor bestowed upon her the title of Princess Jiahui. In addition, she was given the fief of Jinyang. She was favored by the heavens and favored by the earth. Bystanders did not understand why Princess Jiahui was so favored. They only thought that the current emperor favored her out of consideration for kinship. Furthermore, she was his younger sister from the same mother. It was unknown how much Princess Jiahui had sacrificed in the struggle for the throne. She had even risked her life to do anything for the emperor. The struggle for the throne was incomparably bitter. The bloodshed caused the imperial palace to be stained with blood. The emperor was also ruthless, killing all of the defeated princes and grandsons. It was likely that the emperor's ruthlessness had frightened all of the civil and military officials. The emperor's ascension to the throne was unexpectedly smooth. The current emperor was her own brother and the emperor's only relative. Princess Jiahui's hard times had finally come to an end. She was blessed with honor and favor. Even the empress, her sister-in-law, was polite to her. The concubines in the imperial harem were all trying their best to please her. It was reasonable to say that this kind of life would not be changed even by a deity. However, Princess Jiahui was a woman. Love was something that women yearned for the most, even if Jiahui was a princess. At this moment, a young and handsome man entered the princess's eyes. Princess Jiahui didn't like outstanding scholars who pretended to be cultured. After experiencing the cruel struggle for the throne, Jiahui didn't like men who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Moreover, they were outstanding scholars who applied makeup like women. Only a man like Duan Xinghui could give Jiahui a sense of security. This young general was handsome and elegant. When he wore his armor and galloped on horseback, there was a kind of breathtaking beauty of power. After interacting with Duan Xinghui a few times, Jiahui became more and more satisfied with this man. Although he looked serious in speech and manner, he gave off a steady and dependable feeling. Duan Xinghui respected Jiahui very much. Although he had never made any promises, Jiahui's impression of him became even better. Jiahui didn't lack people who flattered her. She valued reality more than empty promises. The emperor knew about this situation, but he didn't directly give an edict. He wanted to investigate whether this Duan Xinghui was worthy of entrusting his sister to him. The relationship between Jiahui and Duan Xinghui was a secret that no one spoke of. In fact, it was already settled. Coincidentally, the border was restless and the weather was cold. The bearded Xiongnu were about to enter the central plains to rob again. The emperor sent Duan Xinghui to the border and said in high spirits that he would bestow a marriage upon the two of them when he returned from a victorious battle. The battle was in a stalemate when the news of Duan Xinghui's death came from the front lines. When Jiahui heard the news, she was completely stunned. Then, she didn't eat or drink. In the end, the emperor couldn't stand it anymore and forced her to die. After experiencing such pain, Jiahui's body became worse and worse. Every day, she missed the dead Duan Xinghui. She even wanted to cut off her hair and become a nun. The dead would always remain in her heart, and the mark in her heart would become deeper and deeper until it was irreplaceable. However, not long after, the dead Duan Xinghui came back from the dead and returned to the capital with a woman by his side. When Ningxu saw this, he understood how things had developed. This favored princess had become the cannon fodder for the love between the general and her true love. Ningxu sighed deeply and expressed his deep sympathy for the original owner of this body. He said that love was harmful. The rest of the story was nothing more than Jia Hui being unwilling to give up and causing trouble between the two of them. She used her dignity as a princess to take revenge on this unknown village girl. What shocked Jia Hui was that this man, who she had seen as steady, became very agitated when faced with the matter of the village girl. His entire being became lively, angry, and roaring like a young boy. For the sake of that village girl, he disobeyed an imperial edict and declared in front of everyone that he loved that woman the most. Jia Hui felt as if she had been slapped in the face, her face burning. She had practically become the laughingstock of the entire Yong dynasty. The noble princess had actually lost to a village girl. She was unwilling to accept this. What was she? She was a princess. With the pride of a princess, she would not allow such a defeat. Jia Hui retaliated against the village girl. Afterwards, everyone began to question her, even saying that she was vicious and that she had lost face for the court. Even the emperor was disappointed in this younger sister of his. Jia Hui became fiercer and fiercer. Rumors spread throughout the streets that the princess had stolen someone else's man. Jia Hui's reputation became more and more tarnished. Coincidentally, the Hu and Xiongnu won the battle and proudly requested a political marriage. The emperor was truly disappointed in this younger sister of his and sent her away. It was clearly because of Duan Xinghui that the situation of the war had reversed. If it were not for his desire for great merit, he would not have fallen for the schemes of the barbarians in the Central Plains. Now, he wanted her to go through a political marriage and live happily with him. Jia Hui was a delicate princess. In addition, during the time when everyone believed that Duan Xinghui had died, Jia Hui was heartbroken and injured. Her body became ill, and she went to a place with a vile environment. Furthermore, she went to a place where women were not treated as humans. Jia Hui's status as a princess did not bring her any benefits. On the contrary, it caused these barbarians to humiliate her even more. She was a trophy of war. The Xiongnu people were cruel, beating and cursing women at the slightest provocation. Living was a fate worse than death. Jia Hui's heart had already become numb. Her flower-like appearance had been corroded by the wind and sand. She numbly lived, not knowing what she had done wrong. The original owner's wishes were, first, she did not want to love that heartless and unscrupulous Duan Xinghui. Second, she wanted that slut to die a horrible death. Third, she wanted to be a noble and pure princess. She did not want to be covered in filth. She did not want to disappoint her imperial brother. She did not want to be married off to a foreign country. She did not want to be humiliated by others. Ningxu was speechless. This girl still could not let go of this matter in her heart. Duan Xinghui was the beginning of all of Jia Hui's tragedies. Duan Xinghui was like the key to opening Pandora's box. What made Ningxu speechless was that she had entered the plot a little late. Now that she had found out about Duan Xinghui's death, Jia Hui was so sad that she did not eat or drink. It was as if she had followed Duan Xinghui into the afterlife. She had already gotten involved with Duan Xinghui. Lin Jiejie raised her head from the desk with a blank expression. She looked at the teacher on the podium with her mouth open and closed. Her mind was in a daze. Lin Jiejie looked at the seat in front of her reflexively. The woman she hated the most was really gone. Could it be that she was dreaming? Everything in the dream was real. Ling Shui really disappeared from her life. The person in the dream was her, but it wasn't her. She watched everything that happened. When the bell rang, Lin Jiejie stood up from her seat. Coincidentally, the three-legged desk fell to the ground. This was supposed to be an embarrassing thing, but Lin Jiejie didn't know what was going on. She was very calm and slowly lifted the desk up. She looked at the people around her. They glanced at her and looked away. They didn't pay much attention to her. They no longer looked at her with ridicule like before. Their attitude changed from disgust and ridicule to disregard. And Rong, who bullied her before, saw her gaze. She snorted and looked away. Lin Jiejie became more and more confused. Could it be that everything in the dream was real? At this moment, two men suddenly appeared in the classroom. They carried a desk in their hands. The desk was brand new. They walked to Lin Jiejia's seat and placed the new desk on Lin Jiejia's seat. "What are you doing?" Lin Jiejie asked. Her desk was broken a long time ago. She was teased and slashed with a knife. Even one of the table legs was removed. "This is the school's arrangement. Your desk is broken. Naturally, it has to be changed," a school staff said. Lin Jiejie pursed her lips. Why didn't she think of it before? Now they were going to change it for her. However, Lin Jiejie knew the current situation and could only say, "Thank you. I asked them to change your desk." Leng Ao put his hands in his pockets and walked to Lin Jiejie, looking down at her. When Lin Jiejie saw Leng Ao, she frowned out of reflex. Lin Jiejie was a little confused about her own reaction. Logically speaking, she should be very excited and happy when she saw Leng Ao. Why was she so disgusted? It was impossible. "What do you mean by this?" Lin Jiejie didn't know why, but her hands itched. She wanted to fight with Leng Ao and throw him over her shoulder. Leng Ao frowned. "Are you unhappy? I prepared a new desk for you." "Thank you," Lin Jiejie said indifferently. She raised her head and looked at Leng Ao. He was extremely tall, had a cool and handsome face, and his eyes were bright like the stars in the sky. In her impression, this was the first time she was so close to Leng Ao, but Lin Jiejie did not feel any excitement in her heart. "Are you satisfied with this desk?" Leng Ao saw Lin Jiejie raise her head and look at her carefully. For some reason, Leng Ao actually felt a little nervous and touched the bridge of his nose. "Oh, thank you," Lin Jiejie said coldly. Leng Ao raised his chin and asked, "Last time, I asked you to be my girlfriend. What do you think?" "Girlfriend? When did this happen?" Lin Jiejie snorted. She didn't remember at all. Many things had gone off the rails. Ling Shui had disappeared, and now Leng Ao actually wanted her to be his girlfriend. This was something she didn't even dare to think about in the past. Becoming Leng Ao's girlfriend? Lin Jiejie hesitated and didn't say anything. Leng Ao's eyes dimmed and said, "Since you don't answer, I'll take it that you agree. From today onwards, you're mine." "I didn't agree." "Leng Ao, please don't make the decision on your own," Lin Jiejie said coldly. Since when could she speak with such an imposing and cold tone? Leng Ao's expression changed. He looked a little angry and a little sad. Lin Jiejie walked around Leng Ao, who was standing still, and walked out of the classroom. Her mind was a little messy now. Why did the world change after sleeping? As soon as she walked out of the classroom, she saw a man in a white coat leaning against the balcony. His posture was tall and straight, and he looked very abstinent. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and was elegant with a little indifference. When Lin Jiejie saw this person, her heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that this man was very dangerous. Lin Jiejie walked around him and prepared to go to the toilet. A hand reached out and pulled Lin Jiejie. Lin Jiejie turned around and looked at him and shouted, "School doctor." This was the school doctor. The school doctor squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Jiejie. His eyes shone with a deep probing gaze. He inspected her face inch by inch as if he was looking for something. "What's the matter?" Lin Jiejie asked. The school doctor looked at Lin Jiejie. Her expression was cold. She didn't have the carefree smile from before. She even had a fawning smile. The school doctor let go of Lin Jiejie's arm and asked calmly, "You're not her?" "What?" Lin Jiejie felt a little confused. The school doctor's eyes were extremely cold. Then, he curled his lips and smiled. "I got the wrong person." With that, he left. Lin Jiejie looked at the school doctor's back. The corner of her white coat was flipped up. Lin Jiejie shook her head. She needed to calm down. What happened next made Lin Jiejie even more speechless. Her father heard that Leng Ao wanted her to be his girlfriend and now wanted to bring her back to the Lin family. What was this? He chased her out and now wanted to bring her back. Lin Jiejie didn't think about the Lin family anymore. Although she was alone now, she felt very comfortable and supported herself. At this time, he played the family card with her and told her how helpless he was at that time. Lin Jiejie just smiled. When he didn't need her, he would use her as a shield. She still kept the newspaper that broke off their relationship. Lin Jejia didn't know who had visited her body, but she was sincerely grateful to that person. She never thought that one day, her life would be so free. She didn't have to listen to her father talk about how she had to do everything for the family. She wasn't their biological parent at all. It was just that the Lin couple had been married for a long time and didn't have a child. There was a superstitious saying that if a child was adopted first, it would naturally be a blessing to have a child. Lin Jejia was this adopted child. Since she was chased out of the family, she naturally wouldn't go back. Since a school didn't expel her, she would continue to attend school. Lin Jejia smiled. When did she become so thick-skinned? She was clearly an orphan, but she was still attending classes in an aristocratic school. Ever since she rejected Ling Ao started to pursue Lin Jejia. Ugh, sometimes this person was so annoying that he would throw her over his shoulder. However, Ling Ao seemed to be very familiar with this way of getting along. There was no dissatisfaction on his face. Lin Jejia was speechless. Could it be that Ling Ao liked this kind of attitude? She was respectful to him but acted like a tsundere. Now, she was cold and arrogant to him. She hit him for no reason and he actually liked it. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Lin Jejia's expression was very strange. Could it be that too many people complimented him so he was happy when someone hit him? He was really sick. After receiving the storyline, Ningxu felt dizzy and his heart ached. It seemed that this body's heart had been injured. Ningxu sighed. As someone who once treated the hospital as his home, nothing was more important than a healthy body. Why did he have to hurt himself like this? As for the original owner's wish, to not love that heartless woman, Ningxu could do it. As for taking revenge on this pair of bitches, Ningxu felt that the original owner's arrogance made him unable to let go of this matter. As for not being married, he could only take one step at a time. Ningxu felt that this mission was easier than the previous world's mission. At least there wouldn't be a supernatural existence like Ling Shui that exceeded the limits of this world. Moreover, she was a princess of a country. Her status was quite high. Compared to a general and a village girl, she had quite an advantage. Ningxu fell asleep while thinking. This body was really too weak. Ningxu was speechless. The time he entered the time mission was so difficult. He didn't know how long he slept. When Ningxu woke up, he felt that his body was sticky with sweat. He struggled to open his eyes. When he turned his eyes, he saw the person sitting by the bed. It was silent. Ningxu was shocked. He couldn't help but cry out. His heart was about to jump out. When the man saw that Ningxu was frightened, he lightly said, "You're awake." Imperial brother. Ningxu struggled to get up. From the original owner's memory, this man should be the current emperor, Li Wen. His name sounded warm, but it didn't match his temperament. His face was very cold and dignified. Li Wen wore a 5-clawed golden dragon robe. Li Wen was very handsome. His features were picturesque, firm as ice, and translucent as glass. The might of his high position added a layer of indifference to his face. He was indifferent, proud, and extraordinarily noble. He was a man that no woman could escape from his charm. In short, he was an iceberg. Even when facing the original owner's younger sister, he didn't smile much. He gave the original owner extraordinary status and material things. Li Wen was a natural-born talent for the emperor. His methods were impressive and he was serious in speech and manner. No one could pry into his thoughts. In the face of such a person, Ningxu felt a little uneasy. His body unconsciously tensed up, and he keenly felt that the person in front of him was very dangerous. He was like a lion king licking its claws. "Just lie down," Li Wen faintly said. His eyes swept over Ningxu's face and paused for a moment before continuing, "This matter has yet to be decided. You shouldn't ruin your own body like this." As he spoke, Li Wen furrowed his handsome brows and looked at his sister's forehead that was covered in cold sweat. Even her hair was wet. He softened his voice and said, "Jiehui, don't be willful." The cold sweat on Ningxu's forehead increased. He was speechless. Her future husband had died, and she was actually being willful. Ningxu opened his mouth and finally said, "Jiehui knows." Jiehui was the original owner's title. Men! Li Wen shouted towards the door. His voice was deep and sexy, but it was also cold and majestic. It made people unable to have any thoughts of resistance. Two maids immediately came in. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. One was Miao Qing, the other was Yuan Dong. These two were the original owner's closest people. They were also interesting people. In short, the situation was a bit funny. Li Wen said to the two maids in an indifferent tone, "Take good care of the princess." "Yes." Miao Qing and Yuan Dong said in unison. Li Wen seemed to be very busy with government affairs. After routinely showing concern for Ningxu, he left. Ningxu basically didn't say anything. It was unknown whether Li Wen had noticed her abnormality. Yuan Dong walked up and saw that Ningxu's head was covered in sweat. She immediately drew some water to wipe Ningxu's body. Ningxu looked at her. This girl was not bad looking. It was a pity that she was a scheming person. However, she was someone who had always been by his side. Ningxu said to Miao Qing, who was arranging the quilt for Ningxu, I want to eat." Miao Qing gave a crisp sigh and went out to prepare food for Ningxu. Ningxu watched her leave the palace like a butterfly. A light flashed in his eyes. This Miao Qing had eventually become Li Wen's concubine. Ningxu then looked at Yuan Dong. This girl had followed along in the political marriage and became the plaything of the Xiongnu barbarians. Of course, this didn't mean that this girl was loyal to the original owner. Instead, this girl had fallen in love with Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui ended up falling in love with a village girl. This broke Yuan Dong's wish to become Duan Xinghui's concubine maid. Although he was a prince, women would always prepare concubine maids for men. Fortunately, during menstruation or pregnancy, other women would serve the man. Jiahui and Yuan Dong worked together to deal with the village girl. It was said that the village girl's name was Arya. It was a very rustic name. Later, it was changed to a very pleasant-sounding name. After a while, Miao Qing came up with food. It was a relatively light food. Ningxu wouldn't be like the original owner, who would spoil his body. Having a healthy body was more important than anything else. Miao Qing fed Ningxu food. Ningxu didn't hold back at all. This way, he would get better. After eating a bowl of 10 brocade congee, Miao Qing took out a handkerchief and wiped Ningxu's mouth. Ningxu saw that these girls had taken good care of the original owner. But in the end, they all betrayed their master because of love. After eating, Ningxu closed his eyes and went to sleep. When a person was sleeping, they could automatically repair their body. Now, Ningxu needed a healthy body to complete his task. He hated people who spoiled their body the most. They didn't cherish their body. At night, Li Wen came again. He stood by the bed without making a sound, which scared Ningxu. "Imperial brother. Is your body better?" Li Wen looked at Ningxu and saw that his complexion was better. He nodded and said, "It's better than this morning." "Thank you for your concern, Imperial brother." Ningxu showed a grateful expression. Li Wen didn't say anything and the atmosphere became silent. Ningxu didn't know what to say. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. It wouldn't be good if she exposed herself. The man in front of her was very dangerous. His deep eyes made her feel like they were going to tear her apart. Ningxu was not used to it. "Hurry up and leave. Why are you standing there like a wooden stick?" Of course, Ningxu only dared to say this in his heart. He didn't dare to challenge the mood of a feudal emperor. Ningxu asked himself if he had the guts to do so. Neither of them spoke. Ningxu raised his head and looked at Li Wen. He slightly narrowed his eyes, which made him look very sharp. Ningxu's heart was bitter. What was he trying to do? He didn't say anything and just stood there, making Ningxu feel uncomfortable. In the end, Ningxu couldn't hold it in. He took the lead and said, "Imperial brother, you go do your work. Jiahui is fine." Hearing Ningxu tactfully asking him to leave, Li Wen narrowed his deep eyes and said faintly, "Shen will leave. Take care of your body. Without Duan Xinghui, there are other men." In the plot, Li Wen also said this, but Princess Jiahui only said that there was only one Duan Xinghui in this world, causing Li Wen to choke. Ningxu naturally would not say this. If she annoyed Li Wen, he would directly have her marry. She would not even have a place to cry. Ningshu's face showed unsuppressible sadness. She respectfully said to Li Wen, "Imperial brother, Jiehui's mind is in a mess. Jiehui does not want to think about anything." Hearing this, Li Wen's eyes narrowed. She didn't know why, but every time she saw Li Wen's narrowed eyes, Ningshu had a feeling of fear and trepidation. She had already tried her best to imitate the expressions and habits of the original owner. Li Wen nodded and looked condescendingly at Ningshu. He said, "If there is anything you need, I will have your imperial sister-in-law send it over." Then he knocked on the two maids beside him. "Serve the princess well." "Yes." The two maids replied in unison. However, Miao Qing's eyes were already glued to Li Wen's body. Only when Li Wen left Orchid Palace Hall did she withdraw her gaze. Ningshu watched from the side and shook his head. It was also because the original owner did not pay attention to the two maids beside him. He did not know that one liked his older brother and the other liked his future husband. It felt so bitter. In the following days, Ningshu peacefully and steadily lived a life of recuperation. However, only now did Ningshu truly understand how much the original owner was favored. Every day, there were concubines that came to visit him. The gifts he received were counted in baskets. They were all precious jewels, handkerchiefs personally embroidered by the concubines, or shoes. In any case, it was all kinds of things. Of course, Ningshu wouldn't meet these people. She wasn't even in good health. She wouldn't force herself to meet these people. After all, there were too many women in the imperial harem. She didn't know any of the women in His Majesty's harem. Ningshu looked at Miao Qing and Yuan Dong as if they were used to it, and there was a faint disdain for these concubines. It was just two maids, but they actually disdained these concubines. Ningshu knew what the original owner's attitude towards these concubines was. He probably also looked down on them. "Princess, this servant will put these things in the storage," Ningshu said. After glancing at Ningshu's expression, Miao Qing hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Princess, these people just want to use Princess to meet His Majesty. They want to use His Majesty's favor to gain His Majesty's favor." The original owner and Ningshu both understood this matter. They needed a maid to say this every day. The original owner, Princess Jiehui, thought that Miao Qing was the best because the original owner thought so. Miao Qing liked Li Wen. Because of the original owner, Miao Qing had more chances to see His Majesty than most of the concubines in the imperial harem. Miao Qing said this because she was unhappy and jealous of these concubines. Ningshu looked at her indifferently. He didn't agree with her as usual. Every time the original owner heard Miao Qing say this, he would be very angry. He was angry that these women were using him. Miao Qing saw that the princess didn't pay attention to her. She felt suffocated and put the things in the storage. Ningshu saw that Miao Qing was tactful. In the end, the women in the imperial harem weren't ordinary. If it was someone else, they would continue to sow discord. However, Miao Qing knew when to stop. Ningshu felt that the original owner wasn't that simple. From the path of fighting for the throne, she took the lead to do things for Li Wen. She had seen many dark things. However, she was stupid. She had offended all the women in the imperial harem. In the end, she was arrogant. She looked down on the women in the imperial harem who relied on men. So much so that no one spoke up for her during the marriage. Everyone agreed to let her go. It was quite hard for her to have such a bad relationship with people. Ningshu thought for a moment and said, "Record these and return the gifts according to the usual standards." Miao Qing and Yuan Dong, who were packing the things, were stunned. The princess never returned the gifts. Now that she suddenly wanted to return the gifts, Miao Qing and Yuan Dong didn't know how to react. After all, the two of them were palace maids. They were stunned for a moment before they reacted. The relationship between people was about reciprocation. The original owner only accepted the gifts and didn't return the gifts. This meant that he didn't want to interact with these women and offended them. He was also capricious. The women in the imperial harem gritted their teeth and cursed, but they couldn't do anything to the original owner. Everyone kicks a man when he is down. The original owner ended up like that because of many reasons. "Princess, do you really want to return the gifts?" Miaoqing asked. This is giving them face. Ningxu glanced at her and didn't say anything, but it made Miaoqing feel uneasy. She and Yuandong had seen how heartbroken the princess was before, but now the princess was so calm that it was frightening. Could it be that she had gone crazy? Of course, such thoughts could only be said in their hearts. Although the two maids were unwilling, their work was done quickly. They soon returned the gifts to the people in the imperial harem. The imperial concubines were surprised and shocked by Princess Jiehui's return of gifts. They had all kinds of complicated thoughts. Ningxu was thinking about whether he should go to find Duan Xinghui. This idea was rejected by Ningxu as soon as it appeared. At this time, Duan Xinghui should have been rescued by Arya. What was the use of her going there? Besides, if a princess went out, she would be accompanied by a large group of people. Even if she arrived at the border, it would be too late. The two of them were truly in love, and fate would bind them tightly together. Duan Xinghui and Arya had an illicit relationship. Arya took care of the injured Duan Xinghui. There would be physical contact between the two. After a long time, love would grow. In short, the two fell in love. It was true love. The real task was to wait until Duan Xinghui took Arya back to the capital. Then during this time, she should take good care of her body and make a good impression on Emperor Li Wen. Since he didn't want to be married, he should have his own value. What could she do for Li Wen? There were too many people who did things like serving tea. The effect of making a good impression and deepening the relationship between brother and sister was minimal. It was okay to do it occasionally. Ningxu was seriously recuperating, but there was no smile on his face. Miaoqing and Yuandong, who served Ningxu, were surprised and trembling. Every time they spoke, they were careful. Miaoqing didn't dare to provoke Ningxu at this time. Ningxu noticed that Yuandong's eyes were a little red. Every time Ningxu asked, Yuandong said that she was confused and had trachoma. Ningxu looked at Miaoqing and Yuandong meaningfully. The deep eyes made the two maids more and more nervous. They only felt that the princess's eyes could see through everything and knew the deepest secrets in their hearts. Miaoqing and Yuandong served Ningxu more carefully and considerately. They did everything to make Ningxu's life very comfortable, which Ningxu didn't expect. Ningxu recuperated for half a month. His body was very well nourished. His complexion was very good and he did not look sad at all. When they heard that Princess Jiehui's body had recovered, the concubines in the harem swarmed over to see the princess. Ningxu saw these concubines. Ningxu rubbed his head and looked at the room full of beauties. The room full of beauties had all kinds of fragrances mixed together. It was so fragrant that it made his head hurt. These concubines had different styles and temperaments. They were enchanting and charming, pure and noble, gentle and virtuous. There were all kinds of women. Li Wen was really lucky. There were so many women and so many beauties waiting for him to take care of them. Ningxu understood that these concubines came to the Orchid Garden Hall to see Li Wen. Although these concubines tried their best to find topics to talk about and were concerned about her body, their eyes were constantly looking outside the hall. Ningxu did not point it out. She had just arrived in this world, so it was necessary to understand the situation in the palace. From the words of these concubines, she could tell which concubines were favored and which were not. She could also tell from the tit-for-tat between the concubines that there was enmity between these concubines. She could also tell which factions they belonged to. The emperor has arrived. A sharp voice sounded from outside the hall. It was very unpleasant to hear, but to the women in the room, it was like a good rain. They were all full of energy and their faces were glowing. When Li Wen walked into the hall, Ningxu immediately felt a gust of cold air. This guy was really cold. Greetings to the emperor. The women in the room all bowed to Li Wen. Their movements were very charming and their voices could be squeezed out. They faced Li Wen with their best posture. Some of the bolder ones even pretended to unconsciously reveal their plump snow-white breasts. Competing in beauty. Ningxu looked at the beautiful women in the room and was secretly speechless. Any woman in the modern world would be sought after by men. Now, they were all cooped up in this square place to compete for a man. It was simply a waste of resources. Li Wen said in a low voice with an indifferent and cold face to the women in the room. A concubine who was close to Li Wen deliberately staggered and wanted to fall into Li Wen's arms. However, Li Wen dodged and that concubine almost fell to the ground and made a fool of herself. Ningxu's mouth twitched. This emperor's personality was really bad. What was wrong with helping his own woman? Besides, it was a woman who was fawning on him, and such a beautiful woman at that. Who knew how happy he was in his heart? Li Wen did not even look at these concubines. She looked at Ningxu and said indifferently, "It seems that you have recovered well?" Ningxu bowed. "Thank you for your concern, imperial brother. Jiehui is much better now." Li Wen nodded his head, his expression indifferent. Without Duan Xinghui, there are still other good men in Great Yong. You are Zhen's younger sister. Ningxu automatically interpreted it as, "You are my younger sister. I can choose any man in the world." Ningxu's brows revealed a sad expression. Gratefully, he said to Li Wen, "Thank you, imperial brother, for your concern. It is just that imperial sister does not want to think about these things right now." Li Wen's sharp eyes stared at Ningxu, his gaze scanning Ningxu's face. Afterwards, he nodded his head and made a sound of acknowledgement. He did not say anything else, sitting in his chair for a while before leaving. "Your Imperial Majesty rises." Grand Eunuch Jiang Gonggong, who was beside Li Wen, sang out in a sharp and melodious voice. After Li Wen left, everyone's gazes focused on Ningxu. Ningxu keenly sensed that everyone's gazes were on him. They carried envy, jealousy, and a few extreme hatred. Ningxu looked over and saw a woman dressed in a purple silk robe embroidered with cloud patterns. Her expression was arrogant and sharp, and her eyes were filled with undisguised jealousy and disgust. Ningxu thought for a moment, then curled his lips at the woman. This woman was Imperial Concubine Du. The grudge between Imperial Concubine Du and the original host was because of the Empress. In the original host's heart, there was only one sister-in-law, which was the Empress. He disdained other women. The Empress and Imperial Concubine Du were evenly matched. But because of the original host, the Empress had the upper hand. Imperial Concubine Du had never had a good impression of Princess Jiehui. She came to Orchid Palace Hall only because all the concubines in the harem had come. If she did not come, it would be unreasonable. This was done for Li Wen to see. Li Wen now doted on his younger sister. Even if he wanted to play tricks, he would be harmonious in front of the emperor. Ningxu could not help but rub his forehead. He felt a headache. The original host was an unmarried woman. Was it really good for him to get involved in his brother's harem? It was a fight between the harem and the harem. Staying out of it was the best choice. Imperial Concubine Du was partly involved in the political marriage. That was why the original host had such a sad ending. To put it bluntly, the original host was an idiot. Another part of it was that she disdained to do so. The original host was not a bad person. Her mind was very simple. It was just that she was too proud, too proud. Noble Consort Du is looking at Ben Gong like this because Ben Gong talked to Imperial Brother but didn't talk to you. Is that why you are so angry? Ningxu Han said without hesitation, speaking whatever was on her mind. Imperial Concubine Du, the expression on Imperial Concubine Du's face almost froze. This idiot really said whatever he wanted to say. Living in the harem was particular about how many turns one sentence had to take. Not only was Imperial Concubine Du not used to such straightforward words, but everyone else was also not used to it. The expression on everyone's face was embarrassed. They all left. Shen Qingqing's words were too straightforward. It was so straightforward that everyone was embarrassed. Ningxu looked at Imperial Concubine Du's angry back and smiled. There was no way to reconcile between him and Imperial Concubine Du in this case. It was better to tear off the mask of tenderness. At least these people would have scruples when they wanted to make a move. Ningxu thought about it and decided to visit the Empress's sister-in-law. The original host would usually talk to this sister-in-law. The relationship between the two was not bad. But there was no real friendship in the harem. Not to mention sister-in-law and sister-in-law. Arriving at the Hall of Feng Lan, the palace of the Imperial Palace, Ningxu walked into the hall and saw her sitting on a couch made of yellow rosewood and pear serpentine stones. Behind her was a glass screen made of wood and primrose. Seeing Ningxu coming, the empress quickly stood up. Ningxu walked over. Ningxu saluted the empress, "Greetings to imperial sister-in-law." The empress quickly pulled Ningxu's hand and held Ningxu's hand. Her face showed a gentle smile. "Jiehui, you really scared your sister-in-law. Your imperial brother told me to take good care of you." "Thank you, imperial sister-in-law. Jiehui is almost recovered," Ningxu said. The empress said a lot of words of concern to Ningxu. She wanted to express her concern for her sister-in-law. Ningxu also chatted with the empress for a while. The two of them talked about irrelevant things. Then the empress talked about how hard it was for her to manage the imperial harem. She also talked about the concubines. To put it bluntly, the empress was complaining to Ningxu. There was no one in the imperial harem who was not afraid of Li Wen. The empress was urging Ningxu to complain to Li Wen. The empress's words were full of twists and turns. However, she was able to provoke Ningxu's disgust for the concubines. The original owner of the body was an errand boy for the empress. She also said that the original owner of the body was very suitable to be cannon fodder. Emperor Li Wen also used the original owner of the body. After he succeeded, he gave the original owner of the body a noble status. However, the empress used the original owner of the body and did not gain anything. He felt that there were dangers everywhere in the palace. Ningxu's task was Duan Xinghui and area. As for the others, Ningxu did not want to care about them. Ningxu also saw that the people in the palace could not help him at all. When the time came for the marriage, it would be good if these people did not hit him when he was down. Ningxu was thinking about whether he should leave the palace. "Jiehui, what are you thinking about?" The empress saw that the other party was absent-minded after she had said so much. She was not as indignant as before and went to find the emperor. As a woman, no one was willing to share their husband with others. However, her position made it impossible for her to be willful. She was the mother of the country. She had to be virtuous and magnanimous. She also had to manage these women for the emperor so that the emperor would not have any worries. The empress looked at these orioles and swallows. Her heart was in great pain. However, in order to satisfy the emperor, she really paid a lot. However, the emperor was still cold and indifferent to her. The empress not only hated the women in the imperial harem, but also envied the princess. Li Wen's attitude towards her was much better. Even she, the empress, did not enjoy such treatment. This person has already passed away. "Jiehui, you must take care of your body. You are the emperor's younger sister and the only princess of Great Yong. There are many good men for you to choose from." The empress comforted Ningxu. Ningxu didn't know if it was her imagination, but she could actually hear a hint of jealousy in the empress' tone. Ningxu felt a little bored. He glanced at the empress. To be honest, the empress' appearance wasn't bad, but she had to maintain her dignity as the empress at all times. She looked a little cold. Deliberately putting on the airs of the empress, it shows that the empress's heart is very weak, so she will be so strong to show her status. The original host felt that this kind of empress was to her temperament. She was hostile to these imperial concubines and felt that her empress sister-in-law was wronged. Now it seemed that the empress was just using the sympathy of the original owner to gain sympathy and trust. Like the original owner, Ningxu complained to the empress. "Imperial sister-in-law, my heart is very uncomfortable. Why did he leave and not return?" Ningxu used a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes as she looked at the empress' expression. The empress' eyes flashed with joy and satisfaction, but the expression on her face was as if she felt the same pain. She repeatedly comforted Ningxu. Ningxu's mind was firm on one idea. She wanted to leave the palace. This imperial harem was filled with Li Wen's imperial concubines. If she stayed here and mixed with these sisters-in-law, it would be too tiring. These imperial concubines either loathed, feared, tried to curry favor, or tried to rope her in. Li Wen's love for the original host was destined to involve her in the affairs of the imperial harem. She did not have the energy to deal with these women. The final decision of the marriage was still in Li Wen's hands. Rather than trying to curry favor with the empress, it was better to put her energy on Li Wen. Also, the empress was not as good as she appeared. She was just a person with a sweet face but a bitter heart. Ningxu chatted with the empress for a while and then used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She took Miaoqing and Yuandong back to her own palace. You two, pack up everything in the storeroom, Ningxu said to the two of them. Pack everything up, not leaving a single item behind. Yuandong and Miaoqing looked at each other. Miaoqing glanced at Ningxu and bent to ask, Princess, what are we packing up for? There are many things in the princess storeroom, do we have to pack them all up? Ningxu glanced at her and said lightly, don't leave a single needle behind. Being swept by the princess with such a cold gaze, Miaoqing's heart jumped. Ever since the princess woke up, the princess had become incomprehensible. There was no sadness on her face. She was so calm that it was frightening. The princess' pained expression was still vivid in her mind. Yes. Miaoqing did not dare to ask any more. Miaoqing brought the palace maids to pack up while Ningxu went to find Li Wen. When he saw Li Wen was reviewing memorials. When he saw Ningxu, he put down the cinnabar pen in his hand and closed the memorials. His movements were incomparably elegant. Just based on Li Wen's appearance, no woman could escape his charm. However, when Ningxu faced Li Wen, he did not notice how handsome he was at all. He had a strong fear and guilty conscience. The biggest reason for leaving the palace was to stay away from Li Wen. This person was too dangerous. His thoughts were too deep. He could not understand him at all. Ningxu even suspected that he had been seen through by this person. Why are you looking for Zhen? Li Wen asked indifferently. Ningxu organized his words and showed some sadness on his face. Imperial brother, imperial sister wants to leave the palace. Li Wen was stunned for a moment. His face showed a smile that was not a smile. When Ningxu saw the fake smile on his face, his heart jumped. What was the meaning of this smile? Ningxu's face twitched. His lips trembled. Imperial brother, imperial sister wants to go out and relax. Li Wen picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he put it down again. He did not speak. Ningxu's heart was burning. On his face, he still had to show an I'm very sad, I'm very tired expression. Ningxu almost could not hold it anymore. Li Wen finally spoke. Where do you plan to live? Imperial sister wants to go to the manor. Ningxu looked at Li Wen's face and carefully said. This guy was really a block of ice. He did not have any expression at all. Ningxu did not know if he agreed or not. Li Wen did not nod or shake his head. He only said, the manor is too far away. It's not safe. Your princess residence has already been built. Go live in the princess residence. Ningxu's face twitched. This princess residence was very close to Duan Xinghui's residence, the Duan family. She really did not want to live in the princess residence. However, she had no choice at all. The status of a princess was noble, but all the glory and honor could be taken away by Li Wen with a single sentence. Could life be any more bitter? How could he get a good impression of this ice cube face? How could he deepen the relationship between the two of them? Ningxu's mind was in a mess. He did not dare to meet Li Wen's eyes. Ningxu had no choice but to live in the princess's palace. If she continued to bargain with Li Wen and angered Li Wen, she wouldn't be able to find a place to cry. At least once she left the palace, she wouldn't have to be involved in the affairs of the harem. Chen Mei thanks imperial brother for his grace. Ningxu bowed to Li Wen and prepared to leave. If she could avoid contact with Li Wen, she would. Wait a moment. Li Wen called out to Ningxu. Ningxu turned around to look at Li Wen. Li Wen lightly said, come and grind the ink. Ningxu made a no sound. She walked over and rolled up her sleeves. She added some water to the inkstone and picked up the cinnabar inkstone to grind. Ningxu's heart was filled with doubt. She had never grinded ink before. This was a skill from the original owner's memories. Fortunately, although her movements were unfamiliar, she slowly became proficient. Li Wen glanced at her. Seeing Li Wen look over, Ningxu immediately grinned at Li Wen. Li Wen moved his gaze away and placed it on the memorial in front of him. He picked up the cinnabar brush and drew circles on the memorial. Ningxu didn't dare look around. She lowered her head and looked at the inkstone. The study was silent. There was only the sound of grinding ink. Ningshu's heart was filled with bitterness. She wanted to leave. She wanted to stay by Li Wen's side. The hairs on her body stood up and she had goosebumps. In the previous world, he didn't even have such a feeling when facing Ling Shui. Facing Li Wen, he couldn't even touch his heart. He couldn't even tell what kind of emotions he was feeling, whether he was happy or unhappy, angry or happy. Even the original owner couldn't see her biological brother clearly. In Ningshu's view, Li Wen was a person who had lost the emotions that a human should have. He was too deep. "Why do you suddenly want to leave the palace?" Li Wen suddenly said. Ningshu was thinking about something when he was startled by Li Wen's sudden voice. His hand suddenly stopped, and some of the cinnabar in the inkstone splashed out. Some splashed on Li Wen's body, and some splashed on the memorial in front of Li Wen. Ningshu's expression changed. The little person in his heart screamed, "Oh my God, I'm going to die." Ningshu hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped the red dots on the memorial with a flattering expression. Then, he wanted to wipe the cinnabar on Li Wen's clothes. Li Wen used his hand to block Ningshu's movement and put down the cinnabar brush with an indifferent expression. Ningshu's heart quickly jumped twice. He walked around the desk and bowed to Li Wen. "Chen Mei didn't do it on purpose. I hope Imperial Brother can forgive her." Li Wen's brows twitched as he coldly asked, "What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded?" "I'm thinking about Duan Xinghui." Ningshu didn't even think about it and pulled Duan Xinghui out to take the blame. Li Wen's face was still expressionless. Ningshu seriously suspected that this guy had facial paralysis and that all the nerves on his face were dead. "I ask you, why do you suddenly want to leave the palace? Did someone in the palace make trouble for you?" Li Wen didn't answer Ningshu's question. Instead, he asked the question he had asked before. "Chen Mei wants a change of environment," Ningshu honestly said. Li Wen didn't say anything. Ningshu waved his hand and had her leave. Ningshu left like he had been granted amnesty. He left the royal study. When he stepped out of the doorway, he let out a heavy breath. No matter what, his goal had been achieved. Li Wei looked at Ningshu's panicked back and narrowed his eyes. There was a deep and turbulent feeling in his eyes. Ningshu's body was covered in cold sweat. When he returned to the Orchid Garden Palace, he first took a bath. Then, he asked Miao Qing, "How is the packing?" Miao Qing promptly curtsied and said, "Princess, it has already been packed." Miao Qing gathered her courage and asked, "Where does the princess wish to go?" Shen Qingqing glanced at Miao Qing and said, "This princess wishes to leave the palace and live in the princess residence." Ningshu then saw Miao Qing's expression change. Her face first paled, then became anxious. Ningshu asked, "Why does the princess suddenly wish to leave the palace?" "The princess is a noble princess of the Great Yong dynasty. You should live in the most prestigious place in the world. Only then would you be worthy of the princess status." TSK, noble or not, it all depended on Li Wen's words. Ningshu saw that Miao Qing's face was covered in sweat. Her face was bright red, and her entire person was incomparably beautiful. How could Miao Qing not be anxious? She could only see the emperor in the imperial palace. If she left the imperial palace, would she still be able to see the emperor? Miao Qing was extremely anxious, but she didn't know how to persuade the princess. She could only look at the princess anxiously. Ningshu ignored Miao Qing's gaze and prepared to go check on the packing. He looked at the boxes and chests in the storeroom. There were more than a dozen boxes, all of which were filled with rare items. This princess was truly wealthy. Miao Qing followed by Ningshu's side. She really couldn't bear to leave the imperial palace. She asked, "Princess, how long will you stay outside the imperial palace?" Ningshu looked at Miao Qing and replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, it will be a lifetime." Hearing this, Miao Qing's body swayed, her face bitter. "Princess, living in the imperial palace is so comfortable." Ningshu ignored her, concentrating on looking at the items in the chests. There were several chests filled with all kinds of books. During dinner, the empress led a large group of people and an enormous ceremonial procession. Even Li Wen didn't have such a large entourage. She arrived at the Orchid Garden Palace Hall. Seeing Ningshu, the empress had a look of reluctance on her face. Pulling on Ningshu's hand, she said with concern and displeasure, Jiehui, why do you want to leave the imperial palace? Is your sister-in-law not taking good care of you? You are the emperor's younger sister, Princess Jiehui of the Great Yong dynasty. How can you not live in the imperial palace? Ningxu saw the reluctance on the empress' face and knew that the empress was truly reluctant to part with her vanguard. Ningxu perfunctorily replied to the empress, Imperial sister-in-law, my heart is really uncomfortable. I want a change of environment. Jiehui will often enter the imperial palace to see imperial sister-in-law. Seeing that Jiehui had steeled her heart to leave, the empress' smile faded. Worry appeared between her brows. It was clear that she was thinking about the changes in the imperial palace after her sister-in-law left. Child, if you are in a better mood, then return to the imperial palace. You are a girl. How can you not return home? The empress perfunctorily replied before leaving. After the empress left, the concubines of the imperial harem swarmed over to find Ningxu. They were all asking if Ningxu was truly moving out of the imperial palace. With regards to the princess leaving the imperial palace, the majority of the concubines were in a good mood. After all, there was one less person to distract the emperor. Perhaps the emperor would turn his attention to them. The concubines all expressed their blessings to Ningxu and gave him some gifts. Ningxu unceremoniously accepted the gifts. Faced with the hypocritical concern and urging of these concubines to stay, Ningxu directly said that he was tired and saw them out. Yuandong's and Miaoqing's reactions were completely different. Miaoqing did not want to leave the imperial palace at all. However, as the princess' personal maid, she had to stay by the princess' side. Miaoqing was so anxious that blisters appeared on her lips. On the other hand, Yuandong had an indifferent attitude. Ningxu saw this and did not say anything. He would allow Miaoqing to stay in the imperial palace as she wished. The next day, Ningxu woke up early in the morning. Miaoqing was helping her freshen up. Ningxu looked through the mirror and saw that Miaoqing was in a trance. Her eyes were red and she could not hide the anxiety in her eyes. There were dark circles under her eyes. It seemed that she did not sleep well last night. Ningxu stroked her hair and said, "Put on the phoenix hairpin for Bengong." Miaoqing was stunned for a moment before asking, "Princess, is it the white jade plum blossom victory hairpin?" Ningxu nodded. How could she remember such a long name? Miaoqing immediately took out the phoenix hairpin from the makeup box and inserted it into Ningxu's hair. After packing up everything, Ningxu walked out of Orchid Palace Hall. She saw dozens of guards carrying boxes in the palace. These boxes were all the things of the original owner of the body. Everything in the palace was packed up. There were not too many things. Miaoqing's beautiful face was about to cramp. After leaving the palace, how was she going to see the emperor? Ningxu looked back at her and said faintly, "Miaoqing, you stay in Orchid Palace Hall and take care of it." He wanted her to look after the house. Miaoqing's face was first happy and then bitter. Although she stayed in the palace, she might not be able to see the emperor. Without the princess, would the emperor still come to Orchid Palace Hall? Ningxu did not pay attention to Miaoqing's complicated thoughts and brought Yuandong out of Orchid Palace Hall. Yuandong looked back and saw Miaoqing leaning against the door. She felt a little sad. Ningxu first went to bid farewell to Li Wen. At the palace gate, Li Wen was already waiting. Beside Li Wen stood the empress, who was wearing a bright yellow robe embroidered with a phoenix. Behind her, there was a large group of orioles and swallows. They were all here to send off the princess. Ningxu quickly walked over and had the emperor wait for her. Moreover, it was Li Wen who was waiting for her. Ningxu was a little alarmed. She walked over and bowed to Li Wen. "Qinmei greets imperial brother." Li Wen nodded and looked at Ningxu from head to toe. Then, he looked at the team behind Ningxu and asked, "Are you done? From the looks of it, you've already let go of this matter?" Li Wen's voice was indifferent. "You're my younger sister. You can be sad, but you can't go overboard." Ningxu grunted and suddenly understood. Li Wen was the emperor. How could he allow his younger sister to be so heartbroken over a subject and damage the dignity of the imperial family? He was afraid that when the original owner was heartbroken over Duan Xinghui, he had already lost Li Wen's favor and patience, especially hurting his body. Then Duan Xinghui came back. The actions of the original owner made Duan Xinghui completely hate her. Such sentiments disappointed Li Wen. Ningxu was frightened and alarmed. Looking into Li Wen's deep eyes, she lowered her head and said, Chen Mei is a princess of the great Yong dynasty. Duan Xinghui is no more than a subject. Chen Mei has thought things through. This person has already passed away. I absolutely cannot disappoint imperial brother. Li Wen nodded his head. Seeing that there was only one maid by her side, he asked, why is there only one person by your side? Truthfully speaking, Li Wen, the emperor, had treated the original owner of the body quite well. Li Wen had not crossed Li Wen's bottom line. Li Wen was willing to give her face. For example, right now, he had brought a large number of women from his harem to escort her out of the palace. Thinking of this, Ningxu had a good impression of Li Wen. Love was not the only thing in life. However, there were some people who would give up everything for love, like moths to a flame. Ningxu and Li Wen revealed a sincere smile and said, there was a servant girl who was unwilling to leave the palace. Chen Mei allowed her to remain in the palace. Seeing the smile on Ningxu's face, Li Wen was first startled. His eyes were deep. Afterwards, he indifferently said, such a disloyal servant. It's fine to not have her. Miao Qing had been labeled as disloyal. Would she still be able to become Li Wen's consort? Ningxu was very happy at her misfortune. Miao Qing was a servant girl who lived off of him and was a traitor. By becoming Li Wen's consort, she had caused no small amount of trouble for the original owner of the body. Jiahui, you must return to the palace to see your sister-in-law. The empress extended her hand and pulled on Ningxu's hand as she spoke, sizing her up in passing. Today, Jiahui was wearing a shoe brocade robe with golden silk buttons and a peony pattern. Her hair was combed into a complicated and graceful bun with a hairpin in the bun. She wore embroidered shoes inlaid with pearls on her feet. It made her look very imposing. Her face was rosy, like a consort from the ninth heaven, suppressing the imposing manner of the empress. Ningxu had dressed like this for a reason. She wanted people to know that she did not leave the palace with her tail between her legs. Otherwise, when Duan Xinghui returned, he would say that she was too sad and went to the Princess Fu to recover. The empress's hand that pulled on Ningxu's hand tightened. A trace of jealousy quickly flashed through her eyes. She had thought that Duan Xinghui's death would make Jiahui hover between life and death. She had not thought that she would recover so quickly. The empress used Jiahui, but at the same time, like the women in the harem, she was jealous that Jiahui could receive special treatment from Li Wen. Just like now, with so many people sending Jiahui out of the palace, which princess could have such glory? Even Li Wen's own daughter might not have such glory. Ningxu pulled out his hand and exchanged a few words with the empress before bowing to Li Wen. Chen Mei has left the palace. Imperial brother, please take care of your health. Li Wen made a sound of acknowledgement. Let's go. With the help of Yuan Dong, Ningxu boarded the jade-covered 8 treasure carriage. There were gilded bells hanging from the 4 corners of the carriage. When the wind blew, there was a tinkling sound. The 2 strong and fat horses were snorting and stomping their hooves in place. Ningxu sat on the soft couch in the carriage and sighed in relief. They had finally left the palace. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Yuan Dong saw her master like this and did not dare to speak. She obediently bowed and stood at the side. She could feel that since her master had woken up, he had become more distant from her and Miao Qing. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Yuan Dong felt that her most secret thoughts had been seen through by her master and there was nowhere to hide. The inside of the carriage became very quiet. The crisp sound of the gilded bells echoed in their ears and mixed with the rhythmic sound of the horses' hooves. The carriage swayed gently. It was so comfortable that it made one want to sleep. After swaying like this, Ningxu really did fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yuan Dong gently nudged Ningxu. Ningxu opened his eyes. Yuan Dong explained, Princess, we've arrived at the Princess Fu. Ningxu made a sound of acknowledgement and got off the carriage. He looked at the vermilion door and saw the 3 words Princess Fu written in flamboyant calligraphy on the door. This was the word that Li Wen had used when the Princess Fu was built. Golden spears and armored horses, grand and majestic. Just by looking at this word, there was a kind of fierce aura. It was completely different from the cold and reserved Li Wen. Just by looking at this word, one could tell that Li Wen was full of ambition. It was estimated that he would become a great emperor. Ningxu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since Li Wen was an emperor who had the world in his heart, then to curry favor with Li Wen, one must not curry favor with Li Wen himself, but with the people of the world. She was really bitter. She originally thought that this mission was simple. But now, it seemed that it was not simple at all. Li Wen was the biggest boss that she had to conquer. The layout of the princess's residence was very large. There were pavilions, buildings, glazed tiles, rockery, and flowing water. It was really very good. Ningxu expressed that she was very comfortable. She felt that she was here for a vacation and felt very good. Box after box of things were carried into the princess's residence. Although there was no master living in the princess's residence, it was clean and tidy. There were rows of servants standing in neat rows to welcome the master. Ningxu went to her room. Looking at the layout of the room, she felt very good. And, in the future, this would be her home. It was more comfortable than living in the palace. She did not have to face the profound Emperor Li Wen. Yuan Dong looked at the decoration and layout of the room. She felt that it was unfair for Ningxu. Princess, this room is so small. It can't be compared to the palace. Ningxu looked at her indifferently and said, "This was given to me by my brother. As long as it is given by my brother, I will like it." Yuan Dong's face paled. Her words were disgraceful. Yuan Dong hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. The emperor's grace is vast." Ningxu prepared to look at the original owner's property. There were box after box. When she came to the storeroom, she saw the guards moving boxes in. Yuan Dong immediately opened the box for Ningxu to look. The box was full of books. Ningxu picked up a book and looked at it casually. He did not feel anything. It was all traditional Chinese characters. He read it vertically from left to right. It was really tiring. He did not know if there were orphanages in ancient times that would donate these books and take up space in the storeroom. From the original owner's memories, he knew that the original owner did not like to read. Even if he read, it was love stories about scholars and beauties. In short, he did not read a single book. Ningxu was not interested in these books. He casually flipped through them. When he reached the bottom of the box, he saw a yellowed book. There was also a musty smell. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. This should be a good thing at the bottom of the chest. The original owner should have valued this book very much. Ningxu excitedly took it out and shook it, bringing out a cloud of dust. Yuan Dong coughed twice. He looked at Ningxu's bright eyes and asked, "Princess, what's wrong?" Ningxu looked at the title of the book. There were only 4 words, Peerless Martial Arts. Ningxu, what the f***ck? Could he be any funnier? No wonder the original owner put the book at the bottom of the box and ignored it. The book had been eaten by worms and was very wet. Flipping it open, there really were some little people practicing martial arts while meditating. It looked like there really was such a thing. Where did this book come from? Ningxu asked Yuan Dong as he flipped through the book. Yuan Dong came over to take a look. After a while, he seemed to remember something and said, "This was sent by the Princess Fief official in Jinyang several years ago. He heard that the princess liked to read, so he sent it over." Ningxu shook the book, raising a cloud of dust. Although the name was a bit funny, Ningxu was very interested in things that could improve his strength. Coming out of the storeroom, Ningxu saw that the surroundings were heavily guarded. There were guards every 10 steps. These guards were all from the palace and were given to him by Li Wen. To be honest, Li Wen was very good to the original owner of the body. It was just that the original owner was immersed in his own sorrow and couldn't see anything. There were many meaningful things in the world for the country. There was no need to be so sentimental. Ningxu took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. He put the book in front of him and meditated like the book. Ningxu felt that he was very stupid. He just randomly picked a book and followed the movements in it. What if he went crazy? For some reason, Ningxu felt that this book should be real. Ningxu took a deep breath and was about to meditate when he suddenly heard the system's voice. Ever since he came to this world, the system had never made a sound. Even though its voice was mechanical and cold, Ningxu felt a sense of familiarity. Ningxu was speechless to feel familiarity with a system that didn't have any thoughts or feelings. Ding. Discovered a martial arts secret book. Do you want to exchange it? The system's voice suddenly came out, startling Ningxu, who was meditating. If I exchange it, can I still practice the secret book? Ningxu asked. Yes. Then let's exchange it. Ningxu exchanged the secret book, but he only got 100 points. How could there be so few points, Ningxu? However, with the system's verification, Ningxu knew that the secret book was real. He was relieved and didn't need to worry about going crazy. Ningxu sat on the bed, emptied his mind, and followed the contents of the book. Then meditated all night. Ningxu felt that it was useless. He didn't feel anything at all. He just didn't sleep all night. He wasn't tired or relaxed. Yuan Dong came in to serve Ningxu. Ningxu soaked his hands in hot water, and then Yuan Dong dried his hands with a handkerchief. Ningxu thought in his heart. Soon, Duan Xinghui should be back, an area. The real battle was about to begin. Before that, Ningxu wanted to solve the matter of the political marriage. He had to let Li Wen see her value. How to solve Ningxu's problem, he had no idea at all. At breakfast, Ningxu ate 3 bowls of porridge and 5 sesame rolls, but she was only half full. What was going on? When did her appetite become so big? Yuan Dong next to her was also surprised and advised, Princess, I know you are in a bad mood, but you really can't eat too much. She really didn't turn her grief into appetite. She really didn't eat enough. Ningxu didn't know why. Ningxu's expression was indifferent. He quickly ate 3 steamed buns. Under Yuan Dong's convulsive expression, he ate 2 more sesame rolls. Only then did Ningxu feel that she was full. Could it be that the side effect of practicing the peerless martial arts was to become a big eater? The picture was so beautiful that Ningxu didn't dare to imagine. After eating breakfast, Ningxu returned to her room and began to meditate on her bed. Ningxu's temperament had a hint of stubbornness. She was determined to learn this peerless martial art. Then at lunch, Ningxu ate 5 bowls of rice and swept away all the dishes on the table. Ningxu was really sure that her body was changing. The body needed a lot of energy. In ancient times, there was a rumor that a martial artist could eat a cow in 1 meal. It was because the body needed too much energy. Yuan Dong looked at the princess worriedly. Anyone who saw such a beautiful person eating so much would feel very bad. Moreover, where did all the food go? The princess was really too abnormal. Did the princess really give up on herself? Yuan Dong sighed. General Duan, where are you now? Yuan Dong felt that Duan Xinghui was not dead and would come back one day. Ningxu put down the bowl and burped. Then, he could clearly feel his stomach squirming as it digested the food. Then, something warm circulated in his body. Although the points exchanged by the system were relatively small, Ningxu was very happy. This secret book was really useful. After obtaining the peerless martial art, Ningxu began to practice martial arts without sleep or food. Forgetting food was impossible. She ate too much every day. She couldn't forget even if she wanted to. Every time Ningxu ate, Yuan Dong would look at her with a conflicted expression. Every time the princess ate, her stomach would bulge. Then, after 4 hours, her stomach would disappear. It was a shocking sight. Yuan Dong wanted to persuade the princess, but every time she met the princess's gaze, she felt inexplicably guilty. It was as if the deepest thoughts in her heart had been cut open and exposed under the sun. Yuan Dong was too lazy to care. Anyway, the princess was ruining her body. Then, there were strange rumors in the princess's residence. They said that the princess was so sad that she went crazy. She didn't leave the house all day and ate a lot. They said that Princess Jiehui had become a big fatty. Even Li Wen in the palace heard the news. He summoned Ningxu to the palace. When he saw that Ningxu didn't become a big fatty, he actually let out a long sigh of relief. Ningxu didn't care about these rumors. Seeing Li Wen looking at him without speaking, Ningxu's heart beat wildly. He asked, "Brother, do you have any orders for me?" Li Wen said indifferently, "How is your stay in the princess's residence?" "Very good. The princess's residence has a beautiful environment. It's suitable for retirement," Ningxu said with some flattery. "I heard that you eat a lot now." Li Wen's tone was indifferent. He looked at Ningxu up and down. "Overeating is not good for your body. Or are you still unable to forget Duanxinghui?" Ningxu quickly waved his hand. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to express his intentions. He was afraid that Li Wen would misunderstand that he was still interested in Duanxinghui. "Brother, I recently obtained a peerless martial art. I'm practicing martial arts." "People who practice martial arts eat a lot." Li Wen's face revealed a surprised expression. This was the first time Ningxu saw Li Wen's face reveal such an expression. "As long as you're happy," Li Wen said indifferently. Obviously, he didn't believe that Ningxu was practicing some peerless martial art. "It's true, Imperial brother. Chen Mei really obtained a peerless martial art." Ningxu quickly took out the secret martial art book and placed it in front of Li Wen. Li Wen lowered his head and looked at the words peerless martial arts. His eyes stared blankly. Ningxu said, "You can keep this kind of thing. Imperial brother, why don't you practice it too? This thing is really useful. It can strengthen your body and prolong your life." Ningxu strongly recommended to Li Wen. Ding. The player's secret book has been exchanged. You are not qualified to give it to others? The system's cold mechanical voice suddenly appeared. Ningxu was shocked. This secret manual was no longer hers. Damn, Ningxu could only grin at Li Wen and say, "Imperial brother, this secret manual is probably still dangerous. Let Chen Mei practice it first. If there is any danger, Chen Mei will bear it." Li Wen looked at Ningxu with a smile that wasn't a smile and waved his hand at her. Ningxu eagerly left the palace. Ningxu fell into a frenzied practice mode. Everything else was pushed back. The current Ningxu was no longer the big eater, but her body had entered a strange process. Now, Ningxu's body was circulating a weak aura. This aura had a warm feeling. It wandered in her body and strengthened her body. Ningxu felt that her body was filled with vigorous strength. Even her mind was unprecedentedly clear. Her mind was clear. She felt that the whole world was unprecedentedly bright. What a magical feeling. Ningxu touched her arm. Although the flesh was still smooth and delicate, it was full of strength. Fortunately, it wasn't muscle. Ningxu, who had achieved great success, was in high spirits. Then, she brought a group of guards to the Imperial Manor, which was the original owner's manor. The Imperial Manor was very big. There were a lot of orchards, land, and all kinds of plants. Ningxu had already thought about it. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The word "eat" was placed at the top. He didn't know if this world had high-yield crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes. Moreover, they were very resistant to hunger. If there was a natural disaster, they could save lives. Ningxu looked around the entire manor. He was very disappointed that he didn't see any of these things. He found the manor steward and asked him. The steward also said that there was no such thing. AI, this is not scientific. There were traces of sweet potatoes in human history for 2,000 years. This world actually didn't have any sweet potatoes. Could it be that the people of this world hadn't discovered these things that could satisfy hunger? Ningxu thought. She was obviously a little princess, but she had to farm. It felt like she was working hard. Ningxu went into the forest alone to look for wild sweet potatoes and potatoes. The manor's forest was very gloomy and cold. After years of accumulation, a thick layer of leaves fell on the ground. There were also ants and insects crawling on it. Ningxu used a branch to push aside the thorns and grass. At the same time, she carefully looked for sweet potato vines. The deeper she went into the mountains, the more dense the trees were. Moreover, they were very thick. She couldn't see the sky when she raised her head. The sky was completely covered. Moreover, the forest was filled with smoke. Ningxu was a little afraid to go forward. She reckoned that the smoke was the poisonous gas fermented by the dead branches and leaves. For the whole day, Ningxu wandered around the forest. When she was hungry, she got a rabbit and roasted it. What made Ningxu happy was that her skills were really getting more and more agile. When she caught a rabbit, it was really effortless. After a simple meal, Ningxu continued to wander. She didn't find anything, but she found a few small red wild peppers. She carefully dug one out. There was still soil on the roots. Ningxu took the peppers back and personally planted them in the courtyard. Yuandong watched from the side and said anxiously, "Princess, put it down. Let this servant do it." In fact, Ningxu didn't know much about farming. But in any case, she had lived in the era of the internet. Moreover, there were so many stewards and tenant farmers in the manor who knew how to farm. The next day, Ningxu continued to wander deep in the forest. She didn't have much hope in her heart, but she was unwilling to give up. Why couldn't she see any wild sweet potatoes? This didn't make sense. After wandering for a long time, Ningxu still couldn't find any. She took out some dry food and sat on a branch to eat. Sitting on the branch, she looked into the distance. Around her was a sea of trees, shrouded in white smoke. It felt very mysterious. Ningxu was lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her hand. Looking down, 2 small red dots appeared on her fingers. Moreover, the dry food in her hand was gone. It was gone. **ck Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. What had bitten her? And she didn't even see what it was. Ningxu hurriedly squeezed her fingers. She didn't know if there was poison. After squeezing for a while, the blood was bright red. There were no signs of poison. Damn, this place is too dangerous. I have to leave quickly. Perhaps the sweet potatoes in this world have been censored. Ningxu did not know what had bitten her. For a moment, she was afraid of this forest. She quickly shuttled through the forest, wanting to return to the manor. Ningxu was somewhat uneasy. She clearly felt that something was watching her. Moreover, the gaze followed her like a shadow. Ningxu had goosebumps all over her body. **ck, could it be a ghost? Seeing a ghost in broad daylight? Or was it some kind of beast? Ningxu turned her head and looked around. She did not see anything. She only heard the sound of birds in the forest. It was very mournful, making the whole forest seem a bit gloomy. Oh my god, it was too scary. Ningxu ran all the way, but she could not get rid of that strange feeling. She did not know how long she had been running. Ningxu was so tired that she could not straighten her arms. However, the hairs on her body were still standing. Ningxu was incomparably annoyed. What was going on? If you have the ability, then show yourself. Why are you hiding? Even if you want to die, you have to let people die a painful death. Ningxu simply sat on a tree branch and looked around. She did not see anything. What the hell was this? **ck, did she really encounter a ghost? Ningxu thought about what had bitten her before. There were 2 small teeth holes on her fingers. Her food was stolen. Could it be that something had stolen her food? Ningxu silently took out a piece of chestnut cake from the bag. She concentrated on looking around to see if there was anything around her. Her nerves were very tense. Ningxu only heard the sound of the grass rustling. Then, a gray shadow quickly rushed towards her. It was very fast. Ningxu did not even see what it was. Then, the pastry in her hand was gone. Ningxu rubbed her eyes and looked at her empty palm. She turned it over and over again. It was really gone. What the hell was it? Its speed was too fast. Ningxu only saw an afterimage. However, since it wanted to eat, it should not be a ghost. However, Ningxu's heart was still filled with vigilance. Moreover, this little thing was so fast that it would be too easy to hurt her. Ningxu felt that he had mastered a peerless martial art, and his speed was quite fast. But now, in front of this unknown thing, he was nothing but trash. Ningxu felt that his self-esteem had been hurt. She had to retreat quickly. Since the people's livelihood plan was not going to work, she would take another path. Anyway, she had military strength now, so she might as well go to war. Ningxu ran as fast as he could while thinking. But your sister, when the hell are you going to follow me? Ningxu's heart was like a grass mud horse, and this time, his gaze on her was much more fervent, and she kept following him. Without a second thought, Ningxiu untied the bag of dried food from his waist and threw it behind him. Then, Ningxiu heard a squeaking sound. It sounded a little like a mouse and a little like a fox. Anyway, he couldn't figure out what it was. Ningxiu stepped on the trunk and climbed up the tree. Lying on the branch, he looked at the bag of dried food. He saw a furry, gray thing that was only the size of a fist crawling towards the bag of dried food. It was a man's fist-sized furball, and he couldn't see its eyes or nose. This little thing crawled into the bag of dried food, and probably didn't know how to get out. With a few slashing sounds, it tore the bag into pieces. Ningxiu's hair stood on end when she saw this. These claws were too powerful. She must have grown hair on her guts just now to put the snacks in her hand to seduce it. She was really grateful that it showed mercy to her hand. The dried food was quickly eaten by the little thing. It was obviously such a small thing, but it could eat so much. It seemed that it was some kind of strange creature. Ningxiu didn't even think about it and quickly wanted to escape. This little thing was obviously not to be trifled with. Ningxiu was just about to run when she saw that the little thing was actually looking at her. Moreover, it stood upright. It still looked like a furry ball. Ningxiu expressed that she really liked furry things, but this little thing was not a stuffed toy. You don't have to follow me anymore. I've already given you everything I have. Ningxiu jumped down from the tree and felt all over her body to show that she wasn't lying. The little gray ball squeaked twice, and then in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ningxiu. It straightened its body and revealed its sharp claws. It was only the size of a man's fist. In fact, its claws were also very small, but the claws were very dark and exuded a kind of black luster. Ningxiu was so scared that she was sweating. Her face spasmed as she smiled at the little thing. I really don't have anything. The little gray ball's small black bean-like eyes looked at Ningxiu. Its black eyes were shining. Ningxiu was speechless. What was the situation now? She was trapped by an unknown thing. Help! Ningxiu and the little thing looked at each other. The little gray ball squeaked twice at Ningxiu. Ningxiu, I really don't understand what you're trying to say, dear. Ningxiu thought for a moment. Seeing that the little thing liked pastries, she said, how about you let me go? I'll go get you some pastries. Ningxiu felt like she was going crazy. She was trying to bargain with an animal. It was simply ridiculous. The little gray ball looked at Ningxiu. Then, slowly, it grabbed Ningxiu's skirt and slowly climbed up until it reached Ningxiu's shoulder. Then, as if it was tired, it sat down on Ningxiu's shoulder. Ningxiu narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the little thing. Did it want to go with him? Sigh, I'll just treat it as a pet. Ningxiu quickly ran back to the manor. Oh my god, his heart still couldn't calm down. Back at the manor, Ningxiu immediately asked Yuandong to bring over all kinds of pastries for the little gray ball to eat to its heart's content. Yuandong was surprised when she saw the little gray ball. Then, she saw that the little gray ball ate the pastries very quickly. In a short while, several plates of pastries were gone. Yuandong's jaw dropped to the ground. She couldn't help but ask, Princess, what is this thing? She didn't know what the hell it was either. Ningxiu sighed. She hadn't found any wild sweet potatoes, but she had found a glutton that didn't know what kind of species the little gray ball was. Oh my god, why was it so difficult for her to win over Emperor Li Wen? Ningxiu looked bitterly at the little gray ball that couldn't move on the table. It must have eaten too much. Ningxiu still didn't want to give up. He would wander around for another day tomorrow. If he couldn't find anything, then so be it. Perhaps the soil here wasn't suitable for potatoes to grow. But how was he going to deal with this little thing? Should he throw it out now that it couldn't move after eating too much? Squeak squeak, squeak squeak. The little gray ball on the table squeaked. Ningxiu was surprised. This little guy was quite sensitive to people. Ningxiu smiled and gave the little gray ball to Li Wen. Since then, this unknown creature had become a frequent visitor to the manor. After eating, it would run away. When it wanted to eat, it would jump on the table and squeak. Ningxiu guessed that this thing was a mutated rat. Looking at this thing, she felt that it was enough. It made her feel as if her balls were about to burst. Such a small thing actually ate so much. Unable to raise this little thing, Ningxu went to the jungle to wander. If he still couldn't find it, he would have to go back home. Calculating the time, Duan Xinghui and Arya should be back. There was a mission to deal with this, Ningxu sighed. Ningxu used a branch to push aside the thorns and grass, and carefully searched. It was reasonable to say that things like sweet potatoes liked shade, such a jungle should be the environment that sweet potatoes liked. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak. The gray fur ball kept squeaking beside Ningxu. Ningxu bent down to look carefully, and said to the gray fur ball, "You are a native, do you know that there is a thing called sweet potatoes?" Squeak, not squeak, it's called sweet potatoes. Just when Ningxu was about to give up, he finally saw a plant similar to the leaves of a sweet potato. Ningxu carefully threw out the roots, and on the roots was a sweet potato the size of a carrot. The skin was bright red. Although it was not very big, Ningxu was very excited, as if he could see that the mission was completed, and he was about to leave this world. In fact, Ningxu still enjoyed this different life, but the longer he stayed in this world, the more his soul power would be consumed, and in the end, his soul would dissipate. Ningxu put the sweet potato in his pocket, and used a branch to push it around. Since he found one, there should be others around. Sure enough, he found a lot of sweet potatoes scattered around. Ningxu did not think of digging these things out, and only took some back to experiment. Squeak squeak. The little gray ball followed Ningxu out of the forest. After returning to the manor, Ningxu immediately found the manor's steward and tenant farmers to open up a plot of land for experiments. Plants like sweet potatoes reproduce asexually. Even if the vines were cut with scissors and then planted in the soil, they could still survive. The premise was that the soil had to be soft. Ningxu told the tenant farmer what little knowledge he had while he watched from the side. After the matter of the sweet potatoes was settled, Ningxu stayed in the manor for a few days. Seeing that the sweet potatoes didn't show any signs of withering, he repeatedly reminded the steward to take good care of the land. Ningxu was still a little worried in his heart. He directly used Li Wen's name and said, "This thing is what the emperor wants. You have to take good care of it. If you take good care of it, you will be rewarded." Hearing that it was for the emperor, the steward's face became much more solemn. Then Ningxu brought a group of honor guards. What made Ningxu more speechless was that the little gray ball actually followed him. Ningxu didn't think that this little thing followed him because it liked him. It was completely because of the pastries. If it followed him, then so be it. It was just like a pet that could eat a lot. Ningxu brought a group of people to the princess's mansion. When Ningxu just arrived at the city gate, he met an army. The two sides were crowded at the city gate. The army had an awe-inspiring aura, suppressing the momentum of Ningxu's side. "Princess, princess, it's General Duan, it's General Duan." Yuan Dong saw the person at the front of the army and hurriedly shouted to Ningxu, who was sitting in a gorgeous carriage. She looked very surprised and even her eyes were red. Ningxu's expression was indifferent. Sure enough, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Ningxu looked outside and met Duan Xinghui's eyes. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at Duan Xinghui, who was wearing armor. His eyes were bright, darker than the original owner's memories. The most ridiculous thing was that he had a woman in his arms. When marching to war, he actually rode with a woman on a horse. It was said that Duan Xinghui handled matters calmly, but Ningxu didn't seem to be. Ningxu sized up Arya, who was riding with Duan Xinghui. Arya had a healthy wheat complexion. Compared to the great Yong court's noblewomen's beauty standards, Arya couldn't be considered a beauty. Because of her complexion, her facial features lost some of their color. Any young lady from the capital's boudoir was prettier than Arya. No wonder the original owner of the body was unwilling to accept this. Although she was a country girl, she was a noble princess. Losing to such a girl was too frustrating. Duan Xinghui and Ningxu's eyes met. Her gaze was incomparably cold. Duan Xinghui was the first to look away. Squeezing the horse's belly, he pulled on the reins and headed towards the sedan chair. Duan Xinghui cupped his hands and saluted Ningxu. This general kowtows in salute to the princess. "I wish the princess good health." Ningxu sized up Duan Xinghui. He wasn't missing an arm or a leg. His face was a bit thinner. Ningxu nodded. General Duan has returned. General Duan, you can go ahead and enter the palace to meet the emperor. Ningxu's attitude towards Duan Xinghui was very cold and polite, carrying the arrogance of a member of the imperial family. Duan Xinghui's expression changed. He was depressed by Ningxu's attitude. He had even thought of how to face the princess's questioning and quarreling, but the other party's attitude made all the various solutions he thought of along the way unable to be put to use. Now the other party didn't care about him at all. Duan Xinghui felt that his self-esteem was hurt. Duan Xinghui was a person with strong self-esteem. He was worshipped and admired wholeheartedly by area. But in front of Princess Jiehui, the difference between the monarch and the minister was always between them. Ningxu just glanced at area. From a distance, area was not beautiful. She was a little dark. Looking closely, she was really dark. On the contrary, her almond-shaped eyes were very outstanding. Well, Duan Xinghui probably saw the beauty of Aria's soul. General Duan, aren't you going to enter the city? Ningxu said to Duan Xinghui coldly. Facing the indifferent Princess Jiehui, Duan Xinghui felt uneasy in his heart. If it was a princess who made a fuss or even scolded him, Duan Xinghui would know. Such a Princess Jiehui really made people uneasy. She faced him as if he was a stranger. She didn't feel happy because he was alive. Such a princess posture really made Duan Xinghui unable to spit out a breath in his heart. He felt bad all over. Arya, who was in Duan Xinghui's arms, looked at Ningxu curiously. Looking at the graceful and noble princess, her momentum made Arya feel a little inferior in her heart. And she was so beautiful. Arya couldn't find words to describe her beauty. She only felt that she was sitting in the gorgeous gilded carriage, which complemented the luxurious carriage. She was like a fairy who came down to earth. People didn't dare to look directly at her. Ningxu saw Arya looking at him without any scruples. Her eyes were filled with amazement and a sense of inferiority. She was nervous. Her rough hands grasped the saddle tightly. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you look directly at the royal family? Before Ningxu could say anything, Yuan Dong shouted at her with a sharp tone. Yuan Dong's pretty face was full of dignity and vigor. After all, she was the princess's personal maidservant, so she had some vigor to her. Yuan Dong pointed at Arya with a serious and dignified face. Why don't you salute the princess? Arya's black and red face showed embarrassment. She was stunned for a moment on the horse's back. Duan Xinghui's face flashed with annoyance when his beloved was embarrassed. He tightly pursed his lips and saluted Ningxu. Your Highness, Arya is from the countryside and doesn't know etiquette. Your Highness, please be magnanimous. Damn, if she was not magnanimous, she would not be magnanimous? This was completely moral kidnapping. Ningxu's face was cold, which made her momentum even stronger. Ningxu said lightly, General, you'd better go to the palace to meet the emperor. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Duan Xinghui saluted and held Arya in his arms. Duan Xinghui had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. With a cold face, he looked very steady and reliable. If there was a beauty in his arms, it would be a beautiful picture of a hero and a beauty. However, Arya was a little far from the beauty. When she stood with Duan Xinghui, there was a feeling of disharmony. Your Highness, how can you tolerate the rudeness of this lowly person? Yuan Dong said angrily to Ningxu. Ningxu touched the small gray ball's fluffy body. Seeing Yuan Dong, who was very excited, her face was full of jealousy. Yuan Dong, pay attention to your identity, Ningxu said lightly. Yuan Dong's heart suddenly stopped and she couldn't speak. She glanced at Arya with the corner of her eyes. Your Highness, what's in your arms? Arya asked in surprise when she saw the small gray ball in Ningxu's hand. Ningxu suddenly laughed. She could see what kind of character Arya was. Some country people were simple and unsophisticated, but also had a kind of humility of a nobody. It turned out that Duan Xinghui liked girls with such characters. The original owner and Arya's characters were two extremes. Princess Jiehui was as proud as a phoenix soaring in the sky. There was no such thing as humility in her character. It could only be said that Princess Jiehui was not Duan Xinghui's cup of tea at all. He only hoped that after seeing the prosperous capital, Arya could still keep her simple character and was still the cinnabar mole in Duan Xinghui's heart. Arya's black and red face showed embarrassment, and she didn't speak. The princess just smiled. Arya looked at Ningxu's smile, and her sharp and somewhat inferior heart felt that the princess was laughing at her. After saving the dying Duan Xinghui, she unknowingly fell in love with this handsome and indifferent man. He had a noble air about him. Such a person was not simple at first glance. Ever since she learned of Duan Xinghui's identity, Arya had both expected and not expected that he was actually a general of the Great Yong dynasty. Looking at the neat troops coming to pick up Duan Xinghui, the flags were fluttering. In the small courtyard of the farmhouse, Arya was overwhelmed with emotions. She looked at Duan Xinghui in a daze, only feeling that the taller Duan Xinghui was, the more humble she seemed. She just didn't expect that Duan Xinghui was willing to take her away. Arya loved Duan Xinghui deeply. For Duan Xinghui, she left her family, her hometown, and stepped into the unknown capital. It was just that she had met the princess before entering the capital. If the princess was a peony flower, Arya felt that she was a weed, the difference between the clouds and the mud. Arya looked at the gorgeous, rainbow-colored glass canopy and jade-green draped carriage. Silk curtains hung around the carriage, and gilded bells hung from the four corners, making crisp sounds with the breeze. Inside the carriage, there was a fragrant incense, making one feel like they were in a fairyland. Arya's heart was filled with longing and a trace of jealousy. The two troops didn't speak, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. Only the fluttering of the war flags and the crisp ringing of the bells could be heard. "Princess, this general will take his leave." Duan Xinghui pulled on the reins. Ningxu said. Ningxu only grunted in acknowledgement, not even raising his head. He stroked the small gray ball in his hand. Duan Xinghui had asked for a snub, and so he left. From beginning to end, Ningxu didn't look at Duan Xinghui. Yuan Dong next to him looked very bad. Looking at Ningxu, he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Until Duan Xinghui's troops entered the city, Yuan Dong couldn't help but ask, "Princess, who is the woman in General Duan's arms? How can General Duan treat you like this?" Yuan Dong defended Ningxu. "How can General Duan allow a woman to march in the army?" Ningxu didn't speak. She was thinking about what to do next since the main character was back. How to retaliate against Duan Xinghui and Arya by separating them alive. Forget it. People were rebellious. The more they were stopped, the more they had to do it. Ningxu frowned and looked a little impatient. The moment she saw Duan Xinghui, all kinds of complicated emotions surged in her heart. Resentment, hatred, love and hate were intertwined. When she saw Arya, jealousy and hatred gushed out of her heart. She couldn't wait to tear Arya's face. She felt drunk. The emotions of the original owner were so strong that she couldn't suppress them. Forget it. Pleasing the big boss Li Wen was the most important thing. She felt that the most important thing in this task was not to marry. Soon after Ningxu returned to the princess mansion, she received a decree from Li Wen, asking her to go to the palace quickly. Ningxu packed up and went to the palace. Every time she saw Li Wen, Ningxu had to prepare herself mentally. She was really uneasy when she saw Li Wen's expressionless face. Walking into the imperial study, Ningxu saluted Li Wen. "Greetings, brother." Li Wen put down the cinnabar pen and glanced at Ningxu. After a while, she said, "Duan Xinghui is back." "Well, I saw him at the city gate," Ningxu said lightly. Li Wen's sharp eyes scanned Ningxu's face. Then, she said, "I found out a few days ago that Duan Xinghui was still alive. I sent someone to bring him back. I wanted to tell you, but you weren't in the princess mansion." Ningxu raised his eyebrows. He walked over and patted Li Wen's shoulder. "Brother, I'm not talking about you. This Duan Xinghui is just a defeated general. Why did you send someone to bring him back and let him come back so gloriously?" Li Wen glanced at the claw on her shoulder. Ningxu immediately retracted his hand. She lowered her head and said, "I've overstepped. If you still want to continue your relationship with Duan Xinghui?" Li Wen looked at Ningxu indifferently. "I can give an edict." "No, there's no need at all." Ningxu waved his hand and said, "Brother, you must not associate me with Duan Xinghui. Moreover, Duan Xinghui already has a woman by his side. Li Wen's starry eyes flashed. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are my sister, he said. You are a noble princess of Great Yong. Why must you cling on to Duan Xinghui? Moreover, he is someone who was defeated on his first expedition. Ning Shu, so this was how Li Wen thought of Duan Xinghui. In the plot, Princess Jiehui had competed with a village girl for Duan Xinghui. Furthermore, Duan Xinghui was the defeated general in Li Wen's heart. This was simply trampling Li Wen's face to the ground. It seemed that following Li Wen and not having anything to do with Duan Xinghui was the correct path. It was simply awesome. Ning Shu bowed to Li Wen and said firmly, my sister no longer has any thoughts about Duan Xinghui and will not have anything to do with him. I will not disgrace the dignity of the royal family. Li Wen looked at Ning Shu carefully and nodded. It's good that you understand. From the looks of it, Duan Xinghui is not a good person. He brought a woman along on the march and did not take the military rules to heart. Ning Shu agreed. Brother, you're right. You're very right. Li Wen curled her lips and said, you can go back. When Ning Shu bowed and excused herself, a small gray ball jumped out from her collar and rushed towards Li Wen at lightning speed. Ning Shu was so scared that she almost peed her pants. This guy's claws were very sharp. If Li Wen was hurt, even if she had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to pay for it. There was no need for her to go through the marriage. She would have to apologize with her death. Brother, dodge, away. Ning Shu and Li Wen shouted. However, the scene in front of them made Ning Shu feel as if a piece of cotton was stuck in his throat and his heart was stuffed. He saw the small gray ball rubbing against Li Wen's face very intimately, its claws hugging Li Wen's ear. Ning Shu felt even more stifled. She had provided this fellow with good food and drinks, but when he saw Li Wen, he forgot everything. Ning Shu even thought that she had taken in a powerful pet with her tiger body trembling and the aura of a tyrant. She was still King Cannon Fodder. This kind of thing had nothing to do with her. Ning Shu's eyes were filled with melancholy as he looked at the small gray ball. Li Wen's face was full of surprise. She grabbed the little thing off her face and placed it in her palm to take a look. A pair of small black bean-like eyes looked at Li Wen with watery eyes that emitted a bright light. What is this? Li Wen placed the small gray ball on the table and asked indifferently. Ning Shu curled his lips and said, this is a little thing that my sister found in the manor. I don't know what it is either. It just eats a lot and likes to eat pastries. Oh. Li Wen raised her eyebrows and took a piece of pastry for the small gray ball. The small gray ball held the pastry and ate it. It looked charmingly naive and very cute. Alright, let's go back. Li Wen watched the small gray ball eat the pastry and said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded and walked forward, ready to grab the little gray ball and run away. Squeak squeak. The little gray ball jumped onto Li Wen's shoulder and squeaked at Li Wen while tightly clutching Li Wen's collar. Ning Shu, F***ck, she had so many pastries, but they couldn't even compare to Li Wen's pastries. F***ck, why was there such a big difference between people? Imperial brother, since the small gray ball likes you, please take care of it. Ning Shu smiled embarrassedly. Imperial brother is tired from reviewing the memorials. You can play with this thing. Just treat it as a gift from your sister. Then, thank you very much. Li Wen's mouth hooked up. No problem, no problem. Ning Shu and Li Wen grinned. They felt uncomfortable. They glared at the small gray ball and then left the imperial study. Just as they left the imperial study, a palace maid immediately came over. Ning Shu bowed. This servant greets the princess. The empress invites the princess to the palace. Ning Shu thought about it and still went. If she didn't go, with the empress's careful mind, she would definitely hate her. Since she left the palace to live in the princess's residence, she had already offended the empress. When they arrived at the empress's palace, Ning Shu looked at the empress who was smiling amiably. Ning Shu felt that this empress was quite tough. She was responsible for managing the harem. She was tolerant and magnanimous. Sometimes, she had to take on multiple roles. She was an abortion expert and the head of the family planning department. After not seeing her for a while, the Empress's face had fatigue that couldn't be concealed. It seemed that the situation in the palace had exhausted the Empress. Ningxu felt that the Empress had eaten too much. She was the Empress and could be high and mighty. Why did she have to participate in the struggle between the concubines? To put it bluntly, she was too controlling. She had to hold everything in the palm of her hand. It was really tiring. Hearing that the Empress wanted her to return to the palace, her expression and tone were very sincere. However, Ningxu only said a few perfunctory words and didn't say that she wanted to return to the palace. This made the Empress's face change. Coming out of the Empress's palace, she coincidentally met many concubines. Ningxu felt drunk. She actually enjoyed the treatment of Li Wen. These concubines just wanted to know if she was going to return to the palace and when she was going to return. Ningxu was very tired dealing with so many people. She pretended to be very proud and had an expression that said, "Don't talk to me, you dregs." She went all the way back to the princess's residence. Not long after, Ningxu found out that Li Wen had issued an edict to remove Duan Xinghui from his position as a third-rank general. So now, Duan Xinghui was a nobody. He didn't have any official position. This news was brought by Yuan Dong. Yuan Dong was very concerned about the general's residence. When she learned that Duan Xinghui had been removed from his position, she hurriedly came to tell Ningxu. She wanted to let Ningxu plead with the emperor. Ningxu felt very happy. When she saw Yuan Dong's anxious face, she sneered in her heart and said, "Why do you pay so much attention to the Duan mansion?" Yuan Dong's eyes flashed and she said, "Princess, I'm doing this for you. General Duan is your future husband." Ningxu's eyes sharpened and she said in a cold voice, "Yuan Dong, pay attention to your identity. When did Duan Xinghui become my husband? You have ruined my reputation. I can't keep you." Yuan Dong knelt in front of Ningxu with a flop. Her face was pale and she said, "I overstepped. Please forgive me, princess." But she didn't dare to say that Duan Xinghui was the princess's future husband. On the other side, Arya followed Duan Xinghui back to the Duan mansion. The Duan mansion was very big. It was richly decorated. Arya felt that her eyes were not enough. Madame Duan, Duan Xinghui's mother, had not recovered from the joy of her dead son coming back to life. When she heard Duan Xinghui say that Arya would be his wife in the future, Madame Duan almost fainted. Looking at Arya, who was wearing cotton clothes and had a dark face and no manners at all, Madame Duan was about to break down. It was not easy for her to raise her son after losing her husband, and he might become the emperor's brother-in-law. Her future was very smooth. Where did this little girl come from? Madame Duan was a scheming woman. Although she wanted to bury Arya alive in her heart, she still had a gentle smile on her face. Seeing the smile on his mother's face, Duan Xinghui's serious face also showed a smile. He said to Madame Duan, "Mother, Arya is a very good girl. She is simple and lovely. She will be filial to you." Madame Duan's face trembled, and the gentle smile on her face almost disappeared. Simple and lovely? Madame Duan looked at Arya, who had a dark face. She looked older than Duan Xinghui. Madame Duan's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys had suffered indelible damage. Was her son blind? Especially when she knew that Duan Xinghui and Arya had been intimate, Madame Duan covered her head and wanted to faint. She was even more displeased with Arya. She was a woman who had no self-respect and self-love. She was even worse than a prostitute in a brothel. Madame Duan was a decisive woman. No matter how much she hated Arya in her heart, she still arranged Arya properly and sent 2 maids to serve Arya. The 2 maids looked better than Arya. Arya was very embarrassed and not used to it. She looked at Duan Xinghui for help. Duan Xinghui was very satisfied with his mother's arrangement. In his opinion, his mother had accepted Arya. He was really happy and couldn't help smiling on his serious face. When Mrs. Duan saw Duan Xinghui beaming with joy, the blue veins on her forehead throbbed, but she held it in. She would have to rely on Duan Xinghui for the rest of her life. When she married, she would follow her husband, and when her husband died, she would follow her son. Duan Xinghui had to maintain a gentle and kind appearance in front of his son. He could not alienate his son because of a country girl. Madame Duan thought that there was no need to strain their relationship for such a woman and hurt their mother-son relationship. But after a while, an imperial edict came from the palace. Duan Xinghui was removed from the position of general. Hearing the news, Madame Duan was angry and anxious. Anger, fear, and all kinds of emotions were intertwined, which made Madame Duan faint. That bitch was a jinx. Before she fainted, Madame Duan completely forgot that Arya saved her son. The son she had taught for so many years was ruined. Duan Xinghui took the imperial edict and looked a little pale. He pursed his lips. The eunuch who announced the imperial edict was waiting for the money for tea. However, the two masters of the Duan mansion, one fainted, and the other looked pale. They didn't mean to pay at all. The eunuch who announced the imperial edict snorted coldly. Who did he think he was? He thought he was the future emperor's son-in-law. Now he was just a nobody. Why did he show off? Especially the one who was disliked by the emperor. He was just a general with a greasy hair and a powdered face. Arya was trembling beside her. Everything that happened made her feel at a loss. She felt as if she had broken into the world of giants. She didn't even understand what the imperial edict said. She only saw Madame Duan faint and Duan Xinghui's expression was ugly. What happened? Arya asked. She really felt that she was out of the loop and didn't understand anything. Duan Xinghui was now mentally and physically exhausted. Previously, when the emperor sent someone to pick him up, he thought that the emperor valued him and took a fancy to his ability. Now, he had taken away his position. Could it be related to Princess Jiehui? When he met Princess Jiehui at the city gate, she didn't say anything at that time. Her expression was very cold. She didn't say anything about his return, but afterwards, she took revenge. What was even more unacceptable to Duan Xinghui was that he thought he was really capable, but the emperor's appreciation of him was based on Princess Jiehui. Without Princess Jiehui, he would have been directly sent to hell. Duan Xinghui pursed his lips tightly, and his face turned black and white. He didn't hear what Arya was saying at all. Arya was in a new environment, and the only thing she could rely on was Duan Xinghui. But Duan Xinghui ignored her now. Arya was under a lot of pressure, worried about gains and losses, and became impatient. Duan Lang. Arya's voice trembled. Only then did Duan Xinghui react. Seeing the panic and uneasiness on Arya's face, his heart softened and he said, "It's okay." But Arya's heart didn't relax. Her heart was full of uneasiness. This was a completely different environment from the one she used to live in. Here, she only had Duan Xinghui. She could only hold on to Duan Xinghui tightly. Arya stayed in the Duan manor like this. She was neither master nor servant. Their relationship was very awkward. Madame Duan, who had fainted, woke up and drank 2 bowls of frozen lotus seed porridge to suppress the anger in her heart. She quickly said, "Let's go to the princess manor, the princess manor." Ningxu didn't know what happened in the Duan manor. Now she was practicing the whip technique and had mastered the peerless martial arts. Ningxu had been looking for a suitable weapon for herself. It was impossible to have strength without a suitable weapon. Ningxu finally chose the whip. The whip was particular about flexibility and its lethality was quite good. Ningxu held a jet black whip in her hand, which emitted a cold luster. When she waved the whip, the light from the whip flickered and produced a sharp whistling sound. Ningxu turned her body, and in the end, the whip fiercely hit the rockery, leaving a deep ravine. Ningxu put away the whip and felt very satisfied. This whip was given by Li Wen. It was said that it was made of legendary cold iron and was covered with barbs. When it hit a person's body, it could bring out a piece of flesh. It was quite ferocious. It was indeed a product of the royal family. "Princess, Madame Duan is here to visit Princess." Yuan Dong bowed to Ningxu. Ningxu raised her eyebrows and suddenly laughed. She hung the whip on her waist and asked indifferently, "How long have you been here?" Yuan Dong respectfully said, replying to Princess, "She has been waiting for almost 2 hours." After waiting for almost 2 hours, it seemed like something really happened. Ningxu wiped her sweat and was very interested to see Madame Duan. Ningxu walked into the hall and saw Madame Duan sitting on a chair. Madame Duan was wearing a blue cloud-patterned peacock embroidered robe. Her hair was covered in pearls and jade, and she had maintained her appearance well. She had the grace of a noble lady. Madame Duan's brows were filled with impatience and resentment. When she saw Ningxu, she quickly stood up. Ningxu bowed. This subject greets princess. Ningxu didn't immediately ask Madame Duan to stand up. Instead, she walked around her and sat on a chair. She took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "Stand up. What business do you have with Ben Gong?" Madame Duan's heart was stifled by Ningxu's attitude. She couldn't voice out her thoughts. Madame Duan sized up Ningxu. She was wearing casual clothes with a whip on her waist. Her hair was tied up and her long ponytail was draped over her back. Coupled with her cold face, her eyes were as cold as the stars. If Princess Jiehui was previously a noble phoenix soaring in the 9 heavens, then Ningxu was now a fairy from the 9 heavens, incomparably cold. Madame Duan's heart was in turmoil. Why didn't he like such an outstanding woman with status? Why did he like that village girl? Madame Duan really couldn't understand her son. This subject has specially come to visit Princess. This is the walnut pastry that this subject personally made. Madame Duan waved her hand at the maidservant behind her. The maidservant immediately brought the food box over. Yuan Dong looked at Ningxu. Seeing that Ningxu was expressionless, she took the food box. Ningxu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the plot, Madame Duan didn't make any pastries, and Princess Jiehui also regarded Madame Duan as her mother-in-law and sincerely respected her. When dealing with area, Princess Jiehui was the one in the front. The tragedy of the original Princess Jiehui was caused by many factors, and Duan Xinghui's mother definitely accounted for most of them. She didn't like Arya and thought that Arya was not worthy of her son, but she was afraid of hurting her relationship with Duan Xinghui, so she took advantage of Princess Jiehui's love for her son to deal with Arya. This made Duan Xinghui hate the princess more and more, and the pressure of public opinion from all sides shifted to Princess Jiehui. On the contrary, Madame Duan was fine and was still a noble lady. Ningxu pursed her lips and thought, "Fuck you. Why did these people regard Princess Jiehui as the vanguard?" Maybe Princess Jiehui knew it, but she couldn't let go of the anger that her man was robbed by a woman in a corner, so she fought with Arya. Princess Jiehui's reputation was getting worse and worse. On the contrary, in an accident, Arya saved Madame Duke and became Madame Duke's adopted woman. Her status suddenly rose infinitely and she became a woman worthy of the Duan family. At this time, Madame Duan welcomed Arya into the Duan family with a smile. It was perfect and beautiful. The mother and the son were filial and lived happily together. Ningxu just wanted to say, "Get out of here." Ningxu guessed that this was the purpose of Madame Duan's visit today. Ningxu's face became colder. Madame Duan noticed the princess's face and felt uneasy. She even scolded Arya in her heart. She looked like that, and what means did she use to make her son lose his mind? "Your Highness." Madame Duan shed tears before speaking. She took out a handkerchief and pressed it at the corner of her eyes, saying, "Your Highness, please believe my son. That ignorant woman saved my son's life and threatened Xinghui with kindness. Because of her, Xinghui was removed from his position. Now, Xinghui doesn't listen to me. I'm just worried about Xinghui's future." Madame Duan begged bitterly, "Your Highness, Xinghui respects you very much. Can you persuade him that he shouldn't joke about his future?" Listening to Mrs. Duan's tearful complaint, Ningxu's mouth twitched. Originally, she didn't want to get involved in the matter between Duan Xinghui and Arya, but Mrs. Duan wanted to make use of her. Madame Duan was nothing more than telling Ningxu. She even blamed Ningxu for joking about Duan Xinghui's future. Madame Duan felt that Duan Xinghui's official position was removed because she begged Li Wen. Ningxu didn't intend to explain, but he couldn't stand Madame Duan's behavior. He sneered, "How dare you, a woman of the inner residence, interfere with the affairs of the court? The matter of official positions is naturally decided by His Majesty. A person who was defeated on his first expedition, does he still want Imperial Brother to treat him with respect? Not making him responsible for the soldiers who died in battle is already merciful. Leaving the barracks without permission, and he is the commander-in-chief of an army. Leaving his post without permission is a heinous crime. According to the law, he should be beheaded. Since you are so dissatisfied with Imperial Brother's decision, Come to the palace with me and let Imperial Brother give you an explanation. Ningshu's face was cold, and her body exuded an oppressive aura. She raised her eyebrows, which made Madame Duan stunned for a moment. Princess Jiehui was very respectful to her before and didn't take out the attitude of a princess. Now Ningxu was not polite to her, and Madame Duan was terrified. She just relied on the princess's deep love for her son, but now the princess seemed very strange. Facing her, there was no warmth, only the majesty between the monarch and her minister. Madame Duan was timid in her heart. Judging from the princess's appearance, she wanted Duan Xinghui to be responsible for the defeat at the border. Did she want Duan Xinghui's life? Madame Duan looked at Ningxu in a daze, and her pupils contracted. She really cried this time, Your Highness, under Ningxu's penetrating gaze, Madame Duan felt as if her thoughts had been seen through. Madame Duan couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, do you really want to see Xinghui destroyed like this? What does Duan Xinghui have to do with me? A defeated general is not worthy of being associated with me. Madame Duan, I hope you don't randomly associate yourself with me and ruin my reputation. Ningxu spoke without the slightest trace of politeness. She was a princess. Why should she care about other people's feelings? Especially since she didn't have any feelings for Duan Xinghui. Towards Duan Xinghui's mother, there was no need to talk about pleasing or respecting her. Now, she had to bring out the might of the imperial family and let these dregs see that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Madame Duan felt as if the skin on her face had been slapped. The son she was most proud of had been spoken of in such an unbearable manner. However, she had no way of refuting because the other party was a princess of the great Yong dynasty. Seeing Madame Duan's blood-spitting expression, Ningxu curled the corners of her mouth and snorted, expressing her disdain. She continued, I heard that General Duan, look at my memory. Duan Xinghui is no longer a general. He is a commoner. I heard that Duan Xinghui brought a woman with him when marching. It seems that he is extremely fond of this woman. Congratulations to Madame for obtaining such an excellent daughter-in-law. As Ningxu spoke, she didn't conceal the contempt in her words at all. Madame Duan's face twitched. Looking at the aloof Ningxu, she felt like vomiting blood in her heart. Her son was so outstanding. How could a village girl be a match for him? When speaking of Duan Xinghui, Madame Duan sensed that the princess's words and expression didn't have the slightest bit of affection. Only then did Madame Duan panic. Without the princess, how could her son climb back up? Could it be that he was really going to be a commoner? Madame Duan felt as if she was about to vomit blood. She lowered her posture and pleaded, Princess, can you consider our past friendship and allow Xinghui to atone for his crimes by meritorious service? Atone for his crimes by meritorious service? The generals and soldiers on the border can't afford to be defiled by such a person. Ningxu spoke without the slightest trace of politeness. We are tired. Yuan Dong, see the guest out. Finished speaking, Ningxu lifted the curtain and left. Madame Duan's face was ashen and pale. She could only helplessly leave the princess's residence. Upon returning home, she fainted. Duan Xinghui cradled his unconscious mother. With a grave expression, he asked Madame Duan's servant girl, what happened to mother? Seeing Duan Xinghui's murderous gaze, the servant girl trembled and replied, Madame went to see the princess to plead on the general's behalf. General? What kind of general was he now? Duan Xinghui could guess that Madame Duan had gone to plead with Princess Jiehui. This was simply asking to be humiliated. Moreover, Duan Xinghui didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything without Princess Jiehui. Duan Xinghui's expression was unsightly. In his heart, he resented Princess Jiehui. Pressing down on the hilt of the sword at his waist, he had a murderous look on his face. Why did Princess Jiehui treat his mother like this? Duan Xinghui turned to leave, but he was stopped by a weak voice. Stop. Mother, this child is going to seek justice for you. Duan Xinghui felt that no matter how much Princess Jiehui hated, she shouldn't be disrespectful to his mother. Stop right there. Are you crazy? Are you going to seek justice from the princess like this? Madame Duan was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. The current Princess Jiehui wasn't the Princess Jiehui of the past. She wasn't the Princess Jiehui that could be coerced with love. Mother, don't worry. Your son is fine. With that, he slipped away. Madame Duan lay on the bed and almost fainted. She gritted her teeth and said to the maid, "Help me up." Madame Duan's body was weak. She was carried to the princess's residence. "Princess, General Duan is outside asking for an audience," Ningxu quickly said when Yuan Dong's face revealed excitement. Ningxu touched the whip at her waist and narrowed her eyes at the excited and blissful Yuan Dong. Sensing the princess's gaze, Yuan Dong's heart froze. She carefully said, "General Duan came to see the princess. Is the princess not happy? What's there to be happy about? Who is General Duan? He's just a general who was dismissed." "You dare to call him a general?" Ningxu said coldly. "You look very happy. Duan Xinghui is here. Why are you so happy?" Yuan Dong's face paled. She quickly said, "I'm happy for the princess. Remember your identity. This consort has nothing to do with Duan Xinghui. If you continue to associate this consort with Duan Xinghui, this consort definitely won't forgive you," said Ningxu coldly. She was getting more and more comfortable with playing the role of princess. Yuan Dong's body trembled. She squatted down and tidied Ningxu's skirt. She said, "I know the princess is angry. Angry at General Duan, no, Duan Xinghui. But he brought a woman back. Princess, go see Duan Xinghui. I believe he'll explain it to the princess." F***ck, why didn't this person listen? It was all because Princess Jiahui was infatuated with Duan Xinghui. It left a deep impression. "Princess, Duan Xinghui is waiting outside," Yuan Dong said again. Did they really think the princess's residence was a market? One came and left, and another came. Did these people think she was easy to bully? Did she have to go see them? At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the princess's residence. Yuan Dong looked at Ningxu and couldn't help but say, "Princess, there are some words that I have to say. General Duan is clearly the princess's future husband, but he was snatched away by a woman who came out of nowhere. Is the princess really willing to accept this?" Ningxu looked at Yuan Dong coldly. In the storyline, Yuan Dong had also provoked Princess Jia Hui in the same way, making Princess Jia Hui very unhappy. "What does that have to do with you?" Ningxu sneered. "This consort knows that you adore Duan Xinghui, so this consort will definitely fulfill your wishes." "Princess." Dong Hui's voice was broken as she collapsed on the ground. She looked at Ningxu in shock as she tugged at Ningxu's skirt and retorted, "Princess, how could this servant have any feelings of admiration for General Duan? This servant is only thinking of princess. What was the use of quibbling?" Ningxu didn't believe a single punctuation mark. At this time, the noise at the entrance of the princess's residence grew louder and louder, mixed with Duan Xinghui's angry roar. Ningxu pulled out the whip from his waist and walked towards the door, cracking the whip loudly. As soon as Ningxu came out, he saw Duan Xinghui, who was dressed in black, holding a knife in his hand, confronting the guards at the door. It seemed that he wanted to break into the princess's residence. Someone wanted to break into his house with a knife. What kind of feeling was that? Ningxu only had one feeling, and that was to beat this guy to death. "How dare you?" Ningxu shouted coldly. He swung the whip in his hand and wrapped it around the knife in Duan Xinghui's hand. He used his strength and threw the knife out, stabbing it into the wall. The knife trembled twice. After a while, the knife was no longer in his hand. Duan Xinghui was stunned for a moment as he looked at Ningxu's cold face. She was wearing the simplest clothes, a woman's riding clothes, looking valiant and formidable. She had taken off her gorgeous clothes and pearl hairpin, and there was nothing extra on her body. He had never seen Jia Hui like this before. She was incomparably cold, looking at him with incomparably cold eyes. Duan Xinghui didn't know why, but there was an unknown loss in his heart. He was used to Jia Hui's admiring eyes, but when the things he was used to suddenly disappeared, he would still feel lost. For Duan Xinghui, it was also an extreme honor for a man to be admired by a woman of noble status like the princess. He didn't get what he deserved, which made him angry and disappointed. "Greetings, princess." Even if he didn't want to, Duan Xinghui had to salute. This was what Duan Xinghui couldn't accept. He was a man, but he saluted to a woman, his future wife. His arrogant self-esteem couldn't accept it. Ningxu sneered. Greetings, Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui, it was Imperial Brother who restored your general title, so you dare to call yourself a general. In the plot, Duan Xinghui was not removed from his official position by Li Wen, but now he was removed from his official position, which matched Aria's identity. Ningxu smiled unkindly. She was Princess Jiehui, but she still had to take care of Duan Xinghui's male chauvinism. Now Duan Xinghui didn't have the identity that Aria looked up to. What would happen to this pair of true love ducks? Duan Xinghui's heart was suffocated, and he said in a low voice, I know that Princess resents me, but my mother is innocent. So, now Duan Xinghui wanted to seek justice for Mrs. Duan. Ningxu sneered and said, I didn't do anything to Mrs. Duan. Even if I did, what can you do? It was so cool to suppress people with power, especially when Duan Xinghui clenched his fists and endured his anger. He wanted to step on your most painful place. Duan Xinghui, as the male protagonist of this world, felt that the whole world should revolve around him and take himself as the center. Now being insulted by Ningxu, Duan Xinghui only had one thought in his mind. Fortunately, he didn't marry the scorpion-like woman. How dare you barge in, princess? What do you want? Or do you want to harm me? When Ningxu said this, her voice was loud and clear, which made Duan Xinghui's ears turn red. Duan Xinghui suddenly raised his head and looked at Ningxu, with undisguised disappointment and disgust in his eyes. Princess Jiehui, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You are so arrogant and unforgiving. You have no virtue that a woman should have. Do you know why I don't like you? You are always like this. Every move you make is bound by rules. You are rigid and lifeless. You flaunt yourself with a high status. Your birth doesn't give you the right to look down on others. Aria is different. She is bright and lively, without any pretense. She is simple and beautiful, like a breeze. Ningxu, puff, Ningxu was choked by his own saliva. What kind of logic was this? Was it Princess Jiehui's fault that she was born well? Was it Princess Jiehui's fault because of her high status? Ah, this logic was so intoxicating. Ningxu translated the meaning of Duan Xinghui's words for a while. That was to say, your status is too high, and I can't breathe under your pressure, so I don't like you. Fuck, Ningxu gave him the middle finger. Ningxu felt a throbbing pain in his heart. These were the emotions of the original Ningxu. The original Ningxu had never acted like a princess in front of Duan Xinghui. Instead, she was like a little woman in love. When facing Duan Xinghui, she relied on and adored him. Princess Jiehui already thought that she was humble enough in front of Duan Xinghui, but Duan Xinghui still despised her identity. Ningxu shook off the feeling of self-pity and sneered. Reincarnation was also a skill. If you had the ability, reincarnate as Li Wen and directly become the emperor. What kind of person was this? Ningxu made a big cross for Duan Xinghui in his heart. If I call you an idiot, do you dare to respond? Ningxu said to Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui clearly didn't understand what Ningxu was saying, but he vaguely sensed that it wasn't anything good. Ningxu moved the whip and sneered, who are you to like me? You're just a defeated general. If I were you, I would have harmed so many people at the border. I wouldn't have the face to live in this world. Duan Xinghui's face trembled, looking very ferocious. His eyes were red as he looked at Ningxu. It was as if Ningxu had insulted his character. There are always unruly people who want to harm me. Ningxu casually found an excuse and swung the whip towards Duan Xinghui's face. If the whip with barbs hit Duan Xinghui's face, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. This kind of handsome face would become a thing of the past. Duan Xinghui's expression changed. He was a general after all, so he reacted quickly and directly used his arm to block in front of him. With a paw sound, the whip hit Duan Xinghui's arm. Duan Xinghui's face immediately turned pale. The strength of the whip, in addition to the barbs on the whip, had sunk into Duan Xinghui's skin. Duan Xinghui looked at Ningxu in disbelief. Ningxu sneered and withdrew the whip. Looking at it, there were still some blood and bits of flesh on it. Her whip could be considered sharpened, but she didn't expect it to hit Duan Xinghui. Princess. Duan Xinghui's lips trembled. His entire body was trembling. His face was pale and his expression was one of shock. Clearly, he had not expected the other party to attack him so readily. Furthermore, he was merciless. Ningxu sneered with an indifferent expression. Men, arrest this person who tried to assassinate this consort. Duan Xinghui let out a muffled groan and covered his arm. Blood had already flowed out from between his fingers and dripped onto the bluestone floor. Princess, how can you be so heartless in front of me? Duan Xinghui looked at Ningxu with red eyes. She looked as if she had let Duan Xinghui down. She was really shameless. She had promised to marry him privately, but she actually questioned her heartlessness. Duan Xinghui, is there something wrong with your brain? You tried to assassinate this consort, but you actually slandered this consort for being heartless. Calling you an idiot really isn't a lie. F*ck, these people lived in their own world. In their eyes, they could only see others wronging them, but they couldn't see the harm their actions caused to others. They were simply drunk. Madame Duan, who had hurried over, saw that her son was injured and Ningxu's whip was stained with blood. She felt that her heart was about to explode. She had never laid a finger on her beloved son, but he was still beaten by a woman. The anger in Madame Duan's heart was indescribable. She was about to question Ningxu, but when she met Ningxu's cold eyes, Madame Duan quivered and instantly sobered up. She was actually going to question a princess. Madame Duan's heart was very sullen. This kind of anger was bottled up in her heart and there was no way to vent it. It was driving her crazy. Madame Duan resented Princess Jiehui for not being like before, and also resented Arya who was now in the Duan residence. If it weren't for Arya, Duan Xinghui wouldn't have been dismissed from his position, and he wouldn't have angered Princess Jiehui. If it was said that Madame Duan still had a little hope for Ningxu before, she would let Ningxu marry into the Duan residence. As for the village girl who came from nowhere, she would deal with her later. Now Princess Jiehui actually beat Duan Xinghui without mercy. There was no distress or pity in her eyes. Madame Duan knew that Princess Jiehui really didn't have any hope for her son. How could this be? Madame Duan was mentally and physically exhausted. She hurriedly got down from the sedan and walked to Duan Xinghui to check his injuries. Princess, why are you so heartless? Madame Duan really cried this time, and her voice was helpless and panicked. If things went on like this, there was really no hope for Duan Xinghui to recover. The only way was to let Princess Jiehui plead with the emperor. It was really a sin. Damn it, another person said that she was heartless. Sure enough, they were mother and son. Their way of thinking was exactly the same. It was really strange. Ningxu sneered, what heartless? Duan Xinghui, a wicked person, dared to break into the princess mansion and assassinate me. Everyone in the princess mansion can testify. Madame Duan's heart stopped. Seeing her son's pale face, Madame Duan felt helpless and panicked. After all, she was a woman of the inner residence, and she was useless in big things. Princess, please allow me to take my son for treatment. Then she asked someone to help Duan Xinghui and was ready to slip away. Wait. Ningxu said, Madame Duan, what are you doing? You want to take away the assassin who tried to assassinate me. Ningxu looked at the blood on the ground and then looked at Duan Xinghui's pale face because of blood loss. Ningxu felt great. Madame Duan's heart also became angry. Princess, you really want to kill him? Don't forget that Xinghui is your future husband. Ningxu's face turned cold, and she sneered, Madame Duan, be careful what you say. Don't ruin my reputation. Be careful that I enter the palace and ask His Majesty to make a decision. Duan Xinghui is already a nobody. I don't want to bear the crime of slandering the imperial family's reputation. Ningxu approached Duan Xinghui and Madame Duan. Madame Duan's body trembled, especially when she saw the bloody whip. Her face turned pale. Duan Xinghui covered his wound and stood in front of Madame Duan. His dark eyes met Ningxu's. Don't provoke this consort. If you anger this consort will make it so that your Duan family won't be able to stay in the capital any longer. This consort still hasn't settled the score with you for deceiving this consort. Duan Xinghui's face was pale and embarrassed. The huge contrast between Princess Jiehui and before made Duan Xinghui unable to react. Duan Xinghui was supported by Madame Duan and staggered away. Ningxu said again, "Wait a moment." Duan Xinghui and Madame Duan's hearts trembled at the same time. Their backs stiffened. Duan Xinghui pursed his lips and turned around to look at Ningxu. Ningxu smiled slightly. Her cold face suddenly warmed up, making Duan Xinghui stare blankly. When a cold person suddenly smiled, she seemed especially beautiful and moving. "Duan Xinghui, there's a girl by my side who deeply admires you," Ningxu said to Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui was stunned. He really didn't understand what Ningxu wanted to do. "This consort's maidservant is deeply in love with you, Duan Xinghui. As the mistress, this consort really can't let down the maidservant's feelings. In any case, she is a maidservant who has served this consort for so many years. I hope that you can treat this consort's maidservant well," Ningxu said to Ningxu. She clearly saw that Duan Xinghui's serious mask cracked. He was stunned and seemed to be in disbelief. Even Madame Duan looked at Ningxu strangely. "Princess?" Yuan Dong was really surprised and scared. She was surprised that she could follow General Duan. She was scared that the princess's attitude and her inner thoughts were known by the princess. In short, Yuan Dong's thoughts were all kinds of complicated. "I won't leave you, princess. Please don't drive me away." Yuan Dong knelt in front of Ningxu with a look of deep affection. It also depended on whether Ningxu was willing to act with her. Ningxu said indifferently, "You are now a member of the Duan family. In the future, you have to serve the Duan family well." Yuan Dong finally kowtowed to Ningxu helplessly and stood next to Duan Xinghui. "Princess, forgive this commoner for not being able to accept this. This commoner already has someone he truly loves in his heart. It is impossible for this commoner to accept someone else." Duan Xinghui even forgot about the wound on his arm. He bowed and cupped his fists towards Ningxu. Ningxu's expression was indifferent. "What does it have to do with me that you have someone you love?" Duan Xinghui was speechless. For some reason, Duan Xinghui found that Princess Jiehui was really difficult to communicate with now. Ningxu turned around and returned to her residence. She did not even bother with these people. In the end, Duan Xinghui reluctantly accepted Yuan Dong and returned to the Duan mansion with Madame Duan. When they returned, Arya was waiting at the door. She was wearing brightly colored silk and satin, which made her face look even darker. The civet cat didn't look like a crown prince in the crown prince's clothes. Instead, it looked funny. Yuan Dong's eyes were full of deep contempt and contempt. When she met Arya's eyes, Arya's expression was a little embarrassed. She turned and ran into the mansion, crying as she ran. She didn't even notice the injury on Duan Xinghui's arm. The woman keenly sensed Yuan Dong's hostility towards her, as well as her vigilance and hatred towards Yuan Dong. When Duan Xinghui saw that his beloved was sad, he hurriedly chased after her. He didn't care about anything else at all. He was very reckless, just like a young boy. Star emblem, the wound. Madame Duan shouted at Duan Xinghui. The two of them were chasing each other around the Duan mansion. Madame Duan felt very annoyed. "General." Yuan Dong saw Duan Xinghui run towards the village girl without thinking. Yuan Dong was shocked and also very jealous. What right did that ugly monster have? What right did she have? Without Yuan Dong by his side, Ningxu casually promoted a maidservant from the princess residence to be by his side. In fact, Ningxu didn't need anyone to serve him. His 3 meals a day were delivered by the kitchen. Ningxu was either practicing martial arts or practicing martial arts. She swung her whip every day, wanting to master her whip skills to perfection. Ningxu had a premonition that she might really have to go to the battlefield. She had to show her value to Li Wen, which was more valuable than a political marriage. Ningxu put away the whip, took the handkerchief from the maidservant, wiped the sweat on her face and hands, and asked the little maidservant, "What's the news about the Duan mansion?" The little maidservant was called Little Hong. She was delicate and pretty. She was not very beautiful, but she was full of cleverness. When she heard Ningxu's question, she quickly said, "Yuan Dong and Arya are now in a fierce fight. Duan Xinghui is very uncomfortable being sandwiched between 2 women," Little Hong said. Ningxu smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Why did she have to be in front of him? Why didn't she deal with Arya in front of him? Let's see what Yuan Dong and Madame Duan would do. It was funny. Without her, a noble supporting female character, who would help them achieve their unparalleled fate. Duan Xinghui and Arya's love was based on the reputation of the original owner, Princess Jiehui. Now, Ningxu will directly send Yuan Dong over. You guys can go play by yourselves. Duan Xinghui had a really bad time during this period, and it was very bad. He felt very tired. Now Arya became very sensitive and clung to him more and more. Her innocent face was full of uneasiness and worry. Duan Xinghui had said many times that he would not let her down, but Arya was still uneasy. In addition, Yuan Dong was fanning the flames. Duan Xinghui had never been so tired. He felt mentally and physically exhausted. But Yuan Dong was a member of the Princess Mansion. He did not have an official position now. If he really listened to Arya and drove Yuan Dong out, Princess Jiehui would make a fuss about it, and he would suffer. Seeing Duan Xinghui's attitude, Arya made a scene again. Arya was from the countryside. When she made a scene, the whole Duan mansion was alarmed. Duan Xinghui felt ashamed and helpless. Without the strong resistance of Princess Jiehui, the contradiction between Duan Xinghui and Arya, and it was a class contradiction, came out. After all, Duan Xinghui was a noble child who grew up in the capital. He was really not used to such a scene. Arya was terrified. She abandoned everything and came to the capital with Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui was now the only life-saving straw in her life. She must hold on tightly. The more impatient Duan Xinghui was with her, the more terrified Arya was. She made a scene to prove her existence. Sometimes Duan Xinghui wondered if Arya was still the simple Arya. Duan Xinghui was heartbroken, but he still comforted Arya patiently, but he was a little tired. Madame Duan originally wanted to see Yuan Dong and Arya fight, but when she saw Arya's unruly appearance, she had to find someone to teach Arya the rules. If it went on, the Duan mansion would become the laughingstock of the whole capital. Her son didn't want the princess and insisted on such a village girl. People outside said that Duan Xinghui's brain was full of lard. If it went on like this, Madame Duan didn't dare to go to the ancestors of the Duan family. It was a sin. Arya, who was forced to learn the rules, made a scene again. She was very unwilling to learn. She had to pay attention to eating, sleeping, and even walking. These made Arya at a loss and feel very painful. Arya grew up in the countryside. Some things were deep in her bones. It was very uncomfortable to learn the rules, as if her wings were about to be broken. The painful process could be imagined. Duan Xinghui was also very painful. In his heart, Arya was free and easy. Now, like all the women in the capital, she had to become the product of rules and education. But on one side was his beloved woman, and on the other side was his mother, who had taught him since he was a child. Duan Xinghui was too lazy to go back to the Duan mansion. He went out to drink when he had nothing to do. But after a long time, every time he went out, he had to face the strange eyes of others, which were like looking at a fool. In the face of such eyes, Duan Xinghui's heart couldn't help but waver. It was his fault to give up Princess Jiehui, especially those who used to bow and scrape in front of him. Now they were arrogant in front of him. At this time, the feeling was particularly strong. Was he really wrong? Duan Xinghui was firm in his thoughts. He was not wrong. He loved Arya, but why couldn't Arya be considerate of him? If a man had no career and no career that he was proud of, he would be much inferior. Now Duan Xinghui felt a little drunk every day. He felt that his future was confused. Duan Xinghui returned to the Duan mansion with a bottle of wine and met the anxious Mrs. Duan. "Mother, what's wrong?" Duan Xinghui asked Mrs. Duan. Mrs. Duan looked at the decadent Duan Xinghui and her heart was about to break. But there was something more important. She said, Arya went to the princess mansion to make trouble. Duan Xinghui shivered and sobered up. He threw down the wine bottle and turned to the princess mansion. He looked anxious. Even Duan Xinghui himself didn't know why he was so anxious. It was undeniable that he suddenly wanted to see Princess Jiehui. There was a secret thought in his heart. He hoped that Princess Jiehui could plead with the emperor for the sake of their past friendship. When Duan Xinghui arrived at the princess mansion, he saw Arya in green kneeling in front of the princess mansion. The guards at the gate of the princess mansion were looking at Arya vigilantly. There were many people around. At this moment, for some reason, Duan Xinghui didn't even have the courage to lift his foot and walk to Arya. He only felt confused. Ning Shu heard Little Hong say that Arya was making trouble at the gate. She felt bad. She stayed at home, but the people of the Duan mansion always came to make trouble. She felt drunk. Ning Shu touched the whip at her waist. When Xiao Hong saw the princess's action, she knew that the princess was angry. All the guards in the princess's residence had been drilled by the princess. They were used as targets by the princess to practice her whip skills. Ning Shu walked to the gate. She wanted to see what these people were going to do. At that time, they couldn't blame her for being impolite. The moment Ning Shu came out, Duan Xinghui felt as if time had slowed down. He saw Princess Jiehui, who was still wearing her riding clothes with a whip hanging from her waist. Her long ponytail made her look elegant and noble, which made people sigh in admiration. Ning Shu came out and stood on the steps. He carefully looked at Arya, who was kneeling on the ground. Her face was painted with makeup, and her eyebrows were drawn into thin willow leaf eyebrows. She was dressed in silk and satin. Ning Shu could only say that this dress was really ugly. Arya originally had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but she insisted on making her willow eyebrows. Her eyebrows and eyes were not in proportion. Now Ning Shu felt that Arya was not as good as the first time he saw her at the city gate. Looking at the high and mighty Princess Jiehui, her whole body seemed to be shining, especially her flawless face. There were no pearls or jade on her body, but she was so noble that people could not look directly at her. Arya felt more and more inferior in her heart. She thought of what Yuan Dong said. Princess Jiehui should have been Duan Lang's wife, and Duan Lang should have been the prince consort. Yuan Dong said that it was all because of her that Princess Jiehui was angry, and Duan Lang lost his position as the general. Arya wanted to beg Princess Jiehui to not blame Duan Lang anymore. "Princess, do you still remember me?" Arya asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Was it really okay to talk to a princess like this in such a tone? "Princess, it's all my fault. Please don't blame Duan Lang anymore." Arya bitterly shouted to Ning Shu. "Please don't be angry. As long as you don't blame Duan Lang, I will do anything you want." Duan Xinghui, who was standing in the crowd, had a complicated expression on his face. His heart was sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. He was both touched and embarrassed. Ning Shu, on the other hand, felt as if his balls were about to burst. What the hell did this mean? He felt that he was the villain who broke up the Mandarin ducks. She had never thought of getting involved in this person's love, but these people still insisted on finding her. These words sounded like he was using public office to avenge private wrongs. If he had a temper, he should go find Li Wen. It was Li Wen who gave the imperial edict. Why did he come and make trouble with her? Did he really think that he was a pushover? Ning Shu took the whip from his waist. The male lead had already whipped her. He didn't know how it felt to whip the female lead. How did she become so violent? Not good, not good. Duan Xinghui saw the princess take off the whip. He thought of the pain of the whip on a person's body. It was as if his meridians were broken. Even when he saw the whip now, Duan Xinghui felt that his arm was very painful. Duan Xinghui quickly ran over, hugged Arya who was kneeling on the ground, and dodged to one side to avoid Ning Shu's whip. Ning Shu calmly took back his whip. He had long found Duan Xinghui in the crowd. Tut, tut, he let his woman kneel here and beg for mercy, while he hid aside. This Duan Xinghui's character, tut, tut. Ning Shu really didn't know what made the original owner so persistent about Duan Xinghui. He guessed that she was not reconciled in her heart and got angry. She had to snatch this man. It was good to have someone snatching it, and people were the same. Looking carefully, Duan Xinghui was not a good person at all. Arya looked at Duan Xinghui in astonishment, and tears fell down. She couldn't help hugging Duan Xinghui in public. Greetings to Princess Jiehui. Duan Xinghui stood in front of Arya. Ning Shu saluted with a fist and palm salute. Ningxu hummed and said nothing. She stood on the steps and looked down at Duan Xinghui. Such a posture made Duan Xinghui uncomfortable. Although he knew that Princess Jiehui really had no feelings for him, her behavior really made Duan Xinghui feel very uncomfortable. In the past, Princess Jiehui would not do such a contemptuous action to him. Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with Arya. Why did your Highness do such a thing? Arya is a woman. How can she withstand your Highness's whip? Duan Xinghui said in a reproachful tone. Ningxu pursed her lips and suddenly laughed. How dare you? Are you blaming me? Duan Xinghui didn't take care of your woman. The next time you come to my mansion to make trouble, I'll get out of the capital. I'll make you unable to stay in the capital. If there's a next time. Ningxu pointed at Duan Xinghui and Arya with her whip. I'll whip your faces. Do you really think my princess mansion is a vegetable market? You come to my door every day to make trouble. Ningxu said and whipped Duan Xinghui on the shoulder. Duan Xinghui let out a muffled groan, his face deathly pale. Arya, on the other hand, was scared silly. Seeing Duan Xinghui stumble twice and kneel on the ground, she wailed and cried, Duan Lang, Duan Lang. Arya looked at Ningxu with fear in her eyes. Her black face suddenly turned white and looked much better. Duan Xinghui covered his wound. He had just recovered and now he was whipped again. Duan Xinghui raised his head and looked at Ningxu's cold and impatient face. His heart trembled. Only now did Duan Xinghui truly understand that Princess Jiehui was no longer the gentle and considerate person who used to be. She was full of the pride and nobility of a member of the imperial family. Looking at his strange and cold eyes, Duan Xinghui felt some pain in his heart. He lost something that he didn't cherish before. It made him feel uncomfortable and angry. Why did the princess become like this? When Madame Duan saw that her son was injured again, she was distressed and angry. This anger was directed at Ningxu and Arya. Because of Princess Jiehui's identity, Madame Duan did not dare to show her resentment. But for Arya, Madame Duan did not hesitate to stare at her fiercely and viciously. Seeing Madame Duan's eyes, Ningxu did not hesitate to believe that Madame Duan wanted to kill Arya. There was no more harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship as in the original plot. Ningxu felt very comfortable. The happy life of Duan Xinghui, Arya, and Madame Duan was built on the original owner. Thinking of a princess ending up like that, Ningxu felt intoxicated. Princess, why did you do this? Duan Xinghui's face was pale, and he asked Ningxu in a trembling voice. Why did she do this? Ningxu sneered. I was happy. Seeing that Duan Xinghui was angry but did not dare to say anything and covered his wound, Ningxu said lightly, I just swung my whip, and you hit it. Listening to such unreasonable words, Duan Xinghui almost vomited blood and looked at Ningxu ferociously. Duan Xinghui, without the halo of a general, was so down and out. His face was unshaven, and he looked so decadent. He did not have the courage and calmness on horseback in the original owner's memory. Tut-tut, seeing the princess sizing him up, Duan Xinghui didn't know why, but he felt embarrassed. He didn't want the princess to see him like this. He wanted to show his best side in front of her. Duan Xinghui unconsciously puffed out his chest. Ningxu looked away and said to Madame Duan, who was unhappy, Madame Duan, I respect you as an elder. Take care of your family. If there is a next time, I can't guarantee anything. Madame Duan looked at Princess Jiehui, who seemed to be a different person. She lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and bowed. Thank you for your forgiveness, Princess. I promise there will be no next time. Madame Duan's heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly ravaged by someone. She had lost her husband in her early years, but she had gritted her teeth and endured it, allowing her son to be so outstanding. Madame Duan had a tough personality, but she was also an extremely intelligent woman. Madame Duan felt offended when Princess Jiehui, who was originally in her hands, suddenly lost control of herself. Especially when Princess Jiehui was so rude to her. To put it bluntly, Madame Duan had been spoiled by the previous Princess Jiehui. Now that Ningxu was acting like a princess, Madame Duan couldn't stand it anymore. Mrs. Duan covered up her thoughts and left with the injured Duan Xinghui. Ningshu also saw with his sharp eyes that Mrs. Duan pinched Gu Aria's waist twice. Aria jumped up in pain, but Duan Xinghui didn't see it at all. Ningshu smiled. It was estimated that Aria would have a hard time in the future. Mrs. Duan had many means to deal with people. His own mother dealt with his beloved. He didn't know if Duan Xinghui would treat the original owner as coldly and ruthlessly as he did in the plot. Tut-tut, both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh. It hurt to be hit with a wooden stick. Haha. Ningshu laughed very unsympathetically. Ningshu counted the days and took a horse out of the stable. He was ready to go to the royal manor to see the growth of the sweet potatoes. It should be the season for sweet potatoes to be harvested now, but he didn't know what they looked like. Ningshu didn't take anyone with him. He rode to the manor alone. Speaking of riding, Ningshu felt that it was very hard. The process of learning to ride was full of bitterness and tears. After learning for 2 or 3 months, he could finally shoot an arrow on the back of the horse without holding the reins, so that he wouldn't fall to the ground. When they arrived at the manor, Xianxia gave the reins to the steward and went straight to the place where the sweet potatoes were planted. When they arrived at the land where the sweet potatoes were planted, the sweet potatoes were growing lush and green. It seemed that the people in the manor were taking good care of them. Ningshu took a hoe and dug up a few stalks of sweet potatoes. The results surprised Ningshu. The red skin of the sweet potatoes was the size of a fist. Ningshu laughed from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was because of the mission or because there was another type of food that could satisfy the hunger of the common people, Ningshu's heart was full of excitement. Dig up all of these sweet potatoes for this princess and measure the land. This princess wants to calculate the yield. Ningshu said loudly. There were many tenant farmers in the manor. In a short while, the potatoes were all dug up. The steward took a scale and began to weigh the sweet potatoes. Princess, this thing actually has a yield of 500 jin. The steward Ningshu said. Ningshu was very happy. In this era, the influence of various conditions, such as drought or flood, had an impact on the yield of grain. It was good to have a yield of 700 jin of rice. In special times, having sweet potatoes could at least satisfy hunger. Moreover, it was a crop that was resistant to drought. Move some of this princess's manor. As for the rest, dig up a cellar and store them well. After a while, the emperor may come to inspect. This time, you have done a great service. Wait for the reward. The steward and the tenant farmer's face showed joy. They said in unison, "Thank you, princess." The tenant farmers moved a basket of sweet potatoes to the princess's manor. When Ningshu returned to the princess's manor, he roasted the sweet potatoes. While the sweet potatoes were still warm, he directly rode to the palace. When he arrived at the palace gate, he dismounted and went to Li Wen's imperial study. Li Wen was discussing matters with the ministers. Ningshu waited at the door for a while before he saw the ministers come out one after another. When they saw Ningshu, their eyes were very strange. Ningshu's heart jumped. According to the time, it should be the time when the Xiongnu people requested the marriage. Then what was the meaning of these people's eyes? Could it be that they still wanted to go for the marriage? Ck Ningshu collected his chaotic thoughts and carried the food box in. Ningshu saw the little gray ball lying on the desk sleeping. He did not know if it was Ningshu's illusion, but the little gray ball had grown fat. Its body was rounder than before. Li Wen narrowed his eyes and looked at Ningshu. He asked, "Why did you suddenly come to find me?" "Royal brother, your sister has brought you something good." Ningshu lifted the food box in his hand. Li Wen looked at the food box with an indifferent expression. There were too many people sending things to his study. Li Wen really did not have any thoughts. Hearing Ningshu's voice, the little gray ball opened its eyes. Its black bean-like eyes looked at him. Its wet nose twitched. It propped up its body and used its claws to dig at the food box. This guy's nose is so sharp. Royal brother, you will be very happy when you see this. Ningshu looked at Li Wen's indifferent expression and felt even worse. This guy is not really going to marry me, right? The little gray ball squeaked. Ningshu opened the food box and took out the roasted sweet potatoes. Suddenly, a sweet smell filled the air, but it was very refreshing. The roasted sweet potatoes on the plate did not look good. Li Wen narrowed his eyes and looked at the things on the plate. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ningxu with a questioning gaze. The little gray ball directly fell onto the plate. Ningxu quickly shook it off and took one to break into two. He ate half of it and handed the other half to Li Wen. Ningxu's actions were to tell Li Wen that this thing could be eaten and that it wasn't poisonous. Li Wen took the sweet potato. The skin of the sweet potato was still stained with black ash. Li Wen imitated Ningxu and peeled the skin before eating it. It tasted sweet. Li Wen nodded. What food is this? Ningxu saw that Li Wen's expression was still interested, so he said, Brother, I call this thing sweet potato. It's something I found in the manor last time. I've sent people to plant it. The output has reached 500 kilograms, Ningxu said. This thing can fill one's hunger. Is that so? Li Wen's face revealed anxiety and surprise. Clearly, he understood the use of this thing. Does the manor still have this thing? I got people to keep it well. It's now in the manor's cellar, Ningxu said. Li Wen nodded and said, I'll leave the palace with you and go to the manor to take a look. All right. Li Wen definitely had to take a look at such a matter that concerned the livelihood of the people. Li Wen and Ningxu rode straight to the manor with a group of cavalry following behind them. When the emperor went out, he had to have someone by his side. When they arrived at the manor, Li Wen first looked at the potatoes and then at the land where the potatoes were planted. He got someone to measure the land again and the result was the same. Li Wen, who had always been cold, revealed a slight smile. His eyes were very bright as he looked at Ningxu with a gentler gaze. He said to Ningxu, Jiehui, you're very good. Very good. Ningxu only smiled and said, I'm very happy to be able to work for you. I know that you have the people in your heart. I'm a member of the royal family and rely on the people to support me. It's only right for me to work for the people. It could be said that the entire noble class was supported by the people, but these nobles still looked down on the people. Li Wen clearly did not expect that Ningxu would say such words. She was gratified and said, Jiehui has grown up and is sensible. She's no longer obsessed with those inexplicable matters. Ningxu sweated profusely. I'll have to trouble you with the planting in the future. There was a slight smile on Li Wen's face. Her attitude towards Ningxu was very gentle. The steward of the manor and the tenant farmers know what to do. Actually, I found it by accident. It's not a big deal. It would be great if I could help Imperial Brother. By the way, how did you find out that this thing is edible? Li Wen squinted her eyes and asked. Ningxu's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't say that she knew. Speaking of which, it's all because of the little gray ball. Sister Chen saw this little thing holding this thing in the woods, and then she tasted it herself. Although the raw one is not as delicious as the cooked one, Ningxu directly pushed the blame to the little gray ball. Li Wen knew that the little gray ball liked to eat. Li Wen nodded and floated back to the palace. Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally proven her worth in front of Li Wen. She should have hesitated a little when she was asked to go through with the marriage. But Ningxu's heart was still heavy. Then the next marriage, whether the task could be successful or not depended on this marriage. In fact, the task this time was almost completed. Don't love Duan Xinghui. Well, it was done. Let Duan Xinghui and Area, this pair of bitches, not have a good ending. Well, this was almost the same. If it went on like this, it was estimated that Area and Duan Xinghui would become a resentful couple. There were many obstacles in their love. In the original plot, it was because Area saved a marquis's wife that her status was raised and Madame Duan accepted her. But because of Yuan Dong stirring up trouble in the Duan manor, Area couldn't even go out and had to learn the rules every day. He really didn't know if Area would be bound by the rules and act according to the rules. Would Duan Xinghui still like her? Ha ha ha, sure enough, as Ningxu expected, it didn't take long for the Xiongnu envoys to arrive in the capital. This time, it was the second son of the Khan, the second prince of the grassland. The original host was married to this second prince. In the capital, he heard that the original host was fighting for a man with a filthy reputation. He had a bad impression of the original host. After the marriage, he was treated inhumanely. The Xiongnu was a place without propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Women were like goods there. Although the original host was married to the second prince, what made the original host collapse was that the second prince's brothers would share her and humiliate her. This was simply a place where the devil stayed. The original host was very afraid of the second prince. Now, when he heard the second prince's name, Ningxu's body couldn't help trembling. This was the original host's emotion. Fear was mixed with hatred. Generally speaking, it was mostly fear. After suffering so much torture, the original host was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw the second prince. He had the fear of being killed. Ningxu clenched his fist. He was determined not to be married to the second prince. Otherwise, how could he help the original host counterattack? If he wanted to change the original host's fate, he had to change the fate of the marriage. Sure enough, the Xiongnu envoys proposed the marriage in the court. Moreover, they requested the Great Yang's only Princess Jiahui. The ministers all said that they wanted Ningxu to be married, but Li Wen didn't say anything. He seemed to agree, but also seemed to disagree. He didn't say anything, making the Xiongnu envoys somewhat dissatisfied. However, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. Sure enough, this was the power of the plot. Even though Ningxu's reputation hadn't been tarnished, and she hadn't been involved in the scandal of a dignified princess fighting for a man, she still couldn't avoid the fate of the marriage. The cannon fodder supporting female lead was truly miserable. What could she do now? She could only stop crying and stand up. What made Ningxu rejoice was that Li Wen did not immediately agree to the marriage. Clearly, the matter of the sweet potato occupied a bit of a place in Li Wen's heart. Sure enough, currying favor with Li Wen was the most correct choice. Since he was at the side of the emperor, who held the power of life and death in his hands, he had to surmise the emperor's thoughts. Clearly, Ningxu had gambled correctly. The envoys settled down in the capital. What made Ningxu speechless was that the second prince actually came to the princess's residence to pay a visit. Ningxu only had one word for this: scram. Sure enough, the second prince didn't follow the rules. What would others think of the second prince coming to pay a visit like this? She reckoned that she and the second prince already had an affair. Fuck, this second prince was truly sinister and extremely malicious. Ningxu didn't hesitate to use the greatest malice to speculate about the second prince. In the original host's memories, the second prince had the cruelty and craftiness of a wild wolf of the grasslands. His natural disposition was malicious, and his torture of the original host was simply beyond the limits of what a human could endure. After marrying him, Princess Jiahui was tortured to death 2 years later. Ningxu remained in the princess's residence, refusing to leave. The second prince didn't see Princess Jiahui and could only return in disappointment. He had heard that Princess Jiahui was quite beautiful. When the second prince left, Ningxu packed up and prepared to go to the palace. Damn, Ningxu didn't believe that the second prince would actually block her in the palace. With Li Wen in the palace, the second prince wouldn't dare to jump around in front of Li Wen even if he had 10 times the courage. After all this time, she still had to go back to the palace. Ningxu sat in the carriage and the carriage went to the palace. She didn't know why Ningxu was a little uneasy. It was undeniable that the original owner's deep-rooted fear had affected her, so she had to hurry to confirm the marriage with Li Wen. She thought that this task was simple. Compared with the trivial matter of Duan Xinghui and area, it was nothing in front of national affairs. The most important thing in this task was not to be married. Ningxu was thinking about something when the carriage suddenly stopped. The horse neighed. Ningxu in the carriage grabbed the wooden frame to stabilize her body and said, "What's going on?" "Princess. Princess, did someone control the horse?" the coachman said with some trepidation. Ningxu had a bad feeling in her heart. She bit her lips and lifted the curtain. She saw a man holding the reins of the horse, stopping the running horse. Ningxu saw the man. She didn't feel anything in her heart, but her body trembled in fear. It was the second prince. Damn, Ningxu endured all kinds of tumbling emotions. In her heart, she gritted her teeth and took the whip from her waist to whip the man. However, the second prince actually dodged Ningxu's whip. He turned over and sat on the back of the horse pulling the carriage, looking at Ningxu in surprise. Ningxu's heart sank. The second prince could actually dodge her whip. She had practiced the whip for so long and was very skilled and fast. She had whipped Duan Xinghui twice, but Duan Xinghui didn't dodge. This man was much stronger than Duan Xinghui. You are Princess Jiehui. Why did you hit me when you saw me? The second prince looked at Ningxu with sharp and explicit eyes, with satisfaction in his eyes. Under the second prince's eyes, Ningxu's body trembled uncontrollably. This was the body's conditioned reflex of fear. She was afraid of this man. Do you know who I am? The second prince asked Ningxu. His voice was very low, with a hint of magnetism, but it gave Ningxu a creepy feeling. That feeling was like the sound of a snake's skin rubbing against fine sand. Ningxu coldly snorted and didn't speak. She was afraid that if she spoke, her voice would reveal her trembling voice. The second prince dodged again and stared at Ningxu with a pair of sharp eyes. He berated, "This prince is talking to you. Why aren't you replying? Are you Princess Jiehui? Damn, how could this man be so powerful?" Ningxu bit her lips. She had to overcome this body's fear of the man in front of her. She had to completely control this body so that she wouldn't be controlled by it. Ningxu wondered when she would be able to suppress her emotions during the mission. Ningxu took a deep breath and shouted. She jumped down from the carriage and started to fight with the second prince. Ningxu clenched her teeth and swung her whip with all her strength. The whip violently rubbed against the air, creating an explosive sound. Seeing that Ningxu was acting as if he had killed his father, the second prince had no choice but to become serious. As he dodged the whip, he tried to approach Ningxu and restrain Ningxu. However, Ningxu refused to let him get close. If it weren't for the weak flow of air in his body, Ningxu probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Fuck, why is this perverted man so powerful? The second prince seemed to have lost his patience and suddenly grabbed Ningxu's whip. The spikes on the whip pierced the second prince's palm. The second prince released Ningxu's whip in shock. Looking at his bloody palm, he frowned. What are you doing? I only wanted to say a few words to you. Are you crazy? Ningxu's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. His fear of the second prince lessened. This was still Great Yong's territory. Even if Ningxu ignored him, he wouldn't dare do anything. Are you Jiehui? The second prince ignored the blood on his hand as he asked Ningxu. Ningxu nobly raised his chin and indifferently replied, "This prince is Princess Jiehui." Audacious madman, you actually dare to block this prince's carriage. Hearing Ningxu admit that he was Princess Jiehui, the second prince's eyes brightened. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, "You should know who I am. The person who wants to marry you, Helianing? Remember that?" Helianing enunciated each word clearly. Ningxu was so angry that he laughed. Why did the second prince think that he wanted to marry him? Ningxu couldn't be bothered to speak with the second prince. He directly boarded the carriage and said to the driver, "Enter the palace." This time, Helianing didn't stop Ningxu. Instead, she watched until the horse carriage disappeared around the corner. Then, she lowered her head and looked at her own hand. Blood dripped onto the bluestone pavement of the street, splashing into a flower of blood. Princess Jiehui, Li Shuashan. Ningxu first returned to his palace, Orchid Palace Hall, and was warmly welcomed by Miao Qing. After not seeing her for a while, Ningxu felt that Miao Qing, this flower, had withered a lot. Guarding such an empty palace hall was no different from the cold palace. Ningxu didn't have any good feelings towards Miao Qing. Ningxu had just sat in Orchid Palace Hall for a while when the Empress arrived. When she saw Ningxu, the first thing she asked was whether he wanted to live in the palace for a long time. Ningxu nodded, and the Empress smiled. Then, after a few polite words, her face became melancholy. Ningxu said, "It's a pity that you are going to marry someone. I will persuade your brother not to let you go to that barren place. It's a pity that noble concubine Du's mother's family firmly supports your marriage in the imperial court. How can noble concubine Du be so cruel to let a girl like you leave her hometown?" The battle between the Empress and noble concubine Du had always been fierce. At this time, the Empress still wanted to deal with noble concubine Du before her marriage. Obviously, the Empress thought that she couldn't escape this time. As for persuading Li Wen, this kind of words should be listened to. If it was taken seriously, it would be disgusting. Ningxu was really tired and said directly, "Sister-in-law, whether I will marry someone or not, it's up to my brother to decide." "It's not up to you or noble concubine Du to decide." Ningxu's words were a bit impolite. She almost directly said, "Don't meddle in my affairs." Looking at Ningxu's ugly face, the empress was very worried. She cursed in her heart that she deserved the marriage, but on the surface, she showed an understanding expression and persuaded Ningxu, "You don't have to worry too much. Your brother loves you so much. He won't let you leave your hometown alone." Although she was persuading, her tone was sour. Ningxu said directly, "Sister-in-law, I'm tired." The empress's face stiffened, and finally she could only leave. After the empress left, the imperial concubines in the harem all rushed to Orchid Palace Hall. Ningxu was really impatient to see these people. Her time was not wasted on these women. When he saw the second prince before entering the palace, he was even more determined to not go through with the marriage. This was not only a task, but also the reaction of this body when he saw the second prince. The fear and despair in his heart made Ningxu sad. He did not even have the thought of resisting, only fear, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Ningxu tidied up for a while and went to the imperial study to find Li Wen. As if knowing that Ningxu would come back, the eunuch beside Li Wen let Ningxu in. Ningxu took a deep breath and walked in. Li Wen was reviewing memorials. When Ningxu came in, he did not raise his head. After Ningxu bowed, Li Wen put down the cinnabar pen in his hand, looked at Ningxu and asked, "Have you eaten?" "No." Ningxu said honestly, "My sister is upset and can't eat." Li Wen said directly, "The second prince of the northern desert, He Lianing, wants to marry you. Our two countries should be on good terms. What do you think?" Ningxu sneered. The Xiongnu people were the Xiongnu people. Did they think that the northern desert was high and mighty? "Brother, do you want to hear a lie or the truth?" Ningxu looked straight at Li Wen. Li Wen raised his eyebrows, "Just say it." Ningxu knelt on the ground, bit his lips and said, "My sister doesn't want to go through with the marriage." "Oh, the reason?" Li Wen's expression was indifferent, as if he was not surprised by Ningxu's refusal. "My sister has already fought with He Lianing. He is very powerful, but there is an even more powerful prince above him." Ningxu gritted his teeth and said. When he came to this world, Ningxu knew clearly about the original owner of the body. According to the original owner's memory, when the original owner married, the two of them fought fiercely. "Yes, I did." "Are you hurt?" Li Wen's eyes were watery as she looked at Ningxu with a gentle gaze. "Imperial brother, bandits are bandits. The Xiongnu plundered the borders of the Great Yong Empire and killed the citizens of the Great Yong Empire. This kind of bandit behavior should not be forgiven. Chen Mei has enjoyed the glory of the imperial family and can marry into the Great Yong Empire to repay the imperial family. However, this kind of behavior will only encourage the other party's arrogance. For the Grand Great Yong dynasty to compromise like this, how can we face the people living on the border?" Ningxu gritted his teeth. In addition, this time, the Xiongnu not only want to marry the princess of Great Yong, they also want to scrape away the wealth of the common people. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Ningxu's tone was filled with grief and indignation. This was no longer an attempt to persuade Li Wen, but rather the feelings of the original owner. The original owner had personally witnessed the people living on the border being captured and enslaved. However, at that time, the original owner had been in hell, painfully struggling. His life was even more miserable than that of the slaves. Li Wen's expression was somewhat cold. It was unknown whether it was because of Ningxu's words or because of other reasons, but the current Li Wen's aura was very cold. The dignity and solemnity of an emperor made Ningxu somewhat unable to breathe. Ningxu clenched his teeth and knelt on the ground. Sonorously and forcefully, he said, "Imperial brother, Chen Mei is willing to become Imperial brother's pawn. I want Imperial brother's dynasty to not marry into the Great Yong Empire, to not pay reparations, to not cede land, and to not pay tribute. The Son of Heaven will guard the country's gates, and the monarch will die to protect the country." Li Wen stared blankly, looking at Ningxu with a complicated expression. He asked, "What do you want to do?" "Chop off the hand that the Xiongnu have extended into Great Yong." If we continue to beat them until they are afraid, Qinmei is willing to take command of the battlefield and not rest until my death. Ningxu spoke sonorously and forcefully, even his body trembling slightly. Li Wen's lips curled into a smile. Walking around the desk, he walked in front of Ningxu. Extending his hand, he helped Ningxu up. Somewhat unable to stifle his laughter, he said, "Since ancient times, when has there ever been a woman taking command? There were too many. Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying. It seemed that there were no precedents in this world. We will not allow you to marry into the great Yong Empire. As for the matter of taking command, we will consider it again. Go and have your meal." Li Wen warmly said, appearing somewhat like an older brother. "Jiahui, you have become sensible." Every time he heard Li Wen say that he had become sensible, Ningxu would sweat profusely. Exiting the imperial study, Ningxu's entire body was weak and limp, his back covered in cold sweat. He could finally put down the large stone in his heart. Returning to the Orchid Garden Palace Hall, Ningxu ate a little before lying down on his bed and falling into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, he was awakened by Miao Qing, who said that there was a banquet for the Northern Desert's diplomatic mission. Ningxu took off his light riding clothes and put on the luxurious princess's palace attire that he had not worn in a long time. His head was filled with ornaments, and his clothes were long-sleeved. It was incomparably complicated. Ningxu felt somewhat unaccustomed to it, feeling as if his neck was about to be bent from the weight of the things on his head. Miao Qing wanted to follow Ningxu, but how could Ningxu allow her to do as she wished? He wanted to make sure that she did not see Li Wen. "You will die of thirst." Under Miao Qing's deeply hidden resentment, Ningxu walked towards the banquet hall. The hall was brightly lit, and the sound of musical instruments poured out from every corner of the hall. Mixed with the intoxicating atmosphere, it formed a flashy and pleasurable atmosphere that made people indulge in. Ningxu walked into the hall, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become heavy. Everyone looked at Ningxu. Ningxu cursed in his heart. These men were enjoying themselves, and using a woman in exchange for peace. Were they still men? "Jiahui, come to me." Li Wen beckoned Ningxu. Ningxu ignored the domineering gaze of the second prince from the Northern Desert's diplomatic mission group. He walked to Li Wen, bowed to Li Wen, and then sat down on his own seat. Helian Ying's gaze followed him like a shadow. Ningxu felt as if there were nails piercing into his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. "What are you looking at?" Helian Ying glared at Ningxu, and then froze for a moment. Previously, when he was fighting with this fellow, he did not notice. Now that he looked at him, this fellow's appearance was truly wild. His hair was loose, his collar was slightly open, and he wore a necklace strung together with wolf fangs. He had a thin waist and narrow buttocks. His skin was bronze, and his facial features were deep. From head to toe, he was brimming with masculinity and wildness. He was different from the men of the Great Yong dynasty. The men of the Great Yong dynasty were particular about elegance and nobility. TSK. No matter how good-looking he was, it could not hide his scum nature. His personality was wild and cruel. This kind of man was a nightmare for women. Seeing that Ningxu was sizing him up, second Prince Helian Ying bared his white teeth at Ningxu. His eyes were filled with the determination to win. Especially when the other party's cold gaze was sizing him up, Helian Ying felt the blood in his heart begin to boil. It was like a wild wolf that had found its target, with a cruel gaze and expectation. She was different from the light clothes she wore before. She looked valiant and formidable, and her entire body carried a fierce aura. Now, she was dressed in luxurious clothes, and her expression was cold. Under the contrast of her luxurious clothes, she looked exceptionally proud and noble. Helian Ying suddenly laughed. Under the illumination of the light, his white teeth reflected a snow-white light, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Helian Ying raised his wine cup and drank a cup of wine from Ningxu, his eyes shining brightly. Ningxu sneered, turned his head and did not look at him. He also pretended that he did not see Helian Ying's toast. Ningxu looked at the complacent Helian Ying and sneered. How could he be so certain that he would marry Princess Yong? Helian Ying was too confident. In any case, Great Yong was a large country. The current Princess Jiahui was not as loathsome as in the plot. Halfway through the banquet, when the dancers had all left, He Lianing stood up from his seat and walked to the center of the hall. His movements were filled with explosive power, as if a cheetah had suddenly leapt out. His masculine face alone could charm many women, but his insides were pitch black. Seeing He Lianing's actions, everyone thought that the main show had arrived. In reality, today's banquet would determine Princess Jiehui's future fate. He Lianing first glanced at Ningxu, who was sitting there with an indifferent expression and a mocking expression. He Lianing smiled and cupped his fist towards Ningxu. In a clear voice, he said, "Great Yong's Imperial Majesty, my country is willing to marry Great Yong to form friendly relations." He Lianing looked at Ningxu. This prince fell in love with Princess Jiehui at first sight. My heart is in love with her. Ningxu rolled his eyes. What if *** King fell in love with her? Ningxu gave him the middle finger in his mind. What heart is in love with her? Nothing more. Then taking a fancy to Jiehui's dowry and fief. Immoral, Ningxu did not even bother to look at He Lianing. He lowered his head and drank his fruit wine, unperturbed. Li Wen's gaze wandered back and forth between He Lianing and Ningxu. Li Wen's expression was somewhat unsightly, his gaze deep. Li Wen indifferently asked, "Jiehui, what do you think?" "You are in love with the second prince of the northern desert." Li Wen did not even mention He Lianing's name, directly addressing the second prince of the northern desert. Ningxu stood up, sonorously and forcefully saying, "My younger sister does not like the second prince of the northern desert." Li Wen nodded his head in satisfaction and said to He Lianing, "Jiehui is our only younger sister. Naturally, I am unwilling to have my younger sister marry off to another country." The expression on He Lianing's face froze. Soon after, she looked at Ningxu with a smile that wasn't a smile. She didn't say anything, but she also knew that she hadn't achieved her goal this time. At this moment, Ningxu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped the fate of a political marriage, but the price was expensive. Ningxu glanced at He Lianing and met his gaze. He Lianing's gaze appeared malicious and deep. On the other hand, Ningxu felt like he was being stared at by Lone Wolf. Ningxu expressed that he was not afraid of Lone Wolf. Since a political marriage was not possible, then the goal of having the Great Yong dynasty cede territory and pay reparations, as well as the dowry of a princess, could not be achieved. Before the Mabe diplomatic mission left, they faced the capital and pointed their fingers, vowing to make the Great Yong dynasty pay the price. He Lianing sat on horseback and raised her head to look at Ningxu, who was standing on top of the city gate. Ningxu was wearing a light riding outfit and her hair was tied into a high ponytail. She looked down from above and met her gaze. Ningxu narrowed his eyes, looking at He Lianing. Intuition told him that he would see this fellow again in the future. Given the entanglement between the original owner of his body and He Lianing, they were originally husband and wife. There shouldn't be no entanglement between them. He Lianing reached out to Ningxu, as if he could grab her from a distance. Afterwards, she placed her fingers on her lips and lied, gently kissing them, as if she was kissing Ningxu. Afterwards, Ningxu smiled. With a flick of his whip, he turned his horse around and galloped away. Seeing He Lianing's actions, Ningxu's entire body turned cold. He turned around and returned to the princess's residence. After the Mabe diplomatic mission left, Li Wen immediately appointed Shenfeng as the Grand Marshal and directly led the army towards the border. Everyone knew that Mabe wouldn't give up so easily. Shenfeng was a general around 40 years old. He was a general who had experienced many battles. No one was surprised by this appointment. However, what they didn't expect was that Li Wen actually appointed Princess Jiehui, Li Xueshan, as the left vanguard. Letting a woman go to war was something that had never happened before. It caused a huge uproar in the imperial court. The waves of opposition came wave after wave. Li Wen only said one sentence to shut these pedantic scholars up. "If you don't want Princess Jiehui to go, then you guys can go. It doesn't matter if you guys aren't in the imperial court." Looking at Li Wen's attitude, it seemed like he really wanted to send these weak civil officials to the border. Moreover, he immediately asked them to prepare their things and leave. Then, these people were speechless. After shrinking their necks, they didn't say anything else. After Ningxu received the imperial edict, he immediately started to prepare his things. All the necessities were prepared. Little Red helped Ningxu organize a lot of things. She asked, "Princess, are you really going to war?" The imperial edict had already been issued. There were even some fake ones. He bragged too much to Li Wen. Now, it was time to redeem his promise. Ningxu first went to see Shenfeng. Shenfeng didn't have any special opinions about Ningxu going to war. He only said that there was no distinction between men and women on the battlefield. Ningxu said that he would listen to the command. However, Ningxu didn't expect to see Duan Xinghui. Moreover, he saw Duan Xinghui beside Shenfeng. Ningxu looked at Duan Xinghui in surprise. Shenfeng explained to Ningxu, "Duan Xinghui is now my bodyguard. I saw that Duan Xinghui is quite capable. He failed the first time because he didn't have any guidance." Well, the male lead was indeed different. He had nobles helping him wherever he went. Moreover, he had become the bodyguard of the Grand Marshal. His contributions on the battlefield were huge. In addition, he had a strong destiny. Was this guy going to rise again? However, Ningxu didn't say anything. When it came to the country's major issues, personal issues could be put aside first. "Marshal, you can make the decision," Ningxu said to Marshal Shen. "Xinghui, send the princess off for me," Shenfeng said to Duan Xinghui. Shenfeng kept his fist towards Shenfeng and said to Ningxu, "Princess Jiehui, please." Ningxu looked at him indifferently and turned to leave. Duan Xinghui followed behind Ningxu and looked at her long ponytail swinging as she walked. Her posture was elegant and graceful. Seeing that Princess Jiehui didn't say a word to him and ignored him, Duan Xinghui suddenly felt lost. It was undeniable that Princess Jiehui was really outstanding. Thinking that he would be going to the battlefield with Princess Jiehui this time. For some reason, Duan Xinghui's heart actually had a slight expectation. Princess. Duan Xinghui originally wanted to say a few words to Ningxu, but Ningxu left the general's residence and directly got on the horse without even looking at him. Duan Xinghui's voice was shattered in the wind. Duan Xinghui was helpless and could only ride back to the Duan residence. Knowing that Duan Xinghui was going to the battlefield, Arya was excited. To be precise, she strongly opposed it. "Duan Lang, did you forget that you were injured last time?" Arya said emotionally, "You were seriously injured last time." "Duan Lang, don't go, okay?" Duan Xinghui was helpless and could only say, "I'm a general. I need to stand out. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is the final destination." In short, Arya was obsessed with Duan Xinghui and didn't want him to go to the battlefield. First, when Duan Xinghui was rescued by her last time, he was covered in blood and looked like he was going to die, which left a deep impression on Arya. Second, in the capital city, she was closest to Duan Xinghui and had to rely on him alone. If Duan Xinghui left the capital city and left her here alone, Arya felt scared just thinking about it. In this Duan mansion, except for Duan Xinghui, no one else was close to her. They all looked down on her. There was Yuan Dong, who was full of malice to her, and Madame Duan, who hated her very much. Arya became more and more frightened. She looked timid and was no longer as simple and beautiful as before. Under the torture of Madame Duan, no matter what she did, she would think about whether it was against the rules. Sometimes, when she did something wrong, these old maids who taught the rules were very clever in their means of making people suffer. "You still can't forget Princess Jiehui, right? When you heard that Princess Jiehui was going to fight, you followed her. How dare you say it's not because of Princess Jiehui?" Tears flowed down her face. The tears washed away the rouge on her face. The dark skin covered by the rouge was exposed, forming a distinct ravine. Duan Xinghui closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Arya with disappointment and said, "It has nothing to do with Princess Jiehui. I don't have the position of general anymore. Now I have to make a contribution." "Duan Lang, it's good. You don't have to take risks." Arya sobbed and begged. Duan Xinghui sighed deeply. He was really depressed. Arya didn't know his ambition at all. Was he going to spend his life like this without accomplishing anything? "I have to go this time. I have made a military pledge with the marshal." Do you want to see me beheaded? Duan Xinghui was very impatient when he said this. Arya used to be simple, but now it seemed that it was inappropriate. He didn't know what to think about the overall situation. Arya didn't know what he was thinking at all. He wanted to stand up again with his own strength. Going to the battlefield was a very good and quick choice. Wealth came from danger. Looking at Arya's tears, Duan Xinghui's heart was full of helplessness. Princess Jiehui's cold face appeared in his mind. He seemed to have never seen Princess Jiehui cry in front of him. She disdained to cry in front of him. They were both women, but Princess Jiehui could be strong and even go to the battlefield. However, Arya became a daughter flower that clung to him. Duan Xinghui remembered that when he first met Arya, she was bright and innocent. When she smiled at him with wildflowers in her hand, Duan Xinghui only felt that it was the most beautiful thing in the world. But now Arya no longer had the taste of freedom. From Duan Xinghui's point of view, Princess Jiehui, who had always been bound by rules, behaved in a carefree manner. Duan Xinghui felt so tired, especially when he looked at Arya who was crying. A word came to his mind inexplicably: I don't love you. When Madame Duan heard that her son was going to the battlefield, she agreed very much. If she wanted the Duan family to recover its previous glory, she must make contributions. When she saw Arya's bitter look, she felt as if her son was going to die. Madame Duan gritted her teeth with hatred. She wanted to wait until Duan Xinghui left to deal with Arya. Receiving Madame Duan's gaze, Arya's body trembled. She felt even more bitter in her heart. She looked at Duan Xinghui with sadness in her eyes. However, Duan Xinghui couldn't see it. Duan Xinghui was busy going to the battlefield. Arya felt as if her whole body was soaked in ice water. She couldn't speak of her despair and loneliness. When it was time for the army to go to war, Ningxu was a little excited. He was wearing armor, which was a little heavy. His hair was cut short and tied into a bun. He wore a helmet and a red cloak fluttered behind him in the wind. Ningxu looked in front of the bronze mirror and felt great. Princess, you look like a mighty general. Little Red praised, you should be the most handsome general. Little girl, you know how to talk. Ningxu tapped the tip of Little Red's nose and said, I'm leaving. Take good care of the princess's residence. I will wait for princess to come back. Little Red said with a little choked up, Princess, you must come back safely. Ningxu looked at Little Red's eager eyes, and a strange thought surged in his heart. Little Red looked like she was sending her husband to the battlefield. Ningxu immediately turned around and left. Oh, under such eyes, Ningxu almost fled. Princess, you must come back safely. I will wait for you. Little Red waved her handkerchief and shouted to Ningxu. Ningxu almost fell down from the horse's back. He quickly grabbed the reins and galloped towards the army's military field. The entire drill ground was filled with an austere and tranquil atmosphere. Flags fluttered in the wind, and every soldier wore armor and held a red tasseled spear in their hands. At a glance, they were neat and breathtaking. When Ningxu saw this scene, it was the first time he had seen the cold and cruel beauty of a cold weapon war. Boundless pride surged in his heart. For the family, for the country, for the people. Ningxu, under the influence of such an environment, had goosebumps all over his body. Boundless pride rose in his heart. This was his emotion, and it was also the emotion of the original body. Ningxu urged his horse to Shenfeng's side. Shenfeng was wearing armor and his white beard made him look wise and far-sighted. He also had the feeling of a hero past his prime. Ningxu noticed that beside Shenfeng was Duan Xinghui. It seemed that Shenfeng really thought highly of Duan Xinghui. His armor made him look very wise and mighty. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was filled with the beauty of strength. No wonder the original body was so fond of him. Duan Xinghui, who was sitting on the horse's back, was especially filled with a bewitching beauty. The world's darling was really different. Shenfeng only nodded to Ningxu. This time was not suitable for talking. Ningxu only swept a glance at Duan Xinghui and then passed him by. Duan Xinghui originally wanted to say hello to her, but the other party looked at him like a stranger. She did not recognize him at all. This made Duan Xinghui's heart stifled. His anger was mixed with helplessness. dong, dong, dong. Around the military field, there was a deep and penetrating sound of drums. The sound of the drums seemed to beat with the rhythm of the heart. It made people's heart excited. With the arrival of the emperor, Li Wen walked up to the high platform of the military field. Li Wen was wearing a black dragon robe embroidered with golden threads. On his head was the crown of the Son of Heaven. The curtain made of round and plump dragon pearls slightly trembled as he walked. This curtain covered Li Wen's face, but it made him look even more noble. Li Wen had an imposing manner that was proud of the world. When Li Wen appeared, a solemn and dignified atmosphere condensed in the air. People could not help but hold their breath. Seeing Li Wen, the entire military field was filled with the sound of clattering armor. The soldiers neatly knelt on one foot on the ground and shouted, "Long live the emperor." Power gave a man a powerful charm. At this moment, Li Wen was the center of the world. Even Duan Xinghui, the male lead, was inferior in front of Li Wen. Ning Shu saw from the corner of her eye that Duan Xinghui was looking at Emperor Li Wen with envy and confusion. Li Wen raised his voice and said some words to stir up the hearts of the people. His words were impassioned, causing the soldiers below to howl. They wished they could immediately go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. Ning Shu's eyes twitched. Li Wen, who was usually cold and taciturn, could be so passionate when talking about sending people to their deaths. It could be seen that Li Wen was really determined to control the northern desert. Just the amount of food for the army of 200,000 was a shocking number. He wanted to beat the bandits of the northern desert until they were afraid. With Li Wen's full and sonorous voice, the rhythm of the drums became hurried. Mixed with the roars of the soldiers, it shook the entire capital. Jiehui. Li Wen waved his hand to Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately jumped off the horse and went to Li Wen. He half knelt in front of Li Wen and shouted, "Greetings, brother." Li Wen put the little gray ball on Ning Shu's shoulder. Ning Shu was a little surprised. Li Wen said with his hands behind his back, "This little guy is very sensitive to danger. I tried to feed it some cakes mixed with poison, but it refused to eat. I wanted to throw it into the snake cave, but it ran away." Ning Shu, "Let it stay by your side, it will be of some use." Li Wen patted Ning Shu's shoulder heavily. It was really heavy. Ning Shu's shoulder was bent. "Come back alive." Ning Shu's nose twitched and he almost cried. It was probably the original owner's emotions. Ning Shu also felt that although Li Wen was cold, he still had some brotherly feelings for the original owner. Ning Shu replied with a nasal voice, "Imperial brother, you should also pay more attention to your body. Your body is everything. Only with a good body can you do a lot of things and fulfill your wish of creating a prosperous era." Li Wen's expression was somewhat complicated as he said, "Go." The little gray ball squeaked and jumped onto Li Wen's body. It was obviously reluctant to let Li Wen go. Its small and sharp claws grabbed Li Wen's clothes and squeaked. Ning Shu was speechless. Li Wen had tormented it like that, but it still couldn't bear to do it. Ning Shu was very unhappy. He walked over and caught the little gray ball. The little gray ball squeaked in Ning Shu's hand. The sound was very sad. It was sad to hear it and shed tears. The army walked towards the gate. Ning Shu sat on his horse and looked at the commoners on both sides of the street sending them off. There were also some family members who looked at their loved ones in the army with tears in their eyes, as well as anticipation and worry. It was tragic and solemn. Ning Shu looked at these scenes and understood more and more why Li Wen wanted to create a prosperous era where the people lived in peace. It was just that this prosperous era had to be constantly fought, even built on blood and bones. It was just to let the world live in peace and happiness. Ning Shu's sharp eyes saw Arya and Madame Duan in the crowd, as well as Yuan Dong. Yuan Dong's head was covered with pearls and jade. She looked exactly like a rich madam, but her expression was very melancholy. Duan Xinghui probably only cared about being entangled with his true love and had neglected Yuan Dong. Duan Xinghui saw his loved ones in the crowd, his mother and his lover. For some reason, Duan Xinghui first glanced at Ning Shu and saw that her face was indifferent, as if she didn't care about anything. Duan Xinghui breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but it was mixed with an indescribable bitterness and loss. It could only be said that things that couldn't be obtained were good things. In the plot, Jiehui desperately wanted to be with Duan Xinghui, but Duan Xinghui hated her. She was like a dog's skin plaster sticking to him. Now that she ignored him, Duan Xinghui felt lost in his heart and all kinds of pretentious mischief arose. Ningxu only knew how to give Duan Xinghui the middle finger. How could a person be so despicable? After walking for nearly 4 hours, the marching team was completely out of the capital. At this time, the sun had risen very high. It was a little warm on people's bodies, especially when they were wearing armor, which could block the biting cold wind. Looking back, the soldiers following behind were sweaty. Their black faces were somewhat glowing, and hot white smoke came out of their bodies. "Princess, do you want to set up camp?" Shenfeng asked Ningxu. Ningxu could see from Shenfeng's expression that he didn't want to set up camp. Speed was the most important thing in war, but Ningxu asked because of her identity as Princess Jiehui. Ningxu shook her head and said, "Marshal Shen is the supreme commander. Jiehui should abide by the military rules. Marshal Shen has the final say." They had just left the capital and were about to set up camp. When would they reach the northern region? "Everyone, speed up!" Shenfeng shouted. Once the order was given, the soldiers carrying the flag waved the yellow flag and transmitted the message. Shenfeng no longer had scruples about Ningxu's identity as a woman. He directly followed the strictest military order and marched until night time before setting up camp. Ningxu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat alone in a simple tent. After all, she was a woman and a princess of a country. There was no reason for her to sleep in the same tent as those men. However, the food was completely the same as ordinary soldiers. Ningxu was not picky. She ate coarse noodles mixed with meat soup. Only when she was full would she have the strength to fight. Ningxu felt that she was quite hardworking. In order to complete the mission, she had to put on armor and go to the battlefield. To be honest, Ningxu's heart was still a little anxious. After leaving the capital, the little gray ball had been very dispirited. It looked at Ningxu with a pair of depressed eyes. Even when Ningxu gave half of her food to the little gray ball faced Ningxu with its butt and looked at the sky with a sad and bright angle. Ningxu was speechless. It felt so intoxicating. What was this guy doing? Was he so reluctant to part with Li Wen? The little gray ball had a lot more spiritual energy than before. After Ningxu finished her dinner, she got some water and washed up. After all, she was a woman. It was very inconvenient to be in a group of men. What Ningxu did not expect was that in the middle of the night, someone had actually snuck into her tent. It seemed that they had bad intentions, and it was not just one person. Ningxu was so angry that she laughed. Sure enough, women were in a vulnerable position. If something really happened, they could just say that they had died in battle. Ningxu felt that she needed to make an example of them. Otherwise, there would be some lustful people in the future. Probably because they were afraid of Ningxu's identity as a princess, these people did not go too far. Moreover, many of these people were middle-ranking generals. Ningxu felt that there would be a chance to make them swallow their teeth and blood. The next day, when the army was marching, Duan Xinghui rode beside Ningxu. Ningxu asked, "Princess, are you okay?" Ningxu was already in a bad mood. When she heard Duan Xinghui's words, she felt that this guy was gloating. She said coldly, "What does Guard Duan think I'm not okay?" Duan Xinghui also knew that there were people in the army who were plotting something. With Princess Jiehui in the army, this group of men became restless. Originally, Duan Xinghui was concerned about her and walked over to ask. However, she bluntly retorted, "What do you think will happen to this princess?" This caused Duan Xinghui's heart to stifle. He was very angry. He was only concerned about her. Why was she looking at him with such vigilant eyes? Princess Jiehui's feelings for him had changed too quickly, causing Duan Xinghui to feel that Princess Jiehui's love for him was like a dream. Duan Xinghui was snubbed. He turned his horse around and left, going to ensure Grand Marshal Shenfeng's safety. The army continued to march forward. After such a long time, Ningxu found it difficult to endure. They had marched for nearly 10 days. During this time, Ningxu's thighs had been scraped. Left with no other choice, Ningxu sewed a soft cushion for himself and tied it to his thighs. Finally, the pain lessened. In addition, some of the men in the army became bolder and bolder. Perhaps they were slowly probing Ningxu's bottom line. Some of them even had a crazy idea, which was to treat Princess Jiehui as a soldier's prostitute. Ningxu sneered when she found out. Towards those who approached her tent, no matter who they were, she would give them a good beating. As if they had seen Ningxu's savagery, these men did not dare to wander around in front of Ningxu's tent. Even if they passed by, they would be beaten. As a result, Ningxu's tent became a vacuum. Ningxu was very satisfied with this. These people were truly despicable. Only when they were ruthless to him would they know fear. The further the army advanced, the more desolate it became. Large tracts of land were uncultivated. Even some of the land that had been planted with grain had been ruined beyond recognition. The Xiongnu and Tatters treated the common people of Great Yang's borders as fat sheep. Once their wool grew, they would harvest it. In the winter, when there was no grain, they would harvest it. Ningxu's heart was filled with indignation. The Xiongnu Tatters were tall and strong, yet instead of working, they only knew how to plunder. Shen Feng's face was also filled with grief. He stroked his somewhat white beard and looked around. He sighed and said, "The people living at the border are really too bitter." Shen Feng had not seen the hardships of the commoners who were captured by the Tatters. Their clothes were ragged, and their faces were yellow and emaciated. They worked for the Tatters, and the Tatters drank wine and whipped the slaves. Ningxu's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't wait to fight with these despicable Han people. The closer they got to the border, the heavier the hearts of the soldiers became. The villages here were desolate and there was basically no one to be seen. Moreover, the closer they got to the border, the more serious the desertification became. Shen Feng found a desolate village to set up camp. In this village, there were only some old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Children who did not have enough clothes to cover their bodies were so cold that their lips had turned purple. Their bodies were covered with some rotten cotton wool, which was simply not enough to cover their bodies. Seeing the army, the people in the village revealed expressions of horror and despair. Even though these soldiers were not wearing Xiongnu clothing, these people were still afraid. Plucking feathers from wild geese, soldiers passing by like combing a comb. This was why these commoners were so panicked and at a loss. Ningxu felt sour and said to Shen Feng, "Marshal, it's better if we don't enter the village. It's not suitable to disturb the commoners." Shen Feng saw that these people were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. He ordered them to set up camp not far from the village and ordered them not to disturb the commoners. Ningxu sat in his tent and took off the soft cushion wrapped around his legs. After such a long march, the saddle had already worn out his thighs. Fortunately, there was still a soft cushion, so it did not worsen. Ningxu sprinkled some medicinal powder on the reddened areas. Suddenly, his ears twitched. He seemed to have heard a woman's cry for help. Ningxu quickly came out of the tent. At this time, the sky was a little dark. Ningxu seemed to have heard the sound of horses' hooves. Ningxu stepped on the trunk and directly climbed up a tree. He looked into the distance and saw less than 20 Xiongnu Tatters riding horses on a dusty road not far away. They were teasing a woman who was running with all her might in front of them. Each of the men's faces revealed extremely cruel and playful smiles. They had the interest of a cat playing with a mouse. Ningxu circulated his qi and jumped down the tree. He walked directly to the largest tent. He entered the tent and said to Shen Feng, "Marshal, there are traces of Tatters ahead. I hope that Marshal can send a team of soldiers to this general." When Shen Feng heard this, he asked the general in the tent, who was willing to go with the left vanguard. Princess Jiehui's status was the highest after Shen Feng, and these men were not willing to submit to a woman. Seeing these people's attitude, Ningxu swung his whip and said, "Come with me. If you don't, I'll whip you to death." First, Duan Xinghui stood out. Shen Feng sent a team of nearly 100 people to Ningxu and they went in that direction. When they arrived at their destination, Ningxu saw that these Xiongnu Tatters had actually grabbed the woman and torn her clothes, revealing her white body. A circle of Xiongnu Tatters surrounded the woman. Their unbridled and lewd smiles mixed with the woman's panicked cries and curses. Seeing this scene, Ningxu's head was about to smoke. He rode over and directly whipped the man who was already on top of the woman. When the man was about to raise his spear, he was suddenly whipped. Moreover, it was on his back. He immediately felt pain in his body. Then, he felt his body go numb. Ningshu's whip directly injured the man's spine. For a moment, he was unable to move. Everyone was shocked by the sudden situation. They stared blankly at the person who had injured the man with the whip. Their eyes were filled with amazement and fear. Ningshu took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention. He directly straddled the horse's back, bent down, grabbed the woman's arm, and pulled her up onto the horse's back. The woman stared blankly at Ningshu. She seemed to have fallen into Ningshu's cold eyes. When the Tattars saw that their spoils of war had been snatched away, they cried out in anger. At the border, the Xiongnu Tattars had always been successful. They had never encountered such a situation. Ningshu took off the red cloak on her back and covered the woman's body. Until now, the woman didn't seem to have reacted. When the cloak covered her body, the woman's body trembled. She lowered her head and didn't speak. After a while, the group behind them caught up. When Duan Xinghui saw the Xiongnu Tattars in front of him, his eyes blazed with hatred. Last time, he had fallen into the trap of these Tattars, causing him to lose his position as general. At first, the Tattars angrily spoke in a language that Ningshu could not understand. Now that so many people had arrived, one of the Tattars stammered in Great Yong's language, "You are not border guards." The border guards of Great Yong were all intimidated by them. When they saw them, they would take a detour. This was why the Tattars were able to act so recklessly on Great Yong territory. Ningshu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Tattars in front of him. On Great Yong's territory, they had harmed Great Yong's citizens and raped Great Yong's women. These bandits were so arrogant that Ningshu was so angry that he laughed, especially when he heard one of the Tattars say something about quickly releasing the woman. "Give that woman to me. You Great Yong men are even more beautiful than women." A drooling expression appeared on the Tattar's face. Ningshu had not opened his mouth to speak. In addition, he was wearing a helmet. For a moment, it was impossible to tell that Ningshu was a woman. Looking at him, one could tell that he was an extremely beautiful man. Before Ningshu could say anything, Duan Xinghui, who was next to her, shouted, "Impudent thing. Capture all of these people alive." Ningshu's voice was clear and cold, but it made the Tattars on the opposite side tremble all over. Their faces showed an expression of extreme enjoyment, as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water in the hottest days of summer. Looking at Ningshu, their eyes shone, and their saliva was about to flow out. A woman, and an extremely beautiful woman. When the woman in Ningshu's embrace heard Ningshu's voice, she blankly turned her head to look at Ningshu, her eyes shining. Ningshu looked at these Tattars. They had so many people here, yet they were so fearless. He was so angry that he laughed, "Capture all of these bastards for this prince. If this prince doesn't whip these sluts until they call her mother, then she will be unworthy of this prince's title." Duan Xinghui took the lead, and the troops behind him charged forward to fight. Ningshu looked at the chaotic scene. These Tattars were indeed brave. There were more than 100 people here against less than 20 Tattars, and there were even some who were injured. TSK. Ningshu felt very vexed as he watched. Even though the Tattars relied on their physical advantage, they were unable to withstand the large number of people. In a short while, they were captured. However, there was no fear on their faces, and their mouths were still cursing. Ningshu also felt drunk. He swung his hand and whipped the fiercest Tartar. Moreover, he whipped him in the face. In an instant, blood spurted out from the Tattar's face, and even his eyeballs were blinded. The Tatar covered his face and rolled on the ground in pain. The Hun people who had been cursing suddenly stopped. They looked at Ningshu with unruly eyes, but they stopped cursing. "Take these people away," Ningshu said coldly. However, these Tatars believed that Ningshu did not dare to kill them. Immediately, they began to jump up and down. Ningshu shouted, "Great Yong's cowards! Hurry up and release us. Otherwise, when the time comes, you'll have a good time." The soldiers at the border didn't dare to kill them. They were even more afraid of the revenge of the northern desert cavalry. This was why the Tatars were so fearless even after being captured. Duan Xinghui frowned as he looked at Ningshu. Ningshu whispered, "Princess, if this continues, it will be a blow to the morale of the soldiers. Ningxu looked at Duan Xinghui with disdain, especially when he saw that Duan Xinghui was about to whisper into his ear. Ningxu coldly said, "If you want to talk, then talk. Why are you getting so close?" Eh? This sentence sounds familiar. Wasn't this the catchphrase of the school doctor in the previous world? How did she learn it? Duan Xinghui's face was both red and white. For a moment, he was speechless. Ningxu surveyed the soldiers of the Great Yong dynasty. Just a moment ago, they had fought with 20 Tautars and appeared dispirited. Some of them even had injuries. Ningxu felt extremely vexed when he saw this. He swung his whip, causing it to crack. Especially now that it was winter, it was extremely painful to whip someone. Seeing the whip in Ningxu's hand, the Tautars involuntarily took a step back. Even the Great Yong soldiers holding the Xiongnu captive took a step back, afraid of being accidentally injured. Ningxu tilted his head, seeming somewhat puzzled as he looked at the Tautars. Puzzled, he asked, "Who are you going to use as monkeys?" Ningxu looked at the woman sitting in front of him. Even now, her body was still trembling. In order to flaunt his power over a woman, Ningxu whipped the Xiongnu closest to him. Moreover, he whipped the Xiongnu in the lower part of the road. Ningxu dared to guarantee that with this whip, the Tatar would have nothing left. The Tatar who was whipped let out an inhuman cry, lying on the ground and howling in grief. Ningxu's whip did not stop. Ningxu clenched her teeth, her body trembling slightly. This was the first time she had killed someone. Moreover, she had to kill someone. This was not only to intimidate the Tatars, but also to intimidate the generals and soldiers of Great Yong. If she truly became weak, not to mention the Tatars, even the men of Great Yong would try to kill her. The final outcome would be even more miserable. Being treated as a soldier to vent his lust, the heavens were high and the emperor was far away. At this time, her status as a princess did not have any deterrence. Ningxu used all her strength. The Tatar who had been whipped had already stopped breathing. Every time he was whipped by Ningxu, his body would twitch. His lower part had already been whipped into a bloody mess by Ningxu. Seeing all of this, Ningxu's stomach churned. She wanted to vomit, but Ningxu resisted. Ningxu looked around at the Tatars. When they met Ningxu's gaze, the Tatars lowered their heads in fear. Ningxu then looked at the soldiers in her position. When Ningxu's gaze swept over them, the soldiers reflexively covered their crotches. "Tidy them up. Looking at them affects my mood too much. Once I am in a bad mood." Ningxu's voice was extremely cold. Immediately, soldiers came over to tidy up the Tatars who had been whipped until they no longer resembled humans. Everyone looked at Ningxu with fear in their eyes. Ningxu knew that she was no longer the same. Her hands were already stained with blood. Perhaps in the future, the world would not lack slaughter and blood. Ningxu could only strengthen her heart. Everything she did must be worthy of her heart. Duan Xinghui also looked at Ningxu with a complicated expression. Especially when he saw her cold and indifferent eyes and the bloody whip in her hand. She looked cruel and evil. Duan Xinghui only felt his heart beating violently in his chest. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. But there was one person who looked at Ningxu with a different expression. Her eyes were shining with worship and deep envy. Ningxu looked at her eyes and smiled. She asked aloud, "Do you dare to kill the Tatars? Kill the Tatars who humiliated you just now. Do you dare?" Ningxu said indifferently, but it made people's hearts tighten. The woman's bronze face was filled with determination and hatred as she said, "The hatred between me and the Tatars is as deep as the sea. The Tatars killed my family. I want to kill the Tatars to avenge my family." The woman took the whip from Ningxu's hand and walked over to the Tatars who had whipped Ningxu and was on top of the woman. The Tatar's face trembled and bared his teeth at the woman. The woman used Ningxu's red cloak to cover her naked body and then waved the whip at the Tatars. In the end, the Tatar was whipped to death by the woman. Perhaps it was because Ningxu had set a bad example, or because the woman hated the Tatar who had violated her to the bone, but the first lash of the whip was aimed at the Tatar's crotch. This was a man's weakest spot. Being whipped meant losing half of one's life. Here, other than Ningxu, all the men felt a chill in their crotches. Looking at the mangled Tatar below, Even the soldiers of the Great Yong dynasty felt a chill run down their spines. After the Tatar died, the woman suddenly burst into tears. Her cries were heart-wrenching as she called for her father and mother. Immediately wiping away her tears, she walked in front of Ningxu and knelt down with a plop. Raising the whip with both hands, she presented it to Ningxu. However, because of this action, the cloak on her body could not cover her body, revealing her naked body. However, these men all lowered their heads in unison, not daring to look. What had happened just now had shattered the courage of these men. Ningxu took the whip and looked at the woman in front of him. Her skin had the characteristics of the borderlands. It was somewhat dark, but her hair was very thick. She could not be considered beautiful, but her thick eyebrows gave her an unswerving determination. "General, let me follow General and go into battle to kill the Tatar," Ningxu pleaded. "I already have no place to go. The Tatar killed my family and destroyed my home." Ningxu extended his hand and pulled her onto his horse. He asked, "What is your name?" "You will follow by my side." "I, your servant, commoner, lowly one." The woman did not know how to address herself. Her face was both black and red. "You can directly address me as your servant. In the future, you will follow by my side. You can address me as princess." Ningxu actually wanted to have a woman by his side. It was quite convenient. "Princess?" The woman looked at Ningxu in shock. She clearly did not expect that a princess of a country would come to the borderlands to fight. "Princess, please bestow a name." "Your servant's life is given by princess." Ningxu spoke sonorously and forcefully. Her voice was extremely solemn and firm. A smile appeared on Ningxu's face. Who said that women were inferior to men? Perhaps they were inferior to men in terms of physical strength, but don't underestimate a woman's tenacity. "From today onwards, you will follow me. You will be named Kaisang." Ningxu was quite happy. She finally had her own team, even though she was only one person. However, it belonged to her completely. Just now, when she wanted to bring people here, no one paid any attention to her. These men still looked down on women, even if she was a princess. Women were women, they should stay at home and nurse their children. The battlefield was for men to play. Kaisang was very respectful to Ningxu. She went to the side to put on her clothes and did not sit with Ningxu. Instead, she led the horse for Ningxu. "Take these Tatars back and interrogate them properly." "They should be spies," Ningxu said indifferently with a cold face. He had to pretend to be cool to the end. Actually, pretending to be cool wasn't easy at all. Ningxu turned his horse around, preparing to return to the camp. The sound of hoofbeats could be heard from not far away. Moreover, there were quite a few people. Ningxu's heart froze. He immediately said to Duan Xinghue, "Quickly release the signal flare." Duan Xinghue immediately pulled the trigger, causing the signal flare to explode in the air. After a short while, a group of Tatar cavalry arrived. They were extremely imposing. Their horses were fat and strong, and they kicked up a large cloud of dust. Just this imposing manner was enough to cause the people of Great Yong to panic. Even the troops panicked, their faces revealing expressions of fear and uneasiness. Ningxu shouted, "What are you panicking for? Stand properly for me." Regardless of how a battle was fought, the troops had to be orderly and imposing. Ningxu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the leader of the Tatars. It could only be said that enemies often cross paths. At the very front of the Tatars was the second prince, Helianing. "Second prince, second prince." Seeing Helianing, the captured Tatars immediately shouted excitedly. Then, they looked at Ningxu with complacency and resentment in their eyes. Ningxu lashed out with his whip, producing an ear-piercing explosive sound. It formed an afterimage, immediately silencing the Tatars. They felt as if they were fighting against each other. Seeing Princess Jiahui intimidate the Tatars with a single whip, the soldiers of Great Yong puffed out their chests, looking rather imposing. Helianing was wearing animal leather, revealing some of his chest. He looked even wilder than when he was in the capital. His entire body was brimming with a bewitching wildness. Helianing first looked at the scout on the ground who had been whipped until he no longer had a human shape. A dark and gloomy expression flashed across his eyes. Then, he looked at the armored Ningxu. You shouldn't have done this. Helianying's tone was very languid, but it was also very dangerous. You didn't want to marry me for peace, and now you want to lead troops into battle. Princess Jiehui, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Only a woman like you is worthy of this prince. Helianying extended his hand, grabbing in Ningxu's direction. Ningxu smiled wickedly. Just obediently marry me for peace. There is no need to cause trouble here. You killed my warriors of the northern desert. Let your great young soldiers pay for it. If I kill one warrior, this prince will slaughter 100 soldiers and 100 commoners. If I kill 2, this prince will slaughter 500 soldiers. Helianying bared his teeth, his eyes flickering with a cold luster. Helianying's voice, mixed with the cold wind, reached everyone's ears, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Princess Jiehui, come with this prince. Helianying looked at Ningxu. If you come with me, I will release this group of people. Princess, let this general go and fight. Duan Xinghui's expression was unsightly as Ningxu pleaded. Withdraw. Ningxu reprimanded. Duan Xinghui's face was filled with unwillingness as he looked at the languid yet extremely dangerous Helianying. Are you saying that you want to come with me? A smile appeared on Helianying's face, his expression somewhat joyous. Ningxu extended his hand. You are the first woman that this prince has admired, and also the woman that is most worthy of this prince. Ningxu wanted to vomit in this man's face. So cool. Does he really think that he is so great? Ningxu sneered. With a flick of his whip, he lashed out at the lower part of a Tatar captive. The Tatar captive was whipped to death. Ningxu's movements were too fast. Even Helianying was stunned for a moment. He immediately gripped the reins tightly, looking at Ningxu with a malicious expression. Princess Jiehui, do not attempt to infuriate this prince. The soldiers of Great Yong all looked at Ningxu in astonishment, feeling as if they were looking up at a lofty mountain. Ningxu ignored Helianying's unsightly expression, saying, This is the fate of those who humiliate the women of Great Yong. This prince will whip every single one of them to death, especially you bandits who steal Great Yong's provisions and prey on Great Yong's people. If this prince does not whip these human-faced animals to death, then this prince is not Great Yong's princess. Lacking propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. This prince would rather die than marry into Great Yong. Helianying, who do you think you are to make this prince follow you? Do you people of the northern desert not even have a bronze mirror? Why don't you take a look at yourselves? Without a bronze mirror, take a piss and look at your own reflection. Do you really think that you are the best in the world? Ningxu scolded with great pleasure. Every time he saw Helianying's expression, as if it was his honor to have taken a fancy to him, Ningxu felt his balls ache. He looked like an idiot. After being scolded by Ningxu, these burly Tatar men felt their blood boil. Each of them stared at Ningxu with wide eyes, wishing that they could eat Ningxu alive. Ningxu sneered, but his mind was filled with curses. What the hell was Shenfeng doing? Why hadn't he come after such a long time? He was only a few steps away. Ningxu's heart sank. If he didn't deal with these people when he returned alive, there would be many more such incidents in the future. Helianying didn't even care about her image, cursing like a shrew on the streets. She had painstakingly created the image of a noble and elegant princess. Hearing Ningxu's abuse, Helianying's face revealed a sullen and cruel expression. In a cold voice, he said, Princess Jiehui, you are trying to infuriate me. Do you not care about the soldiers behind you? Ningxu sneered. Of course, I can't do anything about it. Even if I were to die, it would be me who dies in front of them. Helianying, aren't you being too arrogant to act recklessly in Great Yong's territory? Ningxu only knew how to argue. He had no advantage in fighting. Moreover, it was cavalry against infantry. He would be killed in an instant. Princess Jiehui, it is not that this prince is arrogant, nor is it that our warriors of the northern desert are arrogant. It is that your great young soldiers are cowards, not daring to face the warriors of the northern desert. You don't have the slightest bit of courage. For such a country, this prince can only hee-hee, your sister. Ningxu cursed inwardly. Helian Ying's words caused the citizens of Great Yong to feel extreme humiliation. They looked at Helian Ying with bloodshot eyes. "Princess, this general requests permission to fight," Ningxu said in a deep voice, his tone sonorous. Ningxu was speechless. Could he win in this situation? Could it be that all wars are fought alone? Are you going to fight alone? Ningxu and Duan Xinghui asked in a low voice. Duan Xinghui watched as Ningxu leaned over to talk to him. For some reason, Duan Xinghui's heart began to thump violently. He puffed out his chest and said, "Let me fight the enemy's general first." F***K, was it really a one-on-one fight before a group fight, Helian Ying saw that Ningxu was chatting with a man without looking at the situation. Helian Ying shouted coldly, "Princess Jiahui. What are you shouting for? Can't you see that we're discussing something?" Ningxu said snappily. Helian Ying was speechless. Helian Ying raised his head. The Tatar cavalry behind him immediately surrounded Ningxu's group. The great young soldiers stood back to back, raising their red-tasseled spears and waiting solemnly. Ningxu's expression chilled as he looked at Helian Ying. Helian Ying sat leisurely on his horse. Looking at Ningxu, a pleased smile appeared on his face. "Princess Jiahui, have you thought it through? Those who are engaged will be my wife, those who run will be my concubine. Helian Ying, you want me to go with you? What is my status?" Ningxu had no choice but to feign civility with Helian Ying. "Princess." Duan Xinghui couldn't help but shout. Ningxu ignored Duan Xinghui. Shenfeng still hadn't come. Haha, he really didn't place her, the princess, in his eyes. Of course you are this prince's consort. This prince's lands, cattle, sheep, and slaves are all yours. Helian Ying's voice was filled with temptation. Ningxu really wanted to spit at Helian Ying's face. She didn't have anything in Great Yong. Why would she need Helian Ying's things? Her fief was even more than Helian Ying's. Helian Ying, this consort has always wanted to fight with you. If you want this consort to leave with you, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Ningxu sneered, "Tell your people not to move. The two of us will fight." Ningxu knew that this battle had to be fought. It wasn't only for the sake of morale, but also to make this body no longer fear Helian Ying. Seeing Helian Ying, this body reflexively trembled. Ningxu clenched his teeth. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that Helian Ying wasn't undefeatable. In the future, he would fight with Helian Ying many times. Could it be that he would tremble every time, touching the whip at his waist? Ningxu looked at Helian Ying. "Let's fight one-on-one." Helian Ying looked at Ningxu with a very tolerant gaze, as if she was looking at a naughty pet. She extended her claws, wanting to scratch him. "As you wish. If you lose, will you have to go with this prince?" Helian Ying's lips curled into a smile. "This prince is very interested in you." Ningxu lashed out with his whip, clamping the horse's belly. With a coquettish snort, he galloped towards Helian Ying. Ningxu used all his strength to lash out with his whip. Helian Ying ducked and dodged. Ningxu had to control his trembling body while fighting with Helian Ying. Helian Ying originally wanted to tease Ningxu. However, seeing Ningxu's grave expression, she showed no mercy. Helian Ying's heart also became cautious. She drew out the broadsword at her waist, blocking Ningxu's sharp whip. Duan Xinghui watched from the side, very worried. His lips were tightly closed, his gaze following Helian Ying's figure. Especially when he saw Helian Ying's sparkling eyes looking at Princess Jiahui, Duan Xinghui felt very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Helian Ying laughed heartily. Her voice was low and sexy, carrying a swift and fierce aura with it. She wrapped Ningxu's whip around her saber, grabbed Ningxu's whip, and pulled Ningxu in front of her. Ningxu was speechless. Feeling the hand around her waist, she felt very disgusted. It was as if a caterpillar had landed on her skin. Ningxu struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free. Moreover, her nose was filled with a wild smell. "Let go of this princess," Ningxu coldly rebuked. Helian Ying met her clear and cold gaze. It was clear and cold, like a snow lotus swaying in the wind on a snowy mountain. "Dishonest little wildcat," Helian Ying said in a low voice, tightly hugging Ningxu's waist. Fuck, did she have to disgust people to death? Xianxia, this slut, was definitely the biggest obstacle to her completing this mission. You damn Tatar, let go of Princess Jiehui. Duan Xinghui shouted. His expression was anxious and unsightly. Xianxia didn't pay any attention to Duan Xinghui. Instead, she looked at Ningxu. Ningxu sneered and raised her leg to kick Xianxia's lower part. Xianxia's legs clamped down on Ningxu's legs, making it so that Ningxu couldn't move. Then, she lowered her head to look at her colorful face. Xianxia looked meaningfully at Ningxu. Fuck, Ningxu's embarrassment turned into anger. The heavens gave men strong bodies, but they used this strength on women. What kind of morality was this? Xianxia was using strength to crush her. Ningxu took a deep breath. She was someone who had practiced exceptional martial arts. Ningxu used all her strength to raise her knee and kick Xianxa's lower part. Ningxu originally wanted to give Xianxia a kick that would end her descendants. However, Xianxia quickly dodged, while Ningxu broke free from Xianxa's control. Taking advantage of the situation, he lashed out with his whip at Xianxa's body. Caught off guard, Xianxia was struck by the tail of the whip. Immediately, she felt a burning pain on her arm. Xianxa's complexion changed, turning pale. Even her forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Ningxu mounted his horse. Seeing Xianxa's appearance, he could not help but proudly ask, "How does it feel? Does it feel like you're in ecstasy? This prince's whip has been soaked in chilly water and added a strong ingredient. How does it feel? Moreover, you have already been poisoned." Xianxa's handsome eyebrows creased, her face twitching. Afterwards, Ningxu smiled, revealing his sinister teeth. This prince likes this style. Ningxu's eyelids twitched. This Xianxia was truly perverted. Even in this state, she could still chat cheerfully and wittily with him. Second prince. Hearing Ningxu say that the whip was poisoned, the people behind Xianxia became very worried. They looked at Ningxu with sinister eyes. Despicable woman from Great Yong. Haha, these totters had the nerve to call her shameless. No matter how shameless she could not be more shameless than these totters who burned, killed, and pillaged. How could these rats be qualified to call others shameless? Xianxia ignored the worries of her subordinates. Instead, she faced Ningxu, licking her lips with her tongue. Bewitchingly and wildly, she commanded, "Other than Jiehui, kill everyone else." Yes, Ningxu's face darkened. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Officers and soldiers, the totters have trampled on our territory, bullying and humiliating our wives and daughters. We must drive these bandits out of our territory. We must defend the country and protect our wives and daughters. Defend the country and protect the country." A low and solemn voice resounded through the forest. The soldiers' faces were solemn and determined to die. Seeing Princess Jiehui raise her whip, everyone felt hot blood rush to their hearts. Xianxia looked at Ningxu maliciously. "Do you really think that these people can defeat this prince's cavalry? Jiehui, come with this prince. This prince will give you unparalleled glory. You will be this prince's woman in this lifetime, the only woman." Xianxa's hand was stained with blood. Ningxu stretched out his hand, and the blood on his hand dripped into the dust. It looked cruel and enchanting. Ningxu sneered. Facing the Tatar cavalry charging towards her, she threw out her whip and wrapped it around the Tatar's neck. The Tatar's neck was immediately dripping with blood. After struggling for a while, he stopped breathing. "Xianxia, this princess is Great Yong's princess. This princess glory will be given by Great Yong. Even if this princess were to die, this princess will die on Great Yong's soil. You want this princess to leave with you? Keep dreaming," Ningxu berated. Xianxia shook her head. She looked at Ningxu with treacherous eyes and said, "I like you the way you are. You seem to be wilder than the women of the northern desert." Ningxu thought, "This slut thinks too highly of herself." The sounds of weapons colliding, blood spurting, and swords piercing bodies could be heard. Ningxu clenched his teeth. Out of the corner of his eye, he could even see the Tatar horses trampling over the corpses of Great Yong soldiers, shattering their bones. An indescribable grief and hatred welled up in Ningxu's heart. Facing the charging Tatar cavalry, she lashed out with her whip. The barbs dug into the Tatar cavalry's face and even into their eyes. When she pulled her whip out, she even pulled out her eyeballs. Giddy up, giddy up. Finally, the sound of hooves could be heard from the distance. They had been waiting for reinforcements all this time, but only now had they arrived. A great young general led his troops over. Seeing the ground littered with corpses, he repeatedly said, "Against the Tatars." Helianing didn't bring a lot of cavalry. Faced with so many people, Helianing looked at Ningxu, whose face was covered in blood and only her bright eyes could be seen. Helianing then said to her subordinates, "Come back." The Tatar cavalry immediately retreated behind Helianing, solemnly awaiting Great Yong's arrival. Ningxu touched the fresh blood on his face. The thick smell of blood assaulted his nose, making him feel nauseous. Ningxu did not dare to be careless. He looked at Helianing, the hand holding the whip trembling slightly. Helianing smiled leisurely at Ningxu. He was clearly injured, but other than his face being pale, he did not seem to feel any pain. Truly ruthless, so ruthless even to herself. Helianing pointed at the captured Tatars and indifferently said, "Release the warriors of the northern desert." Ningxu was so angry that he laughed. What kind of situation was this? He could not help but say, "So what if I don't release them? No matter how powerful your northern desert cavalry is, my great Yong will use 10 lives to exchange for a single northern desert Tatar. If 10 is not enough, then we will use 100. Helianing's pupils constricted. She suddenly laughed, looking at Ningxu with eyes that grew brighter and brighter. Finally, she smiled. This smile actually contained a trace of admiration. Helianing extended her finger and rubbed the sand on her lips. It is hard to imagine that in this bustling, befuddled place, there would still be such a backbone. Even Great Yong's border guards do not dare to speak to this prince like this. "Jiehui, you should not have been born in Great Yong. Instead, you should have been a woman galloping through the grasslands." Ningxu sneered. "In order to not be married to you, I can pay any price." Now, Ningxu did not know if this mission could be completed. When countries collided with each other, an individual was truly too insignificant. She had to break away from this man for the original owner of her body. Now, it seemed that the power of the plot was too great. She had broken away from the marriage, but Helianing, this man, had actually pestered her. Men were all cheap. If they could not be obtained, then they were good. The original owner of her body had been incomparably cruel to her during the marriage. Now, she actually wanted her to leave with him. This was simply trampling on Great Yong's and Li Wen's faces. Helianing's actions were more likely to strike a blow to Great Yong's morale. Imagining her own country's princess disregarding etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame and running away with the enemy's prince, especially when she was previously the subject of a marriage alliance, it was simply a huge joke. She would go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Ningxu sneered, "A place where the monarch is neither monarch nor subject, where the father is neither father nor son, where there are no 3 cardinal principles and 5 cardinal principles. How can this incomparably corrupt northern desert be a place where this prince, a person as pure as ice and as pure as jade, can stay? Helianing, scram back to wherever you came from. Die." Helianing's face grew paler and paler. Hearing Ningxu's words, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, how could someone as thick-skinned as Helianing be so angered by Ningxu to vomit blood? Instead, the poison had flared up. "You really poisoned me." Helianing wiped the black blood from the corner of her mouth. Ningxu spread out his hands innocently. "This prince is an honest person. I never lie." Helianing's gaze scanned Ningxu's face, scraping it inch by inch. Then, she smiled ostentatiously. "Princess Jiehui, you should prepare to be pestered by this prince for the rest of your life. This prince is so scared." Ningxu patted his chest. "This prince likes to see you scratching your heart and lungs but unable to obtain this prince. Go." Helianing spat out another mouthful of blood, ordering the northern desert cavalry. Helianing turned her horse around and prepared to leave, no longer caring about the captured Tatars. Ningxu sneered. "Great Yong's territory is not a place where you can come and go as you please." Ningxu took the bow and arrow. Circulating his qi, he pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. The arrowhead flickered with a cold luster as it aimed at Helianying's back. Ningxu loosened her grip and the arrow flew towards Helianying with a whistling sound. Helianying dodged Ningxu's bow and arrow by lying on the horse's back. The bow and arrow pierced through the tree trunk with a ding sound. Helianying looked at the arrow in the tree trunk and could not help but turn her head to glance at Ningxu. She sat coolly on the back of her horse, her eyes cold and full of killing intent. Ningxu was somewhat disappointed that he had not disposed of Helianying. Sure enough, she had been a scourge for 1,000 years. If Helianying had died so easily, it would have been unrealistic. In short, the original owner of his body and Helianying were entangled. In his previous life, they had been fated to be husband and wife. How could fate be so easily severed? Sorting out his thoughts, Ningxu turned his head and coldly said, "Clean up the battlefield. Register the dead soldiers and reward them according to their merits. Give their families 3 times the compensation." Ningxu looked at the corpses on the ground. Some had been trampled beyond recognition by the horses. Some had even been split in two. Their internal organs and intestines were still steaming. The dust had been dyed black by the blood, and the thick stench of blood made one dizzy. War was cruel. War was cruel. The corners of Ningxu's eyes were a little hot. She sneered and looked at the late general. When he met Ningxu's eyes, the general was stunned and then looked away. He cupped his fist and said to Ningxu, "Princess, where are the Tauters? The heads of the Tauters can be exchanged for military merits." The general's eyes lit up as he looked at the Tauters. Even though they had arrived late, they still wanted to snatch the credit. Xianxia felt extremely displeased with Great Yong's officers and soldiers. No wonder the Tauters were so unbridled in their territory. Why didn't they spend their energy fighting the Tauters? Xianxia looked at him and said coldly, "Whoever dares to touch these Tauters, I will cripple him." "What, do you want the credit?" "This general does not dare." The general hurriedly lowered his head. Ningxu was not only a princess, but also the left vanguard. Her status was higher than his. The man's heart was filled with displeasure and grievance. Ningxu didn't care what these people thought. He shouted, "Return to the camp." Kai Sang, who was saved by Ningxu, was leading the horse. She looked at Ningxu with sparkling eyes. When they returned to the camp, Ningxu directly ordered his men to escort nearly 20 Tauters to the high platform of the drill ground in the middle of the camp. Perhaps they had become accustomed to being unbridled on Great Yong's borders. Although they were afraid when faced with the pitch-black soldiers below, they were certain that Great Yong's soldiers would not dare to kill them. Their expressions were filled with provocation. Ningxu first knelt on one knee and saluted to Shenfeng in the tent. Then he reported the situation. In addition, he recounted how the general had arrived late and disregarded the life and death of his comrades. The general's face immediately darkened. He looked at Ningxu with eyes filled with deep-seated resentment. Ningxu sneered and stroked the whip at his waist. How could he fight when the hearts of his soldiers were so divided? He had to concentrate his efforts in one direction. There were bound to be rats and rats. Ningxu had to establish his prestige. He couldn't allow these self-righteous men to look down on him because of his status as a woman. He had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The chicken was precisely these Tauters. Ningxu ignored the general's resentful gaze and walked onto the high platform. In a cold and loud voice, he said, "The Tauters hurt my compatriots. Kill. The Tauters trampled on my land. Kill, kill, kill." The soldiers below all raised their spears and shouted loudly. The dozen or so Tauters on the high platform were shaken and their faces turned pale. Especially when they saw Ningxu coming over with a whip in her hand, they were scared out of their wits and started mumbling something that no one could understand. Ningxu sneered and lashed out at the crotch of a Tatar. The Tatar, who had been tied up tightly, rolled his eyes in pain, his mouth emitting inhuman screams. The soldiers, who had been shouting their slogans with lofty aspirations, were so shocked that they lost their voices. For a moment, the drill ground filled with 200,000 soldiers was silent, all of them covering their crotches. Ningxu sneered, "This is the price for humiliating my Great Yong's women." Ningxu lashed out with the whip, continuously lashing out at the Tatar's crotch until it was dripping with blood and badly mangled flesh. Ningxu surveyed the entire drill ground. Every man who was swept by Ningxu's gaze felt their scalps tingle. They looked at Ningxu as if they were looking at a demoness. Kaisang stood below the platform, looking at Ningxu, her eyes revealing an intoxicated expression. In the end, the dozen or so totters had their testicles popped by Ningxu. They couldn't be more dead. Even Shenfeng, who had fought for half his life, had never seen anyone humiliate the enemy like Ningxu. Princess, that's enough. The army must pay attention to benevolence and righteousness. What is the difference between our great Yong and the bloodthirsty northern desert? Shenfeng asked Ningxu. Ningxu looked at Shenfeng, whose beard was somewhat white, and said, Marshal, Jiahui does not agree with your words. Our benevolence and righteousness are seen as weak and easy to bully by our enemies. They will only look down on us even more. Only by using violence to curb violence and killing to stop killing can we intimidate our enemies. Since I can't reform you, I'll King cremate you. Shenfeng couldn't convince Ningxu, and Ningxu didn't agree with what Shenfeng said about benevolence and righteousness. Ningxu beckoned to Kaisang, who immediately ran in front of Ningxu. Kaisang asked, Princess, what are your orders? Go and find some butchers. Yes. Kaisang went to find some butchers. Ningxu directly ordered them to empty their stomachs. The butchers were immediately scared to the point of wetting their pants. They were butchers, not humans. Not only were the butchers scared to the point of wetting their pants, even the soldiers below felt their hair stand on end. Looking at the indifferent Ningxu, they felt both admiration and fear. Finally, the butchers dissected the totters. Ningxu had the bodies of the totters smeared with salt before hanging them at the city gate. In the dead of winter, it was the perfect time to make bacon. Ningxu's actions intimidated everyone. Shenfeng looked at Ningxu and shook his head. Ningxu loudly declared, This is the price for invading my great Yong. The rows of corpses hanging at the city gate allowed the bold and fearless totters to see that these people, who had been wantonly trampled upon by them, were still able to resist. For a long time, the corpses were hung on the city walls. After being exposed to the elements, the corpses became even stiffer, causing the totters passing by the city gate to tremble in fear. Such brutality. Ningxu didn't pay attention to these people's fearful gazes. Afterwards, Princess Jiahui's reputation as a demoness quietly spread. If they had any thoughts before, then now they wished they could arm themselves to the crotch of their pants. The sight of Princess Jiahui's pants made them shiver. When Ningxu returned to his tent, his entire body went limp and he nearly vomited. However, his body felt incomparably carefree. Ningxu guessed that this was the original owner of his body. Princess Jiahui hated the totters. During the marriage alliance, she had been humiliated by the totters. Now that she saw these people fall to such a state, she felt incomparably carefree. Ningxu also smiled. To be able to do something for the original owner of his body was extremely good. After this matter, Ningxu had established absolute prestige in the army. Of course, they were afraid. Ningxu expressed that he did not care. What surprised Ningxu was that Kaisang actually followed him to learn martial arts. Every day, other than washing clothes, cooking, and serving Ningxu, she also took time to practice martial arts. She said that she wanted to go to the battlefield to kill enemies. Ningxu also allowed her to do so. It was unknown whether it was because Ningxu's reputation was too brutal, but there were many lonely and helpless women who had been defiled by the totters who ran over to seek refuge with Ningxu. It did not take long for hundreds of people to gather. They had become a female army, adding a touch of color to the entire military camp. These women were all desperate and had no choice but to seek refuge with Ningxu. Seeing Ningxu say that he wanted to go to the battlefield to take revenge, they gnashed their teeth in anger. Ningxu thought about it. It was very important to establish a team that he could command. Thus, he accepted these women and had people teach them the basics of martial arts. Perhaps it was because they had found a new goal in life. These women were no less vicious than the men. Perhaps women could not compare to men in terms of physical strength, but men could not compare to women in terms of tenacity. However, the military camp could not raise these women for nothing. Even Shenfeng vaguely said that women could not stay in the military camp. Ningxu did not say anything. He only said that these women helped in the military camp. For example, cooking and sewing clothes were all done by these women. In the end, Shenfeng could only let Ningxu do as he wished. With Ningxu as a precedent, it was not easy to use the reason that women could not stay in the military camp. Ningxu did not know that a wave of criticism had already been set off in the capital. It was nothing more than that his methods were too brutal. Another thing was that he had taken in so many women in the military camp, which touched the nerves of these pedantic scholars. If women could go to the battlefield, how could the 3 obedience and 4 virtues be used to restrain women in the future? It would not be good to add shackles to women's thoughts. The officials all rose up. Li Wen sat on the dragon throne. His face was expressionless, but a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He read the memorials from the border repeatedly. When he saw Ningxu's actions, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at the ministers below and said indifferently, "Yes, your methods are cruel. How about this? I will send one of you to the border. If you can come back alive, I will dismiss Princess Jiahui. How about that?" The officials were speechless. The emperor wanted them to die. When facing these officials, Li Wen's attitude was always indifferent. If one of them died, someone would immediately replace him. Li Wen wished that these corrupt officials were all dead. The ministers shrunk their necks and lowered their presence. Not long after, Ningxu received a letter from Li Wen. There were only 2 words written on it, "Very good." Ningxu immediately understood Li Wen's meaning. It seemed that Li Wen approved of his actions. With Li Wen's support, Ningxu's heart felt more at ease. Now, Ningxu's tent had become a forbidden area for men and a base for women. The women wore armor and waved red tasseled spears. They actually looked decent. Ningxu's lips curled into a smile. This could be considered as the power left for the original owner. He hoped that after she left this world, the original owner would be able to live a more relaxed life. Ningxu was now walking on the majestic city wall. He looked at the Totter's corpses on the wall. Looking up, he saw a vast grassland and snow mountains in the distance. It was such a magnificent scene. Ningxu was followed by the armored Kai Sang. Ningxu said, "Princess, the people of the northern desert have such a vast land. Why do they still want to steal our things? Stealing is addictive. It is easy to reap without sowing. Farming is not something the Totters can do." Ningxu said indifferently. Probably because Helianing was injured, there were no Totters harassing the border recently. Ningxu practiced martial arts every day and also thought of a way to deal with the Totters' cavalry. The Totters' cavalry was the most powerful. The horses and people were fat and strong. He had to think of a way to deal with the cavalry. If 100 people were exchanged for 1 Tatar from the northern desert, Ningxu's heart would tremble. It was simply stacking human lives. There would be a way. Ningxu wandered on the city wall and bumped into Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui walked up. Ningxu cupped his fist and said, "Greetings, princess." Ningxu grunted coldly and brushed past Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui saw that Princess Jiahui did not even look at him. He could not help but say, "Princess Jiahui, will you go with the second prince of the northern desert?" Ningxu stopped and turned around to look at Duan Xinghui with a frown. "Guard Duan, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Also, it's not up to you to question the relationship between me and Mobei's second prince. If you spread this kind of rumor in the army, be careful that I don't kill you." Duan Xinghui bowed slightly. Ningxu said, "I will remember." Ningxu snorted and returned to the camp with Kai Sang. The Totters only focused on raiding. The infantry had no advantage over the cavalry. Snow fell from the sky like goose feathers. In less than a day, the snow covered everything. Shenfeng looked very dignified. Usually, in this kind of weather, even cattle and sheep would freeze to death. Now was the time for the Totters to raid. They sent soldiers everywhere to scout and sent a lot of soldiers to guard. Ningxu still did not think of a way to deal with the cavalry. The most effective method was to use crossbows to shoot the Totters on horseback. Shenfeng was not young. He did not have much confidence in winning the battle. He only wanted to do meritorious service and not make any mistakes. However, Ningxu wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Totters. He suggested that Shenfeng put large crossbows on the city wall. Shenfeng nodded at Ningxu's suggestion and went to arrange it. Duan Xinghui had been by Shenfeng's side. He was busy. Now that the battle was coming, Duan Xinghui could not help but comfort Ningxu. Princess, in fact, as long as we defend the city wall, we will win. Ningxu was quite speechless. What did Duan Xinghui mean by saying this to her? Ningxu was also preparing for the battle. Princess, let us go with you this time. Ningxu pleaded with Kai saying. They all want to go with you. When Ningxu came out of the tent, she saw the female army standing neatly in front of her. They weren't very beautiful, they didn't even have enchanting figures, but their aura couldn't even be compared to men. Their expression was solemn. When they saw Ningxu, they knelt on one knee on the ground. Greetings, generals with Qianfeng. Ningxu was instantly filled with lofty sentiments. He shouted, get up. There will be a great battle soon. Are you afraid? Not afraid. The woman's voice was not as deep as the man's voice. Mixed together, it was very clear and moving. From now on, start training archery. Archery is about arm strength. To deal with the Tauters, crossbows are the best way. Start training now. Ningxu pointed at the target. Shoot at the target. Ningxu was the first to pull the bow and arrow. She directly shot at the target. Her strength was very big. She directly shot through the target. Ningxu hoped that these poor women who sought refuge with him could survive. At this time, they must train hard. Only then would they have a chance to survive on the battlefield. Sure enough, after the heavy snow stopped, He Lianing led the Tauters to attack the city. Ningxu stood on the city wall and met He Lianing's eyes. Ningxu was very angry. Why didn't this guy die? Was it because the poison was not deep enough? Didn't he vomit blood? Now he was alive and kicking. He Lianing was wearing fur. His neck was furry. Obviously, he was wild and noble. He raised his head and looked at Ningxu. Ningxu smiled coldly. He waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to carry the ladders to attack the city. The war drum sounded. Ningxu shouted coldly, release the arrows. Suddenly, a rain of arrows flew towards the Tauters. The Tauters who were attacking the city were hit by several arrows. Some of them even became hedgehogs. Shoot again. The soldiers who were shooting arrows at the back immediately replaced the soldiers in front. Ningxu saw many women being hit by arrows from the corner of his eyes. Ningxu's heart trembled. Then, he calmed his mind. Change to the catapults. This catapult should be considered a weapon with great destructive power in ancient times, especially when shot from a high place. Some of the Tauters climbed up the city wall with great difficulty. However, they were hit by ice and fell down from the ladders. They could not move. He Lianing looked at the snow-covered objects on the city wall. He had a guess in his heart. He suddenly looked at Ningxu. Ningxu smiled. Yes, it is as you think. These are the corpses of the Tauters. The Tauters hanging on the city wall revealed their dark eye sockets. The eyeballs inside were already gone. They were pecked away by birds. Either do not do it, or do it to the extreme. He Lianing's complexion suddenly became very unsightly. She looked at Ningxu with eyes that carried dense killing intent and treacherous entanglement. Her expression was incomparably dangerous. Ningxu stretched out his hand and handed her a crossbow. Ningxu pointed the arrowhead at He Lianing. He Lianing sneered at Ningxu from a distance and pointed her bow at Ningxu. Whoosh, whoosh, the two arrows whizzed through the air, even creating tiny sparks in the air. Ningxu's pupils dilated as she looked at the arrow flying towards her. Ningxu tilted her head, but the arrowhead still grazed her face. The wound was very small. Princess, are you all right? When Duan Xinghui saw this scene, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped. He finished off the Tauters who had already climbed up the wall with one slash and Ningxu ran over. Ningxu smiled evilly as he wiped the blood off his face. He even stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his fingertips. He did not pay attention to Mu Jinyu, but looked closely at He Lianing. Duan Xinghui looked at Princess Jia Hui who had an evil smile on her face and only felt his heart beating violently in his chest. The current Princess Jiahui was incomparably charming. The bloodstains on her face even added a cruel and fatal beauty to her. Looking at He Lianing sitting on the horse, Ningxu was disappointed, but it was still within his expectations. If He Lianing died so easily, Ningxu would simply burn incense to the high heavens. In the end, the Tauters did not succeed in this siege. When the Tauters fled, their formation was scattered and panicked like fish that escaped the net. Ningxu grabbed He Lianing from a distance and then kissed her lips. Then, she turned her horse around and ran away. Ningxu pursed his lips. This was the most annoying thing about the Tauters. If they could not win, they would run away. Fighting with them required a lot of energy. Ningxu was very angry. He pulled his bow into the shape of a full moon and the arrowhead rushed towards He Lianing's back. Princess, He Lianing is very crafty. He is deliberately running away. If Princess chases after him, you will fall into his trap. Cavalry is suitable for fighting on the plains. Duan Xinghui looked at Ningxu's unwilling expression and could not help but persuade him. You are a precedent for failure. I will not foolishly chase after you, Ningxu said to Duan Xinghui. Then, he shouted loudly, clean up the dead soldiers and register them. Duan Xinghui was speechless. Duan Xinghui felt that his good intentions were treated as ill intent. Furthermore, Princess Jiahui tore open his wounds like this, making him feel embarrassed and a little sad. Right now, Princess Jiahui completely regarded him as an enemy. It was not appropriate to call him an enemy. He had no power or influence. She had never considered his feelings when she spoke. What made Ningxu sad was that half of the more than 100 women were now dead. Yesterday, they were still alive. Today, they had become corpses. There was not even anyone to collect their corpses. Ningxu asked Kai Sang to bury these corpses and register their names. They were women, but they were also heroes. They should not be deprived of the praise they deserved because of their identity. They should be left in the history books. The expressions of the surviving women became more determined. Even though their faces were very pale now, their eyes were very determined. In the following time, the Tauters seemed to be tireless in attacking the city. Ningxu could even see that He Lianing's face was anxious. It was probably because of the heavy snow and the army did not have any provisions. Also, the winter provisions of the entire northern desert were obtained by plundering. Now, they could not even break through the city wall. He Lianing looked at Ningxu who was standing on the city wall. This year, because of this princess, they would not let them in even if they died. In the past, the guards would symbolically guard the city. Then, when they were defeated, they would let them in to plunder and then return to the northern desert. Princess Jiahui, Li Shuashan, this woman, Ningxu also felt a lot better in his heart. He looked almost numbly at the soldiers being carried away. However, so many people had already died. They could not give up. If they compromised this time, then there would be a next time and a next time. Would these people die in vain? There was another more important reason. That was, if they lost, these hateful Tauters would enter the hinterland and plunder everything. At that time, the northern desert would propose a marriage alliance, which would also disappoint Li Wen. Therefore, they had to hold on. During this period, because Duan Xinghui had made a lot of contributions, he was directly promoted to the right vanguard by Shenfeng. He was almost on the same level as Ningxu. He was indeed the world's favorite. With luck on his body, he was like a fish in water in this kind of war. How lucky was he? Ningxu clearly saw the arrow whistling towards Duan Xinghui, but the one who was shot was the soldier beside Duan Xinghui. Ningxu was speechless at that time. He did not know what Shenfeng liked about Duan Xinghui. Shenfeng praised him so much that Duan Xinghui, who was still a soldier, became the third person in the military camp. Now, Duan Xinghui was qualified to command the battlefield. He stood beside Ningxu and looked at He Lianing with gnashing teeth. Ningxu's nerves had been tense all this time. Especially when he saw that her female troops had casualties, Ningxu's heart ached. However, as time went by, the casualties were getting smaller and smaller. These women's bodies were full of valiant qi. They were not worse than men. These remaining were all good seedlings. He Lianing retreated again. Before she retreated, she looked at Ningxu with cruel and excited eyes. This made Duan Xinghui, who was standing beside Ningxu, feel very uncomfortable. He Lianing seemed to be at odds with Ningxu. Other than when it was snowing or raining, he would attack the city. It was as if he was doing the 8th set of radio calisthenics. However, blood flowed like a river. Ningxu simply wanted to curse. He stood on the city wall and looked down at that bastard He Lianing. This battle was all about money and food. Just a day's worth of food was a terrifying number. He didn't know how long he could last. Moreover, Ningxu looked at Grand Marshal Shenfeng's attitude. It seemed that he didn't want to persist. However, if he didn't persist, so many lives and so much investment would be wasted. He could only drag it on like this. Ningxu received another letter from Li Wen. It was a private letter for him. Li Wen's meaning in the letter was very clear. Although he hoped that Ningxu could win the battle, he hoped that Ningxu could persist and have a strong attitude. At the end of the letter, there were some words of concern. It sounded a little like an elder brother. As for how much sincerity there was, Ningxu didn't want to delve into it. As an emperor, every action and every word had a deep meaning. Today, the weather was very good. After a day of wind and snow, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. Ningxu originally thought that with such bad weather, it would be difficult to even walk and that He Lianing wouldn't attack the city. He didn't expect that he would still attack the city. Moreover, the Tatar's faces were filled with anxiety and desperation. It was now late winter. However, there was no harvest this year. Even the calm He Lianing frowned. His expression was very cold. He raised his head and squinted at Ningxu, who was standing beside the flag. The bright and beautiful sun shone on her body. Her armor emitted a cold light. It was so dazzling that even Princess Jia Hui's face couldn't be seen clearly. Duan Xinghui stood beside Ningxu. Seeing that He Lianing kept looking at Princess Jia, he felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but say to Ningxu, "Princess, the Tatars of the northern desert are ambitious. Princess, you must not compromise." Ningxu couldn't help but want to dig out her earwax. She basically heard these words every day. It seemed that Duan Xinghui was a man of few words. In front of the original Princess Jia, he always had the appearance of a cool brother. Now that he was nagging, it was really annoying. He Lianing pursed her lips and looked at the couple on the city wall. She couldn't help but shoot at Duan Xinghui with her bow and arrow. She didn't know if it was because of the strong wind today, but the arrow that was flying towards Duan Xinghui was actually shot towards Ningxu. Ningxu, yen% at #* as expected, the unlucky ones who stayed with Nan Zhujun would always be cannon fodder. Ningxu wanted to dodge, but her body suddenly lost control, and her soul seemed to be ejected out of her body. Ningxu was shocked. What was going on? Why did she suddenly lose control of her body? Duan Xinghui saw the arrow speeding towards Princess Jia. Furthermore, Princess Jia still had a blank expression, not knowing how to dodge. Panic surged in Duan Xinghui's heart. He hurriedly used his saber to slash at the arrow. However, the arrowhead still shot towards Ningxu. The arrowhead lost its aim and pierced into Ningxu's shoulder. Ningxu groaned. The sound of the arrowhead piercing through flesh rang out in her ears. Immediately after, an earth-shattering pain engulfed her entire brain. Damn, it's so painful. Ding. Counterattack mission completed. Do you wish to leave this world? A cold mechanical voice sounded out in Ningxu's mind. Yes, yes, yes. Ningxu only wanted to quickly leave this world. It was too painful. Even if she wanted to leave this world, she didn't have to stab herself with an arrow. The system tricked me. In an instant, Ningxu's soul left Princess Jiahui's body. Everything happened too quickly. By the time everyone reacted, they realized that a great Yong commander had been killed. The northern desert Tatars beat their chests and cheered, their morale soaring. They looked at their second prince, He Lianing, with gazes of worship and reverence. As for He Lianing, who was viewed as a hero, he tightly gripped his bow, trembling slightly. His face was pale and his eyes trembled. She could have clearly dodged. With her strength, she shouldn't have been unable to dodge this arrow. Furthermore, the person he wanted to kill wasn't her. He Lianing raised his hand and loudly shouted, "Beat the gongs and retreat." This, now was clearly the best time to attack the city. Why did they have to retreat? Second Prince, right now is the time when Great Yang's morale is at its lowest. Attacking the city now is twice the result with half the effort. Why do we have to retreat? A Tatar commander asked He Lianing. Slap, He Lianing slapped the commander's face. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "This prince said to retreat, so we will retreat." He Lianing turned his horse around and glanced back at Princess Jiehui's position. There was no one there. In a daze, he saw a pair of clear and cold eyes, aloof yet filled with disdain and craftiness. She shouldn't die so easily. Carrying Princess Jiehui, Duan Xinghui rushed to the military doctor's tent and loudly shouted, "Save her, quickly save her." Duan Xinghui waited outside the tent, anxiously pacing back and forth. Right now, Duan Xinghui was anxious, fearful, and terrified. He also had an intense desire to not let Princess Jiehui die. However, when he thought that this woman who looked down on him would die, Duan Xinghui's heart felt like it was in a pot of oil. When the arrow was pulled out, Princess Jiehui let out a muffled groan. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at the simple and crude tent. How was she still alive? She was still in the Tatar tent of the northern desert. Pain assaulted her, and Princess Jiehui fainted. Seeing that Princess Jiehui was fine, everyone in the military camp breathed a sigh of relief, especially Shenfeng. Although swords and sabers had no eyes on the battlefield, the death of a country's princess, who was of the same mother as the emperor, didn't matter how many meritorious deeds he had performed. The emperor wouldn't care. However, Princess Jiehui felt as if she was in a dream. She didn't know if she had seen her previous life before being shot by the arrow, or if the current situation was just a dream. Looking at the women kneeling before her, their expressions were solemn and respectful. When they saw her, their eyes were bloodshot. Touching the whip in her eye, Princess Jiehui smiled. No matter what, she was no longer as miserable as she was in her dream. She wasn't humiliated by others, and she wasn't in the pain of living in the ceaseless pain. She didn't disappoint her imperial brother. She was the most honorable princess of the Great Yong dynasty. When she saw Duan Xinghui, Princess Jiehui smiled. This man, whom she had loved so much in her dream, was currently looking at her with a worried expression. So what if she was a woman? Women weren't necessarily inferior to men. She was willing to remain unmarried for the rest of her life and fight for her imperial brother for the rest of her life. No matter how painful it was, it couldn't compare to being shared by many men, eating pig's food, living a life that was neither human nor ghost, living without dignity, not knowing why she lived. Even if it was like a dream, this dream was so real. "Princess, are you all right?" Finally, Duan Xinghui stepped forward and asked. Under the princess' meaningful and strange gaze, he asked Princess Jiehui. Princess Jiehui stared blankly for a moment. It seemed that she hadn't heard Duan Xinghui's voice for a long time. As if to ascertain whether Princess Jiehui was truly all right, He Lianing soon arrived to attack the city. Seeing Princess Jiehui standing on the city walls, he laughed. He Lianing laughed. She laughed very happily. Princess Jiehui looked at He Lianing. This man, this demon-like man, could actually laugh like this. A cruel and treacherous man would never laugh like this. What was he laughing about? Could it be that seeing that she had not died, he was so disappointed that he had lost his mind? Princess Jiehui touched the whip at her waist, coldly snorting, "Shoot the arrows." Duan Xinghui looked at her. The current Princess Jiehui was even more noble and proud, as if she had been reborn. The current Princess Jiehui did not have her previous cold demeanor, appearing even more luxurious. As she pursed her lips, her temperament became different. Duan Xinghui was confused by the ever-changing Princess Jiehui. Previously, Princess Jiehui had looked at him with extreme coldness. When she looked at him, it was as if she knew his secret thoughts, her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. The current Princess Jiehui looked at him with treacherous eyes, with a hint of rejoicing and even more relief. Immediately after, she looked at him as if he was a stranger. Duan Xinghui was speechless. Duan Xinghui felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Looking at Princess Jiehui's back, he felt as if he had lost something important. His heart suddenly felt empty, so empty that it was unbearable. This battle continued until the beginning of spring. When the snow melted, He Lianing led the remaining soldiers back to the grasslands. Before leaving, he looked at Princess Jiahui with a treacherous gaze. Princess Jiahui sneered. She was no longer the pitiful woman in her dreams. She would forever be Great Yong's most noble Princess Jiahui. After returning to court, when she saw Li Wen, tears welled up in Princess Jiahui's eyes. In this world, only she and her imperial brother were family. Li Wen looked at Princess Jiahui with gratification. After a while, he said, "You've changed again?" "Ah?" Princess Jiahui did not understand. Li Wen decreed that Princess Jiahui could be buried in the imperial mausoleum 100 years later and enjoy the pleasures of the world. This was an enormous honor. No other princess had ever received such honor. Although the princess was the emperor's younger sister, she was still a woman. After marrying, she would belong to another family. This kind of honor caused all the court officials to grumble. Li Wen didn't say anything and directly sent the ministers who strongly opposed to the idea to the border to guard it. He enjoyed the bustling life in the capital, and it was easy for him to talk. He also went to the border to guard it. Next, it was time to award Duan Xinghui according to his contributions. Li Wen looked at Princess Jiahui. Princess Jiahui said indifferently, "Just award him according to his contributions. Royal brother, you don't have to worry about me." When Duan Xinghui learned that he had been promoted to level 2 Agile Cavalry General, he felt very complicated. Looking at Princess Jiahui who was sitting in front of the palace, Duan Xinghui felt even more complicated. Duan Xinghui returned to the Duan residence at the speed of a tortoise. He did not feel the slightest bit of urgency in his heart. His mood was abnormally heavy. It was undeniable that he was very regretful. The gate of the Duan mansion was unusually lively. Duan Xinghui, dressed in armor, returned in glory. Madame Duan looked at her son and cried tears of joy. She said with heartache that he had become darker and thinner. Duan Xinghui's eyes swept over Yuan Dong and finally rested on Area. She was wearing a lake blue silk dress with a hairpin in her hair. She looked happy and showed her teeth. But then she realized that it was inappropriate and quickly pursed her lips. Area quickly showed Duan Xinghui a smile without showing her teeth. But she didn't know that such a smile made her look very timid and even self-abased. In just one winter, Area no longer had the freedom, simplicity, and beauty that Duan Xinghui saw. Now Area's every move was so awkward, like a puppet. Duan Xinghui saw the smile on her face, and the face of Princess Jiahui appeared in his mind. She could even stick out her tongue to lick the blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked evil and charming, which was breathtaking. Area was very excited that Duan Xinghui married her. At the banquet, Duan Xinghui drank a lot and even shed tears. Maybe he was mourning, or maybe he was regretting. Duan Xinghui and Area's life was not so good. Duan Xinghui gave Area the position of his wife, but he didn't fulfill the promise of being with her for the rest of his life. He had other women around him. Without Princess Jiahui, Duan Xinghui didn't care about other women or how many women he had. There was no happiness in his life. Area was not reconciled, but she had to endure it. She had to endure the man rolling with other women. Her heart was full of holes. Right now, Princess Jiahui had become the bright moonlight in Duan Xinghui's heart. What he couldn't obtain was the best. Duan Xinghui would never be able to obtain Princess Jiahui in this lifetime. Princess Jiahui had become a celestial concubine. After the war, an envoy from the northern desert came and said that they were willing to sign a treaty of non-aggression for 100 years. But there was one condition, which was to let Princess Jiahui marry the second prince of the northern desert, He Lianing. Princess Jiahui smiled. She would rather die than enter the northern desert. This time, before Princess Jiahui said anything, Li Wen objected. After the envoy from the northern desert left, Princess Jiahui told Li Wen that she was willing to guard the border. She was even willing to stay unmarried for the rest of her life to resist the Tautars of the northern desert. Princess Jiahui said frankly that no man in this world was worthy of her. Li Wen joked, "If you meet a man as excellent as my royal brother, you won't marry him?" Princess Jiahui smiled, "There is only one person like my royal brother in this world. There is no other." Duan Xinghui was in the hall when he heard Princess Jiehui say this. He remembered that Princess Jiehui said a long time ago that he was the best man in the world. Now, Princess Jiehui couldn't see his figure in her eyes. Princess Jiehui traveled through the night and returned to the border. Leading her female soldiers, she patrolled the city walls. She saw a row of Todders' corpses hanging on the city walls. Without the ice and snow covering them, the Todders' corpses revealed their original appearance. They revealed sinister and painful expressions as they turned into dried corpses. Kai Sang said to Princess Jiehui, "Now, the Todders don't dare to look at these corpses. The Todders who come to the city to trade don't dare to be arrogant. The commoners here all call the princess the goddess of war. They even say that they want to erect a plaque and statue of the goddess of war." Princess Jiehui smiled and didn't say anything. However, not long after, an enormous stone statue was erected in the city. It was a statue of Princess Jiehui dressed in armor. Her hair was raised high and swayed in the wind. Her eyes were proud and noble, and a whip hung from her waist. Looking at this enormous statue, tears streamed down Princess Jiehui's face. She was Great Yang's noble princess, the revered Princess Jiehui, not a filthy princess. When Ningxu returned to the system space, she couldn't help but touch her shoulder. Even now, she still felt pain. After being a normal person for so long, Ningxu hadn't been in so much pain for a long time. Only when undergoing chemotherapy would it be so painful. Ningxu almost forgot that she was once a patient. Looking down at her body, Ningxu sighed. Her soul dimmed a little. She quickly sat down and absorbed the energy of the system space. Ningxu thought of the peerless martial art. She simply followed the route of the peerless martial art. This speed was too slow. Ningxu thought of the peerless martial arts mental cultivation method. She didn't know if it would work. She was now a soul. Without a body or meridians, how could she use the mental cultivation method? She felt drunk. Ningxu sat on the ground with her eyes closed. She didn't know what material it was, but what made Ningxu surprised was that the speed was faster. Moreover, the material felt very comfortable when it was introduced into her soul. It was a cool feeling. Ningxu was in the middle of doing it when a cold mechanical voice sounded in the system space. "Congratulations, player, for returning. Do you want to see the information page now?" "Yes." Ningxu had just answered when a screen appeared in front of her. On it was her information. Number, 23333 Name, Ningxu Age, 27 Experience, 7,100, 7,000/10,000, Soul, 60 HP, 50 Wisdom, 80 Charm, 1 Luck, 25 Mental Strength, 120 Martial Strength, 10 Aptitude, 24 Merit, 2 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Beginner Peerless Martial Art Honorary Title, Goddess of War. Ningxu saw the title Goddess of War and was stunned. When did she have such a title? And it was a goddess? Forget it, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that she only had 3,000 points this time. Including the peerless martial art she had exchanged for, she only had a total of 7,100 points. There were also 2 merit points that she didn't know what to do with. She fought a bloody battle. She didn't know if the blood on her body was her menstrual blood or the blood of her enemies. In the end, she only got these few points. Alright, it was already good enough to have points. Being able to come back alive was already good enough. You've obtained 5 additional attribute points. Where do you want to add them? The space system asked. Ningxu clicked on the screen. First, she clicked on the luck stat. Moreover, she was filled with grief and indignation. She realized that her luck was really bad. She was about to leave this world, but she still got shot by an arrow. It was so painful. After Ningxu finished distributing the attributes, the screen changed. Serial number, 23333 Name, Ningxu Age. 27 EXP, 7,100, 7,000/10,000, Soul Value, 60 HP, 50 Wisdom, 80 Charm, 1 Luck, 25, plus 3, Spiritual Power, 120 Combat Power, 10 Aptitude, 24, plus 2, Merit, 2 Skills, 5th Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Trash Entry Level Peerless Martial Arts. Honorary Title, Goddess of War. Do you want to enter the mission world? The mechanical voice of the system sounded. Ningxu shook her head. I'll enter the world later. Her soul had been consumed by the previous world and had already become dim. Moreover, she had experienced slaughter in the previous world. She had changed from a good citizen to a general with blood-stained hands. She had to settle her emotions. If she didn't continue like this, she would go crazy. Ningxu emptied her thoughts. She was only herself. She was Ningxu. No matter what she had experienced, she was still herself. She might have lived for others, but she was still Ningxu. Ningxu didn't realize that her soul had become heavier. Her expression was relaxed and her eyes were closed. She seemed to be enjoying it. After an unknown amount of time, Ningxu opened her eyes and looked down at her body. She felt that her soul was much more solid than before. She had to get enough points to get some secret cultivation manuals. Only then could she cultivate more effectively. I'm ready. I can enter the world. Ningxu said. As soon as she said that, Ningxu immediately felt dizzy. F***ck, it's always like this. Will it kill you to remind me? I'll give the system a bad review and scram. Perhaps it was because her soul had become stronger, Ningxu didn't feel as uncomfortable as before when she was conscious. Instead, there were noises in her ears. You're an adult. Why are you being so calculative with a child? A cold and clear voice said. Besides, Debao didn't do it on purpose. Why are you acting like this? Su Ran, look at yourself. Son-in-law, you're wrong to say that. Ranner just lost her child. It's all because of that little B***tch Su Meng's child. How can that child be justified in pushing someone? A sorrowful female voice sounded. At this moment, the male voice sounded angry. I don't want to hear anything bad about Su Meng from your mouth. Ningxu heard these words and struggled to open her eyes. Ran, you're awake? A woman looked at Ningxu with concern. Her eyes were filled with tears. Ningxu nodded and moved his body. Then, he felt waves down there. His stomach hurt as if a knife was scraping it. Ningxu was stunned. What was going on? Don't move. Don't move if you're not feeling well. The woman pressed down on Ningxu's body. Ningxu looked around. The smell of disinfectant lingered around his nose. It seemed like he was in a hospital. His eyes stopped not far from the bed. Ningxu saw a man in a black suit. He was tall and straight. The suit looked very sexy on him. His expression was cold and handsome. He was in a black and white suit. His facial features were clear and handsome. His expression and eyes were cold. His entire body was filled with a domineering and handsome aura. He was a very charming man. But now, this man was staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. It was mixed with extreme disgust. It was as if he was some kind of enemy. Ningxu blinked. She hadn't received the plot yet and didn't know what was going on. So, she kept quiet. The man looked at Ningxu's pretentious attitude and sneered. He picked up the jacket on the sofa and left. The man's attitude made the woman who was comforting Ningxu very angry. She looked at the man's back and was so angry that her body trembled. Then, she turned her head and looked at Ningxu. She said sadly, Ran, my daughter. Ningxu was very uncomfortable. Her stomach hurt. It couldn't be what she was thinking, right? I'm tired. Ningxu said. She had to accept the plot first. Then rest well. You're in confinement. Don't think too much. Rest well and we'll talk about other things. Mrs. Su said to Ningxu. Ningxu was dumbfounded. No wonder her stomach hurt so much. She had a miscarriage. She was an unmarried woman, yet she had skipped so many procedures. Now she had to go through a miscarriage and give birth to a child. Mrs. Su saw her daughter's strange expression and thought she was sad about the child. She quickly said, Mom won't talk about it. Rest well. Mrs. Su wiped her tears. Mom will go back and make chicken soup for you. After Mrs. Su left, Ningxu endured the discomfort in his stomach and flipped over. Then, the lochia burst out. Ningxu felt that life was full of evil. Why was it that every time she entered the world, she would either be beaten to death or starved to death? Now, she had a miscarriage. She decided to add all her attribute points to her luck. Was her luck really that bad? What a scam. Ningxu closed his eyes and began to accept the plot. However, this plot made Ningxu feel like he was suffering from menstrual cramps and pain in the balls. This plot was very simple. It was a story of sleeping in the wrong bed, running away with the balls, and finally a happy family. Ningxu's body was called Su Ran. She was the female lead, Su Meng's cousin, but they were rivals in love. At the beginning of the plot, Su Meng's parents died in a car accident. Moreover, this accident seemed to be a plot by this body's parents. One had to know that the fights between rich families were always so tragic. At the funeral, Su Meng accused her uncle of being the murderer of her parents. However, there was no evidence. Su Meng, who was depressed and in pain, ran to the bar to drink. She thought about how her beloved parents had left her and she was an orphan. However, she couldn't take revenge. Su Meng drank more and more. In the end, she was spotted by a young man in the bar. Su Meng grew up in a rich family. She knew this man's intention. However, her body was weak and she was brought to a hotel by the young man. Su Meng took the opportunity to escape into a room. This room was Nan Zhujuan's room. Please don't ask why the male lead was in this room. Also, please don't ask why Nan Zhujun didn't stay in her own villa and insisted on staying in a hotel. Ningxu didn't know either. Things were just so coincidental. After tearing at each other for a while, the two of them finally slept together. Lightning struck the earth, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. When Nan Zhujun woke up the next morning, Xiaoyan saw that there was no one beside him. However, there was a note beside the bed with 1,000 yuan. It said that it was for him to spend the night. Xiaoyan was furious. He already had a physiological reaction in the morning. Looking at the money and the words on the note, Nan Zhujun almost shot out of anger. Then he swore to find that hateful woman, blah, blah. Don't ask why a person with a hangover would wake up earlier than a normal person. Ningxu could only say that perhaps Xiaoyan was too tired and used up too much energy. Speaking of which, Su Meng acted as if she was suffering from paranoia. She felt that her uncle was going to get rid of her, so she quickly bought a plane ticket and left the country. Then, Xiaoyan, who was in the country, almost turned the ground upside down, but he still couldn't find that woman. Su Meng, who was overseas, found out that she was pregnant. Thinking that she had no relatives, and that this child was a gift from God, Su Meng decided to give birth to it. Then, she was very lucky and gave birth to a pair of twins. These two children were very cute, had high IQ, and could earn money. They were so sensible and well-behaved that they didn't seem like children. As the eldest brother, not only did he have to take care of his younger sister, he also had to take care of his adorable mother sometimes. Xiaoyan couldn't find Su Meng, so he followed his parents' advice and married Su Ran, who was Su Meng's cousin. 7 years later, Su Meng returned to China and returned to her hometown with the two children. Under the influence of Su Debao, Xiaoyan and Su Meng met. Xiaoyan recognized this woman at a glance, and when he saw the two children beside her, his heart beat even more fiercely. Su Meng, however, knew that this man had become her cousin-in-law, and she was even more disdainful of Xiaoyan. Even if she was a single mother, there were many pursuers around her, and there were even men waiting silently by her side. When the original owner learned that her husband had such a big illegitimate child with her cousin, she felt bad. She and Xiaoyan had been married for almost 5 years, but they still didn't have any children. The relationship between the older generation was not good, and the relationship between Su Meng and Su Ran was even worse. Now, Su Meng was obviously going to steal her husband, especially when Su Meng had an expression of "I don't like your husband, take care of your husband," which made Su Ran hate her even more. Since she looked down on him, why did she always flirt with him? Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was deeply in love with Su Meng, and they had a pair of lovely children. This pair of children made the whole Xiao family obedient, especially the two elders of the Xiao family. The original owner, Su Ran, had been married for so many years without children, so she treated the two children very well. Not long ago, Su Ran found out that she was 2 months pregnant, which almost made Su Ran cry with joy. But not long after, she was pushed down the stairs by Debao, who was 6 years old. Su Ran was lying in a pool of blood. She heard Debao naughtily say that he didn't do it on purpose. This ant wanted to push him, and he let her go, and then the ant fell down the stairs. Xiaoyan actually said that this was what he should do, and that his son was very smart. The pain in her body couldn't be compared to the pain in her heart. How was this a cute baby? This was simply a naughty child with the naivety and cruelty of a child. How could such a smart Debao not understand the consequences? He could make money, had a high IQ, and was also a top hacker. The male lead should be Debao, who was simply a cheat. After Ningxu accepted the plot, he felt that his whole person was not very good. What kind of world was this? The 3 views of the world were so wrong. Out of wedlock, a mistress got married, and in the end, they still lived happily together. The 3 views of the world were all shocked. The original owner's wishes were, 1. Protect the Su family and not let the Xiao family annex the Su family. 2. She would rather die than divorce, so that Su Meng would be an illegitimate mistress for the rest of her life, and let the 2 vicious children be lowly illegitimate children forever. Since everyone said that she was vicious, she would be vicious to the end. Her character was quite unyielding. She would go down this path to the end, which was completely the rhythm of the evil. It was not long after being pushed down the stairs by Debao and sent to the hospital. When Ningxu just woke up, the person talking to the original owner's mother, Mrs. Su, was Xiaoyan. He was quite good-looking, but his attitude towards his wife was not so good. Ningxu was more fortunate that she didn't have to sleep with Xiaoyan now. Ningxu reckoned that Xiaoyan's face would be full of disgust. In fact, even if he wanted to get lost, Xiaoyan still had to stay chaste for Su Meng. If he wanted to sleep with someone, he had to sleep with the female lead, Su Meng. This time, Su Meng was very unhappy that Su Ran was pregnant. 2 months pregnant meant that after she came back, Xiaoyan still slept with the vicious Su Ran, which made Su Meng very disgusted. Because of this, in the ward just now, Xiaoyan was extremely disgusted with Su Ran. He almost directly said that she deserved it. It seemed that he didn't expect that Su Ran was also pregnant with his child. It was so cold. Love was originally beautiful, but based on the premise of destroying others, this kind of love was really disgusting. Ningxu began her miserable confinement. She couldn't take a shower or wash her hair. Mrs. Su didn't even want Ningxu to brush her teeth, but Ningxu couldn't stand it. No one from the Xiao family came to visit her while she was in the hospital. She was the young mistress of the Xiao family, wasn't she? But she felt like the original Su Ran was invisible. She didn't even have a sense of existence. If they didn't divorce, wouldn't it be better for them to live their own lives? What was the point? If this went on, Xiaoyan would definitely turn her into a deceased wife and marry Su Meng into the family. Thinking of the original Su Ran's fate, she could only say that she didn't seek death. She died miserably when she fought with the male and female lead. Mrs. Su was very unhappy that the Xiao family neglected her daughter. She took care of her daughter in the hospital without any clothes on. Ningxu was a little touched. She should have seen how many people cared about her. Why did she have to spend her energy on a man who didn't want her? Mrs. Su looked at her daughter with a worried expression. She was careful in everything she did because she was afraid of touching her daughter's pain. Ningxu didn't like the hospital at all. When she was alive, she spent 365 days a year in the hospital, so she felt disgusted staying in the hospital now. Ningxu's confinement was almost over, but Xiaoyan didn't even come to visit her. He was so cold. She was his wife, wasn't he? It was as if he couldn't express his love for the female lead without being cruel to another woman. What an idiot. Ningxu thought she would have a more leisurely confinement. When she was about to leave the hospital, she saw the female lead, Su Meng, come to visit her. Su Meng came to visit her? Ningxu lay on the bed and looked at Su Meng. Su Meng was petite, and her soft hair was slightly curly. Coupled with her small, round face, she didn't look like a mother of a 6-year-old child at all. She was very delicate. Ningxu wiped the feces from the corner of her eyes and rubbed it on Su Meng, who was standing beside the bed. Su Meng suddenly felt like she was struck by lightning. Her mouth twitched, and she quickly put the bouquet on the bed, away from Ningxu. Su Meng didn't say anything, and neither did Ningxu. Mrs. Su looked at Su Meng with a sharp gaze, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. It was obvious that she hated this niece of hers to the core. Su Meng ignored Mrs. Su's gaze. Su Meng clearly knew that although they were relatives, they were also enemies. Her parents had lost their lives because of her uncle's family. Her parents had never thought of competing with her uncle for anything, so why would they not let them off? Ningxu lay on the bed and watched Su Meng's expression change. One moment it was resentful, the next moment it was melancholy, and the next moment it was hatred. In short, her expression was too complicated to describe. Ningxu asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Su Meng looked at the woman lying on the bed with a complicated expression and said, "Dabao told me about you falling from downstairs. He wasn't careful." Ningxu was speechless. Was she here to poke at her heart? Ningxu pursed his lips and looked at Su Meng. Su Meng continued, "I'm very sorry for what happened. This is retribution." Retribution? Ningxu sneered, "Why don't you tell me what kind of retribution it is? I'm afraid the retribution will be even greater for strangling a child who hasn't even seen the world. Everyone knows exactly what is going on. Now, you're running over to me to talk about retribution. This consort. Bah, what retribution?" Su Meng was frightened by Ningxu's expression. She only felt that the person in front of her was incomparably fierce. Su Meng's heart surged with anger. She said coldly, "If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. What kind of heinous things did your family do? Is that why your child didn't want you to be his mother and left you like this? Su Meng, you're not a good person either. What right do you have to talk about my daughter like that? Shameless *tch, you climbed into a man's bed and gave birth to his child. If I were you, I would have jumped off a building long ago. Don't you feel shame for being so thick-skinned?" Mrs. Su bombarded Su Meng indiscriminately. Su Meng took a few steps back after being scolded by Mrs. Su. She raised her chin and said, "You people will get retribution one day." Ningxu laughed and said to Su Meng, "What retribution will I get? You stole someone else's husband, destroyed someone else's family, and are a mistress that everyone hates. Your child is an illegitimate child and can't be registered. You should be the one getting retribution." Ningxu realized that Su Meng's words and actions were quite naive. Of course, the female lead had the right to be naive and muddle-headed. Men loved her. How muddle-headed was Su Meng? Here's an example. President Xiaoyan, "Woman, you stepped on my foot." Su Meng, sorry, President Xiaoyan, "Woman, you stepped on my left foot." She didn't know anything and decided the truth based on her own subjective feelings. No one else could be so willful other than the female lead. As for the death of Su Meng's parents, Ningxu knew from the plot that the father of this body wanted to kill them, but they died in advance. Even the father of this body was shocked when he heard the news. He just wanted to kill them, but they died in the end. They were rushing to their deaths. Then, the female lead believed that her uncle's family killed her parents, and they had the motive and intention to do so. Ningxu sighed. He felt that the death of the female lead's parents was all for Su Meng's beauty. Did she meet the one she was destined to meet? Canon Fodder was so miserable. When Su Meng heard Ningxu accuse her of being a mistress, she was so angry that tears welled up in her almond-shaped eyes. She said angrily, "I'm not a mistress. I don't like your husband. You're the husband who came to me. I, Su Meng, don't want a man who has been used by others." Shrugging her shoulders, Ningxu looked at Xiaoyan, who was standing at the door with an unsightly expression. Taking pleasure in Xiaoyan's misfortune, Ningxu said to Xiaoyan, "Your true love said that you're a man that I've used before, and she doesn't want you." Su Meng turned and saw the tall and handsome Xiaoyan. Seeing his cold expression, Su Meng's heart trembled. She turned and pointed at Ningxu and said angrily, "You're deliberately tricking me." Ningxu said that she didn't need to trick him. Xiaoyan looked heartbroken and walked to Su Meng. Su Meng snorted and turned to leave the room, but Xiaoyan grabbed her arm. Su Meng struggled and shouted, "Go and grab your wife's hand." "Why are you grabbing me? Let me tell you, I will never fall in love with you. Let me tell you, Su Meng. You're mine in this life." Xiaoyan grabbed Su Meng and pressed her body tightly against him. Xiao Yan held Su Meng's waist with one hand and his handsome face was serious. I said, you're my only wife. Ningshu's mouth twitched as he watched Xiao Yan and Su Meng tugging at each other, almost hugging each other. Although Su Meng was struggling, their bodies inexplicably got closer and closer. How was this a quarrel? This was King flirting, wasn't it? Let go of me, let go of me. Su Meng pounded on Xiao Yan's chest and shouted coquettishly, don't pester me anymore. You already have a wife, I don't want to be a mistress. Xiao Yan held Su Meng's waist tightly and said with a seductive smile, I want to pester you. You are my woman, don't even think about leaving me in this lifetime. You have already given birth to 2 children for me, you are the mother of my children. No, no. Su Meng pouted and gently pounded on Xiao Yan's chest with her little fist. Xiao Yan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled wickedly. If I say you are, then you are. The two showed off their affection as if there was no one else around, completely disregarding whether others could take it or not. Ugh. Ningshu really couldn't help but vomit. The 2 people who were hugging each other immediately glared at Ningshu. Ningshu quickly waved his hand. Sorry, I really couldn't help it. I have never seen such a disgusting thing and couldn't help it. Sorry, you can continue. Find another place to continue. Just don't King do it in front of her. Ningshu felt that he should wash his eyes. The scene in front of him really broke his moral integrity and destroyed his 3 views. Showing off their affection in front of his wife and a mistress was simply stabbing a knife into his heart. Su Meng pushed Xiao Yan away and pointed at Xiao Yan with her white finger. She was angry but seemed to be acting coquettishly. I'm warning you, don't come near me and don't touch me. I'm not interested in other women's husbands, humph. Ningshu, help, pfft. Ningshu clutched her chest and almost vomited blood. She didn't know how to describe the female lead, Su Meng. Silly and sweet? Innocent and delicate? Not scheming? That didn't seem to be the case. To be more precise, she was willful and pretentious. Her mouth said no, but her body was very honest. If she really had no interest in Xiao Yan, she could do what she did 7 years ago. She could hide so that Xiao Yan couldn't find her, or she could find a suitor to be the child's father. Anyway, Su Meng had plenty of suitors around her. Su Meng made a speech that seemed very impassioned, then turned around and left. Xiao Yan chased after her helplessly and angrily. Ningshu felt the malice of the universe. She would rather kill people like in the previous world than face this kind of male and female lead. Ningshu reflexively touched her waist, but she didn't find the whip. Could she just whip the 2 of them to death? Anyway, the original owner's wish was not to get divorced. Being a widow wasn't a bad idea. With a husband like Xiao Yan, she might as well be a widow. Ningshu's heart was filled with killing intent. She really fell in love with this simple and violent way of solving problems. Su Ran, let me tell you, I will never fall in love with you. The one I love is Su Meng. Xiao Yan, who went to chase Su Meng, ran back to the ward and shouted at Ningshu. Ningshu was dumbfounded. Seeing this idiot shouting at her for no reason, Ningshu blinked and tilted her head to look at Xiao Yan. Fuck, crazy. I didn't do anything. If you love Su Meng, then love Su Meng. Why the hell are you shouting in front of me? Ningshu's heart was filled with curses. Su Ran, you better know your place. Don't provoke Su Meng. If you don't, I will make you suffer. Xiao Yan's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with extreme disgust. There was a kind of viciousness that couldn't wait to get rid of her, but he seemed to be worried about something. Ningshu lifted the quilt and walked in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan looked at Ningshu coldly and sneered, Su Ran, give up. I will never fall in love with you, you vicious and hypocritical woman. Walking in front of Xiao Yan, Ningshu found that Xiao Yan was really tall. He had a perfect inverted triangle figure with wide shoulders and a narrow waist. He wore a suit, which matched his handsome and perfectly sculpted face. He was handsome, rich, and had the powerful ability to do it 7 times a night. All the good things in the world were concentrated on him. He had all the requirements of a woman and a pervert. Fuck, Ningshu had never seen such a pervert. He was obviously the one who cheated, but he was so righteous. Ningshu didn't see any sense of responsibility for his family or his wife. He didn't have any sense of responsibility as a man. Instead, he treated his wife as the biggest obstacle in his love life. In the end, they could live happily together without any grudges. We don't understand the protagonist's world. Ningxu sneered and raised her knee to Xiaoyan's crotch. Ningxu used all her strength. She really couldn't stand Xiaoyan's chatter in front of her. Xiaoyan didn't expect that Ningxu would hit his private part without saying anything. He immediately cried out in pain, and his handsome face was distorted. He held the wall with one hand and covered his crotch with the other. His legs were clamped, and he bent over in extreme pain. Hiss, you. Xiaoyan stared at Ningxu with red eyes, looking shocked and painful. Obviously, he didn't expect that the woman who usually adored him would suddenly hit him. It was really painful. Ningxu sneered and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder, who was bending over and covering his crotch. Do you feel very painful? Do you feel like your heart is breaking? The pain I felt when I lost my child was 1,000 times more painful than this. Tut, 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 Su ran. Xiaoyan's voice almost came out from between his teeth, which looked very gloomy and horrible. His eyes were red, and he looked like he was going to swallow Ningxu alive. He reached out his hand and grabbed Ningxu's wrist tightly. He was so strong that he wanted to break Ningxu's wrist. Ningxu's expression didn't change at all. She endured the pain in her hand and used all her strength to give Xiaoyan a big slap on the face. With a bang, Xiaoyan's head was knocked askew. Ningxu said lightly, "Let go." Xiaoyan was almost stunned by Ningxu's slap in the face. Then, his heart was filled with extreme anger and humiliation. He, Xiaoyan, had never been slapped in his life, let alone in such a way. Xiaoyan breathed heavily and turned his head to look at Ningxu viciously. His eyes were red and filled with the desire to destroy the world, as if he was about to devour someone. Facing Xiaoyan's eyes, Ningxu's expression didn't change. His sister even dared to kill people. How could this kind of eyes scare her? Let go. Ningxu said lightly. Xiaoyan pulled Ningxu's hand hard, almost crushing Ningxu's wrist. Let go. Slap. A big slap in the face. Let go. Slap. Another big slap in the face. I said, let go. Slap, slap. The big slaps continued. Although Xiaoyan was a man, his skin was very tender and smooth. Ningxu slapped his face again and felt that it was slippery. With one hand being grabbed by Xiaoyan, Ningxu could only focus on one side of Xiaoyan's face. After a while, half of Xiaoyan's face was swollen and bruised, forming a sharp contrast with the handsome face on the other side. Xiaoyan slowly turned his head to look at Ningxu, a storm brewing in his eyes. He looked at Ningxu maliciously. You're very good, hiss. Xiaoyan originally wanted to scare Ningxu, but as soon as he spoke, he pulled the wound on his face and tears came down from the pain. Xiaoyan was going crazy. Seeing that Ningxu was about to raise his hand to hit him again, he stopped covering his crotch and grabbed Ningxu's raised hand. He squeezed Ningxu's hands tightly and shouted, "You bitch." Ningxu sneered. He didn't have hands but feet. Ningxu quickly raised his foot and kicked Xiaoyan's crotch. Ningxu's kick made Xiaoyan's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He fell to the ground and covered his crotch, howling. Blue veins popped out on his forehead and cold sweat dripped down. Ningxu moved his wrist, which was pinched by Xiaoyan, and turned blue. Ningxu coldly looked at Xiaoyan who was rolling on the ground. What a useless piece of trash. In the last world, Ningxu had always wanted to kick Helianing to make her unable to have children, but he didn't get what he wanted. They were both men, but Xiaoyan was really a weakling. Ran-air, are you okay? Mrs. Su watched everything that happened just now. Seeing her daughter like this, she intuitively felt that her daughter had been driven crazy by Su Ran and Xiaoyan, this pair of bitches. Ningxu shook his head. Mom, I'm fine. Then he walked to the bedside and pressed a button to call the doctor. Nurse, there's a patient with broken testicles. Come and save him. Ningxu said lightly. Xiaoyan, who was in incomparable pain, heard Ningxu's words. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ningxu. His hatred was monstrous, as if he was about to devour someone. Coupled with his pig-like face, how could he not look funny? Not enough? Ningxu raised his eyebrows and asked Xiaoyan. Ningxu raised his foot. I can give you another kick. Su ran, you'll regret messing with me. Xiaoyan's words were intermittent, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't stop breathing. Then, he stood up with the help of the wall and was about to walk away. Xiaoyan would never do it in such a private place. Otherwise, the headlines tomorrow would be that the president of Zhao's group was dying and that he had to go to the andrology department. Xiaoyan couldn't afford to lose face. Every step Xiaoyan took made his body tremble and sweat profusely. The muscles on his face trembled, which pulled the swollen wound on his face and made it even more painful. Su ran. When Xiaoyan walked out of the ward, he turned to Ningxu and called Su Ran's name through gritted teeth. It was very gloomy. Ningxu smacked his lips. Look at you. I thought you fell in love with me. Xiaoyan coughed violently. Su Ran, you're shameless. Ningxu shrugged and looked indifferent. Who in the world is more shameless than you? Xiaoyan, you are the most shameless person in the world. The nurse and doctor called by Ningxu pushed the bed over. Seeing Xiaoyan, who was standing at the door with his legs clamped, they ignored Xiaoyan's struggle and opposition and pressed him on the bed, saying that they were going to push him to the operating room. Ningxu thought viciously. He didn't know if they would cut off that part. If she couldn't have sex with Xiaoyan, would Su Meng still want it? Ningxu felt some regret in her heart. If she could practice peerless martial arts in this world, her strength would be much greater. She could kick Xiaoyan until he was crippled. If she slapped him, Xiaoyan would definitely have a concussion. After coming to this world, Ningxu tried to practice the martial arts of the last world when he felt better, but he didn't succeed. Every world had its own rules. Imagine a world with endless traffic. It was unreasonable for a person to be able to fly over roofs and vault over walls. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this world couldn't be used for practice. Ran air. Mrs. Su looked at Ningxu worriedly. Won't Xiaoyan hate you more if you do this? Are you pushing Xiaoyan to that little bitch Su Meng? It's okay, Mom. I know what to do. Ningxu sneered in his heart. She was not in love with Xiaoyan. Besides, the original host didn't ask her to get Xiaoyan back. Why should she swallow the insult? Otherwise, Xiaoyan and Su Meng would come to her every day to disgust her. Mrs. Su saw that Ningxu was calm and didn't have the pain and madness of losing the children. She said, you have to save face. If you treat Xiaoyan like this, your parents-in-law will have a problem with you. Her existence was a mistake. No matter what she did, Xiaoyan's parents would have a problem with it. Especially now that they had 2 golden grandchildren. The original host Su Ran was a thorn in their side. However, for the sake of the Su family, they didn't divorce her. But the title of the young madam of the Xiao family existed in name only. You'll be discharged tomorrow. Are you going back to the Su family or the Xiao family? Mrs. Su asked Ningxu. After thinking for a while, she said, now that little bitch Su Meng has a strong momentum because she gave birth to 2 children for Xiaoyan. Let's go home first. There will always be a chance to deal with that little bitch. Now Xiaoyan is hot to that little bitch. When Xiaoyan is tired of her, it will be our chance. Ningxu shook her head and said, I'm the young madam of the Xiao family. Of course I'll go back to the Xiao family. After that, I'll go back to the Su family. I have something to discuss with my father. If the plot was right, the Su family and the Mu family were cooperating, but the Su family was directly hollowed out on a project. This was a trap set by Xiaoyan. He dealt with the Su family because of Su Ran, the annoying existence, and also to avenge Su Meng's parents. The woman he loved was wronged. Of course, he would seek justice. In addition to what she had just done to Xiaoyan, now Xiaoyan wanted to eat her flesh and drink her blood. Just now she had plucked the tiger's whiskers. She had to think about her own life. She might as well kill Xiaoyan. Tut, this was not good. It was too violent. Ningxu thought that she was a gentle person. How could she let Xiaoyan die so easily? Besides, murder was illegal. This was not the ancient time where human life was worthless. The original owner of the body did not want to be a murderer. Ningxu thought about it in her heart. If Xiaoyan didn't have his current status, he wouldn't have the capital to be proud of, and he wouldn't have the courage to throw away money like that. How would he be able to flirt with Su Meng, be lovey-dovey, all romance was built on money. In order to survive, ordinary people always wanted to earn money to support themselves. How could they have the time and money to be romantic? Without the halo, Xiaoyan was down and out. He had to run for 3 meals a day. Would Su Meng still be with him? Maybe. After all, it was true love. So she decided to protect the Su family from being annexed by the Xiao family. At the same time, if possible, it would be best to destroy the Xiao family. The next day, Ningxu was discharged from the hospital and returned to Zhao's house with a bag of things. Zhao's house was very big, with a villa garden, statues, and fountains. It looked like a top-rich family. When Ningxu returned to Zhao's house, no one came to receive her. She was completely treated as an invisible person. This kind of embarrassment was unbearable for most people. But Ningxu calmly walked into the living room. Before she saw anyone, she heard the laughter in the hall. There were adults' hearty voices mixed with children's innocent laughter. Ningxu glanced around and saw the spacious living room. The floor was full of various toys. Xiaoyan's parents were sitting on the sofa and playing with the 2 children. Ningxu carefully looked at the 2 babies. One of them was Su Debao, who looked like a little adult. He was very cute, with white and tender skin, a pair of purple grape-like eyes, and slightly curly hair. He was wearing suspenders and a small red bow tie on his shirt. He looked very serious, which made people's hearts melt. One of them was Su Xiaobao, who was dressing the dolls. He had soft and slightly curly hair like Su Meng and looked extremely sweet. Wearing a tutu skirt, he looked like a little princess who was favored by the heavens. The 2 children were really cute. However, if it wasn't for Su Debao's actions, Ningxu would have really praised the 2 children's appearance that defied the heavens. As soon as Ningxu came in, the happy atmosphere froze, as if a cold current swept by. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ningxu, especially Su Debao, who tilted his head and looked at Ningxu. His eyes flashed with a sly and mischievous light, but it made Ningxu's back hair stand up. How is this a child's eyes? Su Debao is really a dangerous existence. He has a smart brain, but he doesn't have a sense of right and wrong. He does things according to his mood. For example, the original Su Ran was pregnant. Su Debao immediately knew that the child in the original Su Ran's belly would threaten the relationship between his father and his mother, and also threaten the position of him and his sister, so he pushed her downstairs. She was really vicious. She had the naivety and cruelty of a child. Ningxu's impression of Su Meng became even worse. Since she had given birth to a child, she should educate the child and set up a correct worldview for the child. However, Su Meng was busy getting into trouble and being lovable in a daze. Sometimes, Su Debao, who was still a child, had to deal with the aftermath. The money that Su Debao earned was enough for Su Meng to live comfortably. He was like a mature child, but Su Debao felt that he could protect his mother and was very happy with his sister. It was a completely deformed mother-son relationship. Ningxu walked in as if there was no one around. Madame Xiao stood up. Ningxu said, "You're back?" Ningxu nodded and went upstairs. Seeing that Ningxu ignored them like this, Master Xiao and Madame Zhao's face turned ugly. They turned to look at the back of Ningxu going upstairs. Master Xiao frowned, dissatisfaction flashed across his face. If Madame Xiao didn't have a child in front of her, she would have already scolded Ningxu. What does it mean to not divorce even if you die? Madame Xiao wasn't so satisfied with Su Meng, but for the sake of a pair of children, she accepted Su Meng. However, Su Ran also didn't have good eyesight. She shouldn't have taken the initiative to divorce. Su Debao's eyes turned and his face immediately smiled. He threw himself into Master Zhao's arms and said, "Grandpa, don't be angry." Debao doesn't want Grandpa to be angry. Mommy said that anger is bad for people's health. Yes, Xiaobao also doesn't want Grandpa to be angry. Su Xiaobao put down the doll and said to Master Xiao. Master Xiao suddenly smiled and touched Su Debao's head. Okay, Grandpa won't be angry. Grandpa doesn't like to be angry. Humph, you only care about whether your grandpa is angry or not. Grandma is also angry. Madame Xiao said this, but her face showed a sincere and kind smile. Su Xiaobao immediately touched Madame Zhao's face with his small hand and said with a serious face, Grandma, don't be angry. Anger will make you old. Xiaobao hopes that Grandma will always be so beautiful and young. Madame Xiao felt that her heart was about to melt. This was simply the two treasures that God gave to the Xiao family. Ningxu didn't care about how lovey-dovey the grandfather and grandson were. When he returned to the bedroom, he put away the jewelry on the dressing table and some particularly valuable things. Many of the things were the dowry of the original owner and were very valuable. After the original owner Su Ran was defeated in the Su family, she was kicked out of the house by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan gave a lot of the original owner's things to Su Meng. He also said that he got back all the things that Su Meng lost. These things should have been Su Meng's. Ningxu felt like she was drunk. She was so drunk that she couldn't take it. Ningxu put the jewelry and some precious shares in the bag and then prepared to go to the bank to open a safe. These things were to be left for the cruel and unscrupulous people. Not to mention that the original owner didn't agree, even Ningxu wanted to vomit. Even Ningxu, an outsider, couldn't help but feel angry. There was actually such a shameless person in the world. He was simply a strange space carrier. Ningxu went downstairs with a bag of things. The happy atmosphere that Su Debao and Su Xiaobao tried to create was frozen by Ningxu. Ningxu suddenly felt that he had become the king of awkward silence. When he walked to the door, Ningxu suddenly turned back and said to the people in the living room, I will be back for lunch. Remember to leave some food for me. I want to eat abalone at noon. Tell the kitchen to leave some for me. It must be left. I had a miscarriage and need to nourish my body. As Ningxu spoke, his eyes stopped on Su Debao. Su Debao looked at Ningxu innocently with his head tilted. Auntie, why are you looking at me? I am not an abalone. Ningxu looked at Su Debao seriously and said, You shouldn't call me auntie. You should call me auntie. In ancient times, your mother was a concubine. I am your mother. Su Debao's face suddenly became gloomy. A pair of eyes looked at Ningxu fiercely. He secretly made a throat-slitting gesture to Ningxu, which really made people feel cold. Ningxu's expression didn't change. In the end, he was still a child. He couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Remember to call me auntie in the future. Call your mother little mom. Su Debao could hold it in, but Su Xiaobao suddenly burst into tears. My mother is not my stepmother. No, you bad woman. Seeing their baby crying, the two elders of the Xiao family suddenly panicked and coaxed the crying child. Su Ran, why are you saying this to a child? What are you saying? Mrs. Xiao glared at Ningxu. Oh, baby, don't cry. Grandma's heart hurts. Ningxu curled her lips. Is there any justice? She was just telling the truth. What's wrong with her? Why is her heart so fragile? She allowed Su Meng to do it and didn't let others say it. Ningxu was too lazy to look at the grandparent and grandchild affectionate scene. She said to the servant at home, Remember to get me abalone. Ningxu's words made the four of them stare at her, especially Su Debao, who looked at Ningxu with a particularly gloomy expression. Su Xiaobao was coaxing his sister while crying loudly. He looked at Ningxu through the gaps between his fingers. As long as Ningxu's eyes met his, he would immediately burst into tears. It was as if he was scared to tears by Ningxu. He cried pitifully. Now that the child is crying like this, you still say that it's abalone. Su Ran, have you never eaten abalone in your 8 lifetimes? Mrs. Xiao coaxed Su Xiaobao while glaring at Ningxu. Ningxu, she really hasn't eaten abalone in her 8 lifetimes. Sure enough, her existence was a mistake. No matter what she did, it was a mistake. Ningxu turned around and left. She was not going to beg the Xiao family. Even a child as young as her was giving her attitude and scheming behind her back. It must have been hard for the naive Su Meng to give birth to such a scheming child. Could it be that the Xiao family's genes were like this? Toward Ningxu's attitude, it could be said that the Xiao family's couple was furious. A daughter-in-law was so arrogant. She actually had such an attitude toward the elderly. Look at what kind of daughter-in-law she married. Marry a virtuous wife. How could such a woman be the future matriarch of the Xiao family? Ningxu didn't care about what others thought. First, she went to the bank to open a safe and locked everything. After everything was done, Ningxu returned to the Su family to see the father of this body. Ningxu couldn't believe that a person who had been in the business world for half his life would fall into the hands of Xiaoyan, who was younger than him. The protagonist's aura didn't need to be explained. When the supporting characters met the protagonist, their IQ would plummet to below the normal level. Su Ran's father was an elegant middle-aged man with a calm temperament. He looked like a mature and elegant businessman. When he saw Ningxu, he looked at Ningxu from head to toe and said, "You've just been discharged from the hospital. Don't run around." Ningxu smiled and said, "Dad, I'm fine now." "Mr." Su frowned when he saw the smile on Ningxu's face. "How can you still smile in this situation? You can't even protect your own child, falling into the hands of a 6-year-old child. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Are you still my daughter?" Ningxu secretly curled his lips. "Aren't you going to fall into Xiaoyan's hands in the future?" Not a single strand of hair was left in the Su family. They were all plundered by Xiaoyan. "Father, I was wrong. What else could I have done? Those 2 children have subdued the entire Xiao family. Now, I don't even have a place to stand in the Xiao family." Ningxu said pitifully. "What a good-for-nothing. You can't even compare with a child." Subo frowned tightly. "If this goes on, I'm afraid that the business between the Su family and the Xiao family will collapse." "Dad." Ningxu looked at Subo seriously. "Let's not cooperate with the Xiao family. Now Su Meng and Xiao Yan are in love, and Xiao Yan said that he would avenge Su Meng and her parents. Su Meng always thought that it was you who killed her parents. We should look for a new breakthrough." Ningxu's face was gloomy, as if he had been betrayed by a man. Subo's face changed. He was skeptical about the news and said, "Business is business. Xiao Yan won't destroy the business of 2 families for a woman." Ningxu responded to Subo's words with a smile. For Su Meng, Xiao Yan would do anything. Otherwise, how could he express his love for Su Meng and fulfill the 2 children's wish to be together as a family and their parents love each other? "Since you're married, you should take care of your husband and children. Don't get involved in the business." Subo said, "Take good care of yourself and give birth to an heir for the Xiao family. As for Su Meng's 2 children, they are illegitimate children. They can't shake your position." Ningxu's heart sank. She didn't expect Subo to be so stubborn and not believe what she said at all. Could it be that the Su family really couldn't escape the fate of being annexed? Ningxu thought for a moment and felt that she was too impatient. The business between the Xiao family and the Su family had always been good and nothing had gone wrong. She rashly said that the Xiao family was going to deal with the Su family. Of course, Subo didn't believe her. Subo probably thought that she was crazy because of the loss of her children and Su Meng, her love rival, so she said such a harmful idea. Ningxu felt that it was necessary to find evidence to make Subo believe her, but she couldn't pin all her hopes on the Su family. She finally understood why the Su family was defeated in an instant. It was because Subo trusted the Xiao family too much and didn't expect that Xiao Yan would destroy the Su family in one fell swoop. "Ran Air, do you want to have lunch at home?" Madame Su asked Ningxu. Ningxu shook her head. She had achieved her goal today. "I'm not eating at home." Ningxu said to Subo seriously, "Father, soon, the Xiao family will develop a piece of land. It's said that it's planned by the Jing family. When the time comes, the Su family will definitely be involved. This case is Xiao Yan's plan to deal with the He family. Maybe I'm overthinking, but father, please be careful." Ningxu reminded Subo that if the Su family's path didn't work, there were other paths to take. After spending a short time with Subo, Ningxu found that Subo was actually a person who looked down on women. Moreover, his daughter was married. Strictly speaking, she wasn't a member of the Su family. Subo was probably still angry that he suddenly came back to sow discord between the 2 families. Ningxu thought about it and felt that it was quite boring. He came back with good intentions, but in the end, Subo didn't appreciate it at all. When Ningxu was about to leave, the brother of the original Su Ran came back. Su Lan was currently studying in university. When she saw Ningxu call her sister, her gaze moved to Ningxu's stomach. Ningxu said, "Sister, don't be too sad. It's all because the child is immature." Ningxu narrowed his eyes. How could he say that? Ningxu looked at Su Lan. Su Lan looked like Su Bo. She was wearing a white shirt and looked gentle. She had a noble aura around her. She was the school hunk. Who told you that Su Debao was careless? Ningxu frowned and looked at Su Lan. Su Lan's face showed a disapproving expression. Cousin Su Meng has already explained to me that the child was careless. Sister, you're very sad that you lost your child, but you can't push all the blame to an immature child. These words were directly saying that even if you want to frame someone, don't frame a child. Ningxu looked up to the sky and roared in his heart. Another man kneeling under the halo of Mary Sue. Under the halo of Mary Sue, all men kneel or become cannon fodder. Ningxu felt his heart twitching. A feeling of sadness filled his heart. His own brother didn't believe him. Instead, he spoke up for Su Meng. The original Su Meng was angry and helpless facing such a brother. She hated Su Meng even more. However, Ningxu only had one feeling. She wanted to slap this kid. Ningxu didn't expect the original owner's younger brother to be such a joker. Could this be the plot? A good person would appear in the enemy's camp? A good person in Su Meng's eyes. Ningxu looked at Su Lan. She was a little fresh meat with a clean temperament, not as cool and arrogant as the male lead Xiaoyan. TSK, so this is the future master of the Su family. Everything in the Su family will be inherited by Su Lan. Su Lan, apologize to your sister. Madame Su saw her daughter's unkind expression. She's your sister. How can you just listen to what Su Meng says? Madame Su loved her son dearly, but her daughter was also her own flesh and blood. Now that they quarreled because of Su Meng, Madame Su hated Su Meng even more. Su Lan frowned and straightened her neck. It's my sister's fault. Everyone is sad that we lost our child, but it's wrong of her to frame someone else. Ningxu rolled his eyes and sneered in his heart. He walked in front of Su Lan. She wasn't as tall as Su Lan, but when she looked up at Su Lan's heart trembled. Her eyes were very cold, making Su Lan's heart flutter. Ningxu frowned and looked at Su Lan. Were you there? Do you know how it happened? Before Su Lan could speak, Ningxu's hand slapped Su Lan's face, causing her head to tilt to the side. Su Lan turned her head and looked at Ningxu with resentment. Ningxu's slap stunned everyone present. Su Bo's face turned ugly. His daughter hit his son, especially now that his daughter was married. Even if it was someone from another family, now that they came to meddle in his family's affairs, they even dared to enter his house and hit people. Su Bo coldly snorted, but it didn't make Ningxu feel anything. People always save themselves, then the heavens save them. Ningxu didn't have a good impression of Su Bo. This mission couldn't start with the Su family. An old-fashioned head of the family, a man who knelt under the halo of the female lead, Mary Su, deserved to be defeated. On the contrary, Su Ran and Madame Su were both women, so they could resist the halo of Mary Su to a certain extent. But in Su Lan's heart, her sister and mother were the bad guys. Madame Su looked at Ningxu and said, "What are you doing? You're making your family sad and your enemies happy." Ningxu smiled and ignored Su Lan's resentful eyes. He raised his hand and gave Su Lan a big slap. "You're already an adult, but you don't even have the ability to understand right and wrong. Without the Su family, you're just scum." He was just relying on the Su family's support, living a life that was above the common populace, just like a noble young master. Once Xiaoyan plundered the Su family, this noble young master would have to eat dirt. People like Su Lan couldn't even catch up with the heat of the feces. She looked like a little bottom, just looking like someone who was suppressed by others. Ningxu looked down on brainless people like Su Lan the most. They were played around by women. He estimated that before Xiaoyan made a move, Su Lan would offer up the Su family with both hands to resolve the hatred of the previous generation and make up for the grievances of the female lead. The halo of Mary Su was really powerful. "Why did you hit me, Su Ran? People like you deserve to be loved by no one. You're cold and selfish. Your life is so poor, and your heart is so vicious." Half of Su Ran's face was swollen. Ningxu thought, how did such a perverted person come into being? Ningxu laughed and raised his hand to give Su Lan another slap. Ningxu suddenly realized that he had fallen in love with the feeling of slapping one side of the face. The two sides of her face formed a sharp contrast. I hit you to tell you that I don't need anyone, and I don't need your love. I hit you because you slandered me. Ningxu blew on his hand. What are you talking about? Don't forget that Su Meng is your cousin. Looking at you, I would think that you've fallen in love with her. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Lan anxiously shouted at Ningxu with a pale face, your thoughts are so dirty. Who are you shouting at? Ningxu raised his hand and gave the emotional Su Lan another slap. Su Bo stood up and shouted, enough. What do you want? Su Bo's gaze lingered between Ningxu and Su Lan, and finally stopped on Ningxu. As a married woman, you should take good care of your in-laws and husband. Why are you throwing a tantrum so easily? What happened to the etiquette that you were taught since you were young? Dad. Ningxu didn't even want to call him dad now. He wasn't his dad to begin with. Ningxu always thought that if you were good to him, he would be good to you. There was no such thing as love or hate for no reason in this world. Other than Madame Su, Ningxu didn't like the father and son of the Su family. Before I leave, I have something to say. Ningxu pointed at Su Lan, whose half-face was swollen, with a look of disdain. If the heir of the Su family is like this, he might as well be swallowed up by the Xiao family. Anyway, looking at him like this, Su Meng is his family. She doesn't even have feelings for me, her sister. As for you two, tsk. Su Ran, you vicious woman, are you crazy? Su Lan listened to Ningxu's words, you said that I don't treat you as my sister, but now you're saying that I'm your younger brother. I don't treat you as my younger brother. Ningxu lightly said, because in your heart, Su Meng is your sister. Naturally, I won't treat you as my younger brother. Ningxu raised his hand. Su Lan shivered, thinking that Ningxu was going to hit him again, and took 2 steps back. Look at you, you have the word spare tire written on your head. In the future, don't make a fuss in front of me. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you once. Ningxu lightly said. Don't try to reason with this kind of brainless person. Otherwise, they will use their rich experience to defeat you. However, if you want to ask, why do these men obediently let Ningxu hit them? That's because Ningxu would retreat to a safe position every time she hit them. If the men were shameless, they could chase her around the house and hit her. Obviously, Su Lan was not such a person. He would not do such a thing. Moreover, Su Lan's reflexes were not sharp. After being hit by Ningxu, he would only look at her with shocked and resentful eyes. Therefore, Ningxu despised him even more. Ningxu came out of the Su family and looked up at the sky. This time, he couldn't start with the Su family. He had to find a new entrance. The Su family was not the only one he could cooperate with. Moreover, Ningxu's current intention was to make the Su family suffer. Ningxu was not an emotionless machine. She also had her own emotions. During the mission, she would also have her own preferences. The host wanted to protect the Su family and prevent the Xiao family from annexing it. If the Xiao family was destroyed, they naturally couldn't annex the Su family. Originally, she wanted to join hands with the Su family, but the Su family obviously looked down on her as a married daughter. There was nothing to talk about with the Su family. Ningxu probably would not come to the Su family in the future. Ningxu decided to sell the dowry shares that the Su family gave her and the shares that the Xiao family gave to her daughter-in-law. They were all exchanged for real money to complete the great task of destroying the Xiao family. P.S. Some students think that the school doctor and Li Wen are the same person. The author kneels down to the student's imagination. One has a venomous tongue and nitpicky OCD, wanton and unrestrained love of freedom, and the other has a deep and expressionless face, seemingly emotional yet ruthless person. How could they be the same person? Ningxu decided to sell the ancient shares of the Xiao family and the Su family. The money he got was the real deal. The president, whose face was swollen after being beaten by Ningxu, went to see Su Meng with a swollen face. Su Meng didn't recognize Xiao Yan at all and screamed for help. Xiao Yan could only look at Su Meng with an evil look and said incoherently with a swollen face, "It's me, I'm Xiao Yan." Su Meng was stunned and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Yan wanted to smile evilly, but the wound on his face was pulled and he grimaced in pain. After a long time, he said, "Are you concerned about me?" "Humph." Su Meng snorted and turned her head away from Xiao Yan. "I have nothing to do with you. Why should I care about you? I don't want to see you." "Humph, go away." Xiao Yan smiled. "I know you care about me. Why can't you admit it? You have your wife to care about. It's not my turn to care about you." Su Meng curled her lips and pouted, which made Xiao Yan swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Don't mention that bitch Su ran to me. My face is all because of that bitch." Xiao Yan gnashed his teeth and said in a gloomy and resentful voice. Su Meng covered her mouth in surprise and stared at Xiao Yan with her almond-shaped eyes. Xiao Yan was a little distracted by Su Meng's look. "Although I hate Su Ran very much, I also know that Su Ran loves you very much. How could she hit you? She is too cruel. How could she hit you like this?" Su Meng said as she reached out her hand and gently touched Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Previously, Su Meng had been very angry about Su Ran's pregnancy. Ever since that B*TCH Su Ran started her confinement period, she had ignored him. Now that she took the initiative to show concern for him, Xiao Yan immediately grabbed Su Meng's hand and hissed, "My face hurts." "Ah." Su Meng opened her eyes wide and looked at Xiao Yan with watery eyes. "Did I hurt you? I'll go find some medicine for you." Xiao Yan grabbed Su Meng, who was about to go look for the medicine, and pulled her into his arms. He looked at Su Meng with sparkling eyes and said softly, "You are my medicine. When I see you, I don't feel pain anymore." As he spoke, he kissed Su Meng. At first, Su Meng struggled a little. Her eyes widened in shock, and then she closed her eyes. Xiao Yan pressed Su Meng down on the sofa and rubbed her body. Su Meng's face turned pink as she moaned, Don't. This sound made Xiao Yan incomparably excited. His lower body was in high spirits, but it also made Xiao Yan hiss in pain. His lower body felt like it was being torn apart, making Xiao Yan feel as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Su Ran, this despicable woman. He had already waited for the doctor to confirm that he was fine before coming to look for Su Meng. After being kicked by Su Ran, it was a little swollen. The doctor had already reduced the swelling, but he did not expect that it would be so painful when it hardened. Su Meng wriggled in Xiao Yan's arms and moaned. She opened her hazy eyes and looked at the man on top of her. Xiao Yan endured the pain. He should have kissed Su Meng's lips, but instead, he kissed her forehead. Xiao Yan looked at Su Meng tenderly. "I will wait until you truly accept me. I want to give you a real wedding night." Su Meng blinked her eyes and then realized that something was wrong. She pushed Xiao Yan away and gathered her collar. She widened her eyes and shouted at Xiao Yan, "What did you do to me? You have a wife. How can you do such a thing to me?" "Humph, big pervert," Su Meng said hatefully to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan reached out and pulled Su Meng to his side. Su Meng struggled and hit Xiao Yan's chest with her little fist. "Let go of me, you big pervert." "Yes, I'm a big pervert. What's wrong with me doing such a thing to my wife?" Xiao Yan looked at Su Meng seriously. "You are my only wife in this life." Su Meng's body suddenly froze. She raised her head and looked at Xiao Yan. "You are lying to me. Don't you have a cousin? Remember, I have nothing to do with you." "No, we have nothing to do with each other. You are my cousin-in-law. My wife will always be you. As for Su Ran, I will deal with her," Xiao Yan said gloomily. "Not only Su Ran, but also the Su family. I will take revenge for all the grievances you have suffered. I will also avenge my father-in-law and mother-in-law." Su Meng's face blushed and she was a little touched. Then she said coquettishly, "Who are your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Don't call them that. I have never thought of marrying you." Xiao Yan made a lot of promises to Su Meng. The two people were very affectionate, but there was a little shadow in Xiao Yan's heart, which was his lifeblood. Coming out of Su Meng's small apartment, Xiao Yan went to the hospital. As long as he thought of this, Xiaoyan thought of the woman he hated, the person who was nominally his wife. When he heard the doctor say that it was not wasted, Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief and asked why it was so painful when there was a reaction. The doctor said that he had to pay more attention to recuperation and should not have sex in the next 2 months. Su ran, this bitch. Xiaoyan stepped on the gas and went back to the Xiao family, but Ningxu arrived home before Xiaoyan. When Ningxu arrived home, the house was quiet. Even Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao were not at home. He also did not see Su Debao and Su Xiaobao. Ningxu pulled a servant and asked, "Where are the others in the house?" Seeing that it was the young madam, the servant looked a little indifferent and said, "I don't know." "Oh, anyone in the Xiao family could despise her." Ningxu grabbed the servant's arm and asked coldly, "Where are they?" "I'm asking you a question." The servant was frightened by Ningxu's cold face. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a roar. Su ran. Ningxu picked his ears. The voice sounded a little familiar. Ningxu turned his head and saw Xiaoyan, whose face was still bruised. Xiaoyan walked quickly to Ningxu. Ningxu roared, "Su ran, you vicious woman. What's wrong with the servant? Are you starting to abuse the servant now?" Ningxu sneered. Seeing such a perverted person, he did not want to open his eyes. Now, she had even accused her of being evil. What the f***ck was this? Xiaoyan looked at Ningxu with undisguised disgust and hatred in his eyes. As long as he thought of the doctor's words, Xiaoyan wanted to tear Ningxu apart. His beloved woman suffered because of such a vicious, greedy, and hypocritical woman. Such a person could not even be compared to Su Meng's hair. When the servant saw Xiaoyan, he quickly said, young master, and young miss are in the hospital. Now master and madam are in the hospital." When Xiaoyan heard that the 2 babies were sent to the hospital, his face instantly changed and his eyes turned red. Ningxu roared, "What did you do this time?" Ningxu was speechless. "What did I do? What did I do? I don't even know why." Su ran, "If anything happens to the 2 children, I will bury you with them." Xiaoyan looked at Ningxu with hatred, turned around and got into the car to go to the hospital. Ningxu was in a mess. He covered his heart and felt very tired. Why did he feel that the people in this world were so unreasonable and so willful? "Which hospital?" Ningxu asked the servant lightly. When the servant saw how disgusted the eldest young master was with the young madam, she looked at Ningxu with even more disdain. It was the same no matter where one bowed to the superior and stepped on the inferior. The servant said unhappily, "I don't know which hospital she is in." Ningxu looked at the servant indifferently, "I ask you, which hospital? Even if I have no status in this family, I still have the qualification to dismiss you." "In the central hospital," the servant quickly said. Ningxu planned to go and see what the situation was. The 2 children were sent to the hospital at the same time. Even Su Debao, who had a high IQ, was sent to the hospital. When Ningxu arrived at the central hospital, he heard Su Meng's heart-wrenching cry from far away in the corridor. Ningxu's heart moved. Were the 2 babies going to die? Impossible. These 2 were important tools to improve the relationship between Xiaoyan and Su Meng. That's right, tools. In Ningxu's view, these 2 children were Su Meng's golden fingers. Su Debao was the breadwinner of the family, and Su Xiaobao was the one who acted spoiled and cute. The 2 children could clear the obstacles in front of Su Meng. Before they married into the family, they had already won the favor of Su Meng's parents-in-law and helped Su Meng get rid of his annoying wife with his father. This was not a child. This was a complete freak. It was too illogical. Ningxu walked over and saw Su Meng, who was usually delicate and pretty, on the verge of fainting from crying in Xiaoyan's arms. Xiaoyan kept comforting Su Meng, looking anxious. Old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao were sitting on the chairs, unable to sit still. Ningxu walked over and successfully received everyone's disgusted gazes. Ningxu felt very bitter in his heart. It was not easy to be hated by everyone. "What are you doing here?" Xiaoyan raised his chin and looked at Ningxu. "Don't mess with me, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Ningxu frowned. She really didn't know how to communicate with these people. Couldn't they talk nicely? They were always yelling and acting cool and arrogant. Ningxu really couldn't stand it. Su Meng, who was leaning in Xiaoyan's arms, looked at Ningxu with red eyes and said sadly, "Su Ran, the child is innocent. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come at me. I just hope that you won't hurt my child." "Ningxu, can you get out of the arms of someone else's husband? Don't you think it's disgusting to lean in the arms of someone else's husband and say this?" Ningxu said indifferently. "What did I do to your child?" If she had done something to bear such a crime, Ningxu wouldn't say anything. But now, she didn't even know what had happened. She was confused and these people were blaming her. He was about to be driven crazy by others. Su Meng stared at Ningxu with her eyes wide open. Her big almond-shaped eyes were clear and innocent. She emotionally withdrew from Xiaoyan's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Don't come near me. I just want my child to be fine." Xiaoyan looked at Su Meng with pity and tried to hold Su Meng. "It's okay. Our child will be fine." Su Meng struggled in Xiaoyan's arms and cried, "Don't touch me. If I get close to you, my child will be hurt. I don't want anything to happen to my child. Xiaoyan, please let me and my child go." "Ningxu, help, Puff." Ningxu supported herself against the wall with one hand and covered her heart with the other. She was really upset. The protagonist was really capricious and yelled in the hospital. She didn't care much about the two children and could leave them with the Xiao family. She didn't need to worry about the two children at all. Su Meng, who was already a mother of two children, was still living like a young girl. Now she was acting like this again. Ningxu felt that she was going to vomit blood. "Alright, stop fooling around." Old Master Xiao spoke up to stop the two people's tragic drama. Xiaoyan comforted Su Meng helplessly and asked Mr. Xiao, "Father, what's wrong with the two children?" Ningxu almost laughed out loud. She was so focused on acting out the scene of life and death with Su Meng that she didn't even know what was going on with her own child. He felt drunk. Mrs. Xiao glared at Ningxu, who couldn't help laughing, and said to Ningxu angrily, "It's all your fault. Why did you want to eat abalone? You greedy woman." "Ningxu, what does it have to do with me?" "Mother, what's going on?" Xiaoyan stared at Ningxu viciously. "Sure enough, Su Ran, you are really vicious. You won't even let the children go. It's all this woman's fault. She wanted to eat abalone." At noon, the two children ate too much abalone and couldn't digest it. Now they came to the hospital to vomit. Mrs. Xiao glared at Ningxu. Mr. Xiao also said, "Don't have abalone in the house in the future." "Ningxu, Mama, I want to go home. The people here are all crazy." Xiaoyan looked at Ningxu with disgust. Ningxu sneered and said, "I wasn't the one who forced them to eat it. I wasn't the one who forced them to eat it. Or was it me who poisoned the abalone? What did it have to do with her? You're still quibbling. If you didn't scare Xiaobao to tears, the children wouldn't have indigestion." Mrs. Xiao sneered and said. Ningxu, she felt so tired. Why were the people in this world so crazy? Where was their logic? Where was their worldview? They blamed everything on her, but these people still acted as if it was natural. They were crazy. Ningxu felt very bitter. He felt like a normal person living in a crazy world. What were these people's brains used for? Ningxu thought for a while and understood. She guessed that when she went out and said that she wanted to eat abalone, the two mischievous children didn't want to let her eat it. Then, they ate it themselves and didn't want to leave any for this despicable woman. Children were prone to indigestion. Now, these two children were in the hospital. The abalone was innocent. She was innocent too. No one saw the intentions behind these two children's actions. They were pranks and malicious thoughts. Ningxu felt that he deserved it for courting death like this. Su Ran, I won't allow you to hurt my children again. Xiaoyan looked at Ningxu. I want to divorce you, evil woman. Dream on. He wouldn't divorce her even if he died. When Ningxu heard Xiaoyan talk about divorce, she immediately objected. If she divorced Xiaoyan, her task would be over. She had put up with these idiots for so long, and she couldn't lose the task. At least, she couldn't break off the marriage with Xiaoyan in this world. Looking at the arrogant Xiaoyan, Ningxu said fiercely, "If you say this again, I'll beat you." Ningxu's words stunned everyone. Xiaoyan's face swelled to a purple hue. Su Ran, you vicious woman, I'll never fall in love with you. Don't try to bind me with marriage. Xiaoyan roared at Ningxu, I will never fall in love with you in this life or the next life, you vicious woman. Ningxu was almost deafened by Xiaoyan's voice. He picked his ears and said, keep your voice down. You're so noisy that you'll disturb the vomit-inducing doctor inside. If you don't pay attention, the vomit-inducing tube will puncture your baby's stomachs. Xiaoyan's heart swelled because of Ningxu's words, but he had to worry about the two babies, so he looked depressed as if he was constipated. You. Mrs. Xiao pointed at Ningxu and said, you're threatening people. Mr. Xiao also looked at Ningxu unkindly. Obviously, he thought that Ningxu had offended the dignity of men and his son. Su Ming walked to Xiaoyan, and Ningxu said, cousin, Xiaoyan doesn't love you. Why are you so persistent? You want to stay in a marriage without love. A marriage without love is a grave. Ningxu looked at Su Ming coldly and said, I have a grave, but you can only die in the wild. You don't even have a grave. You. Su Ming stamped her feet angrily and said, I'm just trying to persuade you because we're both women. Don't be ungrateful. Can you not steal other people's husbands for the sake of women? Ningxu was about to kneel down in front of Su Ming. This logic, this worldview. Ningxu felt that he was quite powerful when he stood beside someone else's husband and advised them to leave if there was no love between them. However, he was still disgusted by these people. Don't say anything more, Su Ran. I'll prepare the document. You just need to sign it. Xiaoyan seemed to be very dignified and said in a very high and mighty manner. At this moment, the two vomit-inducing children were pushed out. They were lying on the hospital beds, their breathing shallow. Their faces were pale, and even their eyes were dim. Everyone no longer cared about the topic of divorce. They all surrounded the child on the hospital bed. Su Ming looked at the two precious eggs and cried loudly as if she was about to die. Ningxu glanced at the side and then left. She didn't have time to waste on these idiots. Ningxu only had one thought in her mind. She wanted to leave this world as soon as possible, even if the points were a little less. She really didn't want to stay in this world anymore. This world was really too much. It completely revolved around the main character. If the main character felt that it was right, then it was right. If the main character said that it was wrong, then it was wrong. In such a willful and unreasonable world, normal people would be driven crazy. Ningxu was sitting in a coffee shop. She was waiting for someone. Ningxu raised her wrist and looked at her watch. Damn, half an hour had already passed. She didn't have any sense of time at all. The person she was waiting for was late. After looking around the coffee shop, Ningxu walked over. Sorry, something came up at the company. That's why I'm late. The man sitting opposite her, Ningxu, apologized. Ningxu laughed in her heart. If it was the female lead, would you be willing to let her wait for so long? Alright, if it wasn't the female lead's life, then there was no need to be pretentious. The man sitting opposite her was a male supporting character. He looked elegant and noble, and his entire body was filled with a bone-deep gentleness and elegance. However, Ningxu could only see the words gentle supporting male lead written on his forehead in gold. In this day and age, if there was nothing wrong with you, you couldn't be the male lead. For example, the incomparably Chunibu Xiaoyan had become the male lead, and Li Xiuwen had become the male supporting character. Elegant, gentle, gentlemanly. These were the qualities that a good man should have. Why did a pair of lame eyes fall for that Xiaoyan? Li Xiuwen was wearing a silver suit. Sitting opposite Ningxu, he was as beautiful as a painting. His fingers were long and slender, and his knuckles were smooth. Why were the male lead and male supporting characters so lame that they fell for the female lead? Could it be that all men liked naive and muddle-headed women? Was it fun to follow behind the muddle-headed female lead and clean up her mess? You are? Li Xiuwen looked at Ningxu. His voice was as gentle as water, clear and pleasant to the ears. Ningxu felt that it was impossible for the other party not to know who she was. She was the female lead's love rival, and Xiaoyan was his love rival. Ningshu didn't think that Li Shouwen wouldn't know who she was. What's there to pretend for? We're both revolutionary comrades who want but can't get what we want. We're walking further and further down the path of cannon fodder. Ningshu coughed, cleared her throat, and went straight to the point. I'm Xiaoyan's wife, I'm Ning. Su ran. Li Shouwen nodded, and looked at the watch on his wrist. Why are you looking for me? I think I'll be leaving. She made him wait for half an hour, and he had to leave in less than 5 minutes. Ningshu took back her evaluation of Li Shouwen. What gentlemanly. They were all shit. They were all aimed at the female lead. Don't, handsome. You're leaving so soon. You didn't make me wait for half an hour for nothing. At least let me say something. Ningshu's words were a bit impolite. Li Shouwen's slanted eyebrows frowned. In that case, please say it. Ningshu sensed that Li Shouwen's attitude towards her was a bit impatient. Su Meng must have said something bad about her in front of this guy. She must have said that she was vicious and hypocritical. Ningshu could recite all of these words. I'm here to cooperate with you. Ningshu said directly. I know you like Su Meng, but Su Meng gave birth to 2 children for Xiaoyan. The 2 men are so outstanding. I think Su Meng will have difficulty choosing. Li Shouwen looked at Ningshu with a faint smile. Then how should we cooperate? F***ck, he agreed so quickly. Ningshu saw the smile on Li Shouwen's face. What was the meaning of this fake smile? Ningshu originally wanted to leave, but thinking that there was someone even more disgusting than Li Shouwen, Ningshu held back. She talked to Li Shouwen and said, if the Xiao family is gone, do you think Su Meng will choose Xiaoyan? Li Shouwen's eyes flashed. He shook his head and said, Miss Su, we can't cooperate at all. I won't do anything that will make Meng suffer. Ningshu clutched her chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She had completely forgotten that the supporting male character was also a man who knelt under the halo of the female lead, Mary Sue. He was the type who was heavily poisoned. He was incomparably passionate and would not stop until he died. Ningshu looked at Li Shouwen. How noble was this? Li Shouwen looked at the woman opposite him. Her expression became very interesting. Her expression was so complicated that he could not describe it. Ningshu felt that her head had been kicked by a donkey, that's why she was so stupid to work with the supporting male lead. Could it be that idiocy was contagious, and she had already been infected? Speaking of the supporting male lead, Li Shouwen, his qualifications were good, his family background was good, and he had good looks. Once he saw the female lead, he fell in love with her. When he was studying abroad, he met the pregnant Su Meng, and then took care of her until she came back. After she came back, Su Meng and Xiaoyan were together. Li Shouwen became the female lead's good brother, and often made the male lead jealous. What kind of moral integrity was this? Li Shouwen looked at the woman opposite him. Her expression changed a lot, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Li Shouwen stretched out his smooth fingers and knocked on the table, making a rhythmic knocking sound, which woke up Ningshu, who was in her own imagination. What do you want to say? Sorry, I have to go first. Li Shouwen's expression was a little gloomy. Ningshu guessed that the other party didn't want to see her, this evil woman. Could she just kill those people, and then the mission would be considered complete? Ding! Ningshu's brain suddenly rang with the sound of electric current. This feeling was too familiar, it had been a long time since she heard the system's voice. What the? Player thought is not valid, it doesn't conform to the rules of this world. Player, please dispel this thought. The original owner's soul was to change her life, and not to wake up in a women's prison. The system's voice was mechanical and cold, but for some reason, Ningshu felt that she was ridiculed by the system. Li Shouwen looked at the woman opposite him again. Her face was twisted, and Li Shouwen felt that this woman was definitely crazy. Li Shouwen shook his head and stood up, preparing to leave. He thought to himself, Xiaoyan's wife is actually crazy. When Li Shouwen stood up, Ningshu finally reacted. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Li Shouwen's arm, pulling him back to sit down. She said coldly, I say, what do you mean by this? I haven't even said anything, and you keep making a fuss about leaving. You've had enough. It won't be too late to leave after I'm done talking. Ningxu looked at Li Xiaowen and said directly, I want to work with you to destroy the Xiao family. I'll give you half of the stolen money as fast as possible. Li Xiaowen raised his eyebrows. Why should I cooperate with you? And what right do you have to talk about cooperation? And you actually want half of the Xiao family's huge corporation? Li Xiao was just short of saying, can you be a little more shameless? Ningxu sneered. She took out a stack of RMB from her bag and slammed it on the table. I have money. Let's cooperate. But I don't think I gained anything. Li Xiaowen shrugged. I spent so much effort to destroy the Xiao family, and in the end, I have to give half of it to you. Ningxu almost spat on the handsome face in front of him. He said very unhappily, don't be unsatisfied. You can get a girl. You got Su Meng. What else do you want? You can get Su Meng. What else are you not satisfied with? She was supposed to be the female lead, but in the end, she ended up with a supporting male character like you. You've really hit the jackpot. You've definitely defied the heavens and changed your fate. You've changed your life as a supporting male character, but you still aren't satisfied. Didn't you get Xiaoyan too? Li Xiaowen said indifferently. Pfft. Ningxu almost spat on Li Xiaowen's face this time. He spat out all the coffee in his mouth. Half of it was because he was shocked, and the other half was because he was disgusted. He, Ningxu's mouth twitched and he sneered. He collected all the RMB on the table and put it in his bag. Li Xiaowen saw Ningxu's actions and asked in surprise, aren't we discussing how to destroy the Xiao family? You look like you're planning to leave. Handsome, I'm leaving first. Ningxu said expressionlessly. You deserve to be a supporting male character for the rest of your life. Li Xiaowen blocked in front of Ningxu. Sit down. We're discussing. Take out all the money in your bag. Let me see how much money you have. No. Ningxu said righteously. It's not safe to take it out. I'm afraid that someone will steal my money. Li Xiaowen looked at Ningxu as if he was looking at a lunatic. In the end, Ningxu and Li Xiaowen reluctantly reached an agreement. Why was it reluctantly? The supporting male character, this bastard, actually wanted to reduce her benefits to 10%. He was just casually giving her a little. Ningxu couldn't tolerate this at all. If he could get the beauty, even if he lost all his family assets, he would still have profited. In the end, Ningxu used all kinds of methods and finally reached 40% of the benefits. Friendly reminder, don't find a shell company to fish for her. In front of Su Meng, you still have to pay attention to your pure and innocent image. Ningxu patted Li Xiaowen's shoulder and left. Ningxu returned to the Xiao family. The house was very quiet. Ningxu felt very happy. The two elders of the Xiao family stayed in the hospital to take care of Jin's son, and Xiaoyan didn't come back either. Ningxu's liver and lungs were very happy, but Xiaoyan felt very sad. His children were lying on the bed like this. Looking at Su Meng's red and swollen eyes, Xiaoyan felt that if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be worthy of being a man. Xiaoyan felt that the Su family was very annoying now. They had made so much money from the Xiao family, but they still raised such a vicious woman like Su Ran. Especially Su Bo, that old bastard, actually killed Su Meng's parents. He had to get justice for Su Meng. In the end, Xiaoyan still cooperated with the plot. But this time, there was a shadow in Su Bo's heart. He didn't take out all of the Su family's money. He kept some of his family's assets. He still didn't believe that the Xiao family would do such a thing to their teammate. When Mrs. Su called Ningxu to tell him about this, Ningxu just kept silent and didn't say anything. Since the Su family trusted the Xiao family and Xiaoyan so much, then let the Su family suffer a loss. Ningxu didn't want to spend so much effort to protect the Su family, only to be pushed to Su Meng by his brainless brother. That would be a terrible thing. Ningxu asked Li Xiaowen to act quickly. Now Xiaoyan had already acted. When Xiaoyan was at his proudest, when he was full of himself, he would give him a blow. Su Debao and Su Xiaobao, who were sick, took advantage of their illness to act coquettishly and play cute. They tried their best to bring the two together and cultivate the relationship between Su Meng and Xiaoyan. For a time, the ward was filled with the voices of the two children and pink bubbles of love. The two elders looked at each other and smiled. The picture was harmonious and beautiful, like a loving family. Every time Xiaoyan looked at Su Meng with a burning gaze. When Su Meng took something, he deliberately held Su Meng's hand, making Su Meng blush. Especially in a hidden place in the hospital, the two hugged and kissed sweetly. Not far away, there were two children watching with a mischievous expression. Su Meng and Xiaoyan's relationship quickly heated up. They broke through the last line of defense and rolled around together. As for Ningxu, the official wife, she lived alone in a spacious house. Even her voice echoed. However, Ningxu was very comfortable. As long as the two of them did not do it in front of her, Ningxu could pretend that she did not know anything. When Ningxu saw Li Shouwen's dark face, she was gloating in her heart. Ningxu had only experienced 2 worlds before this. In the first world, she was lucky enough to meet the perverted genetic scientist and school doctor with the codename Madman. In the second world, she used the identity of a princess and solved the problem with a whip. She had not experienced a business war yet. Therefore, Ningxu participated in the plan to destroy the Xiao family. Ningxu was now trying to learn as much as possible. If she had the ability to build a business empire, she would not need to cooperate with Li Shouwen. Ningxu had to learn. When he saw Ningxu, Li Shouwen's face was very ugly. Seeing that Ningxu acted as if nothing had happened, he could not help but say, "Your husband is cheating. Why don't you do anything?" Ningxu was also speechless. The person you liked was sleeping with someone else. What was the use of being angry with me? Didn't I tell you to speed up? With the speed of their passion, it is normal for them to roll around together. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. There will be many times in the future. You will get used to it. Ningxu comforted Li Shouwen. In the beginning, Su Meng did not accept Xiaoyan. Although she gave birth to 2 children for him, Su Meng was still very reserved. Now that her relationship with Xiaoyan was progressing smoothly, they would definitely deepen their relationship. The living room, the sofa, the kitchen, could be the scene of passion. Ningxu comforted Li Shouwen as if he was looking at a green-haired turtle. Li Shouwen was not comforted by Ningxu. Instead, his face became even uglier. He looked at Ningxu in disbelief. Your husband is with another woman. You still, Li Shouwen didn't know how to describe Ningxu. He tapped his fingers on the table in frustration. You love your Xiaoyan so much that you don't even care when he's with other women. Love my ass, she loves Xiaoyan? Even a fool could tell that she didn't love Xiaoyan. Did it mean that everything she did had to be related to love? Why didn't she say that she was interested in the Xiao family's money? Alright, the supporting male lead had already been provoked to the point of insanity. Ningxu only said, let's act quickly. Otherwise, their relationship will only get better and better. You know. Ningxu's Li Shouwen raised his eyebrows, looking a little wretched. Li Shouwen took a deep breath and pointed at the door. Get lost, Ningxu shook his head and walked away. When he returned to the Xiao family, the servant told Ningxu that someone was waiting for him in the living room. Ningxu walked into the living room and saw the Su family sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Seeing Ningxu, Madame Su forced a smile on her face and asked, Ran Air, how have you been recently? Ningxu's Madame Su smiled and said, very good. Since the last time Ningxu went to the Su family and beat up the original owner's brother, Ningxu never returned to the Su family. It felt like they would never talk to each other again. Now that she suddenly came looking for him, Ningxu thought for a moment and knew that it was about the cooperation. He would rather believe Xiaoyan than his daughter. What was the use of looking for her now? It was useless. Ahem. Subo coughed and said, Ran Air, you knew about this beforehand? Subo's eyes were a little complicated, and then he said with a little decadence, this time the Su family really suffered a great loss. Our family's assets are not even 1/10 of what it was before. Ningxu faintly said oh without any expression. The situation now was much better than in the plot. The original Su family was fragmented. At that time, Subo directly took Su Lan and ran away, leaving the original owner and Madame Su behind. The 2 weak women became prostitutes. It could be said that she, a vicious cannon fodder, was reduced to such a situation. It could be said that she vented her hatred, but Su Debao still came to the nightclub to humiliate her. So, was it really good for such a small child to go to the nightclub? And because he was the son of President Xiaoyan, Su Debao made things difficult for him, and the nightclub refused to accept her. She grew up spoiled and had no means to make a living. In the end, Su Ran was poor, and died of a heart disease. It felt like she was drunk. Can you tell Xiaoyan to borrow some money from the Xiao family, so that the Su family has some liquid funds? Su Bo said. Ningxu directly rolled his eyes. They were clearly messing with her, and they still wanted to lend her money. Even if Xiaoyan was a moron, he wouldn't lend her money. He was deliberately sending her to the Xiao clan to test their attitude. Didn't Dad say that women shouldn't be involved in business matters? Ningxu directly refused. Ningxu felt that the original owner was quite naive. She thought that by protecting the Su family, they wouldn't end up in the plot. With the support of her family, they wouldn't be so miserable. She didn't think that Su Bo didn't care about them at all. Hearing Su Ran's refusal, Su Bo's face suddenly became ugly, and said, "You were born in the Su family, and the Su family gave you glory and wealth. Now they want you to pay a little, and you refuse. You have to think about it, without the Su family, it will be difficult for you to move forward in the Xiao family." Mrs. Su looked at her husband, and then looked at Ningxu. In the end, she sighed and didn't say anything. Su Lan said to Su Bo, "Dad, I told you not to beg her. Su Ran only has herself in her heart. She's selfish and vicious." Ningxu looked up at Su Lan and said expressionlessly, "You either shut up, or I'll beat you until you shut up. Who do you think you are? Why are you shouting at me? If you have the guts, go find Xiaoyan, who set you up. You're as cowardly as a woman. Now that the Su family has no money, you can go sell yourself." Su Lan's face instantly turned red. She clenched her fists and looked at Ningxu with bloodshot eyes. She roared, "Su Ran, I dare you to insult me one more time. Even if I go ask for a favor, I won't come back to beg a vicious woman like you." Su Lan turned around and was about to leave, but she was stopped by Su Bo. Su Lan said with grievance and anger, "Dad, let's go. Let Su Ran be complacent. Listen to what she said. She doesn't have the Su family in her heart, and she doesn't have me, her brother. She only has herself in her heart." Hearing Su Lan's accusations, Ningxu couldn't help but think that the men kneeling under the halo of Mary Su were all so self-righteous and willful. They always stood on the moral high ground and criticized others, but never reflected on their own behavior. Su Lan always said that she didn't have him as her brother in her heart. Then what about Su Lan, her brother, who was biased to Su Meng, and treated her sister like an enemy? Haha. There were so many evil things in this world that Ningxu had the urge to destroy the world. Hearing Su Lan's righteous accusation, Ningxu was speechless. What a twisted world. Ningxu couldn't bear it anymore. People who had never eaten the food of mortals and had never come into contact with society were just so willful. "Dad, I can't do anything about this. You should go back. Don't you still have some money? You can make a comeback." The current situation was much better than in the plot. If they were still not satisfied, it could only be said that people were really too greedy. "Dad, I'll say, shut up. You're not allowed to speak, or I'll beat you until you can't speak." Su Lan was interrupted by Ningxu as soon as she opened her mouth. Su Lan looked at Ningxu with resentment and fear. Ningxu didn't pay attention to Su Lan's eyes. In Ningxu's eyes, Su Lan wasn't a man at all. He didn't have the responsibility that a man should have. He was a person with the same virtue as Xiaoyan. Su Bo heard his daughter's rejection again and his old face couldn't hold it anymore. He glared at Ningxu and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a servant shout, "Master and Madam are back. Hurry up and come out to greet them." In a short while, 2 rows of servants stood neatly from the door to the living room. Such a big lineup. First, old Master Xiao got down from his body, followed by Xiaoyan holding Su Xiaobao and Su Meng holding Su Debao. Stepping on the carpet, the family of 6 slowly walked in. Old Master Xiao was incomparably dignified, Madame Xiao was graceful and luxurious, and Xiaoyan was holding a little princess in a fluffy dress. Xiaoyan's peerless beauty matched with the little princess's cuteness and sweetness like an angel. Just by looking at them, one would feel that they were the best things in the world. Ningxu's mouth twitched. They were quite good at acting. Ningxu looked at Su Meng. Her face was white with a little rosy, and her whole body seemed to be shrouded in the rosy clouds. Her whole body was full of charm. It seemed that she was well nourished by Xiaoyan. When Xiaoyan saw Ningxu in the living room, his handsome face immediately showed disdain, disgust, and all kinds of negative emotions. When Su Meng saw Ningxu, a trace of uneasiness flashed across her face. However, she immediately strengthened the belief in her heart. She and Xiaoyan truly loved each other, and Xiaoyan did not love Su Ran. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao." Subo greeted Old Master Xiao and Mrs. Xiao enthusiastically. Raising his eyelids, Old Man Xiao glanced at Subo and faintly said, "I'm sorry for the lack of hospitality. The child has just been discharged from the hospital, and he needs someone to take care of him." Subo's face stiffened. He forced a smile and said, "The child is more important." Su Lan looked at Su Meng and asked, "Cousin, are the two children okay?" Su Meng immediately revealed a charming smile, but with a trace of lingering fear, she said, "It's all right. Come, quickly greet your uncle." Su Meng greeted the two children. Su Debao and Su Xiaobao called out crisply, "Uncle." A smile appeared on Su Lan's face, and he looked very excited. He repeatedly said, "Don't get sick again in the future. Don't make your mother anxious." Su Xiaobao secretly looked at Ningxu and said in a childish and naive voice, "Uncle is different from her." Ningxu looked at the side and was also drunk. He was really drunk. Looking at Su Lan's actions, Ningxu felt that there was no one in the world more speechless than Su Lan. His own father was humble to others, but he couldn't see it. He was incomparably kind to the two children. This kind of person was lucky to be born in a rich family. If he was born in a lower class of society, he would have died countless times. Mrs. Su, who was standing beside Ningxu, saw this scene and was so angry that she almost fainted. Her son was actually fawning over the little b*tch and the little b*tch's children. Ningxu reached out and held Mrs. Su's hand. He could completely understand Mrs. Su's bad feeling. Ningxu glanced at the two children. Su Debao and Su Xiaobao immediately put on a frightened look and hugged Xiaoyan's legs, as if Ningxu was going to do something to them. Xiaoyan immediately protected his children, looked around at the Su family, and said disdainfully and condescendingly, "Since you are all here, I'll tell you the matter. Su Ran and I." Xiaoyan pointed at Ningxu and said, "I want to divorce her." "We'll divorce now." Hearing that Xiaoyan wanted to divorce, the Xiao family didn't have any reaction, but the Su family was in an uproar, especially Mrs. Su, who directly asked Mrs. Xiao, "Why do you suddenly want to divorce? What did my daughter do wrong? Even if you want to divorce, you have to give us an explanation." Subo's face was also livid. He was counting on his daughter to get some working capital from the Xiao family, but now his daughter was directly kicked out of the family. At this time, Subo really understood that the Xiao family deliberately took over 90% of the Su family's assets. Subo looked a little decadent for a moment. Ningxu's face was indifferent, without any expression. He didn't cry, didn't make a fuss, and didn't even have a sad expression. Su Meng said to Ningxu, "Although there are many misunderstandings between us, I still hope that you can find someone who loves you. I once wanted to take revenge, but now." Su Meng and Xiaoyan looked at each other and smiled. They held hands and said, "There are better things in the world. Cousin, you should also let go and find a new life. Your persistence is very painful for everyone." Ningxu felt his stomach churning. "Please don't be so disgusting." The Su family was cheated by the Xiao family, and now they said that they didn't want to take revenge and wanted to live a happy life together. Let her quit and let them be. Ningxu felt that his worldview was broken into dumplings. "I absolutely don't agree with the divorce," Madame Su said with a pale face. She glared at Su Meng with deep hatred in her eyes. Xiaoyan blocked Madame Su's eyes from looking at Su Meng so that his beloved woman wouldn't be frightened. He sneered and said, "Like mother like daughter, both of you are equally vicious. You must divorce, even if you don't want to." Su Lan frowned and said to Madame Su, "There is no love between sister and brother-in-law. Mom, if you force the two of them to be together, it will only cause more misfortune and pain. You." Madame Su looked at her calendar in disbelief, and her body staggered twice. Slap, slap, Ningxu slapped Su Lan twice. Su Lan looked at Ningxu with resentment and said, "You hit me again." Su Ming pointed at Ningxu and said, how can you hit people?" Then she looked at Su Lan with comforting eyes. Xiaoyan saw this scene and remembered the scene when he was hit by Ningxu in the hospital. This time, he felt as if he was hit in the face. It was very painful. Xiaoyan looked at Ningxu with red eyes. Ningxu listened to these people talking about love your sister. At this time, in this world, except for love, there was no responsibility. Ningxu's heart was filled with anger. When she came to this world, she had been enduring this group of idiots. She didn't want to argue with them, but in the end, she would directly kill them. It was too irritable. Ningxu slapped Su Lan a few more times, and then directly kicked Su Lan away, and then walked in front of Xiaoyan with a cold face. Xiaoyan was much taller than Ningxu. In Xiaoyan's eyes, she could definitely be regarded as petite, but Xiaoyan looked at Ningxu who was walking towards her step by step. Her face was extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with a dense and awe-inspiring murderous aura. This kind of Su Ran unexpectedly made Xiaoyan's heart tighten. He involuntarily took 2 steps back, and then realized that he couldn't show his fear in front of such a vicious woman. He straightened his chest and sneered, "You are so vicious to your own brother, Xiao family will never tolerate such a vicious woman like you." Ningxu looked at Xiaoyan and directly swept her leg towards Xiaoyan, making Xiaoyan fall to the ground. Although her fighting skills were at the level of trash according to the system's evaluation, this kind of sudden attack still had some effect. "You." Su Ming pointed at Ningxu and opened her mouth wide. Ningxu quickly gave Su Ming a slap in the face, and then backhanded another slap in the face. Su Ming's face was swollen, and she stared at Ningxu with wide eyes. Xiaoyan, who was suddenly tripped and fell to the ground, was dizzy. Seeing this vicious woman actually hit Su Ming, he wanted to get up. Ningxu stretched out her foot and fiercely stepped on Xiaoyan's chest, and it was the position of his heart. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's face became pale, and he took a deep breath. "Wah, Grandma, I'm scared," the 2 children shouted at the top of their lungs. Obviously, they were really scared. Even Su Debao looked at Ningxu with a horrified face. Ningxu said coldly, "Shut up." Ningxu's voice was filled with murderous intent, which immediately shut the 2 children's mouths and kept burping. Su Debao looked at Ningxu with gloomy eyes. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Ningxu. "How dare you? What are you doing?" Madame Xiao pointed at Ningxu and screamed. The Su family members were all stunned by Ningxu's valiance. Old Master Xiao looked at Ningxu sternly and coldly. "You're out of control. You're treating the Xiao family as nothing." The old couple's faces were livid, especially when they saw that the 2 children were scared out of their wits by Ningxu. They felt distressed and angry. Ningxu faintly clapped his hands and mercilessly stepped on Xiaoyan's chest, which made Xiaoyan's face paler, and he groaned. Obviously, she was a woman, but why did she have so much strength? When she stepped on his chest, it felt like his heart was going to explode. What made Xiaoyan even more unbearable was that his dignity was being dismembered. Who was he, Xiaoyan, this woman? How dare she? Xiaoyan's heart was filled with murderous intent. Ningxu retracted his leg and looked around at the people. When they met Ningxu's eyes, everyone felt their scalp tingle. "Whoever mentions divorce to me, I will kill him first." "You." Xiaoyan, who got up from the ground, had a murderous look in his eyes, which was exactly the same as Su Debao's. Su Ming covered her face and looked at Ningxu as if she had committed a heinous crime. "You're hopeless." Xiaoyan didn't mention divorce at this time. He took Su Ming and the 2 children and left directly. There was a kind of determination to never return. Ningxu sneered and looked at the backs of the 4 people. "Don't think about returning to this villa in your life." The Su family also left with Su Lan, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Subo was cold. What happened just now directly broke the relationship between the 2 families. The Su family was really declining. Mrs. Su looked at Ningxu with worry in her eyes. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao looked at Ningxu coldly and directly ignored Ningxu. Their faces were full of reluctance to part with the 2 children. Ningxu didn't care about the disgusted look of the two children at all. On this side, Xiaoyan took Su Meng and the two children back to Su Meng's small apartment. As soon as they entered the apartment, the two children hugged Xiaoyan's thigh and cried sadly. Xiaoyan had never seen the two children cry like this. The two children had always been very sensible. Xiaoyan's heart ached when they cried. He quickly hugged the two children and coaxed them. Then he saw Su Meng sitting on the sofa and covering her face. He walked over and hugged Su Meng. He gently touched Su Meng's face and said with gritted teeth, "Don't worry, I will avenge you. Su Ran bullied me several times. I will never let it go." The two children surrounded Xiaoyan. Su Debao wiped his tears and said, "Dad, will all women bully Mom in the future?" "Don't worry, there will be no future." Xiaoyan touched Su Debao's head and said coldly, "There will be no future. I will directly make Su Ran, that vicious woman, disappear. A woman who doesn't know what's good for her, if she doesn't want a divorce, she can go to hell." Su Debao's mouth curled up. Su Xiaobao smiled through tears. He hugged Xiaoyan's arm and kept shaking it. "Dad, you are so good." Su Meng's face was uneasy. She looked at him with her almond-like eyes and said, "This is not good. Mom, you are too kind. Such a vicious woman should be punished." Su Debao said like an old man. Yes, brother is right." Su Xiaobao nodded with an innocent and cute expression. Su Meng's face showed a smile. She pulled the wound on her face and immediately groaned in pain. This immediately made the other three nervous and took turns to comfort her. Su Meng felt very happy in her heart. Although there was still Su Ran in the middle, she firmly believed that her love with Xiaoyan would be complete and happy. Ningxu didn't know about the chatter here. He got the news from Li Xiaowen that he was already taking action. It seemed that the other party had already taken the bait. This trap was not directly aimed at Xiaoyan, but at the people in Xiaoyan's company. Suddenly, Ningxu felt a chill on his back and his heart jumped. This feeling was the same as when he was in the war in the last world. When he encountered danger, it was a kind of warning. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. He guessed that he had angered Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan really wanted to turn him into his dead wife and then live together with Su Meng, loving each other and having a happy sex life. With the warning in his heart, Ningxu directly stayed in the Xiao family and didn't go out at all. Every day, he listened to Mrs. Xiao scolding him indirectly. How unpleasant her words were, they went into Ningxu's left ear and out the right ear. However, when Mrs. Xiao met Ningxu's cold eyes, Mrs. Xiao was stunned. Regarding Xiaoyan leaving the Xiao family, Old Master Xiao and Mrs. Xiao both had a supportive attitude. Being ignored and disliked by her own husband, what could be worse than this punishment for a woman? She deserved to be disliked by her own husband. She deserved to be abandoned by her own husband. Mrs. Xiao looked at Ningxu's back and thought fiercely in her heart. Ningxu clearly felt that the atmosphere in the Xiao family was not right recently. No matter what she did, she always felt that someone was spying on her. And it was a malicious spying, which made the hair on Ningxu's back stand up. She felt a sense of danger approaching. Ningxu dared to guarantee with the head of this body that it was definitely that bastard Xiaoyan's masterpiece. Ningxu tried to find the malicious gaze, but she couldn't find it. Ningxu could only be very careful. But what made Ningxu happy was that she was close to destroying the Xiao family. Facing Mrs. Zhao's cynicism every day, Ningxu treated it as the last bark of a dead dog. Ningxu's lack of response made Mrs. Xiao hate Ningxu even more. Every day, she tortured Ningxu in different ways. For example, she didn't let the servants wash clothes for Ningxu, didn't let Ningxu cook for her. In short, she degraded Ningxu's status to be lower than a servant's. She mocked Ningxu as a hen that couldn't lay eggs in front of her. Ningxu was speechless. She had once broken an egg. Mrs. Xiao was deliberately rubbing on Ningxu's wound. Every time she heard such words, this body would show a sense of hatred and sadness. That was to say, the person facing Mrs. Xiao now was Ningxu. If it was the original owner, she would have been driven crazy by Mrs. Xiao. It seemed that the current Mrs. Xiao hated her even more than in the plot. She guessed that what she did was worse than the original owner. And Old Man Xiao didn't see all of this, which was obviously a tacit agreement. Ning Shu didn't care about the attitude of the two elders of the Xiao family. She only cared about the people in this house who were full of malice towards her. Xiao Yan hadn't come back for almost half a month. This made the Xiao family look at Ning Shu with even more disdain. Ning Shu, that night, Ning Shu slept until the middle of the night. His heart was beating violently, and it was beating irregularly. His body was sweating profusely. When Ning Shu opened his eyes, he saw something shining above him. Under the moonlight, it reflected a cold light. Ning Shu's body was faster than his brain. He immediately rolled away. Then, he heard the dull sound of a knife hitting the bed. Damn, someone directly used a knife to cut her. Such a simple and crude method made Ning Shu really stunned for a moment. Ning Shu had thought of countless ways this person could deal with her, but she did not expect the other party to be so direct. The person in the dark failed and turned around to run. Ning Shu didn't even think about it. He quickly kicked the person and heard the sound of a body falling to the ground. Ning Shu quickly turned on the light and looked at the person on the ground. He saw that it was a woman with a big knife in her hand. It was the kind of knife used to chop bones. It was very big. If the knife was cut at the neck, her head would be separated from her body immediately. The sudden light made people very uncomfortable. The woman on the ground blocked it with her hand first. Before she could react, the knife in her hand was snatched away by Ning Shu. After snatching the knife, Ning Shu stepped on the woman on the ground. The middle-aged woman on the ground cried out in pain, breaking the silence of the night. Ning Shu dragged the woman by the collar and dragged her to the living room. After a while, a lot of people gathered in the living room. Even Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao were alarmed. Mrs. Xiao looked at Ning Shu and said with dissatisfaction, "What are you doing in the middle of the night? Do you have to make everyone restless?" Ning Shu glanced at Mrs. Xiao coldly. He kicked the woman on the ground and said, "This person wants to kill me. I called the police." Ning Shu knew the woman who wanted to kill him. She seemed to be the cook of the Xiao family. When Mr. Xiao heard that Ning Shu had called the police, he immediately said sternly, "What are you doing? You actually called the police. You called the police for such a small matter. Don't you feel ashamed? You're fine. You're making a mountain out of a molehill." Ning Shu was speechless. Look at these words. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been dead today. These people were just standing there and talking. Ning Shu found that this world was really twisted. There seemed to be no awareness of the law. The male lead seemed to be omnipotent and could solve anything. There was no such thing as the police. It seemed that the male lead didn't have anything to do with killing people. Instead, they felt that the male lead was very cool. Not long after, the police came whistling. Soon, the police came in. The leader asked, "Who called the police?" Ning Shu didn't say anything. Mr. Xiao looked at the room full of police and said with dissatisfaction, "Disturbing people in the middle of the night. That dignity, that arrogance, as if he was very amazing." Ning Shu really felt drunk. No matter how powerful the Xiao family was, in the end, they were still businessmen. In front of the national organization, this attitude of "I'm the boss" really made Ning Shu drunk. He finally knew where Xiao Yan's personality came from. It was from the same bloodline. The leader was choked by Mr. Zhao's attitude. After all, he was a member of the national organization. It was impossible for him to be so humble to others. In addition, in the middle of the night, he was still in bed. The leader's face was very ugly. Ning Shu said, "I called the police. The person on the ground tried to kill me. This is the tool," Ning Shu said as he handed the knife to the leader. Ning Shu's face showed fear and hesitation. He said to the leader, "I don't know why she wants to kill me." The leader didn't care that the murderer was half dead. The victim was alive and kicking. He directly said to the team members, "Arrest her." The two police officers dragged the woman on the ground away. This attitude made Mr. Xiao very dissatisfied. He snorted and looked very dissatisfied. "Which police team are you from? How can you do things without any rules?" In Mr. Zhao's view, this cook was a member of the Xiao family. The other party's attitude was simply not putting the Xiao family in his eyes. The leader ignored Mr. Xiao. Ningxu said, "You go with them and make a statement." Ningxu was very cooperative. He went to the police station to make a statement. Before he left, he hinted to the police that a cook wouldn't be so bold. There must be something hidden. Ningxu only came out of the police station when the sun rose after dealing with all the miscellaneous matters. He looked back at the police station. The fish couldn't get out of the abyss. The country's weapons couldn't be shown to others. Some of the country's powerful abilities wouldn't be shown to the world. In front of the country, the Xiao family was nothing. Ningxu returned to the Xiao family. What he received was Mr. Zhao's extremely disgusted look. Mr. Zhao's attitude was as if he was controlling other people's fate. He didn't know why the Xiao family felt superior for no reason. He didn't know where this sense of superiority came from. Was it because Xiaoyan was the protagonist of this world? As soon as Ningxu stepped into the Xiao family, Xiaoyan came back with the two babies. Xiaoyan had a smile on his face and his whole body was relaxed. Even the two children had a sweet smile on their faces. When Xiaoyan and the two children walked into the Xiao family and saw Ningxu, their faces froze at the same time, showing an incredible expression. Xiaoyan was an adult, so he immediately put away his disappointed look, but the two children pursed their lips and were about to cry, especially Su Xiaobao, who burst into tears. Su Xiaobao cried angrily and wiped his tears, looking at Ningxu with annoyance and disappointment. Ningxu raised his eyebrows. Why? Were they disappointed to see that she was not dead and was still here? Seeing the two precious eggs, old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao immediately had smiles on their faces. They repeatedly said that they wanted to die. They missed them so much that their hearts ached. As soon as the two children came, the heavy atmosphere in the Xiao family was immediately dispelled. Su Xiaobao acted coquettishly and cutely while looking at Ningxu with hatred. When Ningxu's eyes met Xiaoyan's, Xiaoyan suddenly felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on him, and then he was frozen. That feeling of being seen through, as if Qin Hudong knew everything in his mind, Xiaoyan's heart was filled with anger and guilt. "You vicious woman, what have you done this time?" Xiaoyan roared at Ningxu first. Ningxu looked at him coldly and took a step forward. Xiaoyan unconsciously took a step back. Then he realized that he was afraid of this vicious and hypocritical woman, so he immediately shouted angrily, "You!" At this time, a man in a police uniform came in. It was the captain of the police team last night. When the captain came in, no one in the Xiao family greeted him. Captain Ningxu asked, "Captain, did the woman confess?" The captain looked at Ningxu and said, "Yes, she said that she wanted to kill you because she hated you." Damn, what did she have against a female chef? Ningxu glanced at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was sitting on the sofa with a complacent look on his face. He looked at the police with contempt. Captain Ningxu said, "According to her confession, it was because you always insulted her, said that her food was not delicious, and always picked on her. You even beat and scolded her, which made her hate you." Ningxu was speechless. Xiaoyan sneered. "Su Ran, you're so vicious that you're torturing the servants." Ningxu turned his head and looked at Xiaoyan. His heart was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill her and accuse her of being evil. He wondered what benefits Xiaoyan had given that chef. The captain didn't say anything and left after exchanging a few words with Ningxu. Ningxu looked at the complacent Xiaoyan. Ningxu sneered. Seeing that Ningxu was not dead, Xiaoyan was very disappointed. Now he didn't even want to look at Ningxu and left with the two children. Although Mr. and Mrs. Xiao wanted to stay with the two children all the time, it was not safe for the two children to stay in the Xiao family because of the vicious woman Ningxu. Ningxu turned a blind eye to all kinds of eyes and silently waited for the Xiao family to collapse. This morning, the atmosphere in the Xiao family was very tense, like a bowstring that had been pulled close. Ningxu, on the other hand, was eating breakfast leisurely. Mr. Xiao sat on the sofa, holding his walking stick tightly and looking frighteningly solemn. Mrs. Xiao saw that Ningxu was still eating at this time, so she glared at Ningxu. After a while, Xiaoyan came in with Su Meng and the two children. He asked Mr. Xiao, "Dad, what's going on? Why did the company's shares fall?" Mr. Xiao slammed his walking stick. "A large number of people have been selling shares since last night. I thought it could be controlled in the morning, but now it has fallen." Su Meng didn't understand business matters. Instead, she looked at Ningxu and complained, "Su Ran, what time is it now? Why are you still eating so leisurely? Aren't you worried at all?" Ningxu looked at Su Meng indifferently. "Oh, your face is fine. Don't talk nonsense in front of me." Su Meng was so scared that she covered her face with her hands. She stared at Ningxu with her watery eyes full of accusation. Seeing that his mother was being bullied, Su Debao opened his arms in front of Su Meng and shouted, "Don't bully my mother, you vicious woman." Damn, what did she do? Why was she so vicious? She hadn't even started to be vicious. Su Meng squatted down and hugged Su Debao. "Mom is fine. With you protecting Mom, no one in the world can hurt Mom." "Yes, I will always protect Mom." Su Debao's face was firm. His face was shining with a holy light. He pointed at Ningxu. "Don't even think about hurting my mother." Ningxu was speechless. He seemed to have done something to Su Meng. The Xiao family's company collapsed. The stock market fell. Many shareholders directly blocked the company's door and made a scene. Some even threw feces into the company. The former overlord fell. Ningxu was not surprised. Not only did Li Xiaowen want to deal with the Xiao family, but other opponents of the Xiao family also wanted to tear a piece of the Xiao family's flesh. It could be said that the result of many parties directly pulled down the Xiao family. Sure enough, this was a battlefield without spilling blood. Everything changed in an instant. The Xiao family was completely defeated. It was so fast that the Xiao family didn't even realize what was going on. They went bankrupt just like that. Mr. Xiao seemed to have aged 10 years. In the end, he had no choice but to announce the bankruptcy of the Xiao family. Since the Xiao family went bankrupt, this house belonged to the bank. The Xiao family could no longer live here. This made Mr. Xiao almost vomit blood. He actually had such an ending after dominating for a lifetime. The development of the matter was dazzling and unpredictable. Ningxu truly felt that the supporting male lead was not bad compared to the male lead. He was even better than the male lead. He made the Xiao family go bankrupt so easily. Such an amazing person liked the female lead and desperately wanted to be the male lead. Just when the Xiao family was in a precarious situation, the captain directly led a group of policemen and detained Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan struggled violently and shouted, "Why are you arresting me? How can you arrest people for no reason? Is there any rule?" Old Man Xiao said coldly. Although the Xiao family was in decline now, Old Man Xiao was still unyielding. When facing the captain, he still had a high and mighty appearance. The captain expressionlessly took out a piece of paper and said, "This is the arrest warrant. The suspect, Xiaoyan, tried to hire someone to kill his wife. Now we want to take him back for interrogation." Xiaoyan's body stiffened. He looked at Ningxu with hatred and roared, "You vicious woman, I won't let you go." Ningxu suddenly felt that he was looking for trouble by arguing with such a person. Ningxu ignored the roaring Xiaoyan and said to the captain, "Captain, look, he is still threatening me." As soon as Ningxu said this, he immediately received several resentful eyes, including Su Meng and a large group of Xiao family members. "Cousin, how can you do this?" Su Meng took 2 steps back with an incredulous expression. "Do you hate Xiaoyan that much? Do you feel better after doing this? If you do this, Xiaoyan will hate you even more. He will never love you." Ningxu didn't say anything and directly slapped Su Meng. "Shut up, or I will pull out your tongue." End of chapter 85. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.